The story begins with a decaying boy, about to die. Right in front of him was a door that could completely change his life. He was finally reaching for the handle, but two people tried to stop him from opening it, saying that it was better to kill him once and for all. Even when he was hit, he didn't stop. Despite all the pain, he continued to force the door, determined not to miss this opportunity like the first time. At that moment, he thought he wouldn't make the same mistake. That door was his now, and he would do anything to get through it. So he went in, even if he was dragging his feet. He was determined that even if he died there, he wouldn't leave that door to anyone. He needed to recover everything that had once been destined for him. It was then that he remembered a moment from his past. At the time, he was watching a television report about Japan's first gold medalist, Hirosaka Renji, who was giving a special interview. Next to him was 15-year-old Ariaki Subaru, who was excitedly talking to his brother, Ariaki Taiga, about how incredible it was to see Renji. However, Taiga responded coolly, asking him not to talk to him like that, making it clear that they were not blood brothers. He said that they shouldn't behave like real brothers. On the television, the news was reporting an incident involving the release of an otherworldly door that had taken place the previous day. Because of a delay in discovering this door, an empty house ended up being the scene of a catastrophe, which resulted in the deaths of 16 people. The victims were attacked by creatures from the underworld who escaped through the open door. Renji explained that, as everyone knew, these creatures were immune to any kind of military weapon, and that they were sealed on the other side of the door. The only way to stop them crossing into the human world was through the players. These players were people chosen by the Door of Trials, who had to enter the other world and defeat the creatures before time ran out. In the case of that incident, the door's timer reached 0. It opened and released a ferocious creature. Although Renji had defeated the gigantic creature with a single blow, he claimed that he had been unable to prevent the door from opening, and as a result, many were sacrificed. The interviewer then commented that if he hadn't been there, the number of victims would have been even higher. She recalled that all of society praised the players as heroes, people who protected the world by putting their own lives at risk. Renji then urged anyone who found a door to another world to immediately inform the authorities, as gamers were the only ones who could protect humanity from these threats. At that moment, Subaru was amazed, thinking how incredible the players were. They were true heroes, ready to risk everything to protect others. Then the story explained that it all began 5 years earlier, when the first door to another world suddenly appeared. At that time, people despaired when they realized that military weapons were completely useless against the creatures of the underworld. The only hope lay with the chosen ones, those who managed to pass through the door of trials that appeared along with the door to the other world. These chosen ones came to be called players. The doors were classified as gold, silver, and bronze. Among them, the gold door was the most powerful, granting players extraordinary combat abilities. Whoever managed to conquer a golden door received status, honor, and a huge reward. The players became figures admired and respected by all of humanity. During the interview, the reporter asked Renji what kind of person could be chosen as a player. He replied that when they were inside the door of trials, they learned that purity of soul was the factor that chose the strongest. But when he heard this, Taiga scoffed, saying that this purity of soul thing was complete nonsense, since there was nothing pure about players. As far as he was concerned, it was nothing more than idle chatter. It was at that moment that, right before Subaru's eyes, a golden door appeared. It was the first time he had seen a door appear so close to him. Subaru knew that if he entered that door, he could become someone like Renji. However, before he could even touch the handle, Taiga pushed him away, stepping in front of him. Even though he apologized, he made it clear that the opportunity was now his. And without a second thought, he walked through the golden door, stealing what should have been Subaru's. 3 years had passed. Now 18, Ariaki Subaru was tied up, being cruelly stoned. People were aiming directly at his head, as if it were a game, where whoever hit the best would win the most points. While he was being humiliated, someone came up and asked if they were bothering Subaru again. At that moment, Ariaki Taiga, his younger brother, appeared. Subaru, looking at him, remembered that day when Taiga stole his golden door. Since then, Taiga has survived the ordeal and become the youngest gold player in all of Japan. Taiga looked at Subaru with contempt and called him a damn insect. He said it was pathetic to see how he was being mistreated by 3 bronze-ranked players in such a humiliating way. He said he was disgusted to have a younger brother like him and that, fortunately, they weren't related by blood. Then Taiga asked one of the boys for a stone, held it in his hand, and activated his special ability, accumulating energy. His arm turned golden, glowing brightly, and everyone around was amazed by that power. Taiga's ability was so strong that it could rival even the legendary golden sword of Hirasaka Renji himself. In the face of that power, Subaru was terrified, trembling with fear. When Taiga threw the stone, it looked like a meteor crossing the sky. Luckily, he missed his target, because if he had, Subaru would have died on the spot. Even so, the impact was so absurd that the clouds disappeared from the sky, and Subaru, overcome with fear, ended up urinating in his pants. Taiga then said that he didn't care what they did to Subaru, that it wasn't his problem. Once again, Subaru was left there to be tortured, humiliated, and trampled on as usual. People passed by laughing at him, taking photos and recording videos saying that this was the boy who was always getting beaten up by the players. They commented that he was so pathetic, completely different from his younger brother, and that if they were in his shoes, they would have taken their own lives a long time ago. That same evening, in an extremely luxurious house, the television was broadcasting a report that doors to another world had been opened in the cities of Koto, Suginami, and Shinagawa. Traffic restrictions had been lifted, and as usual, Ariaki Taiga was manning several of these doors. At that moment, his parents were celebrating with pride. Taiga's mother said what a wonderful son he was, that even though he was only a student, he was already helping his parents so much, just as she expected from someone who carried her blood. She was happy to have put him out into the world, unlike that other useless boy who was only her husband's child. His father added that Subaru was a complete failure. Meanwhile, Subaru was in his tiny house, practically a miserable hut next to the mansion, where Taiga and his parents lived. From inside the big house, Taiga complained that his water bottle was empty. She said that there was no other way, and that she would have to send someone to fetch more. Then she shouted for Subaru, demanding that he go and buy some water, and reminded him not to buy the wrong brand. Subaru, trying to resist, replied that he was studying at the moment, but Taiga laughed and said that even if he studied, it would be useless. He said that Subaru would never be anything more than a pet, locked away forever in his insect cage. Then he crumpled up some money and threw it in his face. After buying the water while walking alone, Subaru wondered what Taiga meant by forever. He wondered if he would really spend the rest of his life in that cage, living like an insect, suffering in the scorching heat of summer, the biting cold of winter, and being constantly mistreated by his parents, who treated him as worthless. He wondered if this was his destiny, to spend his whole life being the boy who buys water for others, with no value whatsoever. He came to the conclusion that he didn't want to live like this anymore. He wondered why always him. He thought that if he could start again, he would never have left that golden door to anyone. At that moment, he felt that it was better to die than to continue with that miserable life. But as if life wanted to prove that it could get worse, some school bullies appeared on the path, saying goodnight in a debauched way and calling him a bug. They pretended to be surprised to find him there, and commented that they were very tired after destroying a door from another world. One of them looked at Sawatari, who had a bruised face, full of burns and wounds from fighting the monsters. They said that being a bronze rank was difficult, and even so, they invited Subaru to go with them, just to relax. Realizing that it was a trap, Subaru immediately ran out, trying to escape. But Sawatari, even though he was wounded, warned him that he wouldn't go to the hospital until he had finished what he wanted, which was to torture and kill that insect. He said he didn't even need to hold back. After all, they had permission from his own brother, Taiga. As he ran desperately, Subaru was followed by the 3 players. He soon took the first blow, which tore his arm. Those maniacs laughed, surrounding him like hungry hyenas. Subaru wondered if they were really planning to kill him. As much as he thought he didn't deserve to live, he realized deep down in his heart that he didn't want to die. When they finally reached him, Sawatari threw him into an alley, kicked him to the ground like a piece of garbage. And once again, Subaru found himself being lynched, trampled, humiliated, and treated like an insect, just like he always was. Subaru thought he would finally die. People around him said he was so weak it wasn't even funny. Sawatari said it was time to kill him, so he summoned his skill called Red Rose, which was a flaming sphere. At that moment, Sawatari himself said it was over for that damned parasite. But suddenly, something strange began to form in front of one of the bullies, and before he knew it, he was torn in half. What caused this was a huge bronze door that appeared out of nowhere. Everyone was shocked, wondering where that door had come from and why a door of trial was there. Subaru himself wondered if it really was a bronze door, but unexpectedly the door began to crack. First, it turned into a silver door. Then it changed back into a gold door. And right in front of Subaru, it transformed once again, now becoming a rainbow door. Subaru had never seen a rainbow door before. Sawatari himself was confused and wondered if this color was more powerful than gold. Meanwhile, Subaru thought that that maybe this was his chance to start his life over from scratch. The bullies jeered, saying that the weakling was already at the door and that he was about to open the handle. They made it clear that they wanted to kill him before he could do it. Subaru knew that that door had appeared in front of him for the second time, and that he couldn't make the same mistake. Even though he'd been hit, even though he remembered everything he'd suffered, the humiliations and the times he'd been called a damn insect, he decided that this time he wouldn't let it go. While the others tried to stop him, he took a firm hold of the handle and walked through the door. He thought that, even if he died, he wouldn't hand that door over to anyone. He needed to get back everything they had taken from him: strength, status, honor, and money. Everything that was rightfully his. As soon as he crossed, the system welcomed him, and a strange creature appeared before him, informing him that the rainbow race would now begin. It was then that his real story began. The creature, with a long claw, stuck one of its fingers into Subaru's forehead, electrocuting his entire body. As the system updated, it completely repaired Subaru's damaged body. His nearsightedness was corrected. His legs, which had previously been broken, were regenerated. His heart and lungs were revived. Subaru opened his eyes and breathed again. As soon as he took his first breath after coming back to life, he was confronted by this strange creature. He was startled and immediately ran, but the creature just walked away in silence, without reacting. Looking around, Subaru began to remember everything that had happened. He knew that he was now inside the rainbow door. That creature was surely the master of that door. He remembered an interview he had seen with the legendary Hirasaka. In the interview, the reporter asked what happened inside a trial door, and Hirasaka explained that, in his case, it looked like a medieval castle with a gold surface. It was probably the place of residence of the door's owner. He also explained that behind each trial door there is a leader, and to become a player, you have to be recognized by that leader. The aim of the trial is to surpass him. Subaru realized that the being in front of him was the owner of the rainbow door. He wondered what kind of test this was. He remembered that in Hirasaka's test, he had to face a golden knight in a sword duel, and after winning, he was recognized and received his power. Even in the interview, Hirasaka invoked his famous golden sword to show the result of the trial. The Subaru understood that the aim of the test was simple: to touch the owner of the door. That was enough. However, looking at the creature that looked more like a monster with a body glowing in rainbows, he realized that it wasn't going to be easy. The creature was clearly impatient, sighing, and then asked how much longer Subaru would be standing there. He said that his body had fully recovered and now it seemed that it was his brain that was broken. The Subaru replied that he was fine, and the beast, out of patience, told him to hurry up. He said that this was the test. If he can touch it with a single blow, it will grant him its power. It's as simple as that. Subaru, a little lost, asked who exactly he was. The creature replied that there are only 3 types of door in the world: gold, silver, and bronze. He had never heard of a rainbow door, but then he wondered what the point of this silly piece of information was. Suddenly, the creature summoned an absurd blast of energy that almost split Subaru in half and completely destroyed the room and everything in it. Subaru realized at that moment that touching that being would be practically impossible. But the beast, already tired, told him to hurry up because he wanted to get it over with and go to sleep. Subaru was completely shaking with fear. He even tried to accept the situation, but his legs were so weak that he couldn't even stand up. The creature, curious, asked what was going on and also wondered why they had chosen someone like Subaru for this. Despite saying that technically it couldn't help, the creature decided to give him a present. It threw him a red sword, followed by a veritable shower of weapons in the same color. Subaru was terrified, but realized that none of those weapons fell on him. In fact, he was supposed to choose one. The beast explained that if Subaru was so afraid of touching him, he could use any of those weapons. And if he couldn't, all he had to do was turn right, go through the door and go home. However, if he chose the door, it would mean giving up the race. At that moment, Subaru wondered whether he should really touch that absurdly powerful creature or simply go back to his previous life. Facing his own past, Subaru decided to get up. The creature asked if he was really determined, and Subaru, trembling, started walking towards the door. The rainbow creature then said it was impressed. It realized that Subaru opened that door not by chance, but because deep down he wanted power. Subaru realized that this was true, even though he was completely terrified. After all, everyone who seeks power ends up feeling that fear. The creature looked at him and said that after all, he was just an insect. These words reminded Subaru of everything he had experienced. He remembered when he was called an insect by his own brother, who stole all his power. He remembered all the people who had tried to kill him and how, all his life, he had been treated like nothing. The rainbow beast said that, as far as he was concerned, it didn't matter if Subaru wanted to live like a miserable wretch. It wasn't his problem. However, he warned him that he would have to bear the consequences of his choices. He could grow old like an insect insect, but it would be his responsibility. At that moment, Subaru, full of rage, slammed the door and wondered what was wrong with it. He wondered what the fuck it was. He said that all powerful people are arrogant. They always think they can do whatever they want just because they have power. They even think it's normal to call other people insects. The beast replied that of course that was normal. But Subaru, holding back his tears and his pain, said that he didn't want to waste any more time. He said that it hurt. It hurt to be treated like this. It hurt to be ignored. It hurt not to be seen as a human being. He asked why nobody understood him in this fucking life. The creature then asked if the insect had gotten angry. Filled with hatred, Subaru told the monster to shut up and attacked it. Even the creature was confused by this reaction. Subaru shouted that the creature had better hurry up and hand over that power, so he punched it straight in the face. The creature defended itself, and a rainbow barrier appeared in front of it, blocking the blow. Subaru wondered if it even counted as an attack, but to his surprise, the rainbow beast was impressed. He said that the blow was incredible, wonderful, and that he could feel the extreme hatred in Subaru's fist. And yes, it confirmed that he wasn't wrong after all. He never was. The creature finally said yes, Subaru had succeeded. From that moment on, he would receive the power he so desperately sought. Then the rainbow creature opened its mouth and bit Subaru's shoulder, making him scream in pain. A red aura began to emanate from his body, and Subaru, in the midst of his suffering, wondered if he was going to die right then and there. He had promised to give him the power, but was he going to kill him first? Seized by despair, Subaru bit back. He decided that if he was going to die, he would rip that power out himself. The creature was completely surprised and said that it had never seen anyone as interesting as him. And for that very reason, he decided to offer an extra service. Soon, that red aura began to transform into a rainbow aura. The pain became so intense that Subaru simply collapsed to the ground, paralyzed. The system then announced that he had passed the test. His body was being reconfigured and he was no longer just an ordinary player. Before disappearing, the creature wished Subaru good luck. It revealed that its name was Vanquish, and that it found Subaru extremely interesting. As soon as Vanquish disappeared, the system confirmed that the ordeal was over. From that moment on, Ariaki Subaru officially became a level 1 player. But more than that, he was now a progenitor vampire, inheriting the supreme skill called Vanquish. When he woke up, the name of this skill echoed in his mind. The system reported that he had acquired the Blood Model skill, along with a bonus skill called Rainbow. He also gained 3 additional skills: Blood Usurper, Those Who Hate Glory, and Those Who Walk Under the Sun. While all this was going on, the door to the trials began to disappear. Subaru had 30 seconds to get out of there, as the ground was literally collapsing. But to his misfortune, his body still couldn't move, so he ended up falling into the abyss as the door shattered. Outside, the bully who was watching saw the door break down and commented that this meant Subaru had failed the test. Sawatari, mocking, said that after all that he had still failed. However, before they could celebrate, a rainbow-shaped interdimensional crack appeared in midair. From within it, Subaru appeared, completely whole. As soon as Subaru came out of the interdimensional crack, the people around him were shocked. They commented that he was back, but completely finished. Sawatari, confused, wondered if he had really become a player. And there was Subaru, his eyes now completely cured of myopia. And of course, although it wasn't a very important detail, his eyes were glowing with the colors of a rainbow, which was something to take note of at the time. Sawatari, not understanding, asked how he had managed to become a player. That's when Subaru realized it was true. Now he was indeed a player. He had received the power of Vanquish. The moment Sawatari tried to attack him, Subaru managed to dodge with absurd speed, something he would never have managed before. Even so, he asked him to stop. Sawatari, annoyed, asked if he had stolen his door, but Subaru thought that obviously not. That door had been his from the start. Sawatari tried to attack again, and although Subaru was still afraid, his new eyes allowed him to see his enemy's every move, as if everything was in slow motion. Each blow of the katana came in a clear, smooth trajectory, as if the world had slowed down around him. It was then that Subaru realized that he could actually see. He also noticed that even though Sawatari was a gamer, and therefore faster than a normal person, he was still able to follow every movement perfectly. He dodged every attack as if it were natural. The other bully watching was completely impressed. Meanwhile, Sawatari was getting angrier and angrier. Subaru thought he could finally dodge, so he grabbed Sawatari's sword-wielding hand and asked him once again to stop. Only Sawatari realized that, despite everything, Subaru was still shaking. Filled with hatred, Sawatari screamed, calling Subaru a bastard, and asked him if he had any idea whose arm he was holding. At that moment, Subaru was terrified again. Sawatari knew that even with power, he was still terrified. Taking advantage advantage of this, he landed a brutal knee right to Subaru's stomach. Then he tried to throw a punch, but Subaru managed to dodge it with great effort. Even so, Sawatari landed another blow. However, it was at that moment that Subaru realized something strange. The blow simply didn't hurt. The system then appeared in his vision, informing him that his vitality was working properly. His HP was 155 out of 173, and his mana was 131. The system also explained that if his HP reached 0, he would be unable to move, so he had to fight with everything he had. Subaru wondered if this was some kind of tutorial. He realized that this was how a player saw the world. He could see the trajectory of the attacks, the distance, the statuses, the map, everything in real time. And maybe that's why that blow just now hadn't hurt a bit. Now it was clear to him. Yes, he was a gambler. Meanwhile, Sawatari was starting to get desperate. And the other bully, even more so. His friend even commented that Subaru could probably already see the status menu. But Sawatari, completely out of control, told him to shut up. He said that never, ever would a miserable insect like Subaru, who had pissed himself with fear earlier, be able to kill him. Without wasting any time, Sawatari activated her Red Rose ability, trying to burn Subaru alive. A giant explosion hit him straight on. However, to everyone's surprise, Subaru came out practically in one piece, feeling only a slight heat on his body. He thought he was going to die, but when he looked, he saw that his HP had only dropped to 121. Subaru realized that if he was hit a few more times, it would really get dangerous. Meanwhile, Sawatari, completely indignant, shouted at him, asking if he was kidding. He said that the Red Rose had enough power to destroy a car, and yet Subaru held on. The other bully, terrified, asked if they shouldn't run away. The door Subaru opened was stronger than gold, but even so, Sawatari insisted that they shouldn't. She said that while Subaru was still at level 1, they had to defeat him right there, before he became a real monster. As they argued, Subaru realized the danger. He thought it might be better to run away, but before he could react, he was caught by the web ability. Gray threads stuck to his body, and he realized that it wouldn't be easy to get rid of them. Sawatari took advantage of the gap and charged at him with her katana. Subaru was desperate. He thought this was terrible. He needed a skill, anything, to defend himself. But there was a problem. He didn't know how to use a skill. It was at that very moment that blood began to flow. But to his surprise, it wasn't his blood. From Subaru's own skin came blades made of blood, which not only blocked Sawatari's blow, but also hit him square in the head and chest. This was Vanquish's ability, the blood mold, which had activated on its own to protect its bearer. And Subaru, still in shock, could only wonder what the hell was Vanquish doing there. At that moment, Vanquish, observing everything, commented that those guys were really very boring. So just this once, he decided to explain to Subaru how his power worked. He said that, with the blood mold, he could manipulate the state of his own blood for up to 10 seconds. The sword that defended him just now, for example, was precisely a manifestation of this. To use the power, all he had to do was imagine. The rest depended on creativity. As soon as Sawatari was hit by the blades, the webs holding Subaru immediately broke. Vanquish then advised Subaru to feed the anger he felt. At that moment, he was almost hit in the eye by Sawatari's blade, but managed to narrowly dodge it. Only, unlike before, they were no longer calling him an insect, but a creature, but a monstrous creature. Subaru, unable to understand, asked why he still insisted on attacking him, even in that deplorable state. Sawatari, completely overcome with fury, replied that he had lost his own door because of him, and that, in addition, Kunisaki had died, so now Subaru had to die. He said he was a murderer, but Subaru fought back, pointing out that they had tried to kill him first. Only Sawatari, completely blinded by rage, said that it would have been better if Subaru had died inside that door. He said that no one would miss him, because no one needed him. Subaru then closed his eyes and reflected. In a way, it seemed true, but following Vanquish's advice, he decided to feed his anger. He opened his eyes, filled himself with hatred, and told himself that they were all selfish bastards. At that moment, he concentrated his rainbow power, accumulating an absurd amount of energy in his fist. Even though he was facing a blade that could kill him, he simply ignored it, easily broke the sword in half, and landed a devastating punch right in Sawatari's face. The impact was so absurd that Sawatari bounced off the walls like a rubber ball. When he finally fell to the ground, he was practically dead. Subaru, panting, completely possessed by his own rage, looked at the destroyed body. The other bully, he, in shock, asked if that had really happened with a single blow. Desperate, he tried to use his web to protect himself, but in reality, he was just grabbing Sawatari's body to escape. Subaru stared and wondered if he had really escaped. Meanwhile, the other boy, running with the body on his back, was still wondering what the hell had just happened. He couldn't understand how someone at level 1 had defeated Sawatari with just one punch. He wondered what monster that madman had gotten that power from. Meanwhile, Subaru stared at the entire destroyed shed, with blood splattered all over it, a body practically broken in half, and wondered what he should do now. He told himself he'd won, but what was he supposed to do with all that mess? He had no idea how to deal with it. The next morning, the police arrived at the scene and were completely horrified. Analyzing the body, they commented that such a precise and clean cut, which broke a person in half, was definitely not made by a human being. Perhaps it was the work of some creature from the depths. But at that moment, someone appeared on the scene. It was none other than Hirasaka Renji. He told the policeman not to worry, as he had already checked the surroundings and there was no sign of any creature nearby. However, when one of the policemen approached with the victim's card, he realized that this guy was Kunisaki Shotoru, a bronze-ranked player. Next to the card, there was also his player registration card. Hirasaka, analyzing the situation, thought that if someone managed to break a bronze-ranked player in half, then the culprit was at least as powerful as a silver-ranked player. His heart was racing. In fact, technically, it wasn't even his heart, but the heart of Ludwig, the owner of his door. He took a deep breath and said that it didn't matter. They would find the culprit as soon as possible. After all, this was no time for the players to be fighting among themselves. Everyone's duty was to destroy as many doors as possible before that abomination called the Celestial Clock reached 0. And as he spoke, the seconds were already ticking away. Soon, complete destruction would come to this world. Meanwhile, elsewhere at Taiga's house, he looked at his watch and wondered if Subaru hadn't returned by now. It was already morning. He thought it was strange and realized that he hadn't even read his messages. That's when he opened his cell phone and saw a news item. A copper rank player had been found dead in Tokyo. Looking at the scene, Taiga was shocked. He recognized that the dead guy was one of those who had been bullying Subaru. He reflected and wondered if, by chance, Subaru had actually become a player. And if so, whether he had anything to do with it. Meanwhile, in the city of Shinagawa, at the Japan Gamers Federation headquarters, a huge building responsible for organizing the gamers and controlling the portals, Subaru observed everything around him, trying to understand if all those people around him were really gamers like him. After everything, Subaru went to the new member registration area, where he met a super cute, very attentive and polite receptionist. She asked if he wanted to register, and Subaru said yes. He thought that in Japan, it is illegal for any non-member to enter portals, and that it is only possible to level up within them, so he urgently needed to become a member. He also thought about what happened yesterday, which basically ended in a murder. He realized that investigating a player's death was also another player's job, and if the culprit was someone very strong, like a gold-ranked player, the chances of facing him would be enormous. And if it's Taiga, he's going to die. So until then, you need to complete as many portals as possible, get stronger, and prepare. Meanwhile, the receptionist began to explain the general rules. She said there were 3 things he needed to know. The first was that each portal he completed made him level up. The second was that the more stars the portal had, the harder it would be. And the third that if he destroyed a portal, he could exchange the stars for money. At that moment, Subaru realized that he had a star in his pocket. He asked if he could change it. He thought that it had probably fallen out of Sawatari's pocket yesterday. He looked at it and realized that it was completely smooth. So, even though he felt a bit bad, he decided that he would borrow this money from the dead man. The receptionist, however, asked whose star it was. Subaru quickly replied that it was from a portal that appeared in front of him shortly after he became a player, and which he managed to complete. Only at that point, she explained that a non-member entering a portal without registering could be sentenced to up to 5 years in prison or pay a fine of up to 1 million. Subaru froze. He thought he had made a bad mistake. He had no idea that the punishment was so heavy, and he was desperate, wondering what he would do now. Meanwhile, at the police station, Ariaki Taiga arrived. The doorman was surprised and asked why he was honored to be there. Taiga replied that he was there because of the murder case that happened yesterday, and that he wanted to know if the witness and the evidence were there, because he needed to confirm something small. Later, Subaru received the news that his account was now over 100,000 yen. In the end, he managed to exchange the star for cash. Normally, this would be considered a very serious crime, but the receptionist let it slide just this once. Subaru thought it was a very close call. Still, he thought, if a player wins all this with a single star, then maybe this world isn't so bad after all. He remembered his old dream, which kept returning to his mind, but he knew that now, in order to achieve it, he would have to risk risk his own life. He decided he needed to find a portal, but first he looked around. He saw a clothes store, a barber shop, and thought, why not? He was all washed up, really. He was very well looked after in both places, spent a lot of money, and left feeling like a new man, with new hair and new clothes. Later, sitting in a coffee shop, Subaru reflected on how incredible it all was. Not only had he managed to buy his own clothes, but he had also been to a barber for the first time in his life. And what's more, he was also drinking caramel makeup for the first time. She thought it was simply wonderful. He got emotional, realizing that it was the first time he had actually experienced true freedom. All his life he had been imprisoned by something or someone. He thought that as soon as he'd finished drinking that, he'd look for a portal, and once he'd closed a portal, he'd go back there for another macchiato, because now he was officially a player. However, at that very moment, on the other side of the cafe window, Taiga appeared, calling him a fucking insect. Subaru, in shock, wondered if they had already found him. He immediately thought he had to get out of there, but Taiga, without even thinking twice, broke through the glass, grabbed Subaru, and threw him so hard that he went flying, hitting several cars on the way, until he crashed to the ground. Halfway there, he realized that he was about to run over a mother and child. He quickly activated his blood mold ability, creating blades that stuck to the surrounding cars to reduce his speed and prevent him from hitting them. He managed to save them in time, and even though he was hurt, he shouted for them to get away as quickly as possible. Looking at it, Subaru could only think that it was shit. That, without a doubt, was the worst situation he could have been in. Taiga, looking at him on the ground, simply couldn't believe that this insect had actually become a player. Subaru, even though he was scared to death, thought that even though he was facing a gold-ranked player, and worse, Ariake Taiga, he still had to do it. After all, now he had power too. While all this was going on the street, traffic was at a complete standstill with a huge traffic jam. People, unable to understand anything, began to wonder what was going on. A woman in traffic asked a man why everything was at a standstill. The old man, terrified, replied that it was because Ariake Taiga had gone mad and that she should get out of the car and run away, because everything there was going to be completely destroyed because of him. At that moment, the two of them were staring at each other. Subaru mentally wondered how Taiga knew where he was. Taiga just replied that he wasn't going to say. He would have to find out for himself. Even though he tried to hit Subaru with a punch, he managed to dodge. Subaru thought that perhaps his cell phone was being tracked and that it was a mistake to have called to confirm payment. But Taiga said that it made no difference because he would never find out. He would die right there. Then Taiga activated his golden arm, and Subaru realized how dangerous it was. Staying focused, Subaru mentally asked Vanquish if he could at least give him a hint. Vanquish explained that blood mold was a skill that transferred magical power to one's own blood, allowing one to manipulate it freely. But he warned that if Subaru abused this ability, his blood would quickly run out. Even so, Subaru didn't care. His priority was to survive, and that was the only thing he needed to focus on at the moment. There was Ariake Subaru, level 1, with 132 life, 119 mana, 36 strength, 29 defense, 36 agility, 31 dexterity, and 35 luck, against Ariake Taiga, level 23, a golden knight with 562 life, 220 mana, 53 strength, 122 defense, 120 agility, 128 dexterity, and 101 luck. Taiga announced that he was going to finish him off right there and used his golden impact, creating a huge explosion where Subaru was standing. But to his surprise, Subaru managed to dodge it using threads of blood. He realized that he was imitating that other guy's ability and didn't even know exactly how, but he had managed to activate the blood mold. Even so, Taiga was already behind him, saying that he was too slow. When he tried to land another punch, Subaru drew another thread of blood and managed to change his trajectory in the air, narrowly dodging it. Even so, he knew that if he was hit by such a blow, he would die on the spot. Taiga began to wonder if Subaru's ability only consisted of pulling wires with his hands, if he could also move freely or grab things. But he said that was pathetic, because a single blow was all it took to kill Subaru. At that moment, Subaru stopped. A mist of blood appeared around him. Taiga was surprised, thinking he was about to use another skill. Taking advantage of this gap, Subaru remembered Vanquish's teachings and knew he needed to stimulate his own hatred, so he went on the attack. But to his dismay, when he hit Taiga, it was he who felt the pain. The same attack that had defeated Sawatari like it was nothing didn't even scratch Taiga, and even damaged Subaru in the process. Shortly afterwards, Taiga landed a powerful blow to Subaru's chest, causing blood to gush out. His life, which had been at 109, began to drop rapidly due to the bleeding down to 12. Taiga then declared that he could no longer run away, but at that moment, several darts of blood appeared around him. Taiga realized that Subaru still had some cards up his sleeve and wondered what he was planning to do. Subaru realized that the more injured he was, the stronger he became. Blood was his power. Blood was his He then transformed all his blood into a dense mist and trapped Taiga inside it, firing several darts of blood at the same time. He believed that this was the most resistant blood he could create at that moment, but Taiga was still smiling. He said that he had already warned Subaru that he was nothing but garbage. He hadn't suffered a scratch. Subaru realized that Taiga had everything: speed, power, defense. He was on another level, literally, after all. He was level 23. Even though he was on the verge of death and had become a gambler, Subaru realized that, no matter how many skills he used, he would never be stronger than Taiga at that moment. Meanwhile, Taiga thought that the ability to transform blood into various forms had very high applicability. He knew that if he let Subaru level up, it would be a big problem in the future. So he decided that he needed to finish him off immediately. Before that happened, Taiga then activated Golden Impact again to end it all at once. When the blow hit, it seemed that everything was over. But surprisingly, Subaru was still alive. He realized that speed, strength, and dexterity hadn't worked. His life was now at 5, and he had only survived because he had used something that felt soft and sticky at the same time to protect himself. Taiga was confused, wondering what the hell that was. It looked like a punching bag or a tire or something. He realized that the thing had absorbed all the impact, working like an airbag. What's more, it was stuck to his golden arm, like a gum that wouldn't come off. Subaru realized that he had imagined exactly that, an unbreakable gum. And thanks to that, he managed to survive the fatal attack. At that critical moment, Subaru created several blood bubbles. He knew that the effect of the blood mold only lasted 10 seconds. But even if he had to spend all his mana, he would do anything to stop Taiga. He used all that blood to stick to Taiga's body, who tried to break free using his strength, but was unable to. He could even walk, but he was completely stiff and paralyzed. Even so, Taiga made it clear that Subaru shouldn't think he had won. But Subaru replied that he never thought about winning. His only goal from the start was to survive, and he believed he would succeed. So he spent all the mana he still had to cover Taiga's entire body, using the blood mold that only lasted 10 seconds, and escaped. During this time, he created a large mist of blood to ensure his escape. Taiga, furious, thought that the worm thought he could make a fool of him. He swore that Subaru would not escape, and promised that he would hunt him down to the end. But before he could do anything, someone came calling. It was none other than Hirasaka Renji, who, as he approached, asked what kind of mess Taiga was causing, and he wasn't alone. Along with him were Shikishima and 2 other players. Taiga said he didn't have time to explain, and that he needed to get out of there, but he was immediately chained up by the others. They said he had gone too far. Taiga looked around and wondered if they had really called in 7 gold-ranked players just to stop him. Renji replied that they were restricting his movements, so he should keep quiet and listen to what they had to say. Later, when the sun was setting, Subaru was alone, all destroyed, with little life and almost no mana. Even so, at least he managed to escape. However, he realized that he couldn't even scratch Taiga, and if he met him again, he would surely lose. He looked at his clothes, which had just been bought, now all torn and destroyed. Her other purchases were still in the cafeteria. Still, he thought shopping was fun, but now he had to fight for his freedom. He never wanted to go back to that shitty life, so he decided that he would get stronger no matter what. The next morning, in front of an otherworldly portal, a woman was arguing with a group. She said that she had already booked that portal and that all she had to do was check the website. But the group, known as the Grex team, replied that nobody cared about reservations, and that she looked too weak, so she could just leave the portal to them. She then asked if she really looked that weak and concluded that they definitely didn't know her. She said she would refresh their memory. That woman's name was Amamiya Sayaka. Later, after facing her, they realized that she was in fact very weak. They asked her what level she was, and she replied that she was level 8. It was then that they understood why she hadn't managed to win. The average level of the Grex team was 13. The group leader commented that it was no surprise that she had lost, and Sayaka realized that the guy's ability was extremely incompatible with her. The leader then told her to get out of there and said that in this world only the strongest survive. Sayaka was completely surrounded. Even so, she replied that she was well aware of this, since she had been kicked out of the last team for not having talent. That's why she said she wasn't going to lose to them. The leader said he would put her to sleep once and for all, and Sayaka was almost in tears at the desperate situation. But suddenly, Subaru appeared, all bloodied, asking if they were trying to decide who would enter the portal based on survival of the fittest. And then he asked if he could take part too. The gang leader looked at him without understanding who this crazy man was, but before he could say anything, Subaru used a blood mold that crushed his head instantly. Subaru, out of patience, simply asked to be excused, saying that he needed to get stronger as quickly as possible and for everyone to get out of his way. The other players, shocked, asked what level he was, and Subaru replied that he was level 1. No one believed him. They said he was lying, because it didn't make sense for someone of level 1 to have a skill of that level. One of the guys wondered how he could have so much power being level 1, but thought that if he really was level 1, they could surround him and finish him off easily. As soon as the first guy ran up to attack him, Subaru simply punched him so hard that the guy fell over instantly. Meanwhile, Subaru reflected that even though he was fighting players, it all seemed too easy. He started pummeling everyone with his punches, realizing that these guys were much slower than anyone he had ever faced, especially compared to Taiga, who was infinitely more dangerous than them. The gang members wondered who the hell that guy was, who theoretically was only level 1. When one of the guys tried to use his ability, the Rexa Blast, by firing several shots directly at Subaru's face, he simply defended himself with his blood airbags. Then he landed a punch so powerful that it literally broke the poor guy's face. While all this was going on, Sayaka was just watching, completely shocked, wondering who the hell that guy was who had appeared out of nowhere. Even after defeating all those guys, Subaru seemed more concerned about the state of his clothes, which were even more destroyed. Meanwhile, Sayaka was thinking that surely that guy was a gold-ranked player. It didn't make sense for someone to be that strong. Then, without ceremony, Subaru simply stole one of the guy's clothes that were still in one piece, put them on, and commented that they fit perfectly. Sayaka, shocked, wondered if he had really just stolen the guy's clothes out of the blue. Not knowing where to stick his face, Subaru just nodded at her and entered the portal. It was then that Sayaka became even more indignant and wondered if he had really just stolen her portal too. For the first time, Subaru was inside a portal to another world. He thought he was imagining something different, perhaps a place full of scary monsters, but to his surprise, the view was actually quite beautiful. But that thought was short-lived because Sayaka opened the door right on his head, calling him a bastard. She said it was a good thing he hadn't locked the door, so she quickly locked it through the system. The system itself confirmed that the exit was now blocked, and they could only leave after defeating the boss. Sayaka commented that even if those idiots woke up, they wouldn't be able to get in now. Subaru replied that he had won that portal fairly, but Sayaka countered by saying that he hadn't, because she had booked that portal before. Those guys had been stealing from her, and now he had too. Subaru, a little nonplussed, thought it made sense. Discovered portals are registered on a website where players can make reservations. He tried to justify himself, saying it was his first time entering a portal. He said he had a good reason. He needed to level up as quickly as possible. Then he asked if he could accompany Sayaka. She thought for a moment and concluded that it made sense. After all, he was level 1 and had clearly never entered a portal before. So she accepted, saying that he had helped her and that he also understood very well what it's like to want to get stronger. Subaru was very grateful, but she had already made it clear that the split would be 70% of the stars for her and 30% for him. He accepted without complaint. Soon afterwards, she held out her hand, introducing herself as Amamiya Sayaka and saying that it was a pleasure to meet him. Just as Subaru was about to introduce himself under his real name, he realized that he was currently being considered as a suspect in the murder of a player, so he introduced himself as Vanquish. Sayaka thought it was strange, wondering if he was a foreigner, but he quickly replied that he didn't care. He just said that they were going to start. It was then that a stone almost hit Sayaka, but Subaru managed to warn her in time. She reacted quickly, punched the rock, and broke it into several pieces. Soon afterwards, Sayaka realized that she had spoken too loudly and commented that they were coming. A huge group of goblins and kobolds were approaching. Sayaka didn't seem too worried. She said it was a piece of cake and quickly went after the monsters. In that world, players faced creatures from the underworld using their increased strength through flex player skills, which allowed them to overcome biological limits. There were also special abilities. Sayaka channeled her ability, imbuing her fist with energy, and punched a goblin so hard that she knocked him out instantly. Then she started destroying all the kobolds and goblins as if they were nothing. Subaru thought she was quite strong, even surprised. Sayaka then asked him what he thought of his skill. She explained that her skill, Instant Abyss, stuns any opponent with just one blow. It was a terrible skill for ranged combat, but in hand-to-hand she was completely dominant. Only after a few seconds, all the monsters started to get up. This was because they hadn't been defeated, just stunned. The stun effect only lasted 3 seconds, and if they weren't eliminated in that time, they returned to the fight. Now Sayaka was completely surrounded, and in desperation she started asking Vanquish for help. Subaru took that plea for help very seriously, replied, "Leave it to me," and didn't take a single step forward. This made Sayaka think that he was so far away from her that she was going to die right there. Then, Subaru began to analyze the situation. Several enemies spread out, long-distance combat, Sayaka in the middle. Using flying blades wasn't a good idea. That's when he decided to use his blood mold. He created several strands of blood that extended to the goblins and kobolds, binding their necks. Then he pulled them all in the same direction. Not only were the monsters thrown to the ground, but they were also dragged for several meters, thrown high into the air and fell, obviously all dead. Subaru only commented that he was ready, and with that move alone, he rose 3 levels in one go, reaching level 4. His blood mold skill evolved to level 2. Now its duration, which used to be 10 seconds, has become 15 seconds. He also realized that all the wounds on his body had healed, his strength had increased, as had his mana and life, which had been fully restored. Subaru was extremely happy, experiencing the sensation of leveling up for the first time. Then Sayaka approached him, looking at him, and asked in shock if he had really defeated them all at once. Subaru commented that Sayaka's skill was truly incredible, but to his surprise, Sayaka replied that it was actually her who should be saying that. Subaru then asked if her ability really did stun enemies without fail. She confirmed that it did, but explained that it only works against opponents with a difference of up to 3 levels, and that the stun time is 3 seconds. Subaru, analyzing, said that if she could use this ability every 3 seconds, she would basically become invincible in one-on-one combat. Sayaka agreed, saying that this was true. Subaru then pointed out that a good ground for this would be that gap where the enemies were passing through. Sayaka asked for a moment to test this strategy. She approached the first goblin and threw a punch with her instant abyss skill, stunning the goblin. She waited for the 3 seconds to pass and then threw another punch, stunning him again. He saw that it really worked. With that, she realized that she could just keep punching without stopping. She defeated a level 6 goblin this way and was thrilled, saying that it was a lot of fun. Now she could finally have fun using her skill. While Sayaka entertained herself with that, Subaru thought it was perfect. Now he could concentrate on his other problems while she took care of that line of enemies. But while she was enjoying herself, she received a notification from the system that the boss had appeared. She tried to warn Subaru, but realized that he had already noticed, because right in front of him was a huge kobold, with a goblin riding on top of it. This was the goblin boss, level 17, and the great kobold, level 12. Subaru, looking at them, said that she could deal with the other enemies, while he would take care of the boss. Then the two of them were staring at each other fiercely. Sayaka, watching from afar, was shocked when she saw them all jumping very high. In the middle of the jump, they began exchanging blows so fast that it was hard to keep up. Suddenly, the goblin boss activated a skill, and the system detected it, but didn't reveal what it was. Soon after, he fired a magical arrow called Level 2 Fodder, which split into several other arrows. Subaru reacted quickly, using his blood gum as a shield to block all the attacks, falling to the ground unharmed. He thought that if his blood mold hadn't been at level 2, he would surely have died in this attack. Analyzing the situation, he realized that he was fighting a silver-class cavalry archer, mounted on a giant kobold and equipped with very powerful abilities. At that moment, Subaru was absolutely certain that this was a real boss. Meanwhile, Sayaka, watching on, was completely amazed. The fight was so intense that she realized she couldn't even get involved because her skills were no use against enemies with such a high-level difference. After all, the bosses were level 17 and 12, while she was only level 8. But when a normal kobold appeared behind her, she easily defeated him, stating that her job was to deal with the little ones while Subaru took care of the boss. Meanwhile, Subaru concentrated using his blood mold, firing several darts in the direction of the kobold and the goblin. However, both dodged with impressive leaps. Again, the goblin chief fired a shower of magic arrows, and Subaru had to defend himself once more with his shields made of blood gum. Despite his attempts, the big kobold was incredibly fast, even with his enormous size. Subaru realized that the biggest problem was the goblin boss. Because of his skill with a bow and his control over the long-distance battlefield, he tried to look for a loophole, but he couldn't even create a rope of blood to tie them together. Suddenly, the system detected another skill being activated. This time, his shield wouldn't be enough. It was a level 3 piercing arrow, capable of passing completely through blood gum. The arrow went straight through Subaru's shoulder, leaving a hole. He immediately realized that his shield was useless against this ability ability, as the penetration of the arrow was absurd. He soon realized that the previous shower of arrows was actually a trap. The Goblin Chief was using it as bait to force him to take cover, and thus create an opening to fire the piercing arrow. Subaru realized that he had fallen into the trap and was now lost, not knowing exactly what to do. But just as the Goblin Chief was readying another arrow, the big kobold, who was about to attack, took a devastating punch from Sayaka, who used her instant abyss. Subaru, looking on, was surprised. He thought that this ability only worked against enemies up to 3 levels apart, but as the kobold was level 12 and she had just risen to level 9, the difference allowed the skill to work. Sayaka then began to stun the kobold endlessly, keeping him pinned down and unable to react. As a result, the Goblin Chief, who was without his mount, was forced to flee. Sayaka, shouting, told Subaru that it was up to him now. Subaru thanked him very much for his help, and without wasting any time, used his blood mold to completely envelop the kobold's head. He then concentrated all his power and transformed that blood into an extremely resistant rubber. Subaru leapt forward holding Kobold's head and did all he could to break his neck. By defeating that big level 12 kobold, he went up 2 levels, now reaching level 6. With that, he completely recovered his HP and mana. He thought that had worked, so maybe his next idea would work too. Thinking of Taiga's ability, he used the blood mold, activating the derivation called Blood Fist, and created a fist identical to the Golden Fist, but made of blood. Even though the goblin boss tried to defend himself with a piercing arrow, that arrow couldn't get through the Blood Fist. The goblin was hit hard, broke down into golden energy, and then the system confirmed that he had defeated the level 17 goblin boss. This brought Subaru up another 4 levels. His blood mold was now at level 3, and its duration, which had been 15 seconds, had increased to 20 seconds. Sayaka was extremely impressed that he had managed to win, and Subaru just made a peace sign to her, as if it were nothing. They then completely finished the Karakau Canyon, which had a difficulty of 2 stars. The total clearing time was 16 minutes and 17 seconds, leaving 3 hours for the portal to open again. At this point, Subaru was level 9 with 399 horsepower, 281 mana, 123 strength, 85 defense, 100 dexterity, 84 agility, and 86 luck. When they completed the mission, they had 30 seconds to get out. Outside the gate, that shirtless guy was sneezing, feeling cold, since even his jacket had been stolen. Filled with hatred, he swore he would kill the bastard who had done it. Then he realized that the gate had been cleaned. He wondered how, since it normally takes about 2 hours to complete a 2-star portal, and it had been done in less than 20 minutes. As soon as Sayaka came out of the portal, she asked why they were still waiting there. The guy asked if they had actually managed to complete it. Sayaka said yes, of course. He said he didn't have to lie, but at the same moment, everyone there received a notification from the system confirming that the Karakau Canyon had been cleared. The remaining time in the world was then added to the celestial clock. The system explained that the celestial clock is a huge clock that can be seen from anywhere in the world. When its count reaches 0, the world simply ends. That's the theory everyone believes. The only way to prevent this from happening is to clear the gates, as this adds time to the clock, ensuring that the world continues to exist. That's why players never stop fighting. The guy, all beaten up and shivering from the cold, stood in shock wondering if they had really managed to clear the portal, since the recommended level for 2-star portals is level 10 or higher, and neither of them had reached it yet. Subaru, a little miffed, apologized for taking his jacket, saying that it had ripped and that he intended to compensate for the damage. The guy replied that he didn't need to, that he could keep it. Another commented that guy hadn't been saying until recently that he was going to kill Subaru, and he replied that of course not, that it was just a joke. Then he walked away. The people around bowed to thank them for their work, and soon everyone left. Subaru wondered what it was all about. Sayaka replied that they were scared because of the absurd strength he had shown. Just then, the portal broke completely, and 2 stars fell to the ground. Sayaka commented that this was the time to make money, but Subaru said that they needed to talk about it. Later, he explained that he intended to redeem the stars in her name. As he asked if she was listening, she realized that he was completely focused on sipping his coffee, relieved to finally be back at the cafe. Sayaka then asked what they would do with the money. Subaru replied that, of course, he would share it with her. She then changed the subject and asked if Vanquish was really his real name. From the way he choked on his coffee, she was pretty sure it wasn't. Sayaka said that he was clearly using a fake name because he didn't want anyone to know that he cleared that portal, let alone how strong he is, even though he's only level 1. She also made it clear that she wasn't blaming or accusing him of anything. After fighting alongside him, she realized that he is a good person. After all, he saved her life. She commented that, if possible, it would be great to continue cleaning gates together as friends. She said that he could count on her for anything, but also warned him that she didn't know how reliable reliable she would be, since she's a bit of a klutz. Subaru became thoughtful when he heard the word friends. He had never heard anyone say that to him before. It moved him so much that he became emotional and thanked Sayaka very much. He replied that she had also helped him a lot, so he decided to tell her his real name. He said that his name was Ariaki Subaru and that he was going to tell her everything that had happened to him over the last 2 days. When she finished telling her story, Sayaka was shocked. She realized that the situation was much more problematic than she had imagined, involving gates, persecution, and even a false accusation of murder. Subaru confirmed it, saying that even he was confused, and everything had happened directly to him. Then suddenly, Sayaka realized something and asked if he was Ariaki Taiga's older brother. When he confirmed it, she asked if he had really stolen his golden door. On the spot, Sayaka became indignant, saying that this was completely unforgivable, but Subaru explained that they weren't even blood relatives. Sayaka then said that in that case, he needed to get strong enough to defeat that damn Taiga. Subaru replied that technically his life was literally at stake, so he didn't have much choice but to get stronger. Sayaka then commented that in her family, there are also 3 sisters, all gamblers. The eldest and youngest sister got silver doors, but hers was a bronze door. The team started with the 3 of them, but she ended up being kicked out because she was considered too weak. So her main goal now is to get stronger and prove to her sisters that she can do it. He asked if that didn't sound a bit like what he was going through. Subaru replied that yes, it was very similar indeed. Sayaka then said that this was exactly why they needed to get stronger together. She held out her hand and suggested that this time they would never betray or abandon each other again. She asked him what he thought. Subaru thought it was incredible and shook her hand, sealing the deal between the 2 of them. Sayaka then said that she was really looking forward to working with him, commented that they seemed to be the same age and that they could skip the formalities. She asked him to just call her Sayaka. Subaru accepted and said he would try to get used to it. Meanwhile, at the Players' Federation headquarters, on the upper floor where the conference room was, the hearing against Ariake Taiga was starting, conducted by Hirasaka. He informed them that at the moment Taiga was restricted, so they were the only gold-ranked players allowed to act. One of the players present, dressed as a rascal, commented that it was no problem. After all, there were only 6 people. He also said that he never liked that guy anyway. Another player warned that, apart from the gold rankers, the only ones who could clear 4-star gates were those with a lot of effort, and that the current number of employees was insufficient to deal with the growing number of high-difficulty gates. Hirasaka replied that they had no other choice. They would need to increase the number of jobs per person until Taiga's restriction was lifted. He also said that he would ask the silver-ranked teams to participate in strategies for 5-star gates. Everyone was surprised and asked if he was sure, since he was asking silver players to take on missions of this level. One of them replied that technically it could be possible, as long as it was a team of 10 people, all at least level 30. At the moment, there were exactly 7 5-star gates active in the Tokyo region, which needed to be eliminated urgently. As for the gate located in the city of Meguro, also a 5-star gate, they decided that the responsibility would lie with the Juliet team. This team had an average level of 31 and was led by Hizaki Julieta, who was level 38. They were passing just as Sayaka and Subaru were getting out of the elevator. Subaru almost got in their way and immediately apologized. Hizaki responded by telling him to be more careful next time. Subaru then commented that those guys looked really strong. Sayaka explained that this was Team Juliet, the strongest team in the silver category, and she was curious to guess where they were going in such a hurry. But that didn't matter to them at the moment. Subaru and Sayaka's focus was on rescuing that star and heading straight for the next portal. Sayaka commented that the next portal was 2 stars, so it would be easy. Subaru asked where exactly it was located. She replied that it was in the city of Meguro. At that moment, the 2-star portal was active, with 17 hours left to complete. Inside it, there was a spiral staircase that seemed to descend into the afterlife. Later, inside this portal, Subaru was desperately trying to rescue Sayaka, who was seriously injured and bleeding profusely. He realized that the bleeding wouldn't stop on its own, and full of rage, he put her arm back in place using the power of the blood mold. Determined, he swore that he would not forgive whoever had done this, and that he would kill the bastard right then and there. The system then explained how it all started 2 hours earlier, when they entered the portal called the Soldier Disposal Gate, with a difficulty of 2 stars. Subaru asked if Sayaka Sayaka could know in advance what was inside the portal. She explained that they could enter and exit freely, as long as they didn't lock the portal from the inside. That's why specialized players do this initial scan to bring back information, such as the fact that the portal had a huge spiral staircase. Sayaka commented that that narrow staircase would be perfect for his skill. She then suggested that he lock the portal to start the mission. As soon as he did so, the system confirmed that the door was locked, and Sayaka told him it was time to get cracking. Suddenly, an army of skeletons started coming up the stairs. Subaru wondered if they were coming from downstairs. Then he noticed an extremely intimidating feeling coming from downstairs. It was probably the boss. Sayaka, on the other hand, realized that there were many enemies coming up. The moment a skeleton's blade almost hit Sayaka, Subaru quickly created a shield with the blood mold, defending her. She counterattacked, knocking the skeleton away, but it was too close. Subaru warned that more were coming. Using his blood molds, he managed to block all the skeleton's weapons, creating an opening for Sayaka to destroy them. She got excited and said that it had been very good. However, she realized that the skeletons were level 10 or 11. Subaru then reminded her that, with the portal locked, they couldn't leave until they had eliminated them all. The only option was to finish them off. He agreed that he would take care of the defense, while Sayaka would focus on reducing the number of enemies. Subaru realized that the terrain really was perfect for Sayaka, but he was worried about the absurd amount of enemies. Besides, that sense of danger coming from downstairs was much greater than the one he felt in the fight against the goblin boss earlier. Despite taking down several skeletons, Sayaka was already badly injured. Subaru commented that they had a lot of enemies, and that it was better for them to alternate their attacks, asking her not to exert herself until she was completely exhausted. Sayaka countered, asking if it wasn't the other way around, since when she leveled up, the fatigue went away. Then shortly afterwards, she went up to level 10 and said that the only way was to give it her all until she went up a level again. Subaru agreed that this made sense and decided to use everything he had. He activated Blood Tide, a skill that swept the entire staircase at once, destroying dozens of skeletons at once. Sayaka asked him to wait a bit, worried, but Subaru didn't care about mana at the moment. He hardened the Blood Tide, transforming it into blades that broke all the skeletons along the way. Sayaka commented, impressed, that his skill was as incredible as ever, but Subaru replied that it wouldn't last long. With that, she went on to finish off the remaining ones, breaking the skulls of the skeletons. The massacre was so great that Sayaka quickly rose from level 10 to level 15, but she apologized and told him that the rest was up to him. Subaru then concentrated all his power, squeezed out the blood, crushing the skeletons, and kept using more and more powerful bursts of blood. He also rose from level 9 directly to level 16. Before he knew it, he was feeling much better, stronger, and ready to continue fighting. Sayaka commented that Subaru was even crazier than she thought. Even his enemies were afraid of him. However, one of the skeletons ended up taking advantage of a gap to attack her from behind, but was immediately hit by a blood arrow thrown by Subaru, who warned her not to let her guard down. Despite this, he thought that the way Sayaka had said it, it was true. If they carried on like this, using everything they had and leveling up, they would easily reach the bottom. But he couldn't get rid of that bad feeling. The pressure coming from the lower floor was getting more and more intense. They climbed several levels until they finally reached the end of the staircase. Sayaka was on level 20 and Subaru on level 19. As soon as they stepped down, the system announced that the boss had appeared. It was a giant corpse widow, known as Empress Judith, level 29. She looked extremely scary, and with her first blow, she destroyed everything around her, except for the two of them. When the rubble began to fall on them, Subaru reacted quickly, protecting himself with his blood. It was then that he realized that the blow was actually caused by a huge whip in her hands. He noticed that the open field was completely suitable for that boss. The space favored ranged attacks and unpredictable trajectories. Sayaka commented that the boss seemed extremely incompatible for them to face. Subaru thought the same and was worried, but something caught his attention. That intimidating feeling he had been getting all along didn't seem to be coming from her. For some reason, it didn't make sense. Empress Judith attacked again, swinging her whip in several different directions. Sayaka dodged desperately, while Subaru protected himself with his blood shield. She then asked in despair what the hell they were going to do now. Even though they were trying to get closer, there was no foothold near her. Subaru quickly analyzed and realized that the boss's ability probably consumed mana to extend the whip, but wondered if her mana had the same mass as his blood. It was clear that Sayaka wouldn't be able to use Instant Void, as the difference in level was too great. This made her almost useless in that fight, so he thought that perhaps he should defeat the boss alone, using the blood mold in a defensive and balanced style. But if he did, Sayaka would gain almost no XP after the victory, and he promised that they would grow strong together. He wasn't going to break that promise. He determined to make it work. He called Sayaka over and told her that he was going to block the whip while she beat that wretched skull as hard as she could until she got tired of it. Sayaka, dodging another lash, replied that it was fine. She was up for it. Subaru then activated the blood mold with 100% viscosity, creating several bubbles of blood that floated in the air. Judith realized this was a problem and tried to attack him, but he defended her whip with ease. The viscous blood split on impact and began to stick to her body. Subaru then began to crush her little by little, squeezing and locking her movements. Sayaka, taking advantage of the opportunity, jokingly commented that he was trying to make a bean dumpling with her. She added that if Subaru had a skill like hers, he would be completely invincible. He replied that his skill was only being matched this time by the sheer luck of the type of combat. So Sayaka went for it, punching Judith straight in the face, but she realized that it didn't even cause a scratch. Even so, she didn't give up. She kept hitting her over and over again, without stopping. Subaru reflected that, according to Sayaka herself, in order to gain XP from defeating an enemy, the player had to be responsible for at least 20% of the total damage caused. He realized that, in this world, players who acted as defenders or support had a hard time leveling up. He wondered how these players could get around this limitation. While he was thinking about this, he realized that his blood mold only had 5 more minutes to run. Immediately, he shouted for Sayaka to get out of there. When Sayaka pulled away, the blood that bound Judith finally broke free. And of course, at the first opportunity, she attacked Sayaka, who narrowly managed to dodge. Soon afterwards, that minefield of lashes reappeared, with blows coming from all directions. Sayaka faced Judith firmly, even as she began to be slowly covered in Subaru's blood, which wrapped her in a bubble and carried her away. He asked if she was all right, and Sayaka said yes, she was fine. Subaru then said that the plan would be to do it one more time. Suddenly, Judith, in a hoarse voice full of hatred, called Subaru insolent and asked him where he had gotten that power from. Subaru was surprised, wondering if a creature from the underworld really knew how to speak. She went on to say that it was impossible for that person to lend a power to a mere human. It was then that Subaru, not quite understanding, asked if she was talking about Vanquish. He even tried to be polite, asking that if she could talk, then just wait a little while. But this only made Judith even angrier. She shouted that it was impossible, while her body began to emit an even more intense energy. Subaru noticed that she was awakening more power, and Sayaka recognized it immediately. She explained that her older sister had told her about this kind of ability when a boss uses most of their mana to transform. And indeed, Judith looked like she was about to explode. He immediately detected the activation of the skill. A gigantic laser began to form. Trying to protect himself, Subaru put up a wall of blood, but realized that his mana was evaporating rapidly, as if his own blood was disappearing into thin air. He knew that, like this, his mana wouldn't last long. What's worse, he realized that the lightning bolt wouldn't just hit him, but Sayaka too. With no choice, he concentrated as hard as he could and created a prism of blood, running straight at the front line. He then transformed the prism into a spear, lengthening his shield, and charged forward. With a precise blow, he pierced Empress Judith's neck, taking off her head. Thus, he defeated the boss and rose to level 20. Even with his victory, Subaru was worried. He thought that, even though he had defeated her, he would have liked to talk more, especially about the Vanquish. He wanted to understand if those creatures from the underworld were the same ones that controlled the doors. Sayaka, smiling, praised him, saying that he had done a great job. She admitted that, in the end, she depended on him a lot. She had also leveled up and was now level 21. Subaru replied that yes, he was happy that she had also gained XP because it meant that they were really achieving their goals together. He thought that the next time he encountered a talking boss, he would try to strike up a conversation before simply killing it. It was then that he noticed something strange. He asked Sayaka what was going on, as she seemed worried. Sayaka replied that, even though she had defeated the boss, she hadn't received the notification that the gate had been unlocked. Subaru asked if that meant they couldn't leave. Sayaka replied that this had never happened to her before, until suddenly they saw a door, a rainbow door. Sayaka was surprised and wondered if that was really the door Subaru had seen before. Now she believed it. She said that it was definitely his second test. Subaru wondered if that was normal. Sayaka replied that, technically yes. The conditions changed for each door, but she had heard that players got a new skill every time they completed a door. Subaru reflected, wondering if it had appeared because he was now level 20. Sayaka commented that he had also heard that the most powerful player, Hirasaka Renji, had opened 7 doors. Subaru was completely dumbfounded. He hadn't known that information. Sayaka, very excited, said that they were doing very well. She said that if they kept it up, they could become a very powerful combination. Subaru thought she was right. Now he could fight enemies using only his blood mold, and if he got one more skill, he would be as strong as those legendary players. Sayaka, smiling and full of energy, cheered him on and asked him to enter that rainbow door right away. Subaru replied with a smile and opened the door, but just as he did so, a large beam of energy sliced through his arm and hit Sayaka, who fell to the ground bleeding profusely from the chest. Even with his arm torn off, Subaru tried to go towards her, but couldn't. It was then that he came across a creature that looked like Vanquish, but it wasn't exactly him. The creature complained that it sucked and thought Subaru was alone. Subaru then realized that this was exactly the feeling he felt when the mission began. He realized that this guy wasn't Vanquish and concentrated on trying to keep Sayaka alive, but her bleeding wouldn't stop. The monster said it was his mistake and asked if that girl was really that important to Subaru. He said that it didn't make sense for someone to be friends with an insect that dies with a single attack, so he declared that he had done her a favor by eliminating her and that he would do her another favor by getting rid of Subaru as well. But Subaru, furious, built up an enormous amount of energy and decided that he would kill that bastard. At that moment, he put his arm back in place using his own power and declared that now that monster would die. Without hesitation, he charged at it like a wild creature. The huge monster with the rainbow aura seemed to be enjoying himself. He introduced himself as one of Lord Vanquish's subordinates, revealed that his name was Carrion, the king of the ghouls, and that he would be the one to carry out Subaru's next trial. Subaru accepted the challenge and replied that he would kill him right then and there. The system immediately informed Sayaka that he only had 48 seconds left until his death and asked him if he would like to activate the Blood Usurper skill. When Subaru walked through the door into that empty space, he wondered if Carrion really was Vanquish's subordinate. He tried to communicate with Vanquish, who was inside his mind, and angrily questioned why one of his subordinates had attacked his friend. However, Vanquish simply disappeared from his mind. Carrion then explained that it was pointless trying to talk to him because the Vanquish inside Subaru's head wasn't the original body, it was just a manual. Therefore, he wouldn't answer anything that wasn't related to the tutorial. Soon after, Carrion welcomed Subaru to the world of judgment and explained that the condition for finishing that test was to cause a real wound to his body. He also said that he found Subaru interesting and that if he could do it, he'd just have to try. Without wasting any time, Subaru charged forward with his prismatic blood armor, launching a powerful kick. However, Carrion easily blocked it with his blade. He commented that Subaru was very impatient, asked him to listen just for a second, and explained that if he managed to overcome this ordeal, he would receive one of Lord Vanquish's greatest treasures, the Divine Chisel, which was exactly the weapon he was using. But Subaru replied that there was no problem, he just needed to kill him quickly. He then summoned several paws made of blood to attack Carrion, who was impressed by the technique. Carrion admitted that Subaru was using the power of blood very well, but that in order to hit him, he would need to be much faster. Even though he was impressed by the boy's power, Carrion managed to dodge all the attacks. He remarked that the blood whip Subaru was using seemed to be a copy of the skill of the boss he had defeated not long ago, and indeed it was. The paws coming out of Subaru's back turned into a huge whip. Carrion then confessed that he had been watching Subaru fight alongside Vanquish for a long time and realized that he had an incredible ability to adapt to his enemy's fighting style as if it were his own. Subaru, out of patience, ordered Carrion to stop running away and fight for real, as he didn't have much time. Carrion accepted and, with extreme ease, using his divine chisel, cut through all the webs and paws that Subaru had created, breaking everything into thousands of pieces, as well as ripping off his ear in the process. Carrion explained that this was the power of the divine chisel, a weapon that Vanquish himself had created by putting an essence of technique into it. He said that it was the ultimate bloody sword, capable of destroying even paradise. With the divine chisel, any kind of shield became completely useless. As he spoke, Carrion realized what Subaru was doing. The ground began to shake, so he quickly jumped up to escape an underground attack. Carrion was very surprised to realize that Subaru had hidden the blood whip underground and had even created several thorns to trap it. He admitted that this boy really did have potential and that he was an excellent warrior. Carrion tried to break everything and escape from that prison of thorns. Subaru wondered if he would really be able to get out of there, and yes, Carrion did. He freed himself from the trap, said that Subaru was really good and that he had surprised him, but then landed a single punch that left Subaru seriously injured. He then threw his divine chisel up and gave Subaru another beating. knocking him away. Carrion said that he recognized that Subaru was much stronger, but he also said that he was underestimating him, and that despising him had been a mistake. He said that the trial was no kind of joke, and that if he went in like that, it wouldn't end well for him. Even so, Subaru stood up once again, now surrounded by even more blood. Carrion was at a loss to understand, wondering if he had heard absolutely nothing of what he had just said. But Subaru, determined, thought he wouldn't listen, because Sayaka's life was at stake. He then activated a blood mold, a derivation of his blood armor, and concentrated all his hatred in that armor. He charged at Carrion like a real beast. His blows were extremely powerful, but Carrion still managed to dodge. However, the attack didn't just come from the front, as Subaru used webs and whips coming out of his back, creating enough distractions so that he could find a gap and attack. Subaru thought that this time he wouldn't escape. Meanwhile, Carrion was having a great time. The two began exchanging punches. The blows were fast, brutal, and extremely powerful. Carrion noticed that Subaru's armor was very well made, but he was sure it wouldn't withstand his next attack. Even so, Subaru kept attacking. Carrion then took advantage of a gap and cut his arm in half, but to his surprise, this was part of Subaru's plan. The next second, he reconnected his arm and landed a powerful punch to Carrion's face. The problem is that Subaru's other arm was also cut off, but he simply sewed it back on from a distance, as if it were an arm with a Bluetooth connection, which goes back on its own and hits the enemy in the face. This made Carrion realize that this boy was too strong. As Subaru's body was cut into several pieces, he simply didn't care. He regenerated everything and kept hitting, kicking, and attacking without stopping. Carrion began to think that no matter how many times he cut that guy up, he would always relocate, rebuild himself, and keep fighting. Only that way, Subaru would end up running out of mana and dying. Despite this, Subaru was still standing. Carrion then realized that he was completely insane as a demon. At that moment, he remembered a conversation he'd had with Vanquish himself, when the Lord had asked him if he believed that. Carrion replied that that damn thing had bitten him back, literally. Carrion was surprised and said that it was totally unexpected. Vanquish, for his part, commented that he found that little boy very interesting, and was sure that Carrion would end up liking him too. And indeed, at that moment, Carrion was laughing, recognizing that Subaru was great and that he had started to like him a lot. However, he also made it clear that Subaru needed to inflict more damage if he wanted to pass the trial. Meanwhile, Subaru seemed to be completely out of his mind. He no longer even looked at the world around him. He was only focused on destroying it. He used the blood mold once again, this time creating a blood spear. Subaru, staring at Carrion, declared that it was he who was underestimating him. In the next second, Carrion was violently pierced by the spear, spitting out an absurd amount of blood. Subaru, his gaze full of hatred, said that he had to die soon. Carrion was broken in half, after which Subaru undid his armor and returned to his normal state. Even though he was seriously injured, Carrion laughed and commented that it was simply incredible. He said that instead of just making a wound as was the condition of the trial, Subaru simply went straight for the kill. He asked if by any chance he was trying to jump class, calling him a bastard. Subaru, still overcome with adrenaline, replied that he wanted him to die right away. Carrion looked at him and said that he was very cruel, asking him to calm down. Subaru then explained that if he didn't die, the portal wouldn't disappear, and Sayaka would end up dying. Carrion laughed and told him not to panic, calling him an idiot. He explained that time outside didn't flow into the door. It was as if time stood completely still inside that space. He also asked how Subaru intended to survive, since his body was all patched up, and when his mana ran out, he would simply die. Subaru replied that that was probably the case. He couldn't think of any other way to beat Carrion. Even though it was a trial, Sayaka ended up getting involved, so before he died, he wanted to at least try to save her. Then he commented that, come to think of it, Carrion needed to die, because even though time was standing still, his mana was running out fast. Carrion started laughing, making fun of it, and saying that it was just Sayaka this, Sayaka that, realizing that Subaru was clearly in love. Subaru, a little miffed, denied it and explained that it wasn't that. He said that they had made a promise never to abandon each other, and that she was the first friend he had made in his entire life. These words reminded Carrion of the day he was taken in. At that moment, the vampire swore on his own pride that he would never betray or abandon him. That was the day he met Lord Vanquish, and yes, it was true. He had never been abandoned by his lord. Carrion then apologized to Subaru. As an apology, he decided to give him the divine chisel and his own skill, telling him to treat it as a celebration for having skipped a note. Subaru, surprised, asked why he was giving him all that, if he was going to die. Carrion answered no. He reminded Subaru that that door was inside a portal, so yes, he would receive the rewards for defeating it. Soon, a system message appeared, informing him that Subaru had defeated the level 57 Carrion Ghoul King. This caused him to rise from level 20 directly to 26, regenerating completely, recovering his life and mana. In addition, he obtained the Divine Chisel, the Vibrating Sense active skill, the Cadaverous Fist, and the Cadaverous Fist knowledge passive skill. His blood mold also rose to level 6. Subaru then thought that it made perfect sense after all. He had defeated a creature inside a portal. He confirmed that both he and Vanquish were creatures of the underworld. Carrion replied that yes, they all were. He said that even Vanquish was also a creature of the underworld. But before he could finish his sentence, he interrupted because it was time for Subaru to go home. Before saying goodbye, Carrion advised Subaru that if one of his friends ever died, he could, not that he was saying he should, use the Blood Usurper skill. He went on to say that the last strength Subaru showed was exactly like Lord Vanquish himself, so he gave his "see you later" and disappeared. The mission was finished. The gate was completed, and now they could evacuate. Subaru was carrying Sayaka on his lap, and at that moment, he realized that he didn't care one bit about the system completion messages. All he cared about was saving Sayaka, so much so that he was already calling the emergency services as he watched the gate crumble. However, at that very moment, a new portal appeared, a 5-star portal with only 10 hours to complete. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in Moby Dick's hideout, the Juliet team was being completely decimated. Not even Hizaki Julieta understood what was happening. Everyone was being killed without being able to react. The commander, desperate, asked what they should do for their master because if this continued, they would all die. The problem was that they were up against Moby Dick himself, the Whale of the Skies, a level 59 creature. As he passed, he launched dozens of water needles that pierced and killed everything in their path. Hizaki was desperate to see his subordinates being killed off one by one, and worst of all, that creature wasn't even the boss of the portal. They asked him how they could defeat such a thing since most of the players were already dead. Meanwhile, Hizaki was thinking, looking at the few who were still alive and wondering how many people would have to die before it was over. The commander asked if Hizaki was thinking of abandoning his comrades after all. He was the one who had taken on the mission. But Hizaki, without caring, killed the commander with a sharp blow to the head. In his mind, his own life was much more important than that of his subordinates, whom he considered ugly and useless. Soon the system reported that most of the players had died and that the lock on the gate was temporarily open. Hizaki confirmed that he was the last survivor. As soon as the notification appeared, he complained, asking why the others weren't coming back yet and called everyone idiots. He ordered his subordinates to hold the creature while he ran away. Hizaki simply turned his back and ran. Some who were there wondered if this guy was really their leader. Without much choice, those who remained tried to resist, but were soon killed. Meanwhile, Hizaki managed to get out alive. However, as soon as he escaped, the system warned him that there were now no more survivors inside the gate, so the creature from the underworld would be released. Risak was also hit at that moment, and as he fled, he thought that his subordinates were completely useless. They hadn't even managed to take down a single monster. The system then informed him that the creature from the underworld would target the players who were inside the gate when it failed, meaning that Risak himself would be first on the list. While all this was going on, Sayaka was being helped by an ambulance. They were managing to stabilize her, but suddenly a system notification arrived informing them that the mission to Mob Dick's hideout had failed. The remaining time dropped to 5,837, and the penalty was heavy, deducting 240 days straight from the world clock. Subaru wondered who had abandoned the mission until he suddenly saw Hizaki running desperately for help. Subaru recognized who he was right away. Hizaki showed up soon after, saying he needed a car, and asked if Subaru was a gambler. Before he even heard the answer, he explained that that whale was chasing him, and that he needed to save time by escaping with the ambulance. He asked if the nurse knew how to drive. The nurse confirmed that he did, but explained that he was looking after the patient. Hizaki, totally impatient, called him stupid, and asked if that injured girl was really the patient. The nurse confirmed that it was, and said that if she wasn't taken away immediately, she wouldn't survive. Hizaki, without a shred of empathy, shouted for them to leave the girl and said that his life was much more important. After all, he was a silver-ranked player. He even tried to drag the nurse out of the ambulance, but Subaru intervened on the spot and ordered him to stop immediately. Hizaki, full of rage, asked who that kid thought he was. At that moment, the Players' Federation sent out a general alert to everyone, warning that a creature from the underworld had appeared in Meguro City with a danger level of 5 stars. As a result, everyone immediately began to evacuate not only Meguro Asura, but also the surrounding towns. Without wasting any time, Subaru told the nurses to take Sayaka away and he would take care of the problem. They obeyed on the spot and put her in the ambulance. Hizaki, furious, started shouting, asking what he thought he was doing, and threatened to kill him. Subaru, unflustered, just put his hand on his shoulder, looked at him and said he could try if he wanted to. Soon after, Subaru caught the eye of Hizaki, who was all beaten up and tied to a building, and asked if that whale was after him. Juliet, with difficulty, confirmed that it was, because the creatures of the underworld always target the players who were inside the gate at the moment it failed. Subaru then understood the situation. Meanwhile, Hizaki wondered why that guy was so strong, given that he'd been beaten up by Subaru, who didn't even look tired, and even thought he'd never seen that man before. Subaru realized that this was actually fortunate. As long as Juliet was alive, the creature wouldn't harm anyone else. Besides, he knew he couldn't let that whale go after Sayaka, so he needed to defeat it right there. He then asked what Hizaki's abilities were, and in the meantime, slapped him across the face with a whip. Hizaki, trembling, replied that he could summon water, shoot lasers with water, and that he was also very fast. It was then that the whale created several water bubbles. Hizaki, desperate, warned that it was about to attack. In fact, those bubbles turned into jets of pressurized water. Hizaki thought he was going to die right there, but to his surprise, all the attacks were blocked by a huge red structure. It was a large flower. Hizaki, startled, wondered if it was Subaru's doing, and yes, it was. Subaru had used the blood mold to lift that giant flower, completely blocking the whale's attack and leaving it trapped and motionless in place. That azalea was gigantic. Hizaki could hardly believe his eyes. He was completely shocked to realize that this kid was defending himself against an attack that could easily pass through a silver-class player's shield ability. Staring at the whale, Subaru commented that it was even better that it was floating, so he could fight with all his might. So he activated his blood armor and lunged forward, punching the whale right in the face with his blood fist. But despite the impact, the attack didn't work so well. The whale absorbed the blow, and Subaru was thrown back to the ground. The creature was ready to devour him. Its scream was so loud that it broke all the windows in the city and shook Hizaki himself, who was still hanging on. Subaru began to wonder if his attacks weren't working because of his own level. After all, that creature, apart from being a 5-star, still had a very high level. It was then that he decided to summon his new weapon, the Divine Chisel. But the whale wasn't going to stand still either. From inside its mouth came several missiles with tiny eyes, and it fired them all at once towards Subaru and Hizaki. Subaru, holding the Divine Chisel tightly, understood that this was the creature's trump card, so he concentrated all his power on the chisel and made a cut so fast that it split all the missiles in half at the same moment. The explosions hit the whale itself, causing it to be thrown back a little. Hizaki simply couldn't believe his eyes. Soon after, Subaru received a message from the system explaining that this was the Blood Sword, Divine Chisel, a weapon that consumes the user's mana to launch a slashing attack. The more mana he put in, the more powerful the attack. Subaru then realized that perhaps he had used too much mana because he had no idea how much he would need to defeat that whale. Only, of course, it was far from over. The whale began to create a huge sphere of water around itself, which got bigger and bigger. Subaru realized that he had to stop it, because if that sphere became complete, the disaster would be immense. So he decided to use a third of his mana again, and launched a slash in the form of a blast, straight towards it. As soon as the energy blade touched the creature, it was cut into several pieces and exploded in a shower of blood. Luckily, the large sphere of water she had created didn't cause any disasters. It simply broke up and turned into a light rain that fell across the city, and soon afterwards a rainbow appeared in the sky. No one was hurt. The people there were completely confused, not understanding how anyone had ever managed to defeat a creature from the underworld of that level. Meanwhile, Subaru, completely drenched, commented to himself that he had let his guard down in the end. He had defeated the Sky Whale, a level 59 creature. Hizaki was completely terrified. He saw with his own eyes that creature being defeated with just one blow, and wondered if that kid would be the next gold rank. But Subaru, thinking to himself, knew that wasn't how it worked. You don't level up by defeating a boss outside the gate. Even so, he was relieved to have done little damage to the city. Now his next objective was to get to where Sayaka was, so he prepared his feet with the blood armor and set off at a run. run. Meanwhile, an old man on the street was recording everything with his cell phone and said that the video was sure to go viral. Later, at Shinaga Hospital, the medical staff were in the middle of a very delicate operation, trying to save Sayaka. But when Subaru finally arrived, she was already in the morgue. At that moment, he completely lost it. He felt that it was all his fault. He believed that it was because of the Rainbow trial that she had ended up in this situation, and deep down, it was all Carrion's fault. But when he remembered Carrion himself, he remembered that one day he had said that if any of Subaru's friends died, he should use a skill called Blood Usurper. It was then that Subaru opened his large system and searched for this skill. He discovered that it was a passive skill, whose first active skill was called Blood Usurper, which allows you to resurrect a player who has formed a bond with you, turning that person into your relative. This can only be done within an hour of death. And at that time, there was only one person with whom he could use this skill, Amamiya Sayaka. Subaru wondered what it was about turning someone into a relative. Could he really bring Sayaka back to life? He only had 15 seconds to make that decision, so he didn't even think too long before activating Blood Usurper. Her body was immediately taken over by the ability, and Subaru nervously realized that maybe time wasn't enough. All he could think was that she needed to go back. With only a second to go, apparently it hadn't worked. Subaru despaired, wondering if he had failed. Could it be that he couldn't even use a simple skill? It was at that moment that Sayaka's sisters came running, crying and completely distraught at her death. The two ran straight past Subaru and threw themselves on top of their sister's body. He soon realized that they were the sisters Sayaka had mentioned the other day. Her older sister, crying, said that she had always told her to stop playing. The younger sister begged her to wake up and wanted to know what had happened. Suddenly, the older sister looked at Subaru and asked who he was. At first, he didn't know what to say, but then he remembered the words Sayaka herself had said to him. They were friends, right? So he answered that he was her friend. But at that moment, the older sister didn't think twice and pinned Subaru to the wall, asking if he was the one who had dragged Sayaka into such a dangerous mission. She said that she had always warned that idiot. They said that once they were strong enough, they would protect her. And she wondered why, just then, someone like him had appeared in her life. Just as she was getting ready to hit him with a punch, something unexpected happened. Everyone was paralyzed. That's because Sayaka was getting up. The sisters understood absolutely nothing. Sayaka stood up, but there was something strange. She had the mark of a vampire on her neck. As soon as she stood up, an armor made of blood formed around her body, looking like a mix between a sayata and a shield, but clearly there was something wrong. The sisters asked, frightened, if she was really alive, but without paying much attention, Sayaka looked at her older sister and ordered the filthy woman to take her hands off her master. Without hesitating, she lunged at her own sister, who understood absolutely nothing. It was Subaru himself who parried the blow, wondering if that was really Sayaka. Her strength was absurd, but the next second, Sayaka stopped, obeyed, and immediately bowed to her master, Subaru. The sisters were completely at a loss to understand what was going on, and even Subaru himself had no idea what was going on. He asked her if she wasn't Sayaka, and she said yes. She said that she had been resurrected as his relative through his ability. She explained that she no longer had the memories of her past life, but that she would now obey her master Subaru completely. Subaru despaired, wondering how it could be that she no longer had the memories of her past life. What the hell was he supposed to do now? The younger sister, outraged, asked what he had done to their sister, while the older one shouted that he was a perverted bastard. The two of them immediately declared that they were going to kill him right then and there. Subaru, startled, responded by asking what that was like. Sayaka herself, looking at him, asked if he really was a perverted bastard. Subaru, completely indignant, replied that of course not. Then, without hesitation, Sayaka said that if that was the case, she would kill those rude people for him. She summoned various weapons made of blood and declared that 10 seconds would be more than enough. Subaru, desperate, started shouting, "No, no, 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 calm down, calm down, calm down." Then he apologized to her sisters, used his skills and pinned them to the wall to prevent them from being attacked. He said he would explain everything later and quickly pulled Sayaka out of the hospital by the blood Sayata. As he dragged her along, Subaru thought that damned Carrion had never explained that what he would revive wasn't exactly Sayaka. And Sayaka herself, while being pulled, asked if he didn't want her to kill those two anymore. Subaru thought he had no idea what he was going to do from now on. For now, all he knew was that he needed to ask Sayaka what exactly it meant to be a relative. But as soon as he left for the reception room, he came across the TV on. At that moment, he saw a news item about him. They were showing the footage of when he defeated the whale. In the article, he was called the mysterious player, the savior of Meguro. Subaru wondered if the whole thing was really the result of the whale, and if someone had actually recorded the fight. While he was thinking about this, two players appeared, commenting that Mr. Salvador had become a celebrity very quickly. They also commented that they didn't know Taiga had an older brother. Those two were none other than Shikishima and Udik, both gold rank players. Subaru immediately became suspicious, wondering why two gold players were after him. But he soon realized that it wasn't just that. There was a huge presence coming from behind them. That's when Shikishima said that they had found him at Hirasaka's request. Subaru, startled, wondered if Hirasaka was there too, and then he appeared. Japan's #1 gold rank player, Hirasaka Renji, was standing right in front of him, saying that it was a pleasure to meet him. Hirasaka explained that Subaru was suspected of destroying a commercial facility near the city of Shinagawa, as well as being suspected of murdering a player who was a classmate of his. So he wanted to have a little chat. Subaru was instantly shocked. After all, he was facing the strongest player in Japan and the person he admired the most. And yet, he couldn't believe that he was meeting him under these very circumstances. Hirasaka, noticing his nervousness, told him he didn't have to be like that. His suspicions had been completely cleared up. Later, he was in a limousine with the others, where he told his whole story from the beginning. Hirasaka listened attentively and said that it looked like a rainbow door. He also said that it was the first time he had heard of something like this, and that, so far, Subaru had already overcome 2 trials, and even managed to resurrect a player called Sayaka. Subaru replied that that was all he had to tell. He then asked why he was being cleared so easily. Hirasaka explained that Tokyo had many surveillance cameras scattered around the city. He said that in the first situation, all the destruction around the mall was recorded from start to finish. The cameras clearly showed that he was just a victim, chased by Taiga. Then came the suspicion about Kunasaki's murder. The door that turned Subaru into a player was the same one that split Kunasaki in half, and in that scene, 2 people were present and witnessed everything. Subaru wondered if those 2 had really testified on his behalf. Shikishima explained that yes, he was no longer under suspicion of anything. He also commented that the news itself was helping. At that moment, the newspaper was showing information about the mysterious player who had defeated a 5-star creature without causing any casualties. It was clear that a huge number of videos were being shared on the networks, making Subaru a real hero. Subaru, surprised, asked if it was serious, and Shikishima said yes. He also said that after hearing the whole story, the mystery about Taiga had finally been solved. He explained that the fact that he only had the golden arm skill made perfect sense. For a player who has stolen a door from someone else, no matter how much they level up, the second door will never appear. That's how they discovered that Taiga was trying to fool everyone. Shikishima said that the reason Taiga probably kept Subaru around was because he hoped that if the second door appeared on him, he might try to steal it again. That's why he treated Subaru like a little pet insect, always around but just waiting for the right opportunity. Hirasaka then told them that now was the time to check all the answers they needed. Later, they were in the basement of the headquarters, on the 6th floor, inside the special anti-player prison. And there was Taiga, locked up, obviously completely furious. Hirasaka informed him that he was now in the custody of the Golden Chains, and Shikishima warned that fake bastard that Subaru had already told them everything. He made it clear that they would continue investigating on the basis of Subaru's testimony, and that he should prepare himself, because this was far from over. Taiga asked how Subaru had the courage and said he was going to kill him. He called him a bastard and said that all the doors should be his. He couldn't understand how someone like Subaru could accept that situation. That creature, that disgusting thing, had almost killed him right there in front of everyone. But Subaru himself had stopped it. Even so, Subaru found it very strange because, despite being in front of Taiga, who had always been so scary and unpleasant for him, he was feeling calm. Taiga told him to stop looking like that, but Subaru just said he'd leave the rest to them and thank them for everything. Taiga yelled at him to go back, calling him a bastard, while Udguntu asked if it was okay to let him leave like that. Hirasaka replied that yes, it was fine. In fact, he was planning to give Subaru some privileges, but for now he would leave it at that. Hirasaka thought he needed Subaru to get even stronger, especially since a 6-star gate had appeared. Later, Subaru was at the reception desk exchanging his stars. The receptionist informed him that he would receive 300,000 just for the 2 stars, but in addition, he would earn another 20 million for defeating the creature from the underworld. He was completely shocked not believing what he was hearing. The woman explained that, as well as the money, he would now have Federation privileges. With a special card, he could use various facilities for free, such as hotels, convenience stores, and even the Federation's own headquarters. Subaru was so terrified that he didn't know how to react. He looked around and realized that several people were looking at him as if he were a real idol. Even the receptionist was clearly proud of him. People were commenting on how amazing and cool he was. Subaru wondered if he was really that popular, and the receptionist confirmed it, saying that she had told everyone all about his achievements. She said that he was stronger than ever and that from now on he could get everything he wanted: power, money, and fame. She asked what he intended to do with it all, but Subaru honestly had no idea. Meanwhile, on the 6th floor underground, Taiga was completely out of his mind, screaming and destroying everything in sight. Suddenly, someone appeared and put even more golden chains around his body. It was Kinokawa Sakura, a gold-ranked player who, by choice, was acting as a receptionist. Taiga, of course, was furious, but she tightened the chains even more, suffocating him without any difficulty. Taiga wondered if the Subaru had really gotten that strong. He thought that Subaru had already passed through 2 doors, and now maybe he didn't even care about him anymore. He felt that he was being completely despised, and that filled him with hatred. He thought that this world hadn't chosen him again, and, outraged, he shouted that he didn't need a world like this. Then something completely strange happened. Inside his cell, a black door with a very strange seal appeared. Not even Kinokawa herself knew what it was. The door began to speak, saying that everything was very frustrating, that it was full of envy. Even Taiga himself couldn't understand what was going on. The black door continued, saying that since that world didn't choose him, then he could choose himself. Soon, a monstrous hand appeared from inside the door, claiming that for this reason they could kill everyone together, right down to the last one. Suddenly, several hands began to emerge from the door and pulled Taiga inside. Kinokawa tried to stop them using her gold chains, but the black door simply broke them all as if they were nothing. The strength of that thing was absurd. The door trapped Taiga along with it, and at that moment, Kinokawa's limbs began to disintegrate one by one until they disappeared completely. She was horrified, and Taiga, completely desperate, wondered what kind of curse or power it was. The black door said it had power to offer Taiga. It said that together they could end this world. Meanwhile, later, Sayaka was talking to Subaru and asked if anything had happened since he was lying on the floor like that. Subaru was deep in thought, reflecting on power, money, and fame, and wondering what he really wanted to do from now on. He commented that he found it strange to keep calling her Sayaka, since she was no longer the same person. Sayaka replied that he could call her Sayata. Subaru agreed, but asked if there was a way for the original Sayaka to come back. Sayata explained that that body belonged to someone who had died because of it, and that she wasn't really the same Sayaka. Sayata then asked to see the window of the Blood Usurper skill. Subaru was surprised, asked if she could really see his status window, and she confirmed it. She said that their souls were interconnected, so she had access to everything. As he analyzed it, Sayata commented that at level 35 there was another skill that could perhaps solve that problem, and that he could unlock it when the 3rd door appeared. If there was a way to bring Sayaka back, she would probably be behind one of those doors. Subaru thought it would be a good idea to try and meet up with Vanquish himself, who was the one who had given him this ability. He thanked Sayata and realized that all he needed now was to focus on leveling up. He put his costume back on and decided that they were going to enter a gate. He thought he needed to find Vanquish as soon as possible. At that moment, a resident was thanking him very much for his help. He said that a gate had suddenly appeared at the entrance to his business, which had destroyed everything. He could hardly believe that a savior like Subaru had appeared there. Subaru replied that he would do his best and asked if Sayata would go with him. She confirmed it, saying that she was now a relative of his and would serve him as long as she lived. Subaru could also see her status window. Sayata was currently a level 21 kindred vampire with 1,175 HP, 331 strength, 231 defense, 273 agility, and 231 dexterity, but 0 luck. Despite having the Blood Mold level 3 skill, she had no mana of her own. Sayata explained that a relative depends on their master's mana, so whenever she used a skill, it would consume his mana and not hers. Even so, Subaru thought she was very strong, probably twice as powerful as Taiga now, and he himself was about 20 times stronger than the original Sayaka. Without wasting any more time, they set off into the portal, called Children's Limbo, 1 river down, with 3-star difficulty. Inside the portal, there were countless demons. When the two of them fell inside, Sayata asked if she could borrow his mana. Subaru agreed, said she could do whatever she wanted, and that in fact he wanted to see her strength in action. Sayata then summoned a circle of blood and declared that all those who stood in her master's way must die. The circle of blood worked like a saw, advancing and cutting through everything in its path. Subaru found it extremely useful, but Sayata explained that it was ineffective against high-level opponents. Even so, Subaru said he would try to use it at the next opportunity. Soon the head of the portal appeared. Subaru, while summoning his divine chisel, said that he would face this one himself, and after a few seconds of battle, they were already out of the portal. The store owner was completely impressed by the speed with which they had solved the problem. Subaru went up to level 28 and thought that 3-star portals were no longer a problem for him. He believed that he could even start facing 4-star portals. However, someone was watching. It was Shikishima, who was surprised and asked if he had really cleared a 3-star portal in just 10 minutes, finding it very impressive. Subaru then asked what he was doing there. Shikishima replied, asking if he hadn't seen the notification. He reported that Taiga had escaped. Until that moment, no one had made this public because the incident had happened the night before. What's worse, one of the gold-ranked players had been crushed by Taiga. Subaru asked who the victim had been, and Shikishima replied that it was the anonymous rank 4 player, the one who controlled the chains. Shikishima explained that Subaru probably didn't know her by her real name, but he certainly knew who she was. It was the pink-haired girl who always stayed at the front desk. At that moment, Subaru was completely terrified. Shikishima went on to say that, for the time being, she was only unconscious. The surveillance cameras had been destroyed along with all the data about what had happened, so there was no evidence of what had happened. Faced with the danger this posed, the gold-ranked players decided to start working in pairs to clear the gates. Subaru asked if he was included in this, and Shikishima confirmed it, saying that of course he was. After all, Subaru's rainbow gate was much stronger than a golden gate. Shikishima explained that Subaru could choose whichever gate they entered now, because they would be together for a long time, and he made it clear that he didn't want to be disappointed, as he was the one who had offered to team up with Subaru. He said he was sure of one thing: Taiga would go after him. Later they were inside the Hangman's Cave, a 4-star portal. Subaru was reflecting on Shikishima, who was a gold-ranked player with a skill so strong that it was second only to Hirasaka Renge. Shikishima commented that with every star a portal rises, the enemies become 10 times stronger. But even so, he was sure it would be a very easy victory. The 4-star Hangman's Cave had a remaining time of 872 hours. Subaru thought that, actually, it looked like Shikishima didn't even need his help. But Sayata disagreed, saying that of course he did. Subaru noted that Shikishima's ability, called Golden Ostentation, was theoretically supposed to be used to shoot invisible bullets with his fingers. But what he was witnessing was literally a meteor shower falling on his enemies. The creatures were completely decimated. They couldn't even stand for more than a few seconds before dying. Subaru realized that the monsters in that portal weren't exactly weak, but they were still being defeated without any difficulty. Shikishima commented that those notifications of defeated monsters were very annoying. He explained that gold-ranked players had a very strict rule. Outside the portals, in the real world, it was strictly forbidden to use their abilities, except the first one, and that was exactly why he had always hidden his powers. He said that if he used it in the real world, it would cause absurd destruction. They followed the path until all that remained was to face the boss. It was explained that after Japan's best players found out who owned the gates, they were given the title of the 7 Horsemen. The one who empowered Shikishima was the Dragon Incarnation, one of the 7 Horsemen. Shikishima warned Subaru to prepare for the next portal because he intended to make at least 3 by the end of that day. And with a single attack, he completely pierced the boss, the Sawyer Executioner, defeating him as if he were nothing. The total completion time was 52 minutes, and after that, there were still 871 hours left to go to the Celestial Clock. Shikishima commented that 52 minutes was a bit much. Subaru was surprised. He thought they had defeated the 4-star boss too quickly, but he realized that gold-ranked players were really on another level, completely different from his. Shikishima even apologized for killing most of the monsters this time, and assured him that next time it would be Subaru who did it. Subaru replied that it was fine, and promised to do his best. Later they went to the glass waterfall gate, also 4 stars, which had a remaining time of 911 hours. They were already in the boss area when Shikishima explained that this was special terrain, called Stage X. He said that low-ranking players couldn't even move in this type of terrain, and warned him to be very careful, because these terrains only appeared when the boss appeared. Suddenly, a giant cat jumped right in front of them. It was a huge glass cat cat, which tried to crush Subaru with one paw. Sayada was extremely worried, but Subaru, using the slashes of his divine chisel, managed to free himself and broke the cat's paw in half. The glass spirit was level 42, and that seemed to be just the beginning of the fight. Shikishima commented that that was the sword he had seen in the video, and asked if it could really cut a 4-star boss. He thought that was incredible. Meanwhile, Subaru realized that that boss was much stronger than Carrion and thought he would be in danger if it weren't for the divine chisel. But the problem was that this skill consumed too much mana. The moment he tried to strike again, the glass spirit simply regenerated. Soon after, it landed another blow on Subaru's head, which he narrowly managed to dodge. He realized that the divine chisel was no longer very useful in this situation. It used a lot of mana and wasn't being very effective against that boss. Sayada offered to help her master, but Shikishima refused. He said not yet, because now the fight was starting to get interesting. Sayada asked if he intended to abandon Subaru, and Shikishima said no. If he started to lose, he would intervene. If he really started to lose, then he would intervene. He thought he had been very lucky to find an X-type boss right at the start. Even if the rainbow door was stronger than the golden one, that was no use if the player had no combat experience. Shikishima wanted to see how far Subaru's true potential went. Subaru realized that that glass terrain was extremely incompatible with his fighting style based on manipulating blood. The ropes had nowhere to attach, the blood mist offered no advantage, and the traps wouldn't work against an enemy as big as that glass cat. He tried to blind the spirit, but it didn't have much effect. Even so, the glass spirit managed to hit him with another paw and threw Subaru against the shards of glass. Shikishima looked on and commented that it didn't look good. He thought that the boy was still very inexperienced and that this was normal. After all, that was what always happened when someone faced rare and irregular bosses for the first time. He admitted to himself that perhaps he had placed too many expectations on Subaru, but Sayada disagreed. She asked him not to underestimate Subaru and asked if he had understood yet. He said that Subaru had already found a way to counterattack. It was then that Subaru used an unexpected strategy. He attached a thread to his own glass spirit, using it to propel himself and dodge attacks. He thought that if he couldn't use the ground, he would have to attack directly. He then created a rubber rope made of blood. He realized that this glass spirit had no joints or senses. It was like a giant slime in the shape of a cat. He knew that cuts, even with the divine chisel, wouldn't be enough. He then thought of another way, and remembered the skill he had copied from Carrion, the cadaverous fist, a martial arts technique created by Kingo Carrion, capable of destroying the target from the inside out. Subaru understood that if he transmitted shockwaves into the enemy, he could cause serious damage. He used the blood mold to advance at high speed and, combined with the cadaverous fist, created such an impact that the glass spirit simply imploded and then exploded into pieces. However, even after breaking into pieces, the glass spirit fell to the ground and regenerated completely. But Subaru didn't stop. He pulled the glass cat by the neck and landed another punch on its face. He thought that if this fight was about regeneration, then he was more than used to it. After all, he had experienced it many times with his own body. He told himself that the glass spirit was using mana to regenerate and that all he needed to do was destroy it until all that mana ran out. Shikishima was surprised. He wondered if Subaru had really managed to analyze and understand his enemy's abilities in such a short time. And more than that, he realized that he was combining two different skills perfectly. He already knew that Subaru could manipulate blood, but this went far beyond what he had expected. He admitted that his fighting style was completely out of the ordinary, but he also thought he was a bit crazy. Sayada was clearly proud. After a few more punches and kicks, the glass spirit was desperately trying to rebuild itself, but it was already broken and almost powerless. Shikishima commented that by now, both Subaru and the boss were very tired. Sayada, worried, urged Subaru to hang in there. He really was sweating a lot and completely out of breath, but looking at the state of the glass spirit, it was obvious that the monster was in an even worse situation, practically destroyed. Shikishima, laughing, made fun of the situation and told Sayada. He said that if Mr. Subaru managed to defeat that kitten, he would buy him some sushi himself. Sayada asked him if he thought he'd be bought for food that easily. But as it turned out, it worked, because Subaru became much more motivated and used the Dead Man Springer again. So they managed to complete it in 48 minutes, and the remaining time was 910 hours, which were added to the celestial clock. Subaru rose to level 31. Later, they were in a sushi restaurant. Shikishima asked how long he was going to wait, that he should eat soon, but Subaru was just admiring the food. He said he wanted to enjoy it a little longer, because it was the first time in his life he had seen sushi, and he was very happy. Sayata even got emotional, saying that he must have had a very difficult life. Shikishima didn't understand, and commented that he didn't know what she was doing on the floor, since it was a high-class bar. Meanwhile, Subaru thought that who would have thought that he could gain his own glass spirit by defeating him. This spirit was a mystical beast that, even if destroyed, could regenerate itself by consuming its master's mana. Shikishima explained that after defeating an ex-boss, you always get a special item. Hirasaka had the pure blood earrings, which increased his maximum mana by 50%. Taiga had a demon panther coat, which reduced the physical damage he took by 50%. Shikishima then asked if Subaru's red sword was also such an item. And just then, Subaru realized that he had never stopped to think about it. While thinking about what that glass spirit could be useful for, Shikishima commented that being able to use a creature from the abyss was something extremely rare. He even suggested that Subaru should give it a name, which made even the spirit a little scared. Subaru then decided that his name would be Sushi. From that moment on, he was no longer a glass spirit, but Glass Sushi, who was clearly saddened by this. Shikishima asked them to hurry, pointing out that sushi tastes better when it's eaten fresh. But suddenly everything started to shake. Shikishima asked what was going on, and that's when they realized that a demon griffin had escaped from a portal. Shikishima told everyone to hurry up with the food because the situation was about to get serious. At that moment, the griffin was carrying someone and leading them straight to their death, but of course the players were there to rescue them. Sayata attacked with her circle of blood, Shikishima used his golden temptation, and Subaru, as always, did what he does best: impress. He kicked so hard that he pierced the griffin's head. The victim, who was plummeting from the sky, was saved when she fell onto a little blood mattress created by Sayata and was then thrown straight into Subaru's lap. She turned bright red and he asked her if she was hurt. She said no, she was fine. At that moment, it was Sawatari, the bully who used to mess with Subaru, who was coming to rescue this person called Kana. Subaru realized that Kana was his sister. Kana asked if her brother knew that boy, and Shikishima, watching everything, commented that look who was there, the guy from the last interrogation. Shikishima then thought that Sawatari was one of the boys who bullied Subaru. He even asked if Sawatari wouldn't thank him, but Sawatari, full of pride, replied that he saw no reason to do that, especially to an insect. To Subaru. Kana, on the other hand, smiled big and thanked him from the bottom of her heart. Subaru replied that it was no big deal, but Sawatari told his sister that she didn't need to thank that guy. Kana asked what was wrong, and Sawatari said that lately he'd been in a good mood, calling Subaru a little bug, and asked if he wanted to get back at them now. But Subaru was calm, and Sawatari said that if he had chosen a stronger door, they might not even be in this situation. Only Subaru replied that he had heard that Sawatari himself had testified in his favor at the time, so he just thanked him and left. Shikishima thought it was pointless. After all, they were on completely different levels. Subaru commented that he just wanted to go back and finish his sushi, and Shikishima asked if Sayata didn't want to as well. She replied that her body didn't need to eat or drink. At this point, Kana asked what was happening to her brother, while Sawatari just thought it was really pathetic. When they returned, they found that the sushi restaurant was closed because of the incident with the creature from the underworld. Shikishima said it was fine, that he would bring Subaru back another day. Only Subaru was very, very sad. Meanwhile, Sawatari was deleting the videos he had recorded of Subaru being humiliated. He wondered why he was doing it, but deep down he knew it was for the best. He told himself that it would be bad if Subaru came back for revenge one day, but in reality, it wasn't even about that. Suddenly, they noticed something strange happening outside. Later that morning, Shikishima called Subaru, asking if he was still at the hotel because Taiga had shown up at his school. He said they needed to get there as soon as possible. At that very moment, while Sawatari was talking to his little sister Kana, he was interrupted by a frightening scene. Taiga was completely corrupted by the black door. Everywhere he went, new black doors appeared, and this was spreading throughout the school and the boarding houses. The school then made an announcement to all the players inside. Taiga explained that the door would grant a new power strong enough to compete with gold-ranked players, and of course everyone was very interested. He said that all you had to do was enter the door to receive this new power and join it. Soon after, Shikishima commented that he had received a notice from the school, which had arrived just 3 minutes ago, along with a photo. He even joked that Taiga's hairstyle was the same as his. Subaru, looking at it, asked what the black door was that appeared in the background of the picture. Shikishima replied that he didn't know, but his senses told him that it definitely wasn't a good thing, so they needed to get there as soon as possible. One of the players even asked if, after entering that door, they would end up becoming Taiga's henchmen. Just then, Taiga himself appeared and asked why they were hesitating so long to enter. He looked at his his two former friends and asked how they were, said that it was only their own fault that they were failures, and asked if they had ever stopped to think why, even though they had passed the same tests as the others, they had never been chosen. Why did another gold-ranked player pass and they didn't? Taiga said it was time to show the chosen ones who they really were. Meanwhile, Sawatari remembered his past, when Kana, still a little girl, had asked him if Dad and Mom had left because she was a bad girl and if they didn't want them anymore. Sawatari at the time replied that of course not, that she wasn't a bad girl, and that it was okay because he was there with her. He asked her not to cry, only in order to get food for her, he would get kicked in the alley, do anything, just to be able to feed his sister. But there came a point when even he was getting hungry, and he saw the other children getting everything, while they were despised by everyone. Sawatari wondered what would happen to Kana if he ever died, and he also wondered why all this was happening to them. It was at that moment that the bronze door appeared in front of him. He then looked at Taiga and asked if he was also one of the chosen ones, why he was doing that. Taiga replied that he wasn't, actually. He revealed that he had stolen the door from Subaru, who was the real chosen one. From what they say, the doors choose people with strong, bright souls. But Taiga claimed that his soul wasn't inferior to Subaru's, and he still got a rainbow door. Taiga said that damned Subaru was obliged to stay below him for the rest of his life. He said that was why he was going to turn the world upside down using the black door, which, according to him, was the one that had chosen him. Then he asked if Sawatari didn't also want to take revenge on Subaru, and told him to join him and destroy that bastard once and for all. Sawatari thought that if he refused, he would surely die, but he also thought that he couldn't die that day. Only before entering the black door, he saw Kana's message again, and remembered when he got his own door. At the time, he had gotten the door so that he could feed Kana, but after that, he ended up becoming a different person. When Taiga showed up corrupted at school, he was terrified. Sawatari recalled that, at the time, he had heard that Taiga's older brother was in the same room as them, and that he was just an ordinary person. In fact, that brother was Subaru himself. Sawatari realized at that moment that he was lying to his sister. He had never really been a good person. Because of his own weakness, he had done bad things to weaker people, and he thought it was really pathetic, especially when he looked at Kana, who was such a good girl. Sawatari then asked if Itoshima could make a rib for Kana that night, and Itoshima said, sure, why not? Sawatari asked him to tell Subaru that he was sorry for everything he had done in the past. He then summoned his power and launched a direct attack on Taiga. He said that he would buy Itoshima some time, and began to run away using his dark web. Taiga, annoyed, said that he wanted to hear his explanation for doing that first. Sawatari replied that it was because Subaru had saved his sister's life. Taiga then asked if he owed Subaru one. Sawatari explained that instead of cursing or humiliating him for everything he had done, Subaru had simply thanked him. He said he hated the fact that he had been so pathetic. And once again, he wondered what would happen to Kana if he died. At that moment, he realized that for him, it no longer mattered what bad things happened in the world, because counting on Subaru, he knew that everything would be alright. Taiga didn't quite understand what he meant, and asked if he was trying to befriend the very guy he used to humiliate, calling it a disgrace. Sawatari replied that he didn't care if it was shameful or not. He was sure that Subaru had such a big heart that he wouldn't care. And then, glaring at Taiga, he said that he was the pathetic one. The next second, Sawatari's head was already being crushed by Taiga's hands, which held it tightly. Sawatari, about to die, only thought he was happy. After all, he had managed to see his little sister smile. Just then, Subaru arrived, smashing everything in his path. They were finally facing each other again. Subaru, seeing Sawatari's body, remembered Kana's smile and became even angrier. He simply threw a punch so hard that it knocked Taiga off the building. Taiga, crestfallen, commented that revenge had come faster than he had expected. Subaru angrily asked why he had done it. He thought that, although he didn't like Sawatari, it didn't matter what kind of person he was, because what mattered was that he had someone important in his life. Subaru then asked why he killed him. Taiga mockingly replied that he wanted Subaru to show all the power he had, because now he was much stronger and would destroy him. They clashed fist against fist, only for Subaru's blood fist to be deconstructed on the spot. When they both fell, Subaru wondered what that was all about. His ability had been destroyed with brute force alone. Taiga was also feeling something strange in his arm, and commented that it might be a little early to use that power, but that it was more than enough to kill him. Just then, suddenly a shot rang out very close to him. Shikishima appeared, telling him to try if he could beat them all together. At that moment, Shikishima, Hirasaka, and Yudu were gathered together. Taiga even commented that it was the first time he'd been surrounded by them, and was surprised to see that the three of them were much angrier than before. He even teased them, asking if it wasn't funny when he split that shitty little woman in half. Immediately, everyone was completely furious. In the next second, Taiga's arm had already been ripped off by Hirasaka's golden sword. Even though he was bleeding profusely, profusely and in pain, he was still laughing in their faces. Taiga said that this was the first time he had seen a negative expression on the face of the famous Hirasaka Renji, and asked if this was frustrating for him. Hirasaka answered yes, that it seemed he was really nervous now, to the point of even surprising himself at how nervous he was. Subaru, watching, thought it was so fast that he couldn't even see their movements. It was like a flash of light. So that was the real skill of the number one in the gold rankings. Hirasaka asked if Subaru was okay, and he said yes, but Taiga interrupted by saying that he was the opponent. At the same moment, a huge mutant arm replaced the one he had lost, and Taiga told everyone to pay attention to it. That monstrous hand managed to do the unthinkable. It destroyed Hirasaka's golden sword. Subaru realized that this was exactly what had happened to him too. Udo then activated his second ability, the Golden Wall, to completely surround Taiga, while Hirasaka tried to get his attention. Udo said he was already prepared to receive his punishment, and then it was explained that gold-ranked players can't use any skills other than the first one, just as Shikishima had said before. But Udo himself admitted that he had no idea what kind of power it was that destroyed Hirasaka's sword. Shikishima, realizing the danger, ordered everyone to get away from Taiga immediately. Sayata said she would help, so they started machine gunning Taiga non-stop, but all the bullets simply disappeared, completely destroyed. Not a single shot touched him. Taiga broke Udo's golden wall with ease and asked if they were surprised. Udo was shocked because that wall, even 5-star bosses couldn't destroy easily. He realized that it was probably this power that had defeated Kinokawa. Worried, Udo asked if Hirasaka was all right. Hirasaka thought that was extremely problematic. It didn't seem to be a type of attack or defense. Shikishima realized that there was a very clear special effect in that ability. If they didn't find out exactly how it worked, the situation would become much more complicated. Udo asked for permission to use his other abilities, realizing that the situation would only get worse the way it was. But Hirasaka said that if he did that, many civilians would be caught up in the fight, and that was exactly what Taiga wanted to happen. Shikishima also realized that if the fight went on like this, he would have to break the rules himself. But for now, they couldn't do anything without knowing the special effects of Taiga's ability. The bullets disappeared as if they had been burned, and Sayata and Udo's abilities were destroyed as if they were nothing at all. According to the doctor who examined Kinokawa, her hands and feet were destroyed and turned to ash at the same moment. This made Shikishima understand exactly what Taiga's ability was. Taiga, laughing, declared that he was going to stamp his name on the world as the most terrible person who ever lived. He said that first, he was going to display their bodies for everyone to see, but no one would be able to recognize them after the damage they would do. But before he could do anything, Subaru appeared to attack him directly. Shikishima yelled at him not to do anything stupid, because Taiga's ability was related to time. He explained that anything that entered that mist moved forward in time instantly, and told Subaru not to enter it. But Taiga thought that was exactly what he wanted. He believed that Subaru would die like the miserable insect he had always been, and that he needed to prepare to die at that very moment. So he activated his ultimate skill, the Triumph of Death. Shikishima thought Subaru was lost, but in the next instant, Taiga was punched so hard in the middle of the face that his head was simply crushed in one piece. Subaru was completely covered in a layer of blood. Sayata, surprised, commented that her lord was as incredible as ever. She explained that blood mold is a skill that converts mana into blood, allowing Subaru to manipulate it freely. He was constantly spreading this blood all over his body, which allowed him to pass through the mist of Taiga's ability without being affected. Taiga, surprised, asked how he had done it, and Subaru, staring at him, asked if he was afraid. He apologized, saying that the time when he was afraid of Taiga was over. And, as he wanted, now Subaru would show all his power. He then activated his supreme ability, the Prismatic Blood Armor, an evolution of the Blood Mold, version 2. Taiga, not understanding, asked what the fuck he was talking about and who he thought it was to talk to him like that. At that moment, several black doors appeared, surrounding them all, the same black door that had corrupted Taiga's own powers. Udo commented that the smoke coming from the doors was something that resisted anything it touched, and Hirasaka said it was the first time he had seen a skill capable of summoning a door like that. Taiga laughed and said that if Subaru thought he would be useful just because he could protect himself from the smoke, he was wrong. He said that first he would turn all his little friends into dust. Subaru looked at Sayata and remembered what had happened to her. He thought he wouldn't let it happen again. Hirasaka realized that there wasn't much he could do at the moment, so he told Shikishima and Udo that they had permission to use their other abilities. And that's how the festival began. Not by their powers, but by Subaru's power. Then he wondered if Taiga really dared to touch his friends right in front of him. Deep in his his heart the hatred was burning again, so he activated his conditional skill called Those Who Hate Glory, one of the 3 high-level skills Vanquish had given him. This skill increases the effect of all the others by 30% while he remains in a state of hatred. In the first fight against Taiga, the difference in status between them was huge, but now Subaru was much stronger. Without wasting any time, he went for it. Taiga tried to hit him, but Subaru dodged as if it were nothing. Even as he tried to block the next blow, Taiga realized that it was an extremely heavy kick, so strong that it broke his arm and he soon lost his guard. Taiga became desperate, wondering if he couldn't even defend himself against it. Subaru then took advantage of the opening, pulled him close, and while Taiga thought he was one step ahead, Subaru had already prepared several blows in his direction. The first was a punch right in the middle of the face, followed by a thorn that launched Taiga into the air. Subaru thought he was using his abilities to improve and strengthen his nervous system, which made his tentacles move much more naturally, even more than when he moved his own fingers. With that, his whip of tentacles was completely destroying Taiga, and he knew that when someone was caught by it, there was simply no escape. Taiga fell face down on the ground, completely defeated. At that moment, the Black Door said that this was very bad. Hirasaka wondered if that voice was coming from the door, and she answered yes, explaining that the owner of the Blood Mold door was neither Carrion nor Judith, but Vanquish. She also said that Taiga had no chance of winning. Shikishima asked Subaru to stop because they still needed to ask Taiga some questions, and then Subaru did stop. Subaru agreed, saying that he was right, but asked what they would do with the smoke. Shikishima then asked if Sayata could make the same mist that Subaru had created earlier. She agreed, and activated her blood mold called Mist. Right away, everyone realized that the strong smell was iron, or blood, but only Shikishima had the courage to say it out loud. Sayata told him to shut up. She also noticed that the mist and smoke were starting to disappear, and Shikishima explained that this was because the activation condition was contact, basically a chemical reaction that disappeared when it reacted to new particles. He asked the man with the black door if that was right. At that moment, the black door opened and they could only see a huge eye and hear a voice, which said that these people were very skilled. In such a short time, they had already realized how their skills worked. Shikishima replied that it was really just a hunch and asked why he was there. The man with the black door replied that it was quite simple. He wanted to destroy that clock. Subaru was terrified. Shikishima asked why he wanted to do that, but the man with the black door said that, of course, he wouldn't tell. Even so, he commented that they were very clever and that he wanted Taiga to be as clever as them. Shikishima then asked if he could at least tell him something, and that's when the gentleman at the black door told him about a prophecy. According to him, Hirasaka, Hyusei, and Shikishima Ryu, these 3 would be defeated by Taiga in the very near future. Shikishima replied that they shouldn't underestimate them, while Subaru said that this prophecy was wrong. The Lord of the Black Door asked why he thought that, and Subaru replied that he would never allow that to happen. The Lord of the Black Door then said that he was really interesting, the incarnation of Vanquish. Subaru asked him to say his name, and he introduced himself as Kokugaiji, the Black Embryo King. Meanwhile, the students watching from above commented that Taiga lost too easily, and were outraged, saying that it was a lie when he said he was able to compete with gold-ranked players. One of the students asked what they would do now. Kokugaiji replied that he would think about it for a while. Soon after, he declared that he wanted to change this world, and for that reason, decided to destroy the current world, including all living things in it. But of course, Subaru wouldn't let that happen. Only when he tried to attack him, the door disappeared, reappeared somewhere else, and pulled out Taiga's body. Even so, everyone attacked Taiga's body at the same time, but Kokugaiji just waved goodbye. Sayata commented that she could hardly believe that 3 gold-ranked players had let him escape. Shikishima retorted, asking who she thought she was to say that, since he himself couldn't because of the restriction. He then explained that 2 enemies had appeared at the top of the grid while they were battling. These 2, of course, are also the owners of Black Doors. Even Sayata hadn't realized that. Shikishima said he felt a much greater power, infinitely greater than that of Taiga. Even Sushi got in Sayata's face, and Shikishima thought that the enemies were much more prepared than they had imagined. In the Kingdom of the Black Embryo, Kokugaiji commented that Taiga was so defenseless against all of them. He called Taiga ugly, weak, stupid, and useless. He said that Taiga must know exactly what he's thinking right now. that if he were stronger, smarter, and prettier, things would be different. Then Kokugaije said that it was okay. He would remake him in the way he most wanted, because nothing in this world can be achieved by just being yourself. He then said that he was very happy to welcome all his new allies. The first girl who appeared declared that if one day she became stronger than the leader, she would betray him without any problem. Another boy commented that he didn't care who he allied with, he just wanted to get stronger. Then suddenly, a man in sunglasses walked past Keio, and Kokugaije said he was only there because he saw him. Kokugaije found this incredible, and said that everyone was very welcome. They were going to kill everyone in that world. Sometime later, Sawatari's funeral took place. Everyone who had been present at the incident was there, including Itoshima and Kana. Kana was completely distraught. Even after everyone had left, she decided to stay there alone. Itoshima told Subaru that Sawatari apologized in his final moments. He said that, in the end, he was just a lost boy, just like them. Despite everything he had done for Kana, Itoshima was outraged, cursing Sawatari, saying that the idiot had made Kana cry. Later, Subaru was talking to Shikishima. They commented that that black door had no longer appeared, but now there were only 5 players left at the school. Some people had also disappeared around the city. They were sure that the enemy was preparing, gathering allies. Subaru said that his plan hadn't changed. He will prepare while he clears the portals. Shikishima remembered about that prophecy and said that he promised to protect everyone from Taiga, didn't he? Subaru replied that he had, but that they didn't need his protection. Even so, Shikishima said he was counting on him. He added that as of tomorrow, he would no longer be making portals with him, but with Hirasaka. Later, in Taito City, Hirasaka said that Shikishima had already explained everything to him. He said that they would get on well working together. Subaru replied that he hoped so too. At that moment, he remembered what Shikishima had said, that his fighting methods were very different, so he didn't have much to teach Subaru directly. However, he realized that Subaru's hand-to-hand combat was decent, but his sword skills needed to improve. That's why he wanted Hirasaka to train him. Subaru thought he could hardly believe he was going to clear a portal together with Japan's most powerful player. He even commented that Hirasaka's hair looked different that day, and Hirasaka replied that he simply hadn't tidied up. Suddenly, a group appeared, asking if Hirasaka was there. He replied by asking how Yamada was, and they said he was fine, but that the portal was already booked. Hirasaka looked at his calendar and realized he had made a mistake. The gate he had booked was not the one he had booked, but the one in the city of Nerima. Subaru was outraged, asking how that could be, since Nerima is almost an hour away by train. Then, an hour later, they were in the city of Nerima, facing a mysterious jungle of 4-star difficulty. Hirasaka commented that he had heard that Subaru had cleared a 4-star portal before, but explained that the level of difficulty at the entrance was just an estimate, so they shouldn't let their guard down. Within the hour, Subaru was already sinking in a swamp. Sayada complained that he was a clumsy idiot. Subaru asked if she could pull him out, but Hirasaka just raised his thumb in a kneeling position. Subaru, in desperation, asked what the thumbs up was for and what he was responding to, since he was clearly sinking. Sayada could only ask what was wrong with that guy. Shikishima warned Subaru to watch out for Hirasaka. At first glance, he seems smart, intelligent, and even a perfect Superman. But in reality, he has nothing but his own strength. He's pretty dumb. Subaru was surprised and wondered if this was really the person he admired so much. Even so, he decided to help Hirasaka with his blood mold first. But at that moment, a level 43 iron ant appeared, and Subaru thought it was the worst possible time. Except that suddenly, Hirasaka came out of the mud using his 4th skill, the Titan's Sword, which was such a giant blade that it simply made the ant disappear in one blow. This is Hirasaka Renji, known for his good posture and good looks, but anyone who has known him for a long time probably feels the same way as Subaru. Hirasaka commented that he thought he was going to die. In fact, during his childhood, he never had anything very special. He got normal grades, did normal things. His parents thought he was intelligent, but instead of being disappointed, they continued to give him an enormous amount of love and affection. One day, in 4th grade, he saved a classmate who was being bullied. The friend cried, thanked him, and Hirasaka felt very happy about it. But the next day, he became the new target of bullying. Instead of worrying about his own situation, he was even more shocked to discover that the friend he had saved was actually the one doing the bullying. People often betray others because of their own weakness. That day, Hirasaka Renji decided that he would never betray anyone regardless of the situation. situation because he believed that if he did that, he would be able to have a real friend. Hirasaka then asked Subaru to pull him out using his skill. Saya complained, asking how many times he had to get bogged down like that. Hirasaka apologized, saying that he thought the enemy would have good intuition. Subaru realized that it was quite heavy to pull, and Hirasaka explained that he had decided to bait the creature. Saya was even impressed, and Subaru himself began to understand better who he was. Hirasaka is always the one who fights against the unknown to protect his allies. He may seem full of weaknesses, but that's not true, and it's not because he's absent-minded. In fact, he's very flexible, open-minded, and adapts quickly. That's the kind of player Hirasaka is. Subaru then offered him a towel to dry himself off, and Hirasaka commented that he was well prepared. Subaru replied that it wasn't actually him who had given him the bag, but Shikishima himself, who had prepared it with towels, drinks, and a few other useful things. As he said this, the look on Shikishima's face was sad. Subaru commented that it was Shikishima who had prepared that bag, and Hirasaka replied that, of all his friends, it was Shikishima who was suffering the most. He was sure that at that moment he was swamped with work. And yes, he really was. Shikishima was running the reconnaissance department, investigating a portal, making a report for public relations, answering an administrative email, and at the same time negotiating with the president. Udu even commented that, with so much work, it would be better to put Hirasaka to work too. But Shikishima replied that he was useless for that kind of thing, calling him an idiot, and complained that Kinokawa needed to improve soon before he sent everything to that place. Subaru commented that they seemed to get on well, and Hirasaka confirmed it. He said that he, Shikishima, and Kinokawa, in particular, have formed a group since the Federation was founded. They have been colleagues for 8 years, so the only thing he can't let go of is what Taiga did, leaving Kinokawa in that state. There's no way he'll forgive that. Hirasaka said that even though Taiga is Subaru's brother, he will spare no effort to defeat him. But Subaru replied that he'll do the same, because he has his own reasons for fighting Taiga, and no matter what happens, he's ready. Hirasaka thanked him for that. They were on a very large map, but finally they found what they were looking for. 20 kilometers ahead was the boss. Subaru asked if Hirasaka could see, and he said yes. He has a skill called Eagle Eyes, which allows him to zoom his vision up to 100 times. It's a passive initial ability of the Golden Knights. In addition, Hirasaka commented that Subaru himself should now be able to see too. Subaru then saw a huge tree. That was the boss, the level 81 Spirit Defense Tower. Suddenly it began to glow brightly on the horizon. Hirasaka, of course, was already prepared. He immediately activated the Titan Sword to protect himself. The blow felt like a meteor shower falling on them, but obviously the tree remained intact. Hirasaka then asked if Subaru remembered when he said that the boss's writing level was only an approximation. That's what he was talking about. Subaru was startled, wondering what the fuck that was, since that was a long-range ability, even more powerful than Shikishima's own. It was completely different from an ordinary 4-star boss. Hirasaka explained that the common monsters in this portal are equivalent to 4 stars, but the boss alone is equivalent to 5. That's the difficulty of facing unknown enemies. Subaru thought that if Hirasaka hadn't used that giant sword as a shield, they would have been hit hard, and now he wondered how they were going to kill that thing. Hirasaka commented that he was surprised Subaru could fly so high. Subaru replied that flying consumes a lot of mana, so it won't last long, but Hirasaka said that he had already helped a lot. The moment he looked at the boss, he realized that he was already bleeding. Hirasaka explained that this was the only reason he had been able to defeat the boss. Subaru was completely amazed when he saw that Hirasaka had used his 6th skill, called Dimensional Cut. This skill allows you to distort the blow and attack any visible place by moving the blade in space. You have a high chance of losing your sword after using this attack, as well as consuming a huge amount of mana. But if done well, victory is practically guaranteed. Thanks to this, they defeated the boss and now had 30 minutes to get out of the portal. Later, as the sun was setting, Hirasaka commented that it had been a lot of fun and thanked them for their work. Subaru replied that he was the one to thank, because he had learned a lot from Hirasaka. Hirasaka then apologized for defeating the boss on his own, and, speaking of which, asked if Subaru could not tell Shikishima anything about his mistakes. But Subaru replied, a little awkwardly, that he had already reported everything and that Shikishima was already very angry. Hirasaka realized he was in trouble, but still told Subaru to meet him at the same time the next day, because he had already booked another portal, this time a 5-star one, and asked him to get ready. Subaru thought about it until he got home. He reflected that today's boss was considered low level for a 5-star. Then he realized that he needed to understand the way Hirasaka fought. taught. He needed to adapt his own style, but he felt he hadn't learned everything yet. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of the Black Embryo, the man with the sunglasses asked how many were ready. The other replied that about 20 people, including the best and the worst. And then, later, in Kambayashi Park, in the city of Shinagawa, that team, the Grecs, considered to be a bit of an underdog, were facing 2 people who had been transformed by Kokugaiji. Meanwhile, in the residential area of Bunkyo, a man asked if that guy was Hizaki Giulietta, and Giulietta replied by asking who he was, asking him to stop acting like he knew him. The man, who had a centipede wrapped around his body, said that Giulietta was exactly as the rumors said, and that even if he killed him, he wouldn't feel the least bit bad about it. Another man, wearing glasses, said it was time to sort and sharpen because the hunt was about to begin. Later, Shikishima was receiving a call from stupid Giulietta, who asked if he had killed. Shikishima called Giulietta an idiot, saying that he should be in confinement because of the punishment, since the suspicions about him killing his own comrades have not yet been cleared up. She also warned him not to try to escape just because his mother is president. Giulietta replied, somewhat ironically, asking him to take it easy, saying that this time he was the victim because he was attacked and had no choice. Shikishima asked who the opponent was, and according to the player card, he was Kishikawa Sochi, a copper rank player. Giulietta said that he had no doubt that this was related to that Black Embryo faction, which he had already notified a few days ago. What's more, he commented that, strength aside, he sensed something different in his opponent's skill. It was a variation on insect manipulation. Shikishima was surprised because Kishikawa's signature skill was refining and manipulating small amounts of iron, not insects. As he imagined, those black doors really are capable of granting totally different abilities to the original ones. Shikishima also commented that it wasn't just that, as several people had been attacked the night before. The only one who managed to fight back was Juliet himself, and he already knew that it wasn't going to end anytime soon. Meanwhile, the entire Grecs group was in hospital. Giulietta, even though he'd won, thought he hated that guy, that weird Four Eyes. He also thought that that varied ability was very similar to that Rainbow Door player, Subaru, because it seemed that their system was different. On the other side, those 2 from the Black Embryo commented that everything was fine. They had managed to defeat the group called Grecs, but regretted that Kishikawa had lost to Giulietta. They asked if Kei had cleared everything up yet, and he said yes, that he had already eliminated the main silver-ranked team and had also received permission from Taiga and Kokugaiji. The others then asked if they could start now, and Yatsurugi, now after his transformation, said yes, that they could start hunting down and killing the gold-ranked players. Later, in the town of Shiota, in Marunouchi, in front of the new building, was the group from the 3rd Portal Diagnosis Department. The leader of this group was Kausaka Masago, and she explained that she was going to pass on the strategy for completing the 5-star portal. Subaru was impressed, realizing that this really was something special. He thought that the Gate Diagnosis Department was an information unit set up by Shikishima himself, made up of people with analysis and reconnaissance skills. This department's job was to pass on information about the stage of the portal and increase the chances of survival during the cleansing. Subaru also realized that Kusaka was married. She commented that for players who risk their lives, it was a bit strange, and that was precisely why she decided to leave the front line. At the time, she was advised by Shikishima himself to enter this department. She also thanked Subaru immensely, remembering the day he defeated the Great Whale, because thanks to that, her husband and son, who were on the street that day, were safe. Subaru replied that he was glad her family was okay. He thought it was really good to have helped those people, even if he hadn't realized it at the time. Then Kusaka began to explain the stage. She showed her that inside the portal, called the Throne of Storm and Thunder, there is a very small stage, made up of just 2 places, the garden and the palace. There are 2 thrones at the top of the palace. Hirasaka asked if that was where the bosses were, and Kusaka confirmed it, saying yes, that either only one of them is the boss, or both of them are bosses. Subaru wondered if they really were multiple bosses. He thought he had already faced something like this his first time there, in the 2 stars, but a 5-star portal was completely different. Hirasaka then put his hand in front of Subaru's face, as if to wake him up, and asked if he was okay. As soon as he confirmed it, he said they could leave for the portal. Subaru was nervous, but somehow he felt his heart calm down next to Hirasaka, because that guy was amazing. Except, just as they entered the 5-star portal, the Black Door attack happened. Yatsurugi suddenly appeared, killing all the people in the 3rd department, and commented that he already knew they were failures. Kosaka realized right away that this guy was on the wanted list, but she didn't even have time to react, as she was soon killed too. Yatsurugi then confirmed that both Hirasaka and Subaru had entered the 5-star portal, and said that, as promised, the Black Door would open in 10 minutes. Taiga, who was standing next to him, replied that it was fine, just wait. Taiga now looked completely different, being a full black rank player. Meanwhile, on the stage called Throne of Storm and Thunder, the group was there, with a count of 7,918 hours to go, which would be about 330 days. Subaru commented that everything was too quiet and even humorous for a map named after Storm and Thunder. Hirasaka then thought it best to keep an eye on everything and asked Sayata to please lock the portal. The moment she locked it, she felt a bad feeling, and as soon as the lock was confirmed, the weather changed completely from sunny to an extremely powerful storm. Subaru commented that it came out of nowhere, and Hirasaka explained that enemies always appear as soon as the portal is locked. Hirasaka also commented that it was possible to feel the boss's presence, since the map was very small, but when they felt it, they realized that it was something beyond all expectations. The presence the three felt was monstrous. Those two bosses were undoubtedly 5 stars of the highest class. The first was the Delta Storm, level 89. The second was Thunder Killin, level 93. Delta smelled something and commented that it was a twist of fate. He asked if Keelan remembered that smell too. It was the smell of the golden radiant night. Keelan replied that, as well as him, he smelled someone with a big nose, someone they had probably faced a long time ago, and he commented that it was the smell of that hated and cursed immortal. Delta then said that he was weak, and Keelan agreed, saying that he didn't even know if he would survive it. Then an entire army of soldiers appeared before them. Subaru realized instantly that they were all monsters. Every one of those soldiers was more powerful than the whale he had faced before. They were all level 60 Thunder Knights. Subaru told Sayata not to worry about mana, because he could handle it. He asked her to use everything she had. Sayata then replied that she swore on her own soul that she would protect that body, and activated Blood Mold, Field of Death. At the same time, Hirasaka drew his golden sword and told them to get ready because they were coming. Subaru thought that if he didn't go all out right from the start, he would lose. So he activated Blood Mold, Blood Armor, summoned Infernal, and went at his enemies like a madman. Hirasaka, as always, kept his cool during the fight, activated the Titan's sword, and managed to take out a third of the knights in a single blow. However, he realized that more than half of them still survived, and that they were much faster than he had expected. Just then, when the first rider advanced, he was punched in the face by Subaru, who was completely furious. Even so, the soldier managed to get up, pulled Subaru to the ground, and started punching him several times. Subaru thought that if that mere knight was already like that, then he was equivalent to, or even stronger than the whale and carrion he had faced before. Just as he was about to receive another blow, Hirasaka called out his name, worried. Subaru thought he wasn't there to get in the way, so he kicked the knight in the face, and then knocked him down with an elbow. All he could think about was that he hadn't come there to be a burden to Hirasaka, but to help him. Without wasting any time, he used his wires to bind the knight, and then activated the punch, finishing him off completely. Thus, he finally defeated the level 54 Storm Knight, who wasn't level 60 because their average was just level 60. Subaru wondered if this knight hadn't leveled up, or if they really gave so little XP. He was incredulous. He couldn't believe he had tired himself so much just to take down one of them, and now he was surrounded by 4 more. With no way out, Subaru summoned his divine chisel. He knew he couldn't use cut wings as the mana cost was too high, so he had no choice but to fight with the chisel. Only to make matters worse, he realized that the 4 knights were also summoning their swords. Now that was clearly level 5 difficulty. Even so, he thought he couldn't let Hirasaka down. He calmed down and reflected that he didn't need to compare himself so much. The night before, he finally realized that no matter how much he watched, he would never be Hirasaka's equal. And in fact, he didn't even need to be. When Shikishima had told him to learn from him, he hadn't been talking about his skills, but about his way of fighting. Subaru remembered that he had always given his all in battle, and realized how much stronger he had become than before. It wasn't simply by leveling up, but by the way he now prepares for battle, how he uses his senses, and how he has learned to fight. He decided that he wanted to become even more powerful, not just to defeat enemies, but to protect. No matter how strange or shameful it seemed, it was precisely this kind of battle, where his life was on the line, that made him stronger. Without hesitation, he threw himself into the middle of the 4 knights and managed to block their blows using only his chisel. Even so, he ended up being attacked from behind, losing a lot of blood and some of his tentacles, but he stood his ground. When one of the knights moved in for another powerful attack, he reacted quickly, bound his enemy's arm with his tentacles, tore off his hand, and then tore off his head, thus defeating yet another level 59 Storm Knight. At the time, he had 713 horsepower and 992 mana. Only then, he went up a level, going from 31 to to 32, which completely restored his HP and mana bars. The other knights were clearly not prepared for the speed he would reach in this state, and it was then that Subaru simply descended from the skies with a devastating blow from the divine chisel, destroying everything in his path. He then eliminated 2 more knights, one at level 56 and the other at 63, and went up another level, now from 32 to 33, while remaining completely intact. He looked ahead confidently and said that the next one might appear. Meanwhile, Hirasaka was watching Subaru carefully. He remembered the conversation he'd had with Shikishima, who had clearly said that when they entered the 5-star portal, it wasn't to help Subaru until the last second, or even to try to teach him anything. That's because, in the future, Subaru would be the player's resistance, someone who would stand by him. What he needed wasn't help, but experience. He already had the potential. All he needed was a deadly battle that would push him to the limit, and this situation was just perfect for that. Shikishima commented that Hirasaka didn't have many skills to teach Subaru either. After all, he wasn't exactly someone who taught, but someone who fought. So the best he could do was simply show his cool side, acting like a real top one gentleman in front of his junior. Hirasaka laughed, as if he had found it amusing, and then took out the knights with such ease that it seemed as if they were nothing at all. As he did so, he couldn't help but think of Subaru, who was trying so hard to reach his own limit. It is explained that 8 years have passed since the appearance of the first portal. In this world, a feeling of despair has spread among the best players. Back then, the highest difficulty portal was a 3-star. 3 years later, a 4-star portal appeared. Another 3 years passed, and a 5-star portal emerged. Every time the difficulty increased by 1 star, it became 10 times harder. Shikishima explained that the portal difficulty increases every 3 years. This means that next year, a 6-star portal will appear, and 4 years later, a 7-star portal. He asked Hirasaka if, by any chance, they had become 10 times stronger in the past 2 years. Hirasaka replied that they hadn't. Gold-ranked players have no choice but to join forces to challenge the 6-star portal together. Shikishima commented that if things continue like this, he's certain players won't be able to handle the emergence of increasingly difficult portals. After all, how can anyone face a 6-star portal that is 10 times harder than a 5-star? And if the estimated time is also 10 times longer, it means that if they fail to complete it, the clock breaks instantly. Because of this, they also can't simply abandon lower-level portals, which are always lacking players. Humanity has no choice but to lose. No matter how many times they try to think of a solution, more and more problems keep appearing. Hirasaka fears that the day will come when he will lose the true friends he finally found. He wondered if there really is no hope left. It was at that moment that Shikishima received a call from Kinokawa, reporting the interrogation of a player suspected of murder. She also reported the appearance of something called the Rainbow Gate. That's how they met Subaru, who at that moment was handling the knights as if they were nothing. Hirasaka was impressed, realizing that he was able to fight using only swordsmanship without relying on skills. Subaru's strikes were precise. He fought calmly and with control. He broke one knight's guard by kicking his sword and then decapitated him, defeating another level 56 Storm Knight. Subaru thought that he only needed to focus on the tip of his sword. When the wing-shaped blade of the divine chisel struck the enemy, he was able to defeat even high defense enemies while significantly reducing mana consumption. Hirasaka was amazed, realizing that instead of being taught, Subaru was learning on his own through combat experience. Meanwhile, Subaru asked if Sayada was okay. She was using her death field, spreading lightning and blood bubbles everywhere while dodging attacks. Death Field is an ability that gives a simple command to the blood cells from the blood mold. The field she created was simple. Anything it touched exploded. However, her level wasn't high enough to defeat the knights, so the attack wasn't effective, no matter how hard she tried. Even so, it was more than enough for Sayada, who thought that even weakening them a little would reduce the number of enemies around Subaru and Hirasaka. Her top priority at that moment was to protect Sayaka's body, since she was Subaru's most important friend. Suddenly, Sayada was directly attacked by a knight. However, the strike was intercepted by Subaru's divine chisel, leaving Sayada extremely impressed with what he did. Subaru was very grateful that she was okay, and Sayada replied that he didn't need to thank her, but should be careful too. They then returned to the battlefield. Subaru went to help Hirasaka, and commented that at this stage, he was hardly gaining any experience. Hirasaka said he noticed that too. At first, he thought it was because he was at a high level, but now hearing that, he realized it could be an X stage. In the special areas of an X stage, stage, there are only bosses. The knights they were fighting were just puppets summoned by the boss's skills. Hirasaka stated that this was definitely the reason they were receiving so little XP. Subaru then wondered if, from the beginning, the only real enemies in that stage were the bosses. At that moment, Delta commented to Keelan that they had finally finished something. Subaru said it couldn't be that bad, since he was still leveling up somehow. But the problem was with Hirasaka, who wouldn't be able to level up at this pace. Still, he said it wasn't a total waste, since by defeating the knights, they were at least draining the boss's mana. Hirasaka thought that in a way, this made sense. But in reality, they were doing exactly what the enemies wanted, forcing them to spend their trump cards and resources. However, to their surprise, the enemies started moving before that could happen. At that moment, Hirasaka spotted two enemies and wondered if he should use his dimensional slash. He knew that this skill consumed 80% of his maximum mana, but had the power to instantly reach the enemy and split even the terrain. He was unsure whether he could cut both at once, but thought that whether it worked or not, it was his only chance to try. But the moment he prepared to activate the technique, he noticed that the rain had completely stopped. The sky became clear and open. Right after that, Delta and Killen appeared behind them. Delta, who was known as Storm, said they didn't need to try anything grand because that would be boring, and explained that they just wanted to compete. They then introduced themselves, saying that those humans were pretty strong and asked them to fight fairly and cleanly. As soon as they appeared, the knights stopped attacking and kneeled, bowing to their masters. Hirasaka was surprised, realizing that these were bosses who could actually talk, unlike most. Subaru remembered seeing this before. Like in the case of Judith, Hirasaka thought that many bosses acted like wild animals, attacking anything that invaded their territory. But not these two. They were clearly capable of manipulating the weather and still had enough intelligence to create strategies. So Hirasaka asked if they really had time to chat. Delta replied that yes, they did, and asked if he wanted to know something. Hirasaka took the opportunity to ask everything. He wanted to know what the gate was, what the portals were, who they were, if they were creatures from the underworld, and why they were invading their world. Delta asked if he had never heard anything directly from Ludwig. At that moment, Hirasaka was shocked, wondering if they really knew Ludwig, his patron. Until that moment, he believed it was nothing more than a rumor. But now he started to question whether Ludwig might also be a creature from the underworld. Keelan then explained that they had been trapped in that world for a very long time, and Delta stated that they would tell them everything they knew. Subaru grew suspicious, wondering if they were really about to reveal the entire secret of the underworld that easily. Hirasaka, a bit desperate, asked if he could record everything because he didn't trust his own memory to remember every detail. Killen replied that it was fine. Then Killen started to say that the portal was basically, and suddenly stopped. The word simply wouldn't come out. Delta realized it was probably due to the protection. Keelan apologized, saying it seemed impossible to reveal that information. Subaru then wondered if there was some kind of limit to how much these creatures could tell them. Still insisting, Hirasaka asked if at least he could write something down because Shikishima would definitely be furious if he came back empty-handed. Subaru looked at him and realized that he was completely desperate. Killen regretted it, saying that unfortunately, it was impossible. But Delta explained that if they managed to defeat them, they would get close to the answer they were searching for. So at that moment, they started preparing for the fight. What they truly wanted was to fight to satisfy the desires of their own souls. Of course, Subaru was pretty nervous, but to everyone's surprise, Keelan and Delta started a game of rock, paper, scissors to decide who would fight first. They played for quite a while until Delta finally won. He then chose who he wanted to fight and went straight for the glowing guy, which in this case was Hirasaka. Delta's attack was extremely fast. Hirasaka had to defend immediately using his golden sword. Just their clash alone was already destroying the entire battlefield around them. Delta laughed, saying that this guy was really good and commented that Ludwig had indeed found the perfect vessel for himself. Now they could have fun to their heart's content. Hirasaka thought, terrified, that physically this guy was far stronger than any opponent he had ever faced in his life. Subaru, watching from a distance, wondered if that guy was truly on the same level as Hirasaka. And if that was true, then that enemy was, at the very least, a superior 5-star. But suddenly, Keelan interrupted Hirasaka's thoughts. However, Keelan didn't attack right away. He looked at Subaru and asked why he had to deal with the vessel of that damned immortal. Subaru realized that he was visibly disappointed about having to face the wielder of Vanquish, so he even apologized. confused. But Killin replied that it didn't matter. It wasn't his fault. At that moment, Subaru was surprisingly calm. The fact that they could have a normal conversation without any tension completely confused his senses. Even with an extremely powerful enemy standing right in front of him, he wasn't feeling the overwhelming pressure that should be aimed at him. Killin then said that, either way, he would try to enjoy himself with him. He declared that he wanted to see how many times he could break him until he died. Right after, he fired a beam of energy, a real laser directly at Subaru, which burned and destroyed everything in its path. Everything. Subaru realized that he should have figured it out earlier. When someone casually steps on an insect on the ground, they don't bother applying force because they know the insect will die anyway. Killin then asked if he really couldn't dodge that. He said he honestly didn't understand how someone as weak as him could be the vessel of vanquish. There lay Subaru's body, completely charred and destroyed. Seeing this, Hirasaka tried to turn to look, but that tiny opening was enough for Delta to land a brutal hit that drew a lot of blood. Hirasaka realized he had lost his right eye from that attack. Meanwhile, Killin approached Subaru's destroyed body and picked up the divine chisel. He looked at the sword and commented that even after his laser blast, it didn't have a single scratch. He said that it was because of this sword that he had felt an absurd imbalance of power coming from him. Just holding it, he could feel the pressure it emanated, and that confirmed that the chisel was likely the vessel of the immortal god Vanquish himself. It was then that Saya appeared behind him. Killin looked and warned her that he wouldn't do that if he were her. Interfering in a one-on-one fight would get her killed too, and he was sure that that guy wouldn't want to see that happen. Saya, remembering everything Subaru had told her, became so sad that she started begging, pleading for him to get up. Killin commented that he was actually starting to feel a little bad for her, but made it clear that Subaru's legs had been completely blown off, so there was no way he could just stand up. But against all expectations, Subaru responded to Saya, saying that she was right and asked her not to interfere. Then, even with his body destroyed, Subaru stood up completely. Deep down, Saya knew he would do that. Subaru then thought that the reason he was still alive was thanks to the same defense he had used before to protect himself from Tiger's black smoke. He had induced a huge amount of semi-hardened blood, creating a kind of armor that completely covered his body. Even after losing his hands and feet, he somehow survived thanks to that blood barrier. Now he only had 117 horsepower and 951 mana left. He thought that Kylin, the Thunder, was definitely the strongest opponent he had ever faced in his life. The difference in power between them was so absurd that he couldn't even measure it, but at the same time, he believed that if he could survive here, he could become much stronger. Killin, watching that, asked if he was using blood to replace his limbs. He found it disgusting and said it could only be something an immortal would do. Meanwhile, Delta was having a blast trading blows with Hirasaka. He commented that the vessel of Ludwig had his respect. Even after losing his right eye, he could still keep up with all of his attacks. In fact, it seemed like Hirasaka was shining even brighter than before, and that only made Delta even more excited. With that, Delta's attacks became increasingly sharper and more violent. They exchanged brutal blows, destroying everything around them. At one point, Hirasaka almost managed to land a precise strike to Delta's chest, but Delta dodged at the last second and countered with a devastating kick that sent Hirasaka flying. Delta commented that not everyone is strong. From the very beginning, when someone is weak, they go through moments when they feel on the edge of a cliff, exactly like what was happening now. Hirasaka then deeply thanked Storm Delta, because if he managed to defeat him, he would become much stronger. At that moment, Hirasaka activated his fifth skill, Imperial Halo, which boosts his abilities and their effects by 130%, but also drastically increases mana consumption. Delta noticed this, and commented that this was his last resort. He said it was way more impressive than he expected, and got excited, saying they would now have a wonderful fight. Meanwhile, Killin was creating a true storm of lightning, trying to strike Subaru. Subaru thought about how the speed of lightning is 100,000 kilometers per second, and that dodging it was far harder than it seemed. The problem wasn't just the speed, but also predicting the path of the lightning while continuing to move, without making a single mistake, because if he failed, he'd be reduced to ashes. Unsatisfied, Killin started throwing even more lightning bolts. Subaru realized this was terrible. If this kept going, even the soldiers would be annihilated. With the little HP he had left, a single lightning strike would be enough to kill him. Even though it seemed impossible, he knew he needed to defeat the soldiers, because that way, he could level up. So, he charged at one of the knights, decapitating him and defeating a level 64 Storm Knight. That made him level up from 33 to 34. The benefits of leveling up were huge. His stats increased, his mana and HP were fully restored, and even the body parts he had lost were regenerated. Killin, watching this, noticed Subaru's limbs had grown back. He thought this mechanic was extremely favorable for him, and admitted that he did well in that that moment. Seeing this, Subaru immediately recreated his prismatic blood armor and then lunged at Kalen, using his piercing strike ability. But this time, Kalen blocked the attack effortlessly with just one fist. Instantly, Subaru lost his legs again. Kalen commented that even though Subaru's power had increased a little, did he really think that would make any difference? But once again, Subaru crafted a new leg out of blood and fired multiple blood needles directly at Kalen. Seeing this, Kalen finally understood why he had been chosen as the vessel of that hated little immortal. He said that vessel itself hated giving up, desperately clinging to life, doing anything to survive, even if it was pathetic and insignificant. But despite Subaru's determination, Kalen destroyed all the blood needles with ease. Subaru realized everything was going terribly. If things kept going like this, before he could even reach his target, Kalen would just keep suppressing him through sheer overwhelming force. Kalen, looking at him, commented that he knew Subaru also understood that little tricks like that don't work in the face of overwhelming power. He said that even if he had a plan, with his current power, it was useless. What Keelan hadn't noticed was that the glass spirit, Sushi, had stolen the divine chisel. Neither Subaru nor Saya even realized that Sushi had done this. When Keelan noticed, he immediately fired a lightning bolt straight at Sushi's head and angrily asked what the hell that thing was. But to his surprise, Sushi simply revived. After all, he was a glass spirit, capable of regenerating infinitely using his master's mana. Subaru was happy, because he had actually forgotten about that detail. Sushi understood the plan, and tried to help. He then tossed the divine chisel with his mouth straight towards Subaru. But at that exact moment, Keelan was already right in front of him, and tore off Subaru's arm. Looking at him, Keelan asked what his plan was, finding the whole situation a joke. Subaru, unfazed, asked him what he thought, and right behind him appeared Sushi, now in giant form. However, Keelan reacted in time, dashed forward, and ripped Sushi's head off. He then wondered, completely irritated, if that damn creature could really change size, and still had an absurd regeneration speed. He figured it must be some kind of familiar, directly linked to its master's soul. At that instant, Subaru had already prepared his attack with the divine chisel. While Keelan was distracted, instead of attacking him directly, Subaru aimed at the ground. He thought it was all or nothing, and decided to bet all his mana on that attack. He used the divine chisel to wipe out all the storm knights that were still alive. He slaughtered dozens of knights at once, and hoped that would be enough to level up. And it worked. Subaru reached level 35 and instantly recovered his leg, his full HP, and all his mana. However, when it seemed like everything was finally going right, Keelan reappeared and pierced through Subaru's chest once again. Keelan looked at Subaru and told him not to play with him. He said that he threw away the opportunity that even his own familiar had given him, and instead of running to recover, he stayed there, desperately trying to survive. He asked why he kept doing all of this. Was it just to stay alive? And reminded him that they came here to defeat them. That's when Subaru asked himself why he wanted to live. Maybe it was because everyone always said he was an insect, a failure, until one day, someone said they could become strong together, and later another person also believed in his potential. Subaru realized that all he wanted was to meet her again. It was a short time, but the time they spent together was so much fun. And even if this is the last time, even if she doesn't want to forgive him for what happened, he just wants to see her again, thank her, and apologize for getting her involved in all this. And if she's willing to forgive him, then he wants them to become strong together. Keelan, completely confused, asked what the hell he was talking about, and Subaru replied that this was why he had bet everything. The second ability of the Blood Usurper only unlocks at level 35, and there's a high chance that a third gate will appear as long as he learns this new ability. Subaru then looked at Keelan and said that he had won this bet. Suddenly a rainbow gate appeared, opening with overwhelming force, slicing Keelan's arm and leg clean in half. From inside the gate emerged an entity that silently observed the entire battle. He looked at Keelan and told him to prepare himself because the sin of harming his vessel was far too heavy. That being was none other than the progenitor vampire Vanquish. Vanquish turned to Subaru and told him that he did very well, and that the victory was entirely his. When Keelan tried to react and attack, Vanquish pulled Subaru's body toward him, saying to Keelan that this was just a "see you later." He warned that this kid would return stronger than ever, so it would be better for him to just wait. Filled with rage, Keelan shouted at Vanquish, saying they hadn't forgotten the day he killed them. Now that his sworn enemy was right in front of him, he wouldn't let this pass. He then launched a lightning strike directly at the gate and managed to pierce through it, entering the abominable sea of ashes and bones. Inside, Vanquish looked at Subaru and said that he really liked showing up in front of him, always on the brink of death. Subaru, surprised, asked if he was really Vanquish. Jokingly, Vanquish asked if he was confusing him with someone else. He thanked Subaru, saying that thanks to him he was regaining his power and now he was whole again. But Keelan was also inside completely completely furious. Subaru could feel the ground trembling just from his presence, realizing how absurdly enraged he was. Vanquish then looked at him and said not to barge in here without permission, and simply go back home. Killin, furious, replied that it was Vanquish who had interfered in the fight. He said his fight with that brat wasn't over yet, and after finishing him, Vanquish himself would be next. Vanquish, laughing, replied that you shouldn't try applying warrior codes in front of a king like him. Besides, he pointed out that invading the human world without permission and forcing a one-on-one fight was also against the rules. He said it was pathetic and disgraceful, asking if Killin's brothers weren't ashamed of him for that. Then, staring directly at him, Vanquish asked if he really wanted to defeat him and Subaru. He said fine. In the same instant, Vanquish began merging with Subaru's body, simply entering him. He told Subaru to lend him his body for just a second, because he was about to show him how to properly use the blood mold. Subaru, confused, asked how he did that. Vanquish replied by asking if he was level 35 now because this body was good enough. In that moment, the pressure on the battlefield skyrocketed. Killin, watching this, asked if he really planned to defeat him using that weak vessel's body. But Vanquish replied that this body wasn't weak, it was more than enough. After all, Killin had already lost a big part of his strength simply by entering that portal. Killin, furious, told him to shut up, saying he could still just return to the underworld. But before he could finish, Vanquish slapped him so hard that his head was ripped clean off. Looking at him, Vanquish said he would never return to the underworld because he would die right here. Meanwhile, inside Subaru's mind, both of them, Subaru and Vanquish, were watching everything happen. Even so, Killin's head reattached. But Vanquish was already prepared and landed a direct blow to his chest, impaling him with Vanquish's own blood. That was when Vanquish activated his ultimate ability, Blood Fusion Curse of the Maelstrom, and it looked like Killin's body had gone through a meat grinder, being completely torn apart. But even after that, Killin, with his absurd stubbornness, started reconstructing himself from pure lightning. Vanquish had to dodge Killin's thunder kick and admitted he didn't expect him to escape that. He commented that Killin actually wasn't half bad. Then he blocked the next attacks using his blood mold, and the two started exchanging blows rapidly. Killin attacked with his thunder kicks, while Vanquish fired blood projectiles that tore chunks out of Killin's body. Vanquish asked him if he was scared and told him to keep going, shouting for him to come at him. Subaru, curious, asked if Vanquish had always been this strong. Vanquish replied by asking if he was underestimating him. Subaru admitted that his first impression of him hadn't been very good. Vanquish took that as an insult and told him to cut it out, saying to look in the mirror and remember when he used to wear those ugly glasses and that horrible t-shirt. Subaru then commented that even so, he thought Killin should be way stronger, questioning how Vanquish was causing him so much damage. Vanquish explained that it was because of the blood curse he had applied. He said that this curse deals damage directly to the enemy's soul, making it extremely effective against enemies with regeneration or formless spirit bodies. Subaru thought that sounded like something a villain would use, but Vanquish replied that at least he could admit it was a pretty good ability. Enraged, Killin shouted how dare he and told him not to underestimate him, calling him a damned vampire. Subaru, curious, asked why Killin hated Vanquish so much. Vanquish explained that he had killed him once in the underworld before both of them were trapped in the portal. From that point on, the atmosphere grew much more serious. Killin started focusing way more power, his entire body surrounded by thunder. Even so, Vanquish showed no fear. In fact, he seemed to be enjoying it, trading blows like a total sadist. The blood curse needles were piercing through Killin's entire body, stabbing through his arms, legs, and chest. Killin said that if he had his full power, things would be different. But Vanquish replied that no matter where they were, Killin always relied on his own power like it was everything. He said that Killin had both brains and muscles, but that was exactly what prevented warriors like him from reaching their true potential. He added that if Killin had just killed Subaru right away, this whole situation wouldn't have happened. Whether it was a fair fight or not didn't matter. The moment the gate was summoned, Killin had already lost. This was a total victory for Subaru, who had prepared way better. Using what little breath he had left, Killin tried to say something, but his body was completely destroyed. Vanquish said that this was just a small warning from him, and that Killin should take it much more seriously. And just like that, he defeated the Thunder Boss, Killin. At that moment, Killin realized he could no longer regenerate nor maintain the form of his own soul. Before dying, he cursed the damned Vanquish and simply vanished. Subaru was shocked, thinking that Vanquish destroyed Killin so easily that it felt absurd. Only now did he truly realize how insanely powerful that man was. Until then, he had never worried much about underworld beings, but now he was seriously wondering who the hell that man really was. Suddenly, the boss revived. Alarmed, Subaru asked Vanquish what was happening. Vanquish replied, telling him not to panic because that was nothing more than Kylin's leftovers. He explained that Kylin had an ability called Perusia Storm, which allowed him to revive his own body with 5 5% of his maximum HP after death, but this ability needed 240 days to be reused. Even with such low HP, Killin charged forward, releasing every bit of power he still had. But Vanquish simply slammed him into the ground like he was nothing. Now Killin no longer looked like the warrior from before. He was more like a wild beast, completely out of control. Subaru commented that he didn't even know resurrection abilities like that existed. Vanquish answered that it was because the souls of guys like that were high level, but they couldn't maintain consciousness after being revived due to the side effects. Subaru thought that if it were Vanquish, for sure he could defeat him again. But if it were him having to risk his life against an enemy who came back with even 5% of HP, that would be much harder. That is when he realized that maybe Hirasaka's opponent might have that kind of power too. Then Vanquish said that he forgot to mention something. He stepped out of Subaru's body and explained that this was the gate's trial. From now on, Subaru would have to defeat Killin in that brutal and ferocious state. Naturally, Subaru was completely terrified. Even Vanquish admitted he was struggling to figure out exactly what this trial was supposed to be, but decided right then that this would be it. He explained very simply that if Subaru could not defeat Killin like this, then he had no use for him, and if anything happened to him, Vanquish would not help. He told Subaru to ignite the hate and rage inside him, but Subaru replied that he had no reason to hate Killin. Vanquish then explained that was not what he meant. What he truly wanted to teach was that the only thing anyone who truly wishes to achieve something must hate is the weakness within themselves. Maybe it was because Subaru had spent his entire life being treated like an insect by everyone around him. Deep down in the depths of his heart, he had always hated himself for feeling useless and worthless. That was exactly why he never cared about sacrificing himself for others. Deep inside, he blamed himself for being weak and for failing to protect anyone. But according to Vanquish, that was completely wrong. Vanquish explained that Subaru didn't need to blame himself for his own weakness. On the contrary, he should hate that weakness within him. Hatred does not exist to chain someone to the past, but to strengthen them so they can move forward. That is the true meaning of power. At that moment, Subaru was nearly crying. Then Vanquish told him to ignite all that rage and hatred so it would make him stronger, and one day, truly happy. It was at that moment that Subaru's ability, Those Who Despise Glory, leveled up to level 2. From that moment, all of his abilities, while under the effect of hatred, increased by 45%. On top of that, he inherited the ability of the progenitor Vanquish called Blood Curse. This curse consumes extra mana when using blood formation or blood mold and causes damage directly to the opponent's soul instead of their body. Subaru then apologized to Killin for the wait and said that he needed to borrow his body for a quick little test. Meanwhile, he was already preparing his divine chisel, while at the same time Killin was charging a massive strike with his Thunder Fist. When their attacks finally collided, the fight became even more intense. At the same time, in another place, Hirasaka was unleashing a powerful strike against Delta. Even Delta realized that Hirasaka was far more dangerous than he had imagined. Right after Delta was grabbed and pulled by Hirasaka, who activated his second skill called Cross Edge, along with Imperial Radiance boosting his abilities by another 130%. At that moment, Hirasaka had 81,000 mana out of a total of 200,000. He realized that the mana drain from Imperial Radiance was insanely high, and he only had about 48 seconds before running completely out of mana. The estimated HP of the enemy was between 300,000 and 400,000, so he figured he would need to use his 7th ability called Star. Then Hirasaka unleashed the Volatile Dragon Strike, hitting Delta head-on, slicing his head and neck clean in half. Delta, stunned, wondered what the hell that was, because the quality of that slash had suddenly become absurdly higher. Hirasaka then threw the remains of Delta's body to the ground. Even after reconstructing himself, Delta was in a lot of pain. The precision and quality of Hirasaka's attacks had drastically improved. This was no longer just brute strength, it was pure refined technique. And now Hirasaka was more motivated than ever to win that fight. Hirasaka launched his next attack called Giant Beast Slayer, splitting Delta in half once again. Then followed with Twin Heads cutting the enemy into 3 pieces and finished with Stormbreaker, which completely obliterated Delta's body. Delta realized that his regeneration could not keep up with that absurd speed and wondered if there was truly nothing else he could do. It was then explained that Hirasaka's 7th ability, Star, allows him to use the techniques of the great commanders who once served under Ludwig, the leader of the Golden Knights. The higher the level of this ability, the more commander techniques are unlocked. Currently, it was at level 3 with the maximum being 12. Hirasaka had finally defeated the boss and thought that without a doubt that was an incredible incredibly strong enemy. He was nearly out of mana and health. Even his crushed eye started to hurt again, so he wondered if that would heal once he leveled up. In that moment, he also found himself thinking about how Subaru was doing. Then he noticed that the Rainbow Gate was starting to collapse, but suddenly a system notification popped up saying that the boss had revived. Delta also had the Perusia Storm ability, a resurrection skill. Hirasaka realized he should have remembered that sooner. Delta then charged at him with all his remaining power, but Hirasaka could barely move. At that moment, a dimensional rift opened right in front of him. It was the exit of the Rainbow Gate. Subaru stepped out completely fired up, and without wasting any time, unleashed the Blood Curse strike, completely obliterating Delta's body. He looked at Hirasaka and said that now they were going home together. Subaru, now in his vampire form, was at level 45. His current stats were 14,000 HP, 8,000 mana, 4,000 strength, 2,800 defense, 3,300 agility, 2,800 dexterity, and 2,900 luck. With that, they finally cleared the Thunderstorm Throne 5-star dungeon. The total clear time was 22 minutes. The remaining time restored to the Celestial Clock was 7,917 hours. Hirasaka leveled up from 84 to 85, and his lost eye was fully restored. He thanked Subaru deeply because if it weren't for him, he would have died. Now he felt like he owed him his life. Subaru, a bit embarrassed, replied that he didn't need to exaggerate like that. Hirasaka, curious, asked if Subaru had leveled up too, but Subaru explained that he hadn't. He only landed the final blow on Delta, finishing the last 5% of his HP, so he didn't get any XP. That was because the portal's rule was very clear. To earn XP, the player needs to have dealt at least 20% of the total damage to the enemy. Hirasaka was surprised, saying he didn't even know that mechanic existed. Subaru was a bit annoyed, thinking how could Hirasaka be playing this game for 8 years and not know that? Then Shikishima commented that of course he forgot even after they had explained it to him more than 10 times. Right after, Subaru called out for Sayata and Sushi, and there they were alive and perfectly fine. Sayata said she was happy to see that he was safe, and Sushi was practically crying with emotion. Subaru said that now it was finally over and they could go home. When they left the portal, Udo asked if they had really managed to clear the 5-star dungeon. Upon hearing they did it in just 22 minutes, he was shocked, saying that was a record. Even the #1 healer in Japan, Hishizaki Ryuji, showed up to thank Hirasaka for his excellent work, revealing that he was the younger brother of Kusaka Masago. Hirasaka asked why they were there and who was that guy lying defeated on the ground. Udo explained that it was Yatsurugi K, a former bronze rank player who now worked under Taiga, but Yatsurugi K interrupted, saying he wasn't anyone's subordinate and that he just wanted to fight Hirasaka. Then Udo said that he received an anonymous report and rushed over, but K suddenly attacked him, so he restrained him and now planned to interrogate him about the Black Gates, since he was clearly involved with that. Then he looked at Subaru and asked how the level 5 challenge went. Hirasaka answered that he thought he was going to die in there. Udo, surprised, said that was serious, but asked them to put the details in the report later and told them to rest for now. Hirasaka appreciated the offer, but explained that he couldn't. He had been summoned and needed to go since Shikishima was waiting for him. Then Hirasaka said goodbye to Subaru, wishing him well, and Subaru thanked him for the great work. Subaru then told Sayata that maybe he had found a way to meet Sayaka again. Later on the rooftop, he was analyzing his new Blood Usurper ability called Pranavarpas. This ability allowed him to swap the original soul for the soul granted by Parivara, which could be activated by the user's will. However, if the body was dead, it couldn't be used until the body was fully recovered. Then Sayata asked if that meant that Sayaka's soul was still present inside that body. Subaru confirmed, saying yes, that was the truth. Sayata explained that although that body had been deeply damaged, it had been gradually recovering. It seemed that the soul swap could only happen when the body reached a minimum level of vital activity. Subaru then asked how she could even move in that condition. Sayata explained that technically she was an undead and could move by using his mana. Subaru, excited, wondered if that meant it was just a matter of time before Sayaka could come back. He then celebrated out loud, shouting, "Yes!" saying he was so happy. Sayata smiled and said, "Congratulations." Subaru thought that Carrion had been right from the very beginning and mentally apologized for doubting him. But then he started wondering where Sayata's soul had actually come from. Sayata, in turn, asked what reward he had received for completing Stage 5. Subaru answered that Hirasaka had given him Delta's item, so this time he had gotten 2 items. The rewards were the Thunder Earrings, which give class C level 1 efficiency, allowing all attacks to gain the Thunder attribute by consuming mana, and the Storm earrings, also class C level 1, which give Wind attribute benefits to all actions that consume mana. Sayada commented that both were pretty useful, but Subaru said that he wanted to give one of them to her. Sayada, surprised, asked what he meant. Subaru replied that after this battle, he realized something important. There will be moments when he won't be able to protect her with all his power, and because of that, he wants to become stronger. But until that happens, he wants Sayada to protect herself. He asked her to try the earrings on now. Sayada, a little doubtful, asked if it was really okay to try them now, and Subaru replied, why not? Then she realized he was right, put on both earrings, and asked how she looked. Looking at her, Subaru said that she looked beautiful with them. At that exact moment, Sayada blushed hard, became extremely flustered, and ran away from there. Subaru, completely confused, asked where she was going. Then Sushi slapped him in the face, because he hadn't realized what had just happened. Subaru, still clueless, kept wondering what the hell was going on. Meanwhile, at the Ariake house, Ariake Ryuhei, their father, was wondering where those two idiots had gone. Ariake Keiko, who was Taiga's biological mother and Subaru's stepmother, told him to stop staring out the window like that, because the whole neighborhood was going to notice. At that moment, she was distracted, choosing necklaces and jewelry. Ryohei then commented that even Subaru had now become a player, and on top of that, a hero. He said that this blood was truly proof of excellence, and that from now on, their lives would be easier than ever, as long as they kept stacking more and more money. But at that exact moment, Taiga showed up at the house. Except he was completely different now, totally transformed because of what he had suffered at the hands of Kokugaiji. Ariake Ryohei asked who that guy was and why he had entered the house. Taiga replied that he was unpleasant, so he had already dealt with him. Right after that, Taiga appeared holding a glass of champagne for Ariake Keiko, who asked if it was really just him. Once she realized it was, she welcomed him back, saying she was happy to see him. Taiga commented that he had come back to his mommy even in this form, and was surprised that his mother recognized him like that. Keiko then replied that after all, she was his mother, and asked if this was some kind of metamorphosis, or maybe a special ability. She added that even so, he still looked pretty handsome. Then she showed him a necklace and asked if 20 million wasn't a bit too expensive for it. Looking at her, Taiga wondered if this was really his mother, even with her real son having changed so much she didn't care in the slightest. Even so, he deeply thanked her for being there with him. In fact, he said he shouldn't have even been born. Then, without any hesitation, he simply turned his own mother into dust. Taiga commented that both this world and himself were completely worthless, and so they should disappear together. The next morning, the news spread. Around 7 in the evening, the previous night, a building collapsed in the Shinagawa district of Tokyo. 2 people were found dead. They were Ariake Ryuhei and Ariake Keiko, a married couple who lived in the building that collapsed. Their bodies were severely damaged. When Sayada arrived, Subaru told her that man was his father. Later, he was at the crime scene together with Shikishima, just staring at the rubble, without saying a single word. Hirasaka asked Udu what he thought about all of this. Udu replied that the injuries were very similar to the ones they saw at Kinokawa, and he was sure Taiga was the one who did it. But the idea that he was really capable of killing his own parents was something deeply disturbing. Shikishima then looked at Subaru and asked if he was okay, saying he didn't need to pretend to be strong in front of them because they understood. Subaru replied that he wasn't sad. As much as he remembered his father, there was nothing that made him feel sad. And precisely because of that, he felt sad. He wondered what Taiga was thinking when he did this. And he also wondered where he was now. At that exact moment, Taiga was walking into the Federation as if absolutely nothing had happened. People didn't even recognize him right away. They were whispering that Taiga had killed his own parents, and that it was terrifying. Others said there were rumors that even Kinokawa had been defeated by him. It was as if the Demon King was the brother of the Savior. When he appeared at the front desk, the receptionist asked how she could help him. Without answering, he activated his ability, releasing a black smoke that disintegrated everything around him, killing absolutely everyone inside the Federation, leaving no one alive. At that same moment, in a plaza, a magician was performing a show, and everyone was pretty impressed. But right as the magician finished his trick, the Federation's building was completely obliterated, vanishing into thin air. Taiga then thought that there used to be so many things he lacked, like strength, intelligence, and beauty. The weak and pathetic version of himself from the past longed for those things desperately. But now that he had finally gained everything, he felt completely empty inside. He wondered what was even the purpose of continuing to live. And he also wondered if Subaru had already found his own purpose. Meanwhile, the heroes were on their way back to the Federation, and Hirasaka was absolutely furious. Shikishima immediately ordered the branch team from Tashikawa to coordinate the rescue efforts at the scene. The branches in Yokosuka, Kawasaki, and Kashiwa were to continue operating normally, ensuring they didn't damage the sky clock. He also stated that he would personally go collect information. Udo said that Taiga had managed to fool them. They said there were more leads about him at headquarters, so they were heading out for another inspection. He didn't know if this was the plan from the beginning, but if destroying the Federation HQ was really Taiga's goal, then his distraction tactic had been a complete success. Then he asked how many were killed. Shikishima replied that at least 1,500 players had died, and he couldn't even imagine how many civilian casualties there were in total. He could barely believe that bastard had caused so much destruction and complained that they should not have sent Subaru home. But suddenly he was completely shocked when he looked at his phone because he received a call from someone in the Black Faction. The man introduced himself as Kiryu Aisei and asked if they enjoyed the little declaration of war they had prepared. Hirasaka was so angry that it looked like he was about to smash the car, and Shikishima, out of patience, told him to get straight to the point because they were extremely busy thanks to him. Kiryu Aisei then warned that starting now 6 locations in Tokyo would be attacked the same way as the Federation headquarters. He also said that Taiga was in one of those places and wished them good luck. At that moment, Hirasaka had already jumped out of the car and leapt incredibly high, heading straight towards somewhere. Shikishima said that to prevent more deaths, it was better to just let Hirasaka go. Shikishima also confirmed that this idiot Kiryu Aisei was the guy who had been observing them at the school and asked if he was also going to participate in this mess. Kiryu Aisei replied that, of course he was. Then Shikishima said that he hoped to meet him face to face to make sure his body ends up full of holes. Kiryu Aisei answered that he couldn't wait for that and hung up the phone. Udo immediately asked how they were supposed to identify those 6 locations. Shikishima replied that he had already figured it out. They were after Kokugaiji, who wanted to destroy the celestial clock. Taiga's ability, which is time acceleration, could wear down a human body in an instant. In other words, his goal was to accelerate the time of the gate, reducing the clock's remaining time to 0. Udo said that the most efficient gate to choose right now would be a 5-star gate with a large amount of time remaining. Shikishima then explained that the celestial clock currently had 870 days left, and that if they managed to destroy 3 5-star gates, it would be game over. He ordered the players to be deployed to each of those gates in Tokyo, and warned that as soon as they encountered any enemy, they must immediately report it to the higher ranks, especially if it was Taiga, and alert the gold ranks right away. A war was officially starting. Meanwhile, Himeno Yumeno, also from the Black Faction, asked why they made a declaration of war when they could have just attacked the locations by surprise. Araya Kohei replied that would be too boring because they wanted to defeat the gold ranks in a fair and balanced fight. Himeno complained, saying there were too many people with muscles and no brains on this team. She also asked what happened to Yatsurugi if he had been captured and crushed, along with the Federation HQ. Araya replied that from what he heard, Yatsurugi managed to escape, and that apparently he was following Ariaki Subaru under Kiryu Aisei's orders. Meanwhile, Subaru was surrounded by members of the Black Faction. There stood Kuruki Taichi and Kaga Chingo, both also part of the faction. Yatsurugi said they told him that if he wanted to fight Hirasaka, he had to defeat Subaru first. He said he had nothing personal against him, but was going to kill him, and told him not to worry because it would be a fair one-on-one fight. Subaru replied, asking if the 3 of them were really planning to fight him at once. Yatsurugi, confused, asked what he meant. Then Subaru said that he had heard everything from Shikishima and that he couldn't let any of them walk freely around Japan. He stated that he held no grudge against them, but that he would defeat them and make them reveal every detail about their plans and where Taiga was. Yatsurugi asked if the 3 of them could really gang up on Subaru. Kagachingo replied that he was going to humiliate him, saying there was no way Subaru could handle even one of them alone. Then he activated his ability Obsidian Guardian, which turned his skin into a stone golem. Chingo said that Subaru had a similar ability and told him to get ready to see whose armor was better. But with just 1 strike enhanced by the blood curse, Subaru completely shattered the obsidian armor. Chingo couldn't even react. He was stunned, not understanding what had happened, wondering where his armor had gone. Yatsurugi realized that Subaru had poured blood into the cracks of the armor, destroying it from the inside. He then commented that Subaru had gotten a lot stronger, and that it actually made him excited because now he really wanted to beat him himself. Subaru dodged the first strikes from the twin katanas and had to create some distance. He noticed that the way the ground crumbled was as if it was deteriorating over time, and that the black smoke on Yatsurugi's blades was probably the same as Taiga's. He concluded that direct hits would be extremely dangerous. Kuruki Taichi asked if he could just stay there watching. Yatsurugi replied sure, and even told him not to forget to record his heroic moment. Subaru, confused, wondered why they were so focused on a one-on-one fight. He wanted to understand what they were looking for, but didn't have time to think because he had to block the next attack with his blood shield. Yatsurugi then explained that the three of them were childhood friends. He was the gang leader, Chingo was his right-hand man, and Taichi was always the one watching everything from the sidelines. He said that for them, this kind of situation was totally normal. Subaru, completely confused, asked what the hell he was talking about. Weren't they members of the Black Faction here to destroy the celestial clock and annihilate humanity? Yatsurugi replied no. He said he wasn't interested in any of that. Subaru, confused, asked, then why did they join Kokugaiji? Yatsurugi answered that being the leader of a gang means getting stronger, and that if there is an opportunity for that, of course he would take it. He said he wanted to prove he could defeat the strongest player, Hirosaka Renji, and that he and his friends were aiming for the top. That was his dream. Subaru just couldn't understand. He never had this kind of entertainment as a kid. His childhood was a living hell. Meanwhile, Yatsurugi was a man who saw himself as the main character of a manga, and Subaru wasn't used to that. He thought that honestly the Black Faction couldn't be all that normal either, because these three were definitely different from the others. Subaru then said that he understood his dream, but asked if that was the reason they attacked Kosaka and those three people who were standing at the gate. Yatsurugi remembered, but said that was their own fault for crossing the front line and being weak. Without patience, Subaru punched Yatsurugi straight in the face, breaking his nose and leaving him a mess. Yatsurugi realized he had gotten even faster. Then Subaru said that those people they attacked were part of the reconnaissance department. All of them had families, children, and still fought to protect the world, and even knowing that they dared to hurt them. He said he could not accept someone sacrificing people like that for a selfish dream. Right after Subaru activated his conditional ability, Those Who Despise Glory, which boosted his stats by 45% thanks to the effect of hatred. Even Taichi, who was just watching, almost stood up, but Yatsurugi told him to shut up and not ruin his dream. When Subaru was about to strike again, the one who landed a hit on Yatsurugi was Taichi himself, punching him so hard that he knocked him out instantly. Taichi said it was better to stop there, that it was time to accept defeat, and that the three of them could do better next time. With that, Yatsurugi simply collapsed, unconscious. Subaru asked if Taichi was going to fight him, but he replied no. Taichi explained that even though they were childhood friends, he also had another identity. He revealed that he was the one who sent Taiga's appearance to Shikishima because he was actually one of his subordinates. He said that he was a spy and had infiltrated the Black Faction on purpose. He was there specifically to inform Subaru about the location of the 6 gates. The battle was about to begin. At each gate, there was a member of the Black Faction ready to face anyone who showed up. This war had already begun. The one who appeared before Taiga was none other than Shikishima, who commented that it seemed like he hit the jackpot that day because he was finally going to cut loose. Taiga, wearing that arrogant smile, replied that Shikishima would be the first to die. But Shikishima fired back, asking if he really was going to be the first to die, just like the prophecy said, where he and 2 others would fall to Taiga in the near future. Still, he made it clear that Taiga shouldn't underestimate him. Shikishima activated his 5th ability called Sulfur Rain, a technique so powerful that it could practically destroy Taiga just by touching him. But Taiga, treating it like the start of a boss fight, managed to dodge with small sidesteps, slipping away from every shot. While dodging, Taiga started remembering that Shikishima was the first person to suspect him 3 years ago. Back then, Shikishima had commented that it seemed like Taiga was leveling up way too slowly. In fact, his progress was abnormally slow. The owner of the gate that Taiga stole from Subaru was Galea the Ram, but that boss refused to cooperate with him. Even after Taiga passed level 20, which is usually when a second gate appears, nothing happened. Hirosaka even mentioned that some people only find their second gate at level 25, or even 30, suggesting that maybe Taiga had the same problem. He added that Shikishima shouldn't doubt him so much. Shikishima replied that he understood and didn't want to ruin the mood, but that Taiga's slow progress made total sense if he had stolen someone else's gate. Taiga, hearing that, thought there was no way to be certain, so the best thing was to play dumb. Then Shikishima said that, thinking about it, he knew someone with the ability to detect lies, and that maybe they should discuss this further in the next meeting. At that moment, Taiga thought that was bad news since it directly threatened his safety. Back then, he swore that one one day he would kill Shikishima, and now his childish and sick hatred was finally going to make that wish come true. Taiga had fully explored Galea's power using the ability he obtained from Kokugaiji, so he decided to use his death card, that black smoke that disintegrates everything it touches. He used the technique called storm derivation. Shikishima, staying alert, realized that he was indeed fast, but thanks to his special ability clairvoyance, which lets him locate known enemies without fail, he still had the upper hand. Shikishima thought there was no way he would lose his target. He noticed that Taiga was using some sort of teleportation, but made it clear he wasn't going to underestimate him. He activated his third ability, Ephemeral Flame, which burned everything around him. Shikishima then realized how Taiga moved. He could only teleport within the range of the smoke, and even managed to escape that attack. Analyzing the situation, Shikishima concluded that Taiga's strength was close to a gold rank level 50, maybe a little stronger, but even so, he himself was level 82 and still far above him. But suddenly a huge explosion erupted right in the middle of the city. Taiga explained that they already knew the Black Faction's goal was to lure the strongest players into the 5-star gates. That's why he accelerated the time of all the 4-star gates to their final moments. At that moment, about 200 underworld creatures were unleashed. Since no one had predicted this move, many players ended up trapped, and Taiga asked how they planned to handle that now. Shikishima, shocked, confirmed that he really did it. He really was Taiga. Taiga, with a cold gaze, said that even if soul and consciousness coexist, the Ariake Taiga they once knew was already dead. He said that everything he wanted before no longer mattered. The only thing left in his mind now was to take revenge on a world that never loved him. And because of that, he would amplify this desire, even if later he had to mourn for the past version of himself. Shikishima responded that he understood. He had always sensed it in Taiga. Fear, audacity, envy, pride, and an insane hunger for recognition from both people and the world. But now he no longer felt any of that in him. What he saw now seemed like a trump card, something created specifically to kill gold-ranked players. So he wondered if Taiga really hated himself that much that he chose to become someone else entirely. Shikishima said that regretting his past was something he could accept and even respect that feeling, but he would not allow him to destroy everything. Then he activated his ability, Moth in the Flames, and declared that he would kill him and protect this city. Taiga, staring him down, replied that he too would mourn his death. Then both unleashed their full power as the battle began. Meanwhile, Kiryu Aisei, watching from afar, noticed those blue flames, recognizing it as Shikishima fighting Taiga, but now he had his own opponent. Standing right in front of him was Hirasaka Renji, who told him to drop his weapon and surrender while he still had enough sanity left to do so. Kiryu thanked him for the advice, but replied that he had his own circumstances and his own reasons for doing what he was doing. Then it is revealed that 1 hour earlier he had been in the Black Embryo realm, talking to what appeared to be his family, his wife and son. He told them that he was going out for work, but would be back in time for dinner. But the truth was that this family didn't exist. They were nothing more than hollow puppets created by Kokugaiji, who had ordered him to eliminate everyone standing in their way. Kiryu thought that now there were 3 gold-ranked players in his way, and the others probably wouldn't get involved, each for their own reasons. He concluded that this was a perfect opportunity to finally challenge Hirasaka Renji. Hirasaka, furious, charged at him with incredible speed. Kiryu laughed, saying he was feeling lucky. Suddenly, Hirasaka was smashed down from the sky to the ground, completely floored. Kiryu then commented that for him, these gold ranks were easy prey. This was because he was using his special item called Boundary Pierce, an artifact capable of splitting any space within a 150-meter radius. And worse, physical defense doesn't work against this kind of spatial division attack. Hirasaka realized that this guy was seriously strong. He didn't fully understand what kind of ability he was using, but it seemed similar to one of his own techniques, the one that teleports strikes. So he thought that if that was the case, then he just needed to attack before the hammer swung. But the moment he advanced, he felt a seal on his body. He was completely paralyzed and got hit by the hammer. But it wasn't a direct blow. Hirasaka was struck through the dimensional fissure that Kiryu had created. Not understanding anything, he thought, what the hell was that? Then he realized that the mark on his body was a trap that immobilized him when touched. Kiryu, smiling, concluded that Hirasaka had finally figured out his ability. Kiryu activated his ability called Crest of Prevention, an installation-type skill capable of freezing anything it touches for 1 second without fail. No one besides the user can see the emblems before touching them. He thought that this entire area was filled with emblems because he had placed them everywhere. Hirasaka was basically standing in a minefield. Once again, he was caught by the seal, paralyzed and knocked down. Kiryu concluded that it was exactly as he had imagined. Hirasaka had too much confidence in his own skills, which is why he always went for a frontal assault. Even if his hammer didn't do much damage, it didn't matter. The goal wasn't to defeat him, but just to buy time, stalling Hirasaka so that the other gates could fall. Even trying to use his dimensional slash, Kiryu told him it was useless. Once again, the attack was blocked by the dimensional fissure. Hirasaka then wondered if those seals could also block abilities. Right after, he asked aloud why people like them, who had so much power, chose to use it for evil instead of protecting the world. Kiryu replied that this was a good question and tossed it back at Hirasaka. He asked why he chose to protect this world and why he was so angry now. Was it because a bunch of people he didn't even know had died? And was that rage really directed at him? Then, without giving him time to answer, he knocked Hirasaka down once more. Kiryu said that, in his opinion, anyone willing to risk their lives to protect this world was a fool. He explained that when he lost everything most precious to him, he also lost any sense of value this world had. He then asked Hirasaka, after all, who was the real lunatic here, him or Hirasaka? Hirasaka didn't attack. He just blocked the blows while remaining silent. Kiryu, confused, asked what was happening, wondering why he wasn't fighting back. He asked if by any chance Hirasaka thought he could negotiate with them. At that moment, Hirasaka sincerely said that he was sorry for the loss of Kiryu's wife and son. He said he knew that the culprit had been a player, and that because the culprit was a minor, it had been extremely difficult to convict him. It was in that moment of total darkness in Kiryu's life that Kokugaiji appeared. Faced with a pathetic, broken, and destroyed man who had lost his family, Kokugaiji offered him a choice. He asked if he wanted help, and in return promised to resurrect his family, knowing full well that Kiryu no longer cared about this world. Hirasaka, still silent, just stared at his opponent. Kiryu then asked if he intended to just stand there, get cut down, and die like that. He said he didn't care because he was going to kill him right there along with his comrades and send them all to the other side. Then Hirasaka remembered his comrades. In that moment of clarity, he activated his sixth ability, Dimensional Slash, and landed a direct cut right into Kiryu's body. The impact was so massive that Kiryu could barely stay on his feet. He even dropped his hammer. Weakened, Kiryu admitted that this sixth ability consumed 80% of Hirasaka's mana and realized that he had finally used it. He said that the strike drastically reduced both his HP and mana, but even so, his mission was already accomplished. Falling to the ground, about to die, he looked at Hirasaka and asked why he was crying. With tears in his eyes, Hirasaka replied that even he wasn't sure. He said that maybe it was because of his own perception, since during battle he could feel the emotions of his opponent flowing directly into his mind. Every time he struck Kiryu, he felt an immense amount of pain, sadness, and suffering entering him. Hirasaka said that, just as Kiryu mentioned, he doesn't fight for the good of the world. He fights to protect this world because his friends are in it, and all he wants is to stay by their side for as long as possible. He told Kiryu that he wasn't crazy. He was sure that everyone had their own personal reasons to fight, and that's exactly why Hirasaka, couldn't give up. Kiryu said that Hirasaka could leave now because this was his loss. He explained that he couldn't resist Kokugaiji's tempting offer. He just wanted his family back, no matter the consequences. Hirasaka was furious, wondering how that bastard could do this, exploiting people's weakness to manipulate them. He called Kokugaiji a damned monster, filled with indignation. Meanwhile, in the Black Embryo realm, Kokugaiji received the report that Kiryu had died, but responded that it was fine. He said that Hirasaka had already drained all his mana and could no longer use Dimensional Slash. If things continued at this pace, they would eventually win. Then, Kokugaiji dismissed those disgusting puppet copies of Kiryu's family, saying that those flesh marionettes had done an excellent job. At that moment, Subaru was facing yet another enemy. He received intel about the current situation. 19 members of the Black faction, including Taiga, had been identified in various locations. The only one eliminated so far was Kiryu. All members of the Black faction had received stat boosts and new abilities granted by Kokugaiji. These abilities were related to space and time manipulation. Subaru asked if these new abilities could be combined with their old ones, and T confirmed that yes, exactly that. Then a woman in front of them activated her animal recombination ability, turning into a cat, and then using her new skill to become gigantic. Subaru quickly realized her ability was a combination of transformation and gigantification, but suddenly an even bigger cat appeared and defeated the giant cat with ease. It was Sushi. who did it effortlessly. Subaru thanked him for the great job. Right after, he asked Saya if everything was fine over there and remembered that he had sent her to eliminate the monsters threatening civilians. Saya replied that everything was fine, that the southern zone of Shibuya was almost clear. Subaru praised her, saying she did an excellent job, and told her that they should meet up immediately. But suddenly Saya felt something very strange and was completely shocked. At that same moment, Amamiya Hazuki, the older sister of Sayaka, and Amamiya Mizuho, the younger sister of Sayaka, both silver rank, were fighting Himeno, a former silver rank now part of the Black faction. Hazuki used the power of the Dragon King, unleashing a powerful strike called Skyfall Dragon Kick. This ability, currently at level 6, could unleash the full force of the Dragon King within her gate, temporarily boosting her attack power by 500%. Even landing a direct hit, Hazuki realized that Himeno was completely fine, without a scratch. Right after that, Mizuho appeared holding her scythe and tried to strike using the Reaper's Slash, an attack capable of cutting the opponent's HP in half without fail, as long as it lands. But at the exact moment, Himeno quickly teleported, using her blink ability, completely dodging the hit. Himeno reappeared right after and delivered a brutal kick straight to Mizuho's stomach, making her wonder what kind of absurd ability that was. In fact, Himeno's ability was existence erasure. She could completely erase her own existence from the world for a certain period of time, and if she consumed 5 times more mana, she could even move and attack while in that erased state. Hazuki tried to attack again, but of course Himeno wouldn't be hit that easily. Disappearing once more, she reappeared and landed a solid kick right to Hazuki's face, followed by a barrage of consecutive strikes. Hazuki quickly realized that the duration of Himeno's disappearance was unstable. She understood that Himeno was repeatedly phasing in and out while attacking and moving. It was a skill that combined distortion and stealth. Hazuki could barely fight back. She was basically getting beaten down. Completely sadistic Himeno said that this was so much fun. She asked if they were really Sayaka's sisters and said that the older sister had way better style, while the younger one was way cuter. She mocked them both, saying they were strong and popular with way more followers than her on social media. But right now she was so happy because even though she was always jealous of them, now she had the power to dominate them and torture them to death. Himeno made it clear that she didn't care how many people she had to kill because she was completely happy in that moment, happy for having betrayed humanity. Both sisters realized that this girl was rotten to the core. Mizuho responded, telling her that she had no idea who she was messing with. Both remembered that Subaru had called them earlier, saying that he found a way to bring Sayaka back to life. He told them not to worry because the information was reliable. Even if it took a little more time, he would definitely bring Sayaka back to them. Both declared that Sayaka was coming back home, and that's why they needed to save this world so she would have a place to return to. Himeno, mocking, asked about Sayaka, saying she had read about them in some blog a while back. She commented that there were 3 sisters, but one of them was considered a failure and asked if they weren't frustrated by that. Then suddenly Sayaka herself appeared right behind Himeno and declared that this would only last 3 minutes. She activated the Pranavarpas technique, swapping souls with the original owner of the body. She reassigned all the experience points accumulated by her immortal body back into her living body, fully taking over once more. Sayaka was back. She was there for real. She immediately landed a punch straight to Himeno's face with so much force that even the killing earring lit up intensely. Himeno was shocked, wondering since when Sayaka had lightning powers, but Sayaka was entirely focused on finishing her. Both sisters were overwhelmed with emotion, happy to see her back. Sayaka explained that this would only be for a short while, but she had trained perfectly so they could leave everything to her. At that moment, she was level 21, but with stats equivalent to a level 40 due to her immortal body. On top of that, she had blood mold, corpse fist, and the power of the earrings. Sayaka thought that she was happy because now she could breathe the air as much as she wanted, feel the ground under her feet while standing, and more than anything, she could be someone her sisters could count on. That made her incredibly happy. She also thought how that damned girl dared to mess with her sisters. Meanwhile, Himeno was already lying on the ground with all her teeth knocked out, completely destroyed, yet still screamed that she would never forgive that ugly little brat. But she immediately took another punch right to the face. Sayaka responded that the one who should be saying that was her. She then made it clear that she would now show the result of all her training. It was explained that currently Sayaka had a direct link with her master, and their souls were completely connected. Subaru, realizing that Sayaka was back, was completely stunned because she was just smashing Himeno's face in, completely wrecking her. Himeno quickly realized that those weren't normal punches. Each strike was infused with electricity and shockwaves. She thought she would die if she didn't escape immediately. She tried to use teleportation location, but the system error popped up, saying that the atmosphere was filled with impurities and teleport could only be used in clean air. Himeno screamed that the system was garbage, and right after, took another punch straight to the face. She realized that the red mist around was the impurity causing this. Meanwhile, Sayaka thought that she had made Himeno's disappearance ability completely useless by using blood mold to create that mist around blocking any attempt of escape. Sayaka dodged Himeno's next strike and told her she couldn't run anymore. Then she landed another brutal blow on her. Mizuho wondered if Sayaka had always had that kind of ability, and Hazuki commented that her close-quarters combat was so much better now. Hazuki thought that Sayaka had truly grown and remembered the day when she asked if she was being kicked out of the team. That day, Hazuki explained that they weren't kicking her out. They only said she should stay away from missions for a while. They told her she couldn't keep up with the missions, and they couldn't protect her. Once she leveled up, she could come back. But Sayaka, hurt, responded to forget it. If they were going to treat her like dead weight, then she wouldn't stay there anymore. And even if one day they asked her to return, she wouldn't come back. Hazuki tried to say she didn't need to take it that seriously, but Sayaka made it clear that she could be useful, so she left home determined. Later, Hazuki, talking with Mizuho, asked if she had heard anything about Sayaka recently. Mizuho replied that she heard Sayaka's levels were absorbed by a creature, and that now she had dropped back to level 8. Hazuki asked if that meant she had gotten weaker, but Mizuho assured her that wasn't the case. She said that Sayaka wouldn't give up. She knew her well and knew that she would come back so strong that no one would even recognize her. Hazuki agreed, saying that Mizuho was right about her. Both remembered that this had happened quite a while ago. Hazuki then said that they should root for her and declared that Sayaka could do it. Mizuho agreed, telling her to go ahead and crush that ugly brat. Sayaka, realizing it in the middle of the fight, gave a genuine smile and then landed a perfect hook straight into Himeno's face. Himeno wondered if those damned sisters really got along that well, because it was such a huge difference from the family she had with Marino. Everyone loved Marino, who was so cute, like a little doll. Himeno kept asking herself why they rejected her and only cared about her sister. A simple good morning from Marino got hundreds of likes, while no one liked Himeno's selfies, even when she dressed the same and said the same things. She kept asking why everyone hated her. She wondered if maybe she should try harder, be different, but quickly realized that wasn't the answer she wanted. What she really wanted was to hear that effort is also a talent, that she was beautiful the way she was. She asked herself why no one could teach her how to love herself too. Why was it always Marino who received love? In the end, the one who gave her an answer was Kokugaiji. When she met Marino, Himeno used her claws to completely destroy her face. Himeno believed that if someone stood above her, she just had to pull them down. If everyone was beneath her, then everyone would admire her. That's how it was supposed to be. But now, she was getting the worst beating of her life and couldn't understand how someone like Sayaka was standing above her. Furious, Himeno declared that she would drag her down too. But Sayaka dodged and slammed her down like she was nothing but trash. Even so, Himeno managed to escape the mist and used teleport. She decided she would hurt the ones Sayaka loved. When she reappeared, it was right in front of Mizuho, and looking at her up close, she commented that she was really pretty. Then she tried to slash her face with her claws, but it didn't work. Mizuho was protected by a shield made with blood mold. Himeno, stunned, wondered where that had come from, and of course, realized it was Sayaka's doing. Desperate, Himeno started screaming, asking why the world couldn't just be the way she wanted. She shouted that she hated everything, that she hated all this crap. That's when she came face to face with Sayaka's true power. Even without understanding her words, she screamed that all that nonsense made no sense. But Sayaka made it clear that she should prepare herself because she had dared to lay hands on her family. Himeno, completely desperate, even begged for help, but it was no use. She was completely crushed by Sayaka. Then, a massive explosion destroyed everything around. Sayaka's sisters were protected inside a barrier created with blood mold. Hazuki realized that Sayaka not only fought well, but also protected them at the same time. She remembered the day when Sayaka left the group, saying that if they were going to treat her like a burden, then she would get stronger on her own until she became someone useful. Hazuki felt proud, realizing that she truly had grown. Meanwhile, Mizuho commented that she had gotten way too strong. Looking at her sisters, Sayaka declared that she had won. Her sisters noticed that she was super pumped, but then suddenly collapsed to the ground, coughing up a lot of blood. Saya, who was there, warned that there wasn't much time left for that soul swap. She needed to switch back immediately to start the healing process. Sayaka replied that she understood and thanked Saya for listening to her selfish wish. Sayaka said that she was happy to see that her sisters were safe, but that now she needed to sleep a little. Her sisters looked at each other, terrified, wondering if she was going to disappear again. Saya explained that everything was fine, that she would be back soon, and asked them to wait for her because they would be a team again soon. The sisters, emotional, answered that, of course, they would wait for her. From a distance, Subaru appeared, approaching to talk to her. Sayaka and Saya asked if that was really Subaru. Subaru thought to himself that he wanted to see her, even if it was just one more time. Even if she couldn't forgive him, he wanted to thank her, apologize, and if she was willing to forgive him, he wanted for them to grow stronger together again. But Sayaka replied that she was the one who should be thanking and apologizing because he always protected her, always saved her, and yet she hurt him by dying in front of him. She promised that they would get stronger together no matter where they were. At that moment, Sayaka started to fade, thanking Saya for taking such good care of her body. She said that she had to go now before her soul completely collapsed. But before that, she asked Saya to deliver one last message to Subaru. When Subaru approached, it was no longer Sayaka, it was Saya who stood there. He asked if she was okay, and Saya replied that yes, and apologized for making him worry. Subaru then asked if Sayaka had been there. Saya confirmed, but explained that she had to go back to avoid further damaging her soul, and also to help her family. She made an enormous effort to return, even if just for a little while. Subaru said that he understood, and Saya then delivered the message that Sayaka had left for him. She said that she would be waiting for him at the red table. Meanwhile, Sayaka, now safe, heard her master's voice saying he had seen everything. She asked if her training had been good, since it seemed to have worked. Her master, the Ghoul King Carrion, replied that based on her performance, he'd give her 13 points. Sayaka, shocked, said that was way too low. Others chimed in. Delta said 30 points would be fairer, while Keelan said 4 at most. He even commented that the fact she managed to last 3 minutes using his power was unbelievable. Sayaka, frustrated, said they were being way too harsh, but Keon replied that training would continue immediately. At the red table, sitting were Delta, Kylan, and Sayaka, who had returned along with Carrion. Subaru, watching from afar, wondered what exactly this red table even was. Saya, being honest, replied that she had no idea either. At that moment, the Amamiya sisters came running, shouting for Subaru. Hazuki grabbed his hands tightly, but only to thank him. She thanked him deeply for letting them see Sayaka one more time. Mizuho apologized for doubting him and promised they would never forget this debt. Subaru was so moved that he nearly cried. Mizuho then said that now was the time to wipe out those creatures, and asked Subaru to destroy them all. Hearing that, Subaru replied to Saya that his master Vanquish always told him to be happy, and he admitted that he still didn't know exactly what could make him happy, that the world was becoming a more terrible place every day. But if there was something that could make him happy, it would be simply being together with all of them. He said that he would follow them wherever they were as long as his soul remained alive. With that, Sayaka's main body leveled up to 40. She partially restored her soul's memory and awakened Saya's original ability, Blood Mold. From now on, Saya could operate by consuming Sayaka's mana instead of relying solely on Subaru's. Subaru then remembered that there were people waiting for them. Meanwhile, Shikishima was still fighting Taiga, who kept dodging the flaming moths. Taiga managed to appear behind Shikishima, who realized that he was using an ability that allowed him to teleport within the smoke. But that was useless against him, because the moths would always track him no matter what. That was Shikishima's 6th ability, Moth Flame, which summoned fire moths capable of automatically tracking the target. While it was weaker in raw power compared to Sulfur Rain, it was much more energy efficient and never lost its target. Taiga realized this ability was a huge problem, because every time a moth exploded, it dissipated his smoke. That meant the area where he could teleport kept shrinking. He noticed that there were no openings, no arrogance in Shikishima, a man with 8 full years of combat experience. Taiga wondered if he should use his trump card, until he noticed that Hirasaka was activating his 5th ability, Imperial Radiance. It was then explained that 15 minutes and 37 seconds had passed since the battle between Shikishima and Taiga began, when Hirasaka Renji finally arrived to decide the fight. At that moment, memories resurfaced of how they met 8 years ago, when Hirasaka introduced himself to Shikishima, saying that from that day on, they'd be fellow gold rank comrades, and that he was excited to work with him. Shikishima replied bluntly, telling him to stay out of his way. But Hirasaka, persistent, said there was actually something he wanted to ask him about a laptop he had received. Every time he touched it, the laptop caught fire, triggered the fire alarm, and he wanted to know if Shikishima had any countermeasure. The answer was that he should never touch a computer for the rest of his life. At that moment, Kinokawa appeared, asking if there was a fire and if they were okay. Back in the present, Taiga noticed that Hirasaka Renji was already fully prepared. Not only had he defeated Kiryu in an absurdly short time, but he also still managed to arrive there. Taiga thought that was lucky for him. Even being attacked from both sides by two gold rank players, what should have been the worst possible scenario, he was still confident in his victory. Then Taiga opened another black gate. Shikishima wondered if it was going to release more smoke, but quickly realized it wouldn't matter. However, this time what came out wasn't smoke, but the hands of Kokugaiji. He questioned whether an underworld entity was emerging from that gate and not from a normal portal. He tried to activate his ability to get rid of it, but failed. That was very bad. Taiga realized this was the weakness of gold rank players. Their abilities were so powerful that they ended up interfering with each other when fighting too close. That's why there was an inevitable delay in Hirasaka's decision to help Shikishima, since he could accidentally hit him too. Taiga concluded that if Hirasaka was really that perceptive, he must have already realized this, and that decision would determine everyone's fate. He wondered whether Hirasaka would kill him right away to end the fight, or waste that opportunity just to save Shikishima from death. At that moment, Taiga questioned what his choice would be, because a fraction of 0.1 seconds would decide everything. Hirasaka activated his 7th ability star, but instead of aiming at Taiga, he chose to save Shikishima, cutting all of Kokugaiji's hands with his golden thread. But he knew that would be his end. His sword shattered, and Shikishima looked at him one last time as Hirasaka was sliced in half by Taiga's strike. As he fell, Hirasaka thought that at least he made it in time to save Shikishima, and then he died. Shikishima was left in total despair. In that instant, he remembered the first gate they ever opened together. It had been a level 3 difficulty mission that took 53 hours to clear, with only 9 hours left on the timer when they finished. Back then, Hirasaka had asked if Shikishima was okay, and Shikishima replied by asking if he was the one who defeated the boss. Hirasaka responded that he saw no other value in his own existence except fighting, but admitted that he would never have managed it without Shikishima. That's how they both leveled up and fully recovered. Hirasaka commented that the other two were also safe, and that it was only possible thanks to Shikishima, who acted as bait to lure the boss. Even so, Shikishima replied that that 3-star boss was an absolute monster, wondering if they could really keep fighting like that. Hirasaka assured him that they'd be fine, and that when the time came, they would be stronger. That's why they needed to get stronger together. Shikishima replied that he just hoped he wouldn't always be on the brink of death every time they went into a mission. Later, Kinokawa appeared, asking what that was, and Shikishima explained that he was planning to form a reconnaissance department. The idea was to create a team dedicated to mapping gates, so that at least the number of players dying in traps would decrease. Kinokawa then asked if he would be the leader, and Shikishima confirmed, saying that was indeed his plan. Kinokawa asked if that meant he had decided to protect everyone, and Shikishima replied yes. He thought it was a waste to lose any of them in battle. And when all the gates disappeared from the world one day, he wanted them all to laugh together and finally be free from that damned curse. Shikishima was thinking about all of that, but now he was crying uncontrollably over Hirasaka Renji's body. Taiga commented that humans were truly capable of throwing away their own lives to protect what they valued, and congratulated Shikishima, saying that he had been the best friend Hirasaka Renji ever had. Shikishima, overwhelmed with grief, swore that that bastard was going to die. He promised that no matter what, he would kill Taiga, and kept asking how he had the nerve to leave Renji like that. He couldn't understand why that bastard had done it. Why for someone like him? His only reason for fighting had always been to be with Renji, and with everyone who was important to him. Taiga started walking forward, ready to finish off Shikishima too, but suddenly a spiral spear appeared and blocked the attack. The one who showed up was Subaru. Taiga quickly dodged, jumping onto a nearby building, and stared at Subaru for a few seconds. Subaru immediately noticed Renji's condition, but looked at Shikishima and said that he didn't need to worry because he wouldn't let Renji disappear from this world. Subaru then activated his ability Blood Usurper, Paraivana, and at that exact moment, Renji's body was completely reconstructed. Shikishima, shocked, wondered what the hell that was. He remembered the first time he had heard about the Rainbow Gate, when Subaru had managed to revive a player named Sayaka. Shikishima then reflected whether this was the same ability Subaru had used back then to bring his friend back. The ability Paraivana was explained as a technique capable of transforming a player's soul. Anyone with a deep bond to the user could become a kin. When Subaru reached level 35, he unlocked his second ability, called Pranavarpas, which allowed him to create a second kin. Subaru apologized to Shikishima, explaining that, for now, he couldn't bring Renji back to life, but swore he would protect his body until the day he returned. He promised it with his own life. Shikishima, holding back his tears, thanked him deeply. At that moment, as Renji's body was being completely reconstructed, the golden energy suddenly turned green. But there was a problem. The soul inhabiting that body seemed utterly insane. It started talking, saying this was the human world, and honestly, it wasn't bad at all. It said the power flowing through that body was incredible, and the flesh was first class. Subaru instantly recognized that laugh. He immediately understood what was happening. Someone had possessed Renji's body. The being then introduced himself as one of Lord Vank's subordinates, Carrion, also known as the Ghoul King. Now occupying Renji's body, he declared that from this moment on, he was officially a kin of Subaru, one of the 6 immortal kings serving under Vanquish. Carrion revealed that after messing with Subaru back at the trial gate, he managed to recover part of his original appearance thanks to Subaru's level up. Still, his power was far below what it used to be. Meanwhile, Taiga opened several more black gates around him and ordered the Kokugaiji members to eliminate all intruders. Carrion looked at that and remarked that it was quite the warm welcome, saying those hands belonged to that old hag Oyon. He also commented that Taiga was nothing but the Kokugaiji's babysitter. Then, activating his ability Emerald Blood Mold, he declared that Taiga was about 100 million years too early to try and challenge him. He followed up by activating his technique Impact Rain, Divine Tremor Derivation, completely obliterating all the hands summoned by Kokugaiji. Carrion then said that now he was truly ready and summoned his Screeching Scissors, his new weapons. He threw one of the scissors straight into the black gate, slicing apart the abomination that kept reaching arms through. Not even Taiga expected that. Subaru looked and said that Carrion had done an excellent job. Carrion, as usual, replied that it was nothing and immediately gave his master a tight hug, because that's just how he was. That's when Taiga finally dropped down into the battlefield, declaring that his next opponent would be Subaru. But Carrion replied that no, he would never fight him unless his master Subaru ordered it. Taiga, irritated, said that in that case, until he killed Shikishima, he wouldn't stop. Carrion asked if he was serious because his real opponent was standing right in front of him. It was Subaru. Carrion then asked if Taiga was really that dumb not to realize it. He said it had been a while since Taiga kept running away from fighting Subaru, and deep down it was because he was scared. Finally, Carrion told him to hurry up and settle that sibling fight already, because both Subaru and everyone else had far more important things to do than waste time with Taiga. Taiga asked himself if he had truly been avoiding a fight with Subaru, but quickly replied to himself that no, that wasn't it. He just didn't want anyone interfering while he dealt with Subaru. That was all. In that moment, he remembered the day they first met, when their parents got married. Subaru smiled and said it was a pleasure to meet him, introduced himself as Ariaki Subaru, and said they were going to get along. But Taiga clearly remembered the fear he felt in that moment, and even after his rebirth, that feeling had never gone away. Taiga then took a deep breath and said, "Fine, they could end it all right now." Shikishima, realizing Taiga was practically inviting Subaru to step into the portal, panicked and begged him not to do it. Carrion stepped in, saying the conversation was over, and that Subaru could leave it to him. But he also made it clear that, if needed, he would handle that ridiculous family drama himself. Subaru replied that he knew. He looked at Shikishima and told him that he'd be gone for a bit, but would be back soon. Shikishima tried to stop him, but Subaru had already entered the Black Gate. As he passed through, Subaru remembered when Taichi got curious about what Taiga had done to him in the past, and now he thought that finally they could settle that past. Only after that could he truly move forward. Meanwhile, Kokugaiji was celebrating, saying everything had gone perfectly. Thanks to Taiga, they killed Hirasaka Renji and brought the embodiment of Vanquish into the human world. It was a complete victory for the Black faction. On the other side, Subaru was thinking that he had finally found that damned Kokugaiji. Taiga told him to leave this to him, that this was his fight. Kokugaiji replied that, of course, that was the condition of their contract. Ariaki Subaru was to be killed by Taiga, and the gate contract would never be broken. He told Taiga to settle it without worrying about anything. Subaru, meanwhile, thought that what Taichi had told him was true. Kokugaiji really couldn't kill him directly, but Kokugaiji himself thought that, in the end, the result would be the same. If Taiga lost, then he himself would kill Subaru. Besides, he hadn't predicted that Hirasaka would be replaced by Carrion, but if he killed Subaru, his entire lineage would vanish too, and all his kin would die with him, just as he imagined. It would be perfect. No one left but him. No gold, no silver, no bronze. The world would belong entirely to him. He would become the king of the Black Embryo. Meanwhile, Vanquish was watching from afar, observing everything unfold. On the surface, Shikishima was annoyed, complaining because Carrion was carrying carrying him. He told him to let go since he wasn't the real Renji, he was a fake. Carrion replied by asking who exactly he was calling a fake. Shikishima ignored him and said it was way too dangerous to let Subaru go alone to the enemy base, and that they needed to help him. Then he asked why Carrion hadn't stopped him. Carrion answered that Subaru was going to be fine because he already had a plan. Shikishima, confused, asked what plan that was and who he made it with. At that moment, a system message appeared. It informed them that the remaining time for the children's limbo had reached 0. A rank 5 gate had been completed. Shikishima realized they had managed to capture one of them. Then Miori Haji, also from the Black faction, showed up and commented that it seemed like he was the only one there taking the situation seriously. Shikishima suddenly realized something even more serious. The total accumulated penalty had reached 8,000 hours, and the celestial clock, which previously showed 340 days, now displayed only 2 days and 15 hours. At that instant, a crack appeared on the celestial clock, and the system notified that the remaining time had dropped to less than 100 hours. Serious problems were starting to occur to keep the system functioning. Shikishima thought that this had never happened before, and realized that the problem wasn't just the 5-star gate. The real problem was that the time of the 200 gates that Taiga had opened was also running out. If even one more of them hit 0, it would be game over. Then Carrion looked at him and told Shikishima to calm down, calling him an idiot, and said he was overthinking things. He stated that if Hirasaka was that important to him, then he should focus on protecting what he truly valued. Shikishima, taking a deep breath, focused, slapped his own face, and immediately regretted it because it hurt. He replied saying how deeply irritating it was to get a lecture from someone with Hirasaka's face. Then Carrion looked at him and said he should fly to the location he was sending him to, the hospital, because that's where his friends were. Meanwhile, in Kinokawa's medical room, she simply wasn't there. Shikishima looked around, confused, wondering why she wasn't there. Carrion asked what the hell he was doing in that place. At the same time, elsewhere, Udu was fighting Araya Kuhei, and Kuhei was getting absolutely wrecked. He wondered who the hell that guy was because even attacking with full power, Udu remained completely unharmed. Kuhei prepared another devastating punch, but before he could land it, Udo simply finished him off effortlessly. Kuhei couldn't believe what he was seeing. He wondered how it was possible for a player supposedly created only for defense to be that strong. He thought Udo was practically a living turtle, but a turtle that took 0 damage and, on top of that, dealt absurd amounts of damage. It was then explained about his class, the Simple Sage. Udu himself said that when you combine the most powerful shield with the strongest strike, there's no need to worry about your offensive power. It's that simple, and he proved it with every move. After defeating Kurei, Shikishima called him. Over the call, he informed Udu that Hirasaka Renji had died but was resurrected as someone else. Udu, confused, said he didn't understand anything at all. Shikishima told him not to worry about it for now and added that Kinokawa had disappeared. He asked if Udu knew where she was, but at that moment, as Shikishima looked up, he saw it. It was Kinokawa herself, in the sky, with arms and legs made of golden chains, fighting a gigantic dragon while firing her 68-pound cannon as if it were nothing. Udu, watching that scene, replied that yeah, he could see her right there, fighting a dragon. He asked if Shikishima wanted him to pass the phone to her. Shikishima, completely baffled, could only ask what the hell she was doing. Kinokawa herself replied that with a sky like this, no player could sleep peacefully. She was there, as always, facing the situation head-on. That was Kinokawa Sakura, level 81, gold rank, using her own chains as substitutes for her limbs while crushing the dragon in the sky. Shikishima, a bit embarrassed, apologized to her for disappointing her. Kinokawa, however, said there was no need for that, and then asked what they were going to do next. Udu replied that in this situation, they only had one option. Shikishima agreed, saying they needed to end this as quickly as possible. It was their duty, as players, to clear the gates and protect the world. That would be the message he would send to all players. It didn't matter how many gates there were. They all needed to recover the lost time, attacking the gates relentlessly, without rest, until it was done. Udu looked at him and replied that in that case, it was going to be a competition, and he warned Shikishima not to mess with the numbers afterward. Kinokawa, smiling, said that after sleeping for so long, she was finally going to have some real fun. Then Shikishima looked at the fake Renji and, irritated, still called him that. Carrion immediately replied, saying his name was Carrion, idiot. Shikishima, more serious, asked if they really didn't need to worry about Subaru. Carrion, giving a short laugh, replied that obviously they didn't. If even that person couldn't do anything about it, then no one could. Meanwhile, Koku Gaiji, completely shocked, asked how that guy was there. How was Vanquish himself in his realm? Vanquish, with an evil smile, answered that he had heard there was a baby around there with such a rotten nature that he got excited just thinking about coming down to teach him a very painful lesson. Taiga wondered if that was really the owner of the Rainbow Gate, the one who had given Subaru his power. But Subaru himself replied, telling him to look closely because that was his true enemy. He explained that their smoke and mist canceled each other out, so there was no need to use those powers. The fight would be one-on-one. No tricks, just fists. He told Taiga to get his hands ready because that would be their first and last fight as brothers. Meanwhile, Kokugaiji couldn't understand how Vanquish was in his world. Vanquish, with a mocking smile, told Subaru that he had done a great job sending the location of that world. He revealed that it was Subaru himself who had given away where Kokugaiji was hiding. Kokugaiji, completely shocked, asked how he did that, and if Subaru was the cause of all this in the end. He called him a cursed human and told him to look him straight in the eyes. But Vanquish interrupted, saying that the one Kokugaiji should be looking at was him. Right after that, Vanquish used the blood curse to bind that pathetic baby with supernatural chains. He said there was no need to worry about someone like him because he was simply a lunatic, a complete irredeemable idiot. Kokugaiji, struggling, shouted that the real idiot was Vanquish himself. Then he opened his eye with 4 pupils and activated his ability Death's Triumph, claiming that not even the immortal Vanquish could defeat him within his own world. With that, he unleashed the Mist of Time, which accelerates the decomposition of anything. As Vanquish was consumed by the mist, Taiga noticed that Kokugaiji was growing impatient, trembling with fear in that situation, and realized something even more shocking. All of this was caused by Subaru, the same boy who once felt fear towards him. And now, they were face to face. Subaru looked at him and told him to get ready. Taiga, half in disbelief, asked if he was really saying this would be a fight between brothers. He asked if he seriously thought they could fight without powers, like some random street brawl, when what was at stake was a battle of this scale. But Subaru replied that it didn't matter whether it was a big or small fight. He was still his little brother. He said that honestly, he should have done this a long time ago from the first time he met him. Back then, he was just a reserved kid. When Taiga became a player, he was scared. But that wasn't how it should have been. When the younger brother makes a mistake, it's the older brother's job to correct him. Taiga cut him off, saying he had already said it countless times. They shouldn't play at being brothers. They weren't even blood related, and he didn't want any part in these stupid whims. Subaru then asked if Taiga really thought he could run away from him. Taiga tried to throw the first punch, but Subaru dodged and responded with a punch straight to his face. Right after, Taiga tried to activate his smoke, but Subaru immediately answered with his blood mist. But he had already warned him. That was useless. Their powers canceled each other out. Subaru then landed a heavy kick to Taiga's face, followed by another, and simply started beating him down. When Taiga finally managed to land a punch, the two clashed against each other, using only their aura and physical strength. The impact of their blows was so strong that the glass walkway they were fighting on started to crack. They were truly in a fair fight, pure exchange of punches and kicks, hitting each other's faces with neither one backing down. Subaru, wiping the blood from his mouth, looked at him and said that it seemed Taiga was finally ready for this. This was the final battle, Subaru versus Taiga, brothers fighting to the end while fate was being decided. The clash of their fists was so intense that both were thrown back, but Subaru recovered first. He lunged forward and landed a kick right in Taiga's stomach. Taiga grabbed his leg and counterattacked. They kept going like that for a long time, punch after punch, with neither of them thinking about backing down or defending, only attacking. Meanwhile, the other battle continued. Kokugaiji versus Vanquish. Kokugaiji's ability, called Death's Triumph, made anything that came into contact with his black amniotic fluid have its time accelerated, decaying in seconds, without exception. But Vanquish was just standing there, perfectly fine, with a huge grin on his face, as if nothing was happening. He looked directly at him and asked if he could now use his real power. That was when Kokugaiji realized, completely in shock, that none of that was affecting Vanquish at all. He thought this wasn't like the smoke that just dispersed. This was supposed to accelerate time by tens of thousands of years in an instant. And even so, Vanquish stood there, staring, smiling, without a single scratch. Vanquish remained motionless because he was an immortal god. Kokugaiji, now desperate, screamed that he would use everything he had and activated his ultimate ability, temporal extinction. He told Vanquish to be consumed by hundreds of millions of years of deterioration, thinking that would finally destroy him. But Vanquish responded with a simple freeze, saying that was useless. Time could not kill him, and that was exactly why he was immortal. Then he looked directly at Kokugaiji, Kokugaiji and declared that he had been pathetic from beginning to end. He said that if Kokugaiji were really smart, he should have planned something better. He pointed out that Kokugaiji's mistake was not realizing that the more he used the gates, the more traces he left behind. Vanquish explained that he found Kokugaiji's location with extreme ease precisely because he opened gates that no other fool would dare to open. On top of that, he was lucky that Subaru made Carrion his kin, which means they became connected through their souls. Vanquish then confirmed that, yes, it was exactly what Kokugaiji was thinking. The moment Carrion was transferred into Hirasaka Renji's body, he told Subaru the entire plan. The perfect plan to reduce Kokugaiji to dust. And yes, it was thanks to Subaru that he got the exact location, allowing him to teleport to that place without a single mistake. Vanquish himself admitted that he didn't even know how Kokugaiji managed to survive in that world for so long. Meanwhile, Kokugaiji, panicking, thought about the condition of the contract that Taiga had made, which required him to kill Subaru with his own hands, a clause that could never be broken. Kokugaiji knew that Subaru couldn't kill him alone. That's why he let Taiga's hatred and distrust be used against him. He screamed, calling Subaru a damned insect, but Vanquish ignored him and declared that he was nothing but trash, the king of the black embryo. Vanquish stared at him and asked who had sent him. Who was it that told him that if he destroyed the celestial clock, he would gain the right to the human world? He also asked who wanted to share that world with him, and made it clear that he would not walk away unharmed after messing with his possessor. Then Vanquish activated his ability, the Dimensional Ripper, slicing Kokugaiji into several pieces. While doing this, Vanquish smiled and commented that even his voice sounded beautiful when he was screaming in pain. Kokugaiji, overwhelmed by pain, was completely losing control over his own reality. In a panic, he started screaming, desperately calling for Miss Safina. He begged, saying that Vanquish was going to kill him. He pleaded for help. That was when another presence appeared. A golden creature materialized, and Vanquish immediately recognized who it was. It was Safina herself. He looked at her and commented that he had already suspected she was behind it all. He called her a damned shining old hag. Kokugaiji, happy to see her, shouted for her to hurry up and kill that bastard. But to his shock, Safina simply crushed Kokugaiji with ease. Completely stunned, he asked why she was doing that. Safina, looking at him with disgust, replied that he dared to ask for help, even though he was a traitor. She said he tried to deceive everyone and monopolize the human world. She declared that she saw that coming from miles away. Without hesitation, she said there was a perfect place for an idiot like him, the lower gate. Safina then opened that gate. Kokugaiji, completely terrified, started screaming in despair. He yelled that he didn't want this, that he couldn't accept it. He was a king. A king couldn't lose his memories, his voice, or be condemned to wander inside a gate like a mindless beast. But even as he screamed, he was dragged into the lower gate while his entire existence was being sucked away. He was reduced to a mere one-star gate, condemned to an inferior and mindless state. Safina then looked at the immortal and said it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Vanquish, laughing, replied that she seemed to be doing fine too, old witch. Without wasting time, he sliced her magic bell in half and declared that he was coming to defeat her personally, and that he would do it without using any abilities, just with his bare hands. Safina, smiling, replied that she had been looking forward to this moment. Vanquish then commented that from now on, it looked like both of them would be pretty busy. He wondered if he should call the other 5 kings, along with Carrion, since his part was done. Now it was time for Subaru to finish this once and for all. Vanquish stood there watching and thought that players are capable of touching each other's souls depending on the sensitivity of each one. Vanquish was sure that Subaru and his brother could also see each other's hearts during that battle. For him, that was the conclusion of a life and also another trial that needed to be overcome. Vanquish said that Subaru couldn't afford to lose this because if he managed to get through this fight, he would be prepared for anything. Meanwhile, Subaru was still trading punches with Taiga. It was a brutal fight. No special abilities, just pure fist fight, punch after punch. Taiga was bothered by the way Subaru was looking at him. He didn't want him to look at him like that with that cursed look. Then Taiga remembered something that happened 10 years ago when he was beaten by his own mother. That day, she yelled at him because he ate the pudding she had left in the fridge and told him not to eat without permission. She shouted that he was just like his father, a worthless insect, and beat him until he passed out. All of that happened just because she had been away from home for 3 days and he, starving, ate that pudding. Sometime later, a child protection agent showed up at their house, but Keiko said she wasn't abusing him, just disciplining her son. She even had the nerve to ask if he was stupid, slammed the door in the agent's face, and complained that kids were annoying and never brought anything good. After that, she looked at her own son and asked why he was even born. In that moment, Taiga realized his mother was trash, and as her son, he was nothing but an insect to her. The man that Keiko introduced as her new husband was also trash, a useless man who just wasted her money. No matter what Taiga did, he was always met with looks of contempt. But that piece of trash had a son, and Taiga then gained an older brother. He figured for sure that guy would be an insect just like him. But no, Subaru was different. He had a smile on his face and happily introduced himself, saying that they would get along. Taiga was confused, wondering what the hell was wrong with that guy. He couldn't understand how someone could have such a bright look, that kind of smile. He thought Subaru must be as broken as he was. So why was he smiling so easily? Taiga's heart was frozen, overwhelmed by impatience and fear. In that moment, he understood that there are happy people in the world, and he wasn't one of them. He wondered if his situation was because of who he was. Even when they were in the same place, going through the same things, Subaru didn't complain, didn't despair, didn't despise anyone, and never thought about giving up. Taiga began questioning if he was rotten and weak by nature. In the end, it felt like the only insect there was him. That day, when they were watching the interview with Hirasaka Renji, the same day the gate appeared, Taiga knew his soul was rotten. But he wondered if he could accept everything he had done. He stole Subaru's gate because he was scared that Subaru would become a happier person than him. That's why he always stayed close, watching, and in the end, completely defeated Subaru. He thought that if that guy ever became happier than him, even for a moment, the distance between them would never be the same again. That's why Taiga believed Subaru should always stay behind him. With that thought, he landed a powerful punch right on Subaru's face and realized he still had a lot of strength left in his body. With every punch they traded, Taiga's memories and emotions seemed to flow directly into Subaru. He wondered if that was why he had been so scared and ended up straying from the right path. Subaru managed to dodge another extremely powerful punch from Taiga, one so strong it cracked the walkway, and both of them fell into the realm of the black embryo. Even so, Subaru didn't give up. He landed a kick so strong that it made Taiga spit blood. In that moment, Subaru wondered why they hadn't thought of doing this sooner. Why didn't they prepare so this wouldn't happen? Even so, he kept hitting Taiga, even with a sharp pain in his own heart. When the entire walkway finally shattered, Taiga fell into the black embryo realm, frozen and powerless. He lay there thinking that maybe the light falling on him were the emotions from Subaru's heart. Meanwhile, Subaru remembered when he used to ask where his mother was, but only got kicked by his father, who told him never to ask that again. Even so, when he found out he was going to have a little brother, he was truly happy. Subaru always tried to protect Taiga, even though that woman wasn't his real mother. He used to tell Taiga that everything was going to be okay. Deep down, Subaru always believed that one day things would get better, and that he would make sure of it. Taiga never liked any of that. He said it was disgusting, and told Subaru to stop pretending to be his big brother. But even so, Subaru believed he would never give up on him. As they fought, Taiga remembered the moments they had spent together. Subaru always said that Hirasaka Renji was amazing, but Taiga would only respond that Subaru was annoying and loud. At that moment, he also remembered when he stole Subaru's gate. He thought that if this thing called the brightness of the soul was the requirement to be chosen by the player's gates, then he wondered what Subaru was thinking right now. Hirasaka Renji himself once said that players can protect the people who are most important to them. That day, Subaru thought that he wanted to become a player as strong as Hirasaka, all to protect Taiga, because to him, Taiga was his one and only real brother. And Taiga, even after denying it so many times, realized that had been true for a long time. In that world, Subaru was the only one, absolutely the only one, who truly loved him. He then remembered a day when Subaru's father was kicking him, demanding that he hand something over. Even while being beaten, Subaru said he couldn't, because it was something a friend had given him, but the father shouted at him to stop being stupid. Meanwhile, Taiga, watching everything from the balcony, wondered why Subaru was being so disobedient. It was rare to see him go against his father, and yet, there he was, getting beaten so badly. Taiga had no idea what he was trying to protect. He only thought that Subaru was an idiot, until the father gave up, calling Subaru crazy. Then, all bruised and battered, Subaru went to Taiga, smiled, and said he had bought one of those packs with 3 puddings, so they could share. He asked if Taiga liked pudding. Taiga, in disbelief, wondered if that was for real. He asked himself, what the hell was wrong with that kid? No matter how hard he tried, he could never win. While eating, Taiga even replied that he didn't like pudding that much, but deep down, he wondered how amazing life could have been if he had lived the way he wanted, without that heavy weight in his chest. Vanquish, watching everything, knew that this was the end. Ariaki Taiga's body wasn't even human anymore. As soon as it reached its limit, Like all other underworld creatures, his soul would start trembling and then die. The blessing from Koko Gigij had already vanished, which meant his soul would wander aimlessly through the void forever. Taiga then thought that Subaru couldn't make that face. He couldn't look at him like that. After all, he had done nothing wrong. The one who was scared was himself, Taiga. That same Taiga that Subaru admired so much couldn't just go away. But he didn't know how to handle that, so he hated him. And every time he expressed that hatred, it only hurt more. And yet, he kept repeating that cycle. He then realized that he truly was about to disappear, and wondered which memories he should take with him in his final moments. He thought about Subaru, remembered that pudding they shared, and said that sometimes he wished he could eat that pudding again. He didn't manage to say thank you in time, but the truth was that he had been happy that day. That pudding was delicious. And so, before disappearing completely from this world, he thanked his big brother. Subaru couldn't do anything but scream and cry. He thought that if he had known that memory would be the last thing Taiga remembered before dying, maybe he would have done so much more. He wondered why people called him a savior if he couldn't even save his own brother. Defeated, crying on the ground, Venice approached. He asked if Subaru could get up, but no, Subaru just kept crying. The immortal then explained that Ariaki Taiga's greatest misfortune was that he always knew what he was doing was wrong, and yet never did anything to stop. Every time he did something wrong, his hatred for himself only grew, and the more that hatred accumulated, the more his soul was damaged, the more it became twisted. Vanquish said that this end had been inevitable for Taiga since the day he stole Subaru's gate. Subaru, devastated, asked if that was really the only solution, if there wasn't another way, if this was the only possible conclusion for his brother. Vanquish replied that this was a question he should dedicate his entire life to finding an answer for. He told Subaru that he should carry that question with him until the day he died, and, of course, never forget it. Vanquish also said that Subaru could cry as much as he wanted now. He could break down, drown in tears until he was able to stand up again, and that he, Vanquish, would wait for him, no matter how long it took. Then the system announced that the boss Ariake Taiga, level 59, had been defeated. Subaru leveled up from 45 to 48. He received the title Demon Hunter, obtained the legendary sword Ignis, the black katana, and unlocked the class skill Golden Arm Galea. On top of that, the familiar Galea, the Ram, was waiting for Subaru's approval to form a contract. 3 hours had passed since the celestial clock had cracked. The operation involving all available players to clear the gates was ongoing. By that time, the number of cleared gates had reached 195. The celestial clock, which had previously been completely unstable, now showed 417 days and 18 hours remaining. Shikishima looked at the data and commented that every detail mattered. Right after, the system notified that the remaining time on the clock had exceeded 10,000 hours. The system stabilized, deactivated emergency mode, and the celestial clock returned to normal functioning. Duakinoka even celebrated with a little fist pump in the air, while Shikishima thanked everyone for their hard work. The crisis was finally over. All that was left now was for Subaru to defeat Taiga, and victory would be theirs. Meanwhile, Carrion and Sayata were standing right in front of the Black Gate, waiting for Subaru to return. Sayata was extremely worried, but Carrion tried to calm her down, saying that everything was fine. After all, they were Subaru's kin. If they were still alive there, it meant that Subaru was too. Sayata agreed, but still said that she could feel that Subaru's heart was deeply wounded and shaken. That's why she wanted to check on him as soon as possible. Carrion agreed that she was right. Suddenly, they heard Vanquish's furious scream. He was yelling that he couldn't believe Subaru. He said he was willing to wait for him to recover, willing to wait for him to cry, but he just couldn't believe that he simply fell asleep. After crying, Subaru had fallen asleep. Vanquish was shouting that this had to be a joke. He had come all the way there to help Subaru get out, and the bastard just went to sleep. With no other choice, Vanquish opened a dimensional rift, and Sushi appeared carrying Subaru, who was indeed in a deep sleep, fast asleep as if nothing had happened. Carrion, seeing that, commented that at least he was sleeping well. Sayata, on the other hand, was really happy to see that Subaru had finally returned, even if he was asleep. He was sleeping with a smile on his face, remembering the happy moments he had shared with his brother. Meanwhile, the system was undergoing repair and program updates. After a long and extensive loading process, the update finally began. At that moment, someone asked Miori Haji if Kokugaiji had really lost. Miori confirmed yes, that he had been disconnected. The abilities he had granted were also gone, so he was probably out. Another player player then asked if that had something to do with that guy from the rumors, the one who possessed the Rainbow Gate. Miori Haji replied that he wasn't sure, but that Kokugaiji was still a king. In his opinion, it was much more likely that Kokugaiji was indeed that legendary gate holder. The other player commented that the three kings would start moving now, but Miori didn't panic. After all, the celestial clock had been updated, so they decided to wait a bit and see how things would unfold. Later, Shikishima was apologizing to Hishizaki because he constantly needed to go to him for healing. Hishizaki told him not to worry about it because if Shikishima fell now, it would be the end for everyone. Then he used the Asura resurrection skill, which completely healed Shikishima's body. Shikishima commented that his skill was really amazing, and Hishizaki replied that it would have been even better if he could also heal Kinokawa's team members. Shikishima told him not to think about that because the situation was under control. But more importantly, he asked if Subaru was really okay. Carrion replied that yes, no problem, at least for now. He said that Subaru was just trying to heal his soul, which was tired and worn out. Then he asked Shikishima if, when they passed through their first gate, they didn't feel exhausted as well. Shikishima confirmed that yes, he himself slept inside it for almost 5 days. Hishizaki also confirmed that he felt the same, but mentioned that apparently Hirasaka managed to move shortly after, although he still needed to stay in bed for about 3 days. Carrion explained that the stronger the contract power is, the longer it takes for the soul to adapt. He said that if an ordinary person made a contract with someone like Lord Vanquish, they would fall into a coma for decades. Hishizaki, surprised, asked if it would really be decades. Shikishima confirmed, saying that even so, Subaru managed to make a contract with Vanquish and still walked around like nothing happened for more than a month. That only showed how different and incredibly strong Subaru's soul was. Carrion then said that of course there were limits, but he was sure that Subaru would wake up, and that's why he told Sayada not to worry so much. Meanwhile, Subaru found himself in a completely different world. He wondered if he was dreaming until an entity appeared and explained that this place was the galaxy of the universal unconscious, the place where all souls are born and where all souls die. This being explained that Subaru was currently in the sleep of the soul, experiencing this for the first and probably the last time. Subaru wondered who that being was. It wasn't Vanquish, nor Carrion, but somehow his presence felt strangely familiar, almost nostalgic. The being then told him that he needed to prepare for battle. Subaru, surprised, asked what battle that was. He said he was never really good at that sort of thing, but the being responded that the situation had now changed completely. It explained that a king from another world, even though weak, managed to invade and open a path into the human world. And more importantly, that king revealed the existence of the Vanquish Bearer to the entire multiverse. Now Subaru's existence was known to everyone. Gold, silver, copper, and even the lower and upper universes would invade his world. A devastating storm was coming, a calamity so powerful that the war against the Black Faction would seem like child's play in comparison. A cold, cruel, merciless wind was coming, and this wind would show no mercy for life or anyone's feelings. Everything would be lost, and no one would be able to stop it. Not even a gold-ranked player, not even one of the Vanquishes. Only one person could stop it, and that person was Subaru. Subaru understood that if a calamity of that scale was coming, then he needed to be ready, and the being gave him 3 important clues: the Red Table, the Half of Twilight, and the Apostles of the Dawn. But more important than any of those clues was the fact that Subaru was going to become a king. Subaru, shocked, asked if he would really become one of the kings, and the being replied yes. He explained that he himself, the one speaking there, had failed. He now existed only to return to the ocean of the unconscious. But even so, he was happy to meet Subaru one last time. Subaru, confused, asked who he was, and in that moment, the being introduced himself as Ariake Subaru, the King of Dawn. They were the same person. The being explained that he was the version of Subaru who, in the future, became the strongest person in the world, but still failed to save the world and was ultimately defeated. The King of Dawn then said that he couldn't reveal everything about the future, but he could share some important things. The King of Dawn explained that Subaru needed to save the world, and above all else, protect his friends, especially those who were most precious to him. He said that Subaru couldn't lose any of them. Then a bracelet appeared on Subaru's wrist. It was an X-rank item called Midnight Sun Resonance. This bracelet allowed its bearer to glimpse fragments of the late King of Aurora's memories and would react according to the disaster that was approaching. The King of Aurora said that it was time to wake up because the first calamity was coming. He wished Subaru good luck, and then his consciousness disappeared. Subaru woke up calmly, without being scared, but as soon as he opened his eyes, everyone around around him was completely shocked. In front of him appeared 3 doors, 1 bronze, 1 silver, and 1 gold. Carrion, astonished, asked if they were really seeing that. 3 doors appearing at the same time. Subaru knew exactly what that was thanks to the bracelet he was carrying. He thought that no matter what happened, he could not lose his precious friends. The 3 doors then started talking. They said it was a pleasure to meet Subaru, the bearer of Vanquish. The first door introduced itself as Safina, the Golden Queen. The second was Ruin, the Silver King. And the third was Vordan, the Bronze King. They bowed and offered their gratitude to the next king, the one who was called the Savior of Divine Blood. Subaru immediately understood that this was the beginning of the first of the 8 calamities, the 3 doors. The Midnight Sun resonance bracelet reacted strongly to their presence, confirming that none of this was a dream. The conversation he had with the King of Aurora, his own future self, was real. Everything was happening right before his eyes. Upon waking, Subaru realized he was wearing the bracelet and, along with it, unlocked glimpses of memories from the future. He knew who those people were and why they had come. If those memories were true, he would lose all his friends within the next 3 months. In those memories, Shikishima would say goodbye to him over the phone. Sayada would say it was an honor to have served him. Carrion would sacrifice himself to save him. They would all do that. All of them would entrust their legacies to Subaru. Even Vanquish themselves would entrust everything to him. They would all keep dying one by one, entrusting their futures to Subaru, the Savior of Divine Blood. And even while carrying all that burden, even inheriting everyone's legacy, in the future the King of Aurora would still lose. He would never have won without the power of Vanquish. In the end, he saw the world fading away before his eyes, unable to save anyone. He lost everything forever, and all he could do was apologize to everyone who trusted him for failing to protect them. He thought that if he had not made mistakes that day, maybe if he could return to that moment, everything would have been different. Before being completely consumed by destruction, the King of Aurora used what was left of his powers in the infinite galaxy of the universal unconscious to meet his past self and try to change the future. Subaru received that message, and even though that world where he died had appeared, he decided he would not let that happen here. He would not allow the final efforts of the King of Aurora to be in vain. He swore that he would protect everyone from the 8 calamities that were approaching. The 3 kings then formally introduced themselves. They said they were the rulers of the largest territories in the world they call the Underworld. Subaru thought that they were indeed the supreme leaders who held absolute power in the Underworld. The most powerful of them all was Safina, known as the Goddess of the Underground and Queen of Twilight, commander of the invincible Golden Knights. At her side was Ruin, the divine beast of order, supreme lord of all creatures, and master of the 9 silver tails. And finally Vordan, the leader of the nature spirits and sovereign of the demi-human race that inhabits the earth, known as the Sovereign of No One, the king who does not rule over men, but over everything humanity cannot control. Carrion, completely in shock, wondered if those guys, the greatest leaders of the underworld, had really come all the way there just to say hi to Subaru. It couldn't be just that. Then Safina said that, as had already been declared, they recognized that Subaru was the right person to become the next king. And after the excellent job he did repelling the invasion of the Black Faction, she wanted to officially invite him to the Golden Kingdom, asking if he accepted the offer. Sayada, scared, asked if Subaru was really going to the underworld, but Carrion quickly told her to wait a moment. At that moment, Ruin agreed with him, saying that Carrion was right. He commented that Safina had promised not to run away with Subaru, but in truth, all 3 of them also wanted to talk to the boy. In other words, it seemed more like a competition, almost a hunt for his head. Ruin then made the proposal directly. He asked what Subaru thought about canceling the contract he had with Vanquish and forming a new contract with one of the 3 of them. He was honest in saying that Subaru's soul vessel was different from any other human, and as long as he partnered with the right owner, he could become the strongest person in the world. And when he said right, he meant the most powerful among them. After all, each of the 3 kings was the strongest in the underworld, far stronger than Vanquish himself. Carrion felt extremely offended by that, but Ruin continued, saying that he and the other players were there to protect the world from the threats of the portals, just as they, the kings, had entrusted those gates to humans. Therefore, Subaru just needed to switch to an owner worthy of his vessel and stop wasting his life among humans. Carrion, outraged, cursed Ruin, saying he would kill him right there. But Ruin was not intimidated. He simply told Carrion to shut up and, with a simple gesture, pinned his body to the ground. The pressure was not physical, but a direct overwhelming pressure on Carrion's soul, which he could barely withstand, especially now that he was limited to a human body. Ruin ordered him to stay quiet and listen. Then he explained that he was not there just to tell Subaru to change owners. In fact, they were offering exceptional conditions, unique opportunities for someone as special as him. He asked Safina if she agreed, and she replied that she did not mind, but yes, they would continue that conversation. Safina said that if Subaru became her possessor, he would receive the spear that pierces everything, along with the right to command the legendary Golden Knights. Ruin, in turn, stated that if Subaru became his possessor, he would receive the bow of infinite light and 100 high-ranked dragons. Meanwhile, Vordan offered the axe of absolute destruction, as well as 20 sacred forests, uninhabited and protected by the Great Spirits. All three displayed enormous pride in their offers. Now the Child of the Great Soul, as they called him, would have to choose one of the doors. Carrion, outraged, told Subaru not to answer. He said that was absurd, that they were blatantly mocking them, asking how they dared to try to steal Subaru from them like that. Just because there was someone stronger than Vanquish, it did not mean Subaru should simply change his possessor. He shouted that this was not how things work. In his view, they were just scared that Subaru would keep getting stronger. Subaru thought that Carrion's loyalty was truly unshakable, but at the same time he clearly sensed the murderous intent coming from Ruin, and that was extremely dangerous. Subaru then told Carrion to calm down. Carrion, still indignant, asked if Subaru did not understand what this meant. He said this was a choice he could never undo, that accepting it would mean abandoning Vanquish and becoming someone else's possessor. He directly asked if he was really okay with that. Subaru thought that, of course he was not. Carrion was his relative and could read his mind, so he should read it because he would never dare to ally himself with anyone other than Vanquish. And that was precisely why the King of Aurora, his future self, had rejected that very same offer. A rejection that, in the past, caused them to turn against Earth. In other words, that choice alone was not enough to save everyone. Ruin, however, replied that they were acting as if they were manipulating Subaru. But this was a completely fair contract. After all, he had the right to choose. At that moment, Subaru realized that he had finally calmed down and understood that the Silver King deep down was willing to give him some time to think. But Carrion did not give time for more talk. He said he did not trust that damned fox and told Ruin to go straight to hell. Ruin, unfazed, replied that Carrion would be dead soon anyway. And to be honest, Subaru himself thought the same. He realized there was no way around it, that this stalemate could not continue like this. Subaru then took a deep breath and said he was ready to change as long as the contract was truly fair and the conditions were good. Carrion, furious, shouted that Subaru was a bastard too. Sayada, in shock, asked if he was really going to do this. Subaru, staying calm, replied that if the three of them were so certain about what they were saying, then why did they not prove it to him for real? Vordan, staring directly at him, asked if Subaru was demanding that they prove themselves, gain his trust, and make him believe in them. Ruin, crossing his arms, questioned if what he actually wanted was to see each of their strengths. But Subaru shook his head. He said he did not care about strength. What he wanted were the offers. If his soul was truly different from the others, that meant other kings would also want to make a contract with him. And if that was the case, he wanted to meet all the kings. Maybe there was another king out there with a better offer to make. The shock was immediate. Everyone was surprised by what he said. Subaru then stated that soon the gathering of the underworld kings would happen, and he wanted to participate in that meeting. He thought that this would be the first step to creating a new future. Ruin immediately wondered how that human knew about this gathering. He even suspected if Carrion had told him, but soon realized that was not the case, because Carrion was just as confused as they were. In reality, Subaru was using the memories of the future as his greatest weapon. Safina wondered how far that boy's knowledge went, and Vordan, even if only internally, admitted that the kid was far too clever. Subaru, staring at all of them, thought that yes, he would change that tragic future he had seen. Meanwhile, deep in the brilliant sea, in the throne of souls, Vanquish was sitting, carefully analyzing everything that was happening. He wondered if the three kings had really already appeared before Subaru. They were moving much faster than even he expected. But more than that, what truly worried Vanquish was what Subaru himself had said. He wondered if Subaru was seriously considering the possibility of changing possessors, and above all, where that kid had gotten this information. Information that was completely secret and restricted, impossible to discover out of nowhere. Vanquish became suspicious. He opened the systems to directly analyze Subaru's internal system, and that was when he realized. He saw that Subaru was equipped with the Midnight Sun bracelet. At that moment, Vanquish muttered that this was the item of the King of Aurora. Suddenly, he heard a voice saying, well, it is Subaru." Vanquish, irritated, replied that they were really annoying and told them to stay away. But looking to the side, he saw Hirasaka, who was watching everything closely, carefully analyzing criticizing Subaru. Vanquish then asked how their training was going. Hirasaka, with his usual laid-back attitude, replied that it was time for a little break. Sayaka, who was also there, asked what kind of situation this was, because she was clearly seeing 3 open doors. Vanquish, somewhat impatient, explained that the kings of the Golden, Silver, and Bronze Gates had gone to Subaru, and apparently they were trying to make him change possessors, choosing one of them. Sayaka, outraged, said that was way too bold, and Hirasaka, smiling, commented that, as always, this was exactly what one would expect from Subaru. Vanquish, more serious, replied that this was not a joke. He said that if Subaru actually canceled the contract, he would lose all connection with him, and that meant all relatives bound to the contract would also die, including Hirasaka, Sayaka, and everyone else. Hirasaka, more serious this time, warned that Subaru could not fall into temptation. Sayaka, with tears in her eyes, said that she knew Subaru was capable of resisting. But Vanquish, staring intently at the soul panel, replied that the problem was something else. He said that if Subaru refused the offer from the 3, they would retaliate, and when the kings of the underworld failed to manipulate someone, they show no mercy. They would attack Earth without thinking twice. He said he had heard that the Golden Witch had recently obtained an extremely dangerous item. Sayata asked how dangerous this item was. Vanquish replied that the name of the item was Victim, and if used on Earth, it could completely annihilate anything within a 70-kilometer radius. This would result in the death of at least 10 million people. Sayaka was shocked and asked what the hell that was, because she believed that the Gate Masters existed to protect humans. She commented that if Subaru was not aware of this information, he would surely refuse the contract, and that would cause the kings to retaliate against Earth. Sayata stated that she could not allow that to happen. Vanquish thought that those damned kings were holding the lives of the entire Earth population as blackmail to force Subaru into accepting their contracts. Sayata then asked Vanquish if he was really going to be alright. Vanquish replied that he did not know, but he believed that someone else was helping Subaru, and that for now maybe everything would be fine. Then it was explained about the first disaster, called the 3 Doors. Difficulty A. The 3 kings of the underworld had taken an interest in Subaru and were demanding that he terminate his contract with Vanquish and form a new contract with one of them. Refusing this proposal would cause them to retaliate against Earth, but accepting it would not guarantee a safe future either. Subaru's mission was to protect his contract with Vanquish without provoking the wrath of the 3 kings. If he succeeded, he could move forward to face the second disaster. If he failed, he would be forced to accept the offer of one of the 3 kings, which would result in the end of his contract with Vanquish, causing him to lose all abilities granted by Vanquish, lose all his relatives, and lead to the death of Sayaka, Hirasaka, and everyone else. Moreover, he would become an enemy of Vanquish. There was also a second failure condition, which was simply rejecting the king's offer. This would provoke their wrath, causing the destruction of 50% of the Kanto region, killing around 10 million people, along with the deaths of several powerful players. It would also turn Subaru into an enemy of the 3 kings. At that moment, Vordan was extremely furious. Everything started shaking so much that people in the city thought it was an earthquake. Vordan, outraged, shouted, asking how a mere human dared to suggest being present at the gathering of kings. But Subaru argued that he saw no problem, since the kings themselves wanted to contract him. Then they could very well negotiate during the meeting, because that would be fairer. Subaru realized that this aggressive recruitment was actually a strategy from the kings to stall him. That is why he decided that he would not give an answer now. He would buy time until the meeting happened, because his opponents were the most powerful beings in the entire underworld, and facing them here would be practically impossible. Besides, he knew that the second disaster would appear right after resolving the first, and he needed to leave the first disaster intact to have any chance against the next. However, this strategy had a problem. Ruin realized it and commented that this was the weak point of the plan. He understood that Subaru's soul was more powerful than anyone else's, but he did not imagine he would be so arrogant. Subaru also realized that the flaw in his plan was that even trying to buy time, he would still end up angering the 3 kings. Ruin then commented to Safina that they could proceed, and that she could witness the full ferocity and atrocity of what was about to happen. At that moment, Safina was holding Victim, the bomb treasure, capable of completely annihilating Japan. Subaru realized how dangerous this was, as he remembered the memories of the King of Aurora. Victim explodes using the energy of the 3 underworld kings simultaneously, and this would result in the deaths of at least 10 million people. The same tragic future would repeat itself. Safina then said that, before anything else, she wanted to congratulate Subaru. She explained that Victim was similar to what humans called an atomic bomb, and stated that if he were foolish enough to refuse their proposals, she would use it immediately. Subaru thought that he already knew that, that, so she praised his ability to avoid making an insane choice. She also said that his boldness in trying to negotiate with them was truly impressive, and perhaps because of that, she would consider letting him attend the Gathering of Kings. Even the other kings were a bit impressed by that. However, Safina asked if he was really sure. She wanted to know if Subaru truly believed that he could face all the upcoming threats without powers, without weapons, and without the armies that the underworld kings could provide for him. At that moment, the celestial clock was at 99% of the update. Subaru realized that the update was finally about to finish. When it reached 100%, a red lightning bolt covered the entire sky. Carrion was startled and asked what that was. A system message appeared in front of all players, informing that the celestial clock had been updated and that everyone should check the new information. The message warned that if less than 100 hours remained, a penalty would be applied. Soon a massive structure began being built by the celestial clock itself. Safina then asked again if Subaru really thought he could handle all of this, because maybe it was already too late. Kinokawa was in shock, saying that it was impossible. Shikishima wondered what kind of penalty that would be. Subaru realized from the memories he saw in the bracelet that this was indeed happening at the same time as the first disaster. This was the second disaster, called the 6-star Carnage Palace. He had only 7 days left to complete it, with a limit of only 3 attempts, a maximum of 10 players, and it could not be locked due to the penalty. A 6-star portal appeared. Subaru thought that this was completely absurd, as it was 10 times harder than a 5-star portal. Safina then said she would give some advice. In the current situation, Subaru had 0% chance of clearing that portal and only 1 week to become stronger. She also informed that the next Gathering of Kings would take place in 2 weeks, and that they could provide him with the necessary power to clear that portal as long as he accepted a contract. She asked again if he would accept or not. Ruin realized that this had always been Safina's plan from the beginning. He said that she was extremely cruel and urged Subaru to answer quickly before it was too late. It was then that Subaru, staring at all of them, stated that this time he would not accept any borrowed power. The kings were completely shocked. Subaru said that he would face that portal with his own power, without any victims, and that the kings could simply sit and watch. They could negotiate fairly during the Gathering of Kings. He asked what they thought about that. Safina started laughing a lot, clearly entertained by his answer. She said that fine. For her, that was impossible no matter how many times she analyzed it. But she admitted that she was very curious to know what Subaru had planned in that little head of his, and that he was far more interesting than she expected. She confirmed that everything was fine, and granted him permission to attend the Gathering of Kings. With that, they began to withdraw. Subaru kept wondering if he had really gotten rid of the first disaster, but before leaving, Safina left one final warning. She said that if he failed to defeat the portal, she would use Victim, and that he should not forget that. Ruin replied that it was fine by him. Vorden agreed as well. Then all of them said goodbye to Subaru, warning that very soon they would meet again. Subaru was sweating from how nervous he was, saying that it was way too scary. Sayada agreed, saying of course it was, and even prepared him some coffee. But Subaru commented that at least it was solved without major problems. However, Sayada reminded him that he promised Safina he would clear the 6-star portal without a single victim. Considering the difficulty of a 5-star portal, she said she really did not know if that was actually possible. And Subaru, with all the confidence and stubbornness he had left, replied that no, he did not. The next morning, everyone woke up completely shocked because all the news was focused on an absurd event. Exactly at 6 in the morning, a new portal appeared, the largest ever seen in Japan. Everyone went into a state of confusion and even despair because director Hizaki from the Japanese Players Association announced that this was the first 6-star portal to ever appear in Japan. She also explained that she was already forming groups of high-level players to start a raid, but the time limit for it was only 1 week. Meanwhile, Subaru was still in the hospital together with Carrion and Saya, and he asked both of them to read his deepest memories. It was explained that a master and their relatives could communicate mentally because of the direct connection between their souls, but for that, the master needed to allow it. When Carrion and Saya focused on Subaru's mind, they managed to see everything that had happened. They witnessed the sequences of disasters and understood how that could lead not only to the end of that world, but to the end of all life itself. The two were completely in shock. Carrion, outraged, said it was absurd and refused to believe that Lord Vanquish could die. He could not accept something like that. Saya was also shaken because even knowing that those memories were from an alternate future, a dimension that might not even happen, it was something she wished she had never seen. Subaru apologized but explained that now they finally understood how he knew about the gathering of the 10 kings. Subaru asked if Carrion knew anything about the place, where he had met his future self. Carrion replied that yes, that place was known as the galaxy of the universe of unconsciousness, the place where all consciousness is deconstructed, and where all souls return to their origin. That is the final destination not only for the souls of that world, but for the souls of all existing worlds. Even so, he found it impressive that Subaru had managed to enter there and come back as if nothing had happened. Subaru then asked if he knew anything about the King of Aurora. Carrion replied that he was a king of a very small territory within the underworld. When he was about to say something about Lord Vanquish, his information was suddenly cut off, apparently because of the rules of the underworld that do not allow certain information to be shared with the world of the living. Even so, Carrion managed to say that if the King of Aurora had granted Subaru the power to see the future, it meant that he was on their side. Then Subaru explained that he had two reasons to participate in the gathering of the 10 kings. The first was to prevent the 3 kings from using Victim on Earth. The second was to find the King of Aurora. However, Carrion and Saya finished his sentence, saying that the real reason was to make the King of Aurora an ally. Subaru felt a little embarrassed because he wanted to finish the sentence himself, but he agreed and apologized to both of them for showing that terrible destiny. He also kept thinking that even with all of that, he could not save Taiga. He remembered the words of Vanquish, who had said that since the day Taiga stole his gate, that fate was completely inevitable. Even so, Subaru wondered if there really was no other way, if he had made the right choice, and he remembered that Vanquish himself had told him that he would question this for the rest of his life, and he realized that he was right. But this time, he did not want to make the same mistake again. He did not want anyone else to die because of him, so he needed the help of both of them. Saya replied that her decision was the same as always, that she would serve him as long as her soul existed in that world, and that she would do everything to help him save the world from all those disasters for his happiness and everyone's. Carrion agreed immediately, saying that she had stolen the words right out of his mouth. Subaru was very grateful, but could not stop thinking about Taiga's tragic fate, and this time, he was determined that he would not let that fate repeat. The first step would be to deal with that second disaster, eliminate the 6-star portal, and do it without losing anyone. Everyone was truly motivated. Subaru thought about contacting Shikishima, but Carrion immediately grabbed his phone and told him not to do that because in this fight, gold-ranked players were not their allies. Meanwhile, Shikishima was also trying to call Subaru, wondering if he was still sleeping. That same night, Subaru kept reflecting on everything because Carrion explained something very important. The gate owners, who are the ones who gave powers to the players, could see and hear absolutely everything they did. So if Subaru appeared telling everything to Shikishima, his gate owner, who was one of Golden Queen Safina's subordinates, would hear everything. From there, he would report to Safina, and she would immediately launch Victim on Japan, killing millions of people, and the same would happen if he tried to tell any silver or bronze ranked player. In short, no player could help him in this battle. Subaru commented that it was really very inconvenient, and it seemed that the memories of the future would end up being a secret only between the 3 of them. Carrion reminded him that actually Vanquish also knew. Saya added that besides him, the original Sayaka and also Hirasaka Renji had access to that information. Subaru agreed, realizing that all of them were watching everything directly from the underworld, so he came to a conclusion. Carrion suggested that maybe they should try to contact the underworld directly, but Subaru simply shouted, asking if Vanquish was listening. He said that they would talk as soon as the next gate appeared because he intended to level up to prevent the next disasters, and he already had some plans that Vanquish would definitely like. Carrion replied that they could hear everything, so there was no need to yell like that. He said that he almost made Hirasaka Renji deaf, but Saya had no reaction at all, which left Carrion a bit confused. Saya then asked if Subaru was going to meet some player who could help them because all she could see at the moment were mountains. Carrion agreed, also curious about what was beyond those mountains. Subaru replied that beyond the mountains was the ocean. Meanwhile, in the underworld, Sayaka was training using Keelan's power, facing the Storm Knights. She was much stronger now, easily defeating several warriors at once. Delta commented that she was already good enough to defeat several guards at the same time, and he, along with Kylan, laughed, saying they were way better teachers than Carrion. Keelan said that she had passed the test and could now rest before the fight to the death, but Sayaka confidently replied that she was definitely going to win. Delta disagreed, saying no, she was not. Sayaka then asked where Vanquish was, and Delta replied that he was probably getting to know the host, together with Hirasaka Renji. At that moment, a mysterious person was staring at her and said directly that he wanted to kill her. Hirasaka immediately refused, saying he would not do that because he wanted her to become his swordsmanship teacher. Sayaka got annoyed, told him to shut up, calling him a traitor. Even so, Hirasaka replied that he hoped they could become friends because the final battle was getting closer, and he asked her to please share her knowledge. Then Ludwig appeared, the captain of the Golden Knights, and the owner of the gate that granted powers to Hirasaka Renji. Right after, the system revealed the mission of the second disaster, the 6-star portal called Carnage Palace, with difficulty B+. It was explained that this 6-star portal came directly from the underworld as a penalty for the Celestial Clock update. The mission was to complete this portal without anyone dying. If they succeeded, they would gain a new ally, get closer to the truth about that world, and could even expand the red table. If they failed in way A, meaning they failed to complete the raid, all participating players would die, 6-star creatures would invade the human realm, and in addition, the 3 kings would use victim. If they failed in way B, which meant completing the raid, but allowing players to die in the process, the result would also be catastrophic because they would still lose many people, and the 3 kings would use victim anyway. At that moment, Subaru was in Hitachi. Meanwhile, a player named Ginga Tsunemori, silver rank and level 67, was enjoying the morning sun. He was walking over the water thinking that when the sun rose, it always felt like a new day without a doubt. He also reflected that his ability was working well that day, although he always tested it because the origin of that power was a complete mystery, so there was always a chance it could suddenly stop working. He mentally commented that gates and abilities were such fantastical things, and it had already been 5 years since he became a player. Deep down, Ginga thought that maybe all of this was just a dream, and that maybe one day everyone would wake up. Subaru appeared beside him and agreed, saying that indeed the morning was beautiful. Ginga, curious, asked who he was, and Subaru introduced himself, saying it was a great pleasure to meet him. When Ginga asked if he was also a player, Subaru replied that he was and wanted to know what he was doing there. Ginga explained that part of his daily routine was testing whether his ability was working properly, because you never knew when something could go wrong. Hearing that, Subaru thought about what Ginga said about all of this being a dream. Then he immediately remembered everything that would happen in the future if he failed to change the course of events. He thought that if this really were a dream, it would be much more beautiful than it was right now. Then Ginga directly asked what Subaru wanted with him. Subaru was straightforward, asking if he already knew about the appearance of the 6-star portal. He said he needed him to join his group to defeat that portal. Ginga, surprised, asked if he was requesting his help for reinforcement before the raid, or if it was to directly participate in the raid itself. Subaru explained that he did not want Ginga to be just a support. He wanted him to be the main attacker, the one who would defeat one of the 3 bosses in the 6-star portal. Instantly, Ginga replied that this was simply impossible, completely out of reality. From a distance, Carrion, who was watching everything alongside Saya, asked if that was really the indispensable guy that Subaru kept talking about, because honestly, he did not look like the most suitable person for that kind of mission. Ginga, not understanding anything, was even more surprised. He asked if they were serious about him being the main attacker of a 6-star portal, something usually reserved for gold-rank players. He was not even sure if Subaru had ever heard of him before, but he made it clear that Subaru was greatly overestimating his capabilities. He said he was just an average silver-rank player who had never even defeated a 5-star boss, so facing a 6-star one was simply impossible. Subaru told him to calm down, saying he was sure he could do it, but Ginga replied that this did not help at all. Subaru explained that obviously it was an impossible task for him right now, but when Ginga reached level 70, a new gate would appear, and the ability he would acquire at that moment would change everything. That ability was exactly what they needed to face that portal. Ginga immediately argued that this was a lie, and asked how Subaru could possibly know something like that. He started to suspect if Subaru was really a player, because this was getting very suspicious. Subaru replied that of course he was, after all, he was walking on water, right? But Ginga countered, saying that he even knew about his abilities when he himself had not yet figured everything out about them. Subaru, keeping calm, said that did not matter. He said that actually a 5-star portal was going to appear in 1 minute, so they could do that raid together. If they managed to reach level 70, then they would see who was right and who was lying. Ginga, increasingly suspicious, replied that this guy was extremely suspicious, maybe even creepy. Subaru, without losing his sense of humor, replied, asking who he was to talk about that, considering he was walking around with a paper bag on his head. Ginga replied that it was a mask and that he did not intend to show his face to anyone. Then he asked how Subaru could know that a portal was about to appear, and worse, how he even knew the number of stars. He said that made no sense since the number of stars of a portal is proportional to the population of the region, and a 5-star portal had never appeared in that area. But before finishing his sentence, he looked at his phone and was shocked. A 5-star portal had indeed appeared exactly where they were, in Ibaraki Prefecture. Subaru had already even reserved the portal. He asked if now he finally believed. Ginga was completely in shock, not knowing what to think. In his mind, that guy was ridiculously suspicious. He started to wonder if Subaru had some kind of future predicting ability, because it made no sense at all for him to know the exact location, and even the time of a portal's appearance. Even so, Ginga replied that this guy was extremely, very suspicious. But Subaru simply said that he had already proven his point. Ginga, still suspicious, said he was starting to get annoyed and wanted to see Subaru's player ID as well as check his registry in the association. Subaru asked if he was really going that far. He realized at that moment that gaining Ginga's trust would not be easy at all. Even so, Ginga said that he was curious and that yes, he would join Subaru in the 5-star portal. Subaru was very grateful for that. Meanwhile, Ginga kept trying to understand why he was agreeing to go with such a strange guy. He realized that despite Subaru seeming like a very kind and even friendly person, he carried a deep sense of despair. Ginga had no idea of his true intentions, but was certain that guy was only there because he was desperate. Obviously, Ginga did not believe at all that he would be useful in a 6-star portal, but he knew he would find out soon enough by following that suspicious guy. Even so, he made it very clear to himself that he was an extremely skeptical person. Trusting someone had always been very difficult for him, so he decided that he would only determine whether he could trust Subaru during that raid. Subaru was perfectly fine with that, saying that it was just a process until they trusted each other. He knew that Ginga was suspicious of everything, but he also knew that soon that would change. Ginga, irritated, thought that guy was already getting on his nerves. He questioned how Subaru, who had just met him, already knew so much about his personality. Subaru, realizing that he had almost made a mistake, apologized because he noticed he was acting like someone extremely close to Ginga. The truth was that in the memories of the future, Ginga would become Subaru's last ally, someone fundamental. This was Ginga Tsunemori, 19 years old, a player who usually spent his days around the surroundings of Ibaraki Prefecture. In the story told by the King of Aurora, he was known as the man who arrived too late. At level 70, Ginga would acquire an extremely powerful ice-type ability. With that in mind, Subaru said they could go. Later, arriving in Ishioka, where the portal appeared, Saya commented that the place was really very beautiful. Ginga, with a certain pride, explained that the place looked like a theme park, where the most beautiful flowers in the region were gathered, and that precisely during that season, it was the rose season. He also said that at night, it was possible to watch a light show that made everything even more amazing. Subaru, observing, thought that guy was really proud of his hometown. Then he announced that the portal was already reserved and asked if everything was ready to start. Determined, Ginga replied that yes, they could not let those damned creatures appear in the real world. In front of them stood the spiked tower, a place surrounded by rose thorns. Ginga commented that on the outside the roses might look beautiful, but inside they were simply horrible. Then he stepped on the ground, freezing everything around him, and summoned his glacial spear. He said he could make those roses look much prettier using his own power. The monster appeared, ready to attack him, but Ginga did not even seem to care. He used his second ability, Frost, completely freezing that creature down to its core. The cold was so intense that the wind blew his paper bag, which he used as a mask, far away, revealing his face. Confident, Ginga declared that he would destroy all those creatures without the slightest doubt. Then he activated his third ability, Crystal Blade, which formed sharp skates on his feet. Sliding over the huge sea of ice he had created, he advanced rapidly towards the creatures, cutting them all and turning each one into tiny shards of ice. He leveled up from 67 to 68, and looking at Subaru, asked if the goal was really level 70. Subaru confirmed that yes, not just for him, but also for himself, because when he reached level 50, a new gate would open for him. That was the goal for both of them. At that moment, Subaru was holding the divine chisel in his right hand and the dark Ignis in his left. Watching the battle, Carrion commented to Saya that actually Ginga's movements were not bad at all. Saya, impressed, replied that she had not even understood everything he did, but that it was simply magnificent. Subaru thought that Ginga had an extremely high level of control over his own abilities, using everything with a absurd efficiency, very different from how most gold rank players fought. He realized that for the first time he was seeing a silver rank player as veteran as himself with 5 years of combat experience. Then it was their turn to join the fight. When those creatures shaped like rose monsters charged toward them, Subaru did not even bother to dodge. By the time they realized it, he was already slashing their necks, turning each one into dust. Just like that, he easily defeated a level 53 carnivorous plant. Saya commented that he was as sharp as ever. She also explained that the power to make enemies deteriorate came directly from the soul of Ariake Taiga. It was the power of the Dark Ignis, the sword that Subaru was using at that moment. This was a unique class item capable of channeling the power of the Child of Darkness, using Ariake Taiga's soul as its source. The sword's first ability was Black Fire, where anything touched by its black flames would rapidly incinerate. The second ability was Fulgur, which allowed the user to teleport over a short distance. This ability could be chained, but each use would double the mana cost. Saya introduced herself, saying she could handle that job for Subaru as well. It was explained that during the war against the Black Faction, Saya ended up swapping souls with Mamiya, and as a result, she became an even better relative. She then activated her Blood Brutality skill, summoning the Blood Lampreys, vampire-type creatures that fought by her side. Saya ordered the Lampreys to devour anything standing in Subaru's way, saying that everything there needed to die. Carrion, watching, commented that Saya was really amazing now, but he could start working too, especially since he was already seeing red. Then he activated his Necrotic Fist, using the Void of Death to kill everything that appeared in his path. Ginga, watching everything, thought that Subaru and his friends were truly powerful. He especially thought that the guy with the eye patch was something beyond extraordinary. He kept wondering why Subaru, who already had such strong allies, still insisted so much on having him in the group. At that moment, a huge knight with a deadly aura appeared and attacked Ginga by surprise. He could not react in time and ended up being hit, but managed to hold on, supporting himself on the ice bridge he had created. Ginga said that it was fine, but deep down he thought that finally an enemy stronger than him had appeared. This was a level 77 Black Rose Knight. Ginga tried again to use his ice spear, throwing it like a freezing javelin. Even though he hit the knight and froze part of the armor, the knight still seemed fine. Taking that opening, Ginga advanced and tried to smash the knight's face with his ice blade. But when the ice shattered, they realized the armor was intact, not even scratched. Ginga understood that both the armor and shield were extremely powerful, practically nullifying most attacks. Without wasting time, the Black Rose Knight punched Ginga in the head, sending him flying. Ginga was about to be finished, but managed to save himself at the last moment, although the knight was not willing to give him any chance to recover. Without mercy, he unleashed Dark Wind toward Ginga, who tried to defend himself by activating Frost Storm. Surprisingly, he was managing to hold on. Even the knight himself was impressed. Ginga realized that even regular monsters in this portal used as many abilities as a boss. The Black Rose Knight, instead of continuing the attack, raised his sword as if inviting Ginga to a duel. Ginga thought that maybe this monster had recognized him as a worthy opponent and decided to accept the challenge. At that exact moment, a skeleton tried to attack Ginga from behind, but it was instantly frozen. Ginga commented that this would not work and that, besides everything, it was quite disrespectful to try and interrupt a duel. Ginga understood that this fight was simply a matter of survival, so he pierced the skeleton with several ice spears, turning it into a sieve. The enemy commander was impressed, and even the Black Rose Knight who was dueling was surprised, but that did not stop him from charging straight at Ginga. At that moment, Subaru appeared, even startling the skeleton with his sudden arrival. The Black Rose Knight raised his shield to defend himself, and tried to warn Subaru about the dangers of that shield, but before he could do anything, he was completely engulfed by the black mist. Subaru activated the black flames of Ignis and launched his incineration strike, destroying not only the shield, but also ripping off the knight's arm, making it clear that he would never be able to regenerate that part again. Even so, the knight quickly recovered using Dark Wind. Ginga was astonished to see that this thing, which had just lost its shield and arm, simply regenerated as if nothing had happened. Without wasting time, the knight used a skill called Mystic Needles, which completely pierced Subaru's body at once, but he remained standing without showing any reaction. The others wondered whether the fight was really about to start for real or not. Subaru acknowledged that the knight was indeed strong, and commented that this time he could fight fair and square, but the knight himself replied no, apologizing and saying that, after all, he wasn't undead, and none of them were made to fight fair. Ginga stepped forward and said they were copying him, asking if the little knight thought it was funny just to keep imitating. Subaru replied that Ginga had done an excellent job there, but Ginga Ginga told him to stop acting like they were friends. He made it clear that, for now, what they had to do was simply crush every one of those monsters. And then they charged forward without a second thought. The Black Rose Knight, who was frozen, was completely terrified, sweating cold. Subaru activated his maximum power, and Ginga used his 4th level ability. Subaru unleashed his Mystic Piercer, while Ginga fired his Frozen Ballista. Together they completely destroyed that soldier, who was not even the boss. In fact, they were just testing their powers on him. Soon after, Subaru tried to talk to Ginga, who was not very interested in conversation. Even so, Subaru asked if he trusted him at least a little more now. Ginga replied that at least he could trust his abilities. Thus, the two leveled up together until reaching their respective levels. Subaru reached level 51, and Ginga went up to level 70. 2 new gates appeared in front of them, indicating that they could now enter the Trials of Judgment. Ginga immediately remembered what Subaru had said before, that when he reached level 70, a new gate would appear. And it really was true. The 2 gates were there, waiting for them. Ginga commented that actually, there was something much more important than that. He said that Subaru was that famous rainbow player that everyone had been talking about lately. Besides that, he had predicted both the appearance of that portal and the gates. So Ginga asked how many things Subaru actually knew. Subaru thought that he knew everything. He knew his own destiny, and the destiny of everyone there. He also knew that the owner of Ginga's gate was someone linked to the Silver Kingdom, but it was impossible to pass that kind of information to him at that moment. So Subaru apologized and said he could not explain now. Ginga questioned whether he really expected him to trust him without any explanation. But before they could continue, a huge explosion happened inside the portal. That was when Carrion and Saya appeared. Saya explained that they had eliminated several monsters that started to spawn near the gate. Subaru asked if there was anything wrong with Carrion, and he replied that there were only weaklings over there, no matter how many he killed. Subaru realized that he really was not in a good mood. Meanwhile, Saya thought that those gates were exactly like in the future Subaru had shown her. This meant that the fate of the entire world depended on the ability that Ginga would acquire in this new gate. Subaru wished Ginga good luck, and he replied that maybe it was worth listening to what Subaru had to say. Subaru realized that Ginga just did not want to admit that he trusted him. He ended up chuckling, and Ginga asked why he was laughing like that. Ginga also said that he would not go with Subaru unless he was confident they could actually win that 6-star portal. But Subaru replied for him not to worry, because they would definitely succeed. Ginga kept wondering why that guy had so much confidence in his eyes, then said that they would see about that when he came back. Without wasting time, he stepped into his silver gate. Subaru also said that he would be right back because he was going to enter his own gate as well. Saya asked if he was nervous, and Subaru replied that yes, a little. Carrion asked if he already knew what the challenge behind that gate was, and if it was really that difficult, to the point that he was scared twice. Saya was extremely shocked, realizing that maybe that was exactly it. But Subaru did not say anything else. He just took a deep breath and stepped into the gate. On the other side, he found a beautiful sky and a shining sea. And right behind the gate was Amamiya Sayaka, who said she had been waiting for him for a long time. Subaru was completely emotional seeing her again. After all, Amamiya Sayaka was his best friend, who had lost her life after getting involved in his trial. Subaru thought about how long he had searched for her, wishing he could apologize and also thank her for everything she had done as his friend. But at that moment, she was smiling and celebrating his presence. That made Subaru completely speechless when he saw her again, right there in front of him. Sayaka asked if he was not going to say anything, but Subaru was clearly nervous and, not knowing what to say, asked where Vanquish was. Sayaka replied that honestly she did not know. He had said something about a meeting and simply disappeared. Then she commented that maybe he would return once Subaru completed the trial. At that moment, Subaru asked if the trial this time was her. Sayaka confirmed that, yes, and said they would fight. She explained that she wanted to see everything Subaru had, just like he did with Master Carrion, and that she expected him to fight with all his power because she would do the same. Subaru realized that deep down, Sayaka was trying to send him a message, but he decided it was fine. He would use all the power he had at his disposal. Before starting the fight, Sayaka thanked Subaru, then immediately activated her Dark Lightning skill, approaching him in the blink of an eye. Even Subaru was surprised by her speed, but when she launched her next attack, he had already vanished, dodging using Fulgur, the teleportation skill from his sword. Sayaka knew he would do do that, and also knew that he could not run away from that lightning forever. Then Subaru protected himself using the cursed blood mold, preparing for a counterattack. Sayaka complained that this was not fair, but in the very next second, the two were already ready to try and take each other's heads off. Both dodged quickly, and the fight remained completely even in terms of power. They exchanged blows at such an absurd speed that it was hard to even follow. At that moment, Sayaka noticed that the blood arm created by Subaru was starting to fall apart. That was a direct effect of the black flames from Ignis, which disintegrated anything it touched. Subaru then tried to use his Mystic Piercer, but Sayaka quickly defended using her giant lightning arm, a skill called Colossal Cloud. As the two attacks collided, Subaru remembered what Sayaka had once told him, that they would become stronger together. In that instant, he realized that she had indeed become much stronger. The two attacks collided with such force that the impact seemed to shake even that entire world. From a distance, Vanquish and Keelan were watching the fight. Vanquish commented that he did not expect Keelan to have trained her so well. After all, Keelan was never that type. Keelan replied that at first, it was not such a big deal. But when he pierced Subaru's heart during that trial in the 5-star portal, he could clearly hear Subaru's feelings. At that moment, he understood how much Subaru wanted to become stronger together with Sayaka, and that made him curious to know who that important friend of his really was. Vanquish then asked what he thought of Sayaka now, and Keelan replied that she was incredible. He said that she had enormous potential and that her fighting spirit was simply impressive. Vanquish was happy to hear that and commented that surely Keelan really liked her. Keelan confirmed, saying that he was very proud and happy, both for her and for Subaru, because he knew that their wishes would come true. He was sure they would become strong together. Vanquish smiled, saying that he finally understood. Later, Sayaka was a little sad about losing, and Subaru commented that she almost won. When Subaru was about to say something, Sayaka started speaking first. She asked if he wanted to ask for help to resolve that disaster, but then said he did not even need to ask because she was already going to help. After all, they had promised that they would never abandon each other. Just as Subaru was not giving up on her, she was not going to give up on him. They were friends forever until their souls became cosmic dust. At that moment, both remembered the day they called each other friends when they swore they could become stronger together and that they would never abandon one another. This made Subaru unable to hold back his tears, which fell as he looked at the shining sea. He thanked Sayaka from the bottom of his heart for everything. Meanwhile, during Ginga's trial, he was face to face with the owner of his gate, the Arcane of Frozen Wings. Ginga said that this was his new ability, something so powerful that it would even work against a 6-star portal. In his hand was his super ability, Ice 9. For those who do not know, it could be translated as Ninth Ice or Ice 9, but the name has a very specific meaning in English, so he kept it as Ice 9. Basically, it was frozen matter in a super compressed state, capable of freezing absolutely anything. In simple terms, it was more or less that. Even though he was strong, Subaru still saw Vanquish's death in the future through the memories of the Midnight Sun bracelet. Vanquish then asked Subaru to explain everything they needed to prepare. Later, Subaru was leaving through the rainbow door back to the dungeon in the 5-star zone. As soon as he arrived, he commented that everything was frozen and wondered what had happened. Saya and Carrion were flying nearby. Subaru asked if they were okay and wanted to know what had happened. Carrion then pointed behind him where Ginga was standing, who said Subaru was late. Subaru explained that time inside the doors flowed more slowly. Ginga joked, asking if he had taken a vacation. In fact, they had already defeated the dungeon boss, and Ginga had done it alone. Now he believed what Subaru had told him because his new ability, Ice 9, was really powerful, probably even useful in the 6-star portal. The boss of that dungeon, even though it was level 88 and classified as 5 stars, was defeated in just 19 dungeon minutes. Ginga even leveled up from 70 to 74. Meanwhile, an elite team had gathered in front of the Palace of Carnage. Among them were Ryuji Hishizaki, level 61 and silver rank, Rokuro Yamada, level 74 and silver rank, leader of the Happy Club, Kanan Yamada, level 79, also silver rank, Carlos Jose Yamada, level 71, silver rank, Ryusei Udo, level 80, gold rank, and Ryo Shikishima, level 82, also gold rank. Shikishima thanked everyone for being there, including the last who arrived, like Akira Naruse, level 72, gold rank, who usually stayed in eastern Japan. Naruse commented that he hated staying in the big city because of the polluted air. Mei Fuchigami, level 70, gold rank, who also lived there, replied that it wasn't so bad. Naruse said he felt like a burden being in Tokyo without Hirosaka Renji, and that it was better to get this over with. Shikishima thought Naruse was Hirosaka's biggest fan, then explained to everyone that due to special rules, they couldn't close the door of that portal, which meant it was an open entry. The big difference between that portal and normal ones was that monsters would start appearing as soon as they entered. Therefore, they couldn't send any scouting teams and would have to go in without any intel. Naruse warned that it didn't matter, because the difficulty was 10 times greater than a 5-star dungeon, so they had to be 10 times more cautious. Even so, he reminded everyone that there was only a 1-week time limit, and if they hesitated, they would waste precious time. They needed to finish it quickly, or if a 6-star boss came out, it could kill everyone, maybe all of Japan, maybe even the whole world. But before he could continue, he was hit on the head. The one who hit him was Kinokawa Sakura, level 81, gold rank. She said she should have regrown her limbs before hitting him, because his skull was too hard. Kinokawa thanked Mei, saying it was thanks to her that she was able to regenerate her arms and legs. Mei replied that they had agreed on it beforehand, but Kinokawa told Akira to shut up for a moment. Mei then asked about Mia. Kinokawa replied that she would be at her post, waiting for the injured. That was Mia Hart, level 73, gold rank, from the United States Association. She thought she had come to Japan at the worst possible time, since a 6-star portal had finally appeared there. In the United States, half of the gold-ranked players who had tried to face a portal of that level had died. She wondered how many would survive in Japan. While she was thinking about that, she saw some very interesting players approaching. It was Subaru, Saya, Carrion, and Ginga. Shikishima saw Subaru and said he had called him many times. Subaru apologized, saying he had something very urgent to deal with. Naruse asked what the rainbow player was doing there. Shikishima said that didn't matter and asked if he was joining the group. Subaru grew nervous. He didn't want to say it to Shikishima, knowing he'd get an earful, but he preferred to keep the secret for the sake of humanity. He apologized and asked if only he and his friends could enter that portal. Everyone was shocked by the request. Some were irritated, others intrigued, but most were against it. Carrion just laughed loudly, and Ginga wondered if Subaru had really said that in front of the most renowned players in all of Japan. Shikishima asked if Subaru was crazy and said he didn't understand. Naruse approached and asked if Subaru thought he was stronger than everyone else there, if he was saying he didn't need them. Subaru said that wasn't it, but Carrion interrupted, saying Subaru was right and that he got the message. Carrion said Naruse wasn't even close to Subaru's level and should leave before he got hurt. Naruse was furious and said Carrion had the same face as Renji and threatened to kill him. Carrion told Subaru that Naruse was all his now. Subaru asked what he meant by that. Naruse then asked if Subaru was friends with the fake Renji and said he would deal with him too. He activated his Golden Arsenal ability, but Shikishima warned that they weren't inside a portal yet. Before Naruse could do anything, Subaru landed a powerful punch on him, sending him flying and bouncing due to the force of the blow. Everyone was watching with different reactions. Subaru thought that, in the future memories, Naruse would be one of the first to die inside that portal. He apologized for hitting him so hard, but explained that Naruse would have to stay there for a while. Subaru said it was ridiculous to think he didn't need gold-ranked players. The reason he wanted to enter with just his friends was because he didn't want to lose any of them. So he told Naruse to take some time to reflect. Right after, a guy named Naruse Akira was already lying on the ground, completely unconscious, because Subaru himself had knocked him out with his fists. Ginga, seeing that, wondered what that lunatic was doing. But suddenly, everyone surrounded Subaru at once, including Shikishima and the entire team that was there. Shikishima asked what the hell Subaru was doing, but he did not answer. Saya was really angry, about to explode, but Carrion asked her to wait. That was because Subaru had a plan, as always. He then explained that Naruse Akira was about to activate his ability in the middle of the city, which would cause a huge disaster. So Subaru decided to knock him out before it was too late. Since, consumed by anger, Naruse would not listen to anyone. The best solution was simply to leave him unconscious immediately. A girl who was there thought that maybe she would have done something too if just a little more time had passed. But deep down, she ended up becoming very interested in that boy. Shikishima noticed that Subaru seemed to know Akira very well, even though it was the first time they were meeting. That was exactly the answer he had already prepared. Shikishima then explained that the person next to Subaru was Tsunemori Ginga, a silver-ranked player specialized in ice, and Ginga wondered how Shikishima knew about him. Shikishima continued saying that the fact that Subaru had brought Ginga there made it very clear that he had come with a thought-out synergy, a well-defined plan to deal with that portal. Then he wanted to know if Subaru knew anything about the portal. Subaru thought that, as expected, there was no way to fool Shikishima, but replied that yes, he knew. Shikishima then concluded that Subaru was not going to betray them, and asked if this was one of those things that Subaru simply could not tell them. Subaru was even surprised that he understood it immediately, but confirmed that yes, that was exactly it. Shikishima then thought that maybe that was the reason why Subaru did not answer him before. It was clear that Subaru was planning something, probably getting ready to take action. He also thought that obviously they were not going to betray Subaru. If he was hiding some information, it was because he had a very good reason for it. At that moment, he looked discreetly at Carrion, who was looking away, and realized that he had probably gotten involved with those damned underworld people. Carrion, on the other hand, thought that this had absolutely nothing to do with him, and that it was not his fault. Shikishima then decided to ask one last question. He wanted to know if really no one there could help Subaru, because the strongest players in Japan were right in front of him. But Subaru replied no. The number of attempts in that challenge was only 3. That meant it would be the only time Subaru could enter, and only he and his team could do it. Shikishima himself knew that it was a place full of powerful bosses, and challenging them in only 3 attempts would not be easy at all, given that Shikishima asked everyone to lower their weapons, saying that they would leave that mission to Subaru, and asked if anyone there had any objections. Kinokawa said that if he was fine with it, then she was too. The others agreed, saying that if the boss was not against it, neither were they. Hishizaki commented that, honestly, he did not understand almost anything from that conversation, but if the boss was on Subaru's side, then he was too. Another girl confirmed that if Kinokawa was fine with it, then she was as well. She even said that she was counting on Subaru, who took the opportunity to congratulate her on her full recovery. But not everyone agreed with that decision. Naruse, who was getting up after being punched, was furious. He asked if everyone there had gone crazy, and how they could simply trust someone like Subaru so easily. But Shikishima replied that it was because that guy, the one Naruse was criticizing, had already risked his life countless times for many people, and in the end, he always came out victorious. He also warned Naruse himself that he would not be punished because the ability he tried to use in the middle of the city had been interrupted beforehand. But that would be his last warning. After that, Shikishima turned to Subaru, wishing him good luck, and then Subaru touched the 6-star gate, fully prepared to face it. Just by opening the gate, everyone there could already feel the heat coming from inside. Naruse even tried to shout, calling Subaru before he entered, saying that he did not trust him, but it was already too late. Subaru then commented that once he came out of the portal, he wanted to have a word with him and also apologize for punching him. But before anything else could happen, another person appeared, furious, asking if they were insane. She was outraged to see that a group of only 4 people had entered a 6-star portal and tried to convince them not to do it. She explained that in the United States, 30 gold-ranked players entered a 6-star portal, and even then, 15 of them died. So she asked if they were going to let those 4 die in vain too, making it clear that that place was a literal hell. Then it was explained about the 6-star Carnage Palace, a difficulty 6-star portal. This portal was divided into 3 main areas. The first was the Flame Gloriette Garden, a field surrounded by flames. The second was an open space, like a hall, where the obelisk of the fallen hero was located. And the third area was the audience chamber inside the palace. As soon as they entered, Subaru and his team were now in the Flame Gloriette Garden, where the minimum temperature reached 200 degrees Celsius. Between the first and second areas was the source of all that heat, the creator of that hell, the boss of the first area, Fiery Lambda. Further ahead, in the second area, was the Devourer of Heroes, a dragon that emitted waves of light, known as the Radiant Dragon Carcinos, which was at that moment engaged in a mysterious fight against the boss of the first area. Because of that, it was explained that no other creature from the underworld could inhabit these 2 areas, since the extreme heat and the light waves from those 2 bosses destroyed anything else that tried to survive there. From here, everything that happened was shown through the memories of the King of Aurora, memories that Subaru could access thanks to the Midnight Sun Resonance Bracelet. Basically, it had been a complete tragedy the first time they tried to face the 6-star portal, something that should never have happened. This was one of the memories of the future. When that group decided to enter the portal, the first thing they received was the baptism of 290 degrees Celsius. The air itself inside the place surpassed the ignition point, melting the players' eyes and burning their lungs in less than a minute. It was absolutely impossible to survive in that environment. Udu looked at Shikishima, remembering that he was the leader of that operation, and said it was him who needed to make a decision. Shikishima replied that he knew and asked Subaru for some kind of support. Then Subaru used his blood mold ability, creating a blood bubble around everyone, which allowed the group to breathe. Subaru explained that his ability converted mana into blood, so they could survive there for a while, but it would not last forever. Hishizaki thanked him, saying that it was already great since at least they could breathe. But Subaru warned that if he went into combat while keeping the blood dome active, his mana would run out very quickly. Everyone also realized that the environment itself was trying to kill them. And if the boss appeared at that moment, what would they do? Shikishima replied that, for now, they needed to focus on recovering. Rudd was already ready to do his job, starting to heal everyone's burns. But Subaru noticed that the temperature inside the blood bubble was rising rapidly. This could only mean that something huge was approaching at the speed of a comet. Shikishima was completely terrified just from sensing that presence. The blood bubble was starting to melt. Everyone there felt the heat rising to unbearable levels. And soon, they managed to spot the creature that was arriving. Just 1 minute after entering the portal, they were already facing the boss of the first area, Fiery Lambda. Shikishima realized that the temperature spiked drastically just from that monster approaching. In fact, the heat did not come from the portal itself, nor from the area. It was simply the body temperature of that monster that made the place a true hell. Rudd confirmed that the heat was so absurd that everything around them was disintegrating, and it was explained that the difference between a 5-star difficulty and a 6-star 1 was absolutely colossal. If it were not for Subaru's ability, the chance of survival there would be practically zero. And even so, they had little defensive strength and little attack power at that moment. Shikishima then made the smartest decision in the shortest time possible. He used his Sulfur Rain ability, launching it straight at Fiery Lambda's head, and ordered everyone to retreat immediately. Akira remembered that the number of attempts in that portal was only 3. Even so, Shikishima said that he knew they were wasting a precious attempt, but there was no way to win that fight. It was better to retreat and try again another time. Naruse, holding a watch with Hirasaka Renji's face on it, agreed and said it was fine. Someone asked who would be the last to leave, and Subaru replied that it would be him. He said he would keep the blood dome active until everyone managed to escape safely. Shikishima then shouted for all members to retreat immediately. Meanwhile, one of the girls ran past Subaru, apologizing for it and saying that she was counting on him. But right after, she was killed by a blast of fire in front of everyone. She did not just die. Her body turned to ashes instantly. Fiery Lambda himself commented that she was just a weakling and that he did not expect much from beings who could barely breathe in his territory. That girl's team was completely furious and, ignoring Shikishima's orders, prepared to attack. Shikishima even tried to stop them, but of course they did not listen. As soon as they charged toward Lambda, both of them were killed, like they were absolutely nothing. Lambda then commented that their level simply was not enough yet to face him. Udu managed to split Lambda's body in half with his cutting wall, but they quickly realized that the attack had not hit directly. Lambda himself explained that physical attacks like that did not work against him. But then Udu shouted to Kinokawa, saying that this was her chance. Kinokawa, furious over Mei's death, immediately used her 68-pound cannon, firing 6 volleys that violently exploded everything around. Even so, Shikishima warned her to stop because it would not help. Still, Kinokawa insisted and launched her golden chain of domination skill, trying to bind the enemy. That was when Shikishima, completely out of patience, asked if anyone there really knew what the word retreat meant, because if they kept staying in that place, absolutely everyone was going to die. Udu then explained that the creature was chasing them, and that someone would have to stay behind, but suddenly, several golden arms appeared out of nowhere and pulled all of them out. It was Naruse who activated his ability, helping everyone escape from that hell. Even so, everyone was very worried about him. Naruse looked at Subaru, saying that they were veterans, right? So they should be able to handle a battle even without him. Naruse himself threw Subaru out of the portal, ensuring that he escaped, and said that he would have a rematch against Lambda. Naruse said that this would be the last time he said it, and ordered Subaru not to dare come back. Meanwhile, he thought about what Hirasaka Renji would do in that situation and concluded that this was exactly what he would do. So he decided to stay behind. Naruse activated his 5th ability, called Oaten Kiro, which allows him to summon 1 Master's Arm for every 10% of his total mana. The mana consumption and the strength of the arms depend directly on the skill level. At level 10, it would be possible to summon up to 100 arms with only 1% of mana for each. But Naruse made it clear that, in his current state, his limit was 8 arms, and to compensate, he enhanced his power by activating his first ability, the Golden Armor. Lambda then said that he admired Naruse's fighting spirit and formally introduced himself as Fiery Lambda. Naruse also introduced himself, accepting that battle. Lambda said that this fight would be great, and that he would even pay his respects to his opponent. As the gate closed, Subaru watched everything, and Naruse, before disappearing behind the gate, told Subaru that he needed to defeat that monster next time and that he was counting on him. This was the first attempt at the Carnage Palace. 3 people died, 1 was seriously injured, and the group was defeated by Fiery Lambda. The raid was eventually completed, but only after a second attempt, which unfortunately also cost the lives of 2 more people. Back to the present, Subaru was fully protected by a blood armor. He looked ahead and confirmed that everything was exactly as he remembered from the memories. And just as he predicted, Lambda was coming. Lambda himself noticed their presence and asked if there were new guests. Subaru then replied that this time it was his turn to be defeated, and he would no longer allow any of his allies to be sacrificed. At this moment, it is explained who Fiery Lambda, also called Blazing Lambda, really is. He's a boss from the spirit race, with an unknown level, and being above 6 stars, his mere existence is considered a global threat. As a spirit, he possesses countless resistances, including total immunity to flames, freezing, explosions, along with divine and physical resistance. Living trapped inside that portal, Lambda spends his time entertaining himself in a peculiar way. He simply spends the day exchanging punches with the Light Dragon, who also lives there and seems to have a lot of fun destroying everything while the 2 fight constantly. Lambda looked at Carcinos and commented that today he was going to come out completely burned. Carcinos, already used to it, replied by asking how many more times he would have to fight against him until he was finally satisfied. But at that moment, Carcinos realized there seemed to be an intruder in the area and asked if Lambda also felt. Lambda confirmed that yes, and was even impressed that those creatures had managed to survive for more than 10 seconds inside his territory. He then told Carcinos that their duel was temporarily paused because it had been a long time since he hunted prey from another world. Carcinos, curious, said that he also wanted to play and hoped Lambda would be defeated this time. Lambda, annoyed, replied that this was not going to happen. He even provoked him, saying that if he wanted, Carcinos could fight alongside the invaders. Carcinos, outraged, answered that he was a damn maniac and that he had no reason to fight alongside the losing team. Meanwhile, in the 3rd area, inside the audience chamber, was the former commander of the Golden Knights, known as the Demon Beast Slayer Iluk. At the same time, Ginga was looking around and questioning whether that was really a 6-star world, because it did not feel just like a dungeon, but rather a completely uninhabitable environment with a constant temperature of 290 degrees Celsius, making everything extremely uncomfortable even just to exist. At that moment, all members were equipped with heat-resistant blood armor, developed and crafted by Subaru himself based on the memories of the future. This armor was designed to constantly circulate fresh blood inside, cooling both the armor and the breathable air, maintaining the internal temperature similar to the human body, and protecting against the absurd heat of that place. Subaru commented that he designed that armor inspired by astronaut suits, but despite the high performance, the mana consumption was extremely inefficient. If they could not defeat the boss within 10 minutes, everyone would die the moment the armor collapsed. Carrion, without hesitation, said that they would not even need 10 minutes. If they could not kill that boss within 3 minutes, to him that would already be a defeat. Subaru, however, made it clear that that opponent was extremely superior to any of them, and that they only had one real chance to defeat him. The tension was rising. The battle was about to begin, and Ginga knew that everything would depend on his abilities. Subaru then warned the entire group that the temperature of the armors was rising rapidly and asked them to control their blood flow. He also informed them that 1 minute had already passed since they entered, meaning that guy was already arriving. Subaru then asked Ginga not to spend any mana until he gave the signal. Soon, Lambda approached. Ginga immediately felt a gigantic pressure crushing his body. He realized that even though he had heard reports from Subaru himself, what he was witnessing was completely different from anything he had imagined. Carrion, on the other hand, mentally confirmed that, as expected, there was no way to defeat that creature alone, especially being in a borrowed body, and that was exactly why he came prepared with a plan. Carrion then told Subaru that they would proceed with the plan as agreed. Lambda, curious, noticed something strange and mentally asked what kind of plan that was, finding it even amusing. He was excited and wanted to see what they would do. He wanted to see how far their power would go. But suddenly, Carrion kneeled down, started clapping, practically begging for a moment, and politely asked Lord Lambda not to attack. Carrion asked if he was really the legendary Fiery Lambda. Subaru, right after, reinforced, saying it was a huge honor to meet him, the great warrior of the Red Copperland. Lambda, clearly confused, asked what was wrong with those people. Carrion then explained that, although they were currently in the human world, they originally came from the underworld, just like him. Carrion said that they were there because they really wanted him to listen to their speech, and besides that, they had extremely valuable valuable information for him. Carrion then said that they had information about Lambda's siblings, more specifically about Keelan and Delta. Immediately, Lambda, surprised, asked what they meant by that, what they knew about his siblings. Carrion thought that the plan had worked. Everything was going exactly as Subaru had planned. Then it is explained what happened 12 hours earlier, at 9 in the morning. At that moment, Subaru had just finished explaining the whole plan, showing both Saya and Carrion the memories of the future, specifically of the first attempt to face the 6-star portal. Saya, after watching everything, commented that that creature, Lambda, had enough power to instantly kill even the highest level players, and it would indeed be very difficult to deal with that. Then Carrion, suspicious, asked Subaru directly what he meant by that. Carrion realized that neither he nor Saya appeared in those memories. Then he concluded that Subaru probably did not bring the two of them in that first battle, because he was afraid that the bodies of Hirasaka and Sayaka, which they were using as vessels, would be damaged. Subaru did not answer, which confirmed Carrion's theory, who almost charged at him. Carrion made it clear that relatives were not there to be pampered, nor to sit around doing nothing, and that applied to Hirasaka and Sayaka as well. He said that Subaru needed to trust them more because they were his companions. Subaru apologized and promised that this would not happen again. Then Carrion said that was great, and that they should use Subaru in the plan because he had already fought that damn Lambda once before, and stated that he was going to kill him, no matter what method he had to use. Suddenly, Lambda appeared, quickly advancing toward them, and asked if it was true what he had just heard, if his siblings were still alive. Carrion thought that, as expected, he had fallen into the siblings' trap. Then Carcinos apologized to Lambda but warned that with his power, their bodies would simply melt. Meanwhile, Subaru started screaming that he was dying, that he could not take it anymore. And that was when Lambda, with a sadistic smile, said he would lower the temperature so no one would die. And that is exactly what he did, turning that hell back into a paradise. Subaru, relieved, thought that this was so much better, and that guy was truly benevolent. Right after, Lambda insisted on knowing about his siblings and asked if they were okay. Subaru thought that the first part of the plan had worked, and now it was time for Carrion to proceed to the next stage. Then he replied that yes, Delta and Keelan were in excellent health, immediately pointing at Ginga, saying that he was the person carrying the message from Lambda's 12 siblings. Carrion explained that even though Ginga had no combat ability, he possessed a special skill that allowed him to transmit memories. That is why Lambda should allow Ginga to touch him, so he could directly receive the message passed on by his siblings. Lambda found it strange and wanted to confirm if they were really asking for someone to touch him using a skill. Then it was explained about Ice 9, a skill acquired by Tsunemori Ginga, but one that had extremely specific conditions to be activated. The range of the technique was only 5%, consuming 100% of the user's mana, and it was a forbidden skill capable of killing anything it touched. Ginga himself reassured Lambda, saying that he did not need to worry because if he had his permission, he would touch him right now. Then it was explained what had happened inside Ginga's Judgment Gate when he received this new ability. At that moment, he questioned whether this ability would actually be effective against a 6-star boss, and, curious, asked the Arcane to explain what exactly this power was. The Arcane, owner of the Gate of Frozen Wings, saw a good opportunity not only to talk about the protection, but also about the origin of this power. He told that, according to human time, thousands of years ago, a serious problem occurred in the underworld. The king of the vast land of steel was killed by a single revolutionary. While listening, Ginga wondered if that whole story would take long, but the Arcane continued saying that this revolutionary joined others, and together, they completely destroyed great nations alone. This man became a king and an immediate threat to all other nations. His name was Vanquish, someone capable of surpassing life and death, known as the Rainbow King, the one destined to build a new era. The power of Vanquish, along with the 6 kings who allied with him, was completely devastating, causing an absurd imbalance among the rulers. Ginga, curious, asked about the rainbow part of the story, but soon refocused and asked the Arcane what was the connection between this and the ability he received. The Arcane explained that Ice 9 was an ultimate skill created under the command of the Silver King, specifically to stop Vanquish. In fact, that skill in Ginga's hands was his masterpiece, something so powerful that it could completely exterminate even Vanquish, the one who overcame death itself. And that was the moment when Ginga realized that he could never use that power outside a portal, because if he did, the entire world would simply perish. Ginga thought that, even with all the risks, he would try to use that ability at least once now, precisely against that overwhelming monster in front of him, a 6-star boss. He wanted to find out if the masterpiece of the owner of that technique really worked or not. He was already approaching, ready to touch Lambda, while everyone watched tensely, with nervousness stamped on their faces. However, Lambda suddenly heated his body again, telling them to wait. He said he knew the siblings had used Ginga's mouth to transmit the message, and questioned whether there was really a need to use a skill for that. Carrion replied, saying that there was a complete map in his mind, and that it would be much more efficient if Lambda saw it directly instead of passing everything verbally. But Lambda got closer, pointed his finger in Carrion's face, and said he was starting to get irritated by the hesitation in his voice. At that moment, he revealed that he recognized Carrion as part of that group that was massacred in the underworld. He said that at first they were all weaklings, but later they gained absurdly powerful abilities. Now he remembered who Carrion was. According to him, they were underestimated at the time, and because of that, they fell into the plan of those damn filthy demons and ended up almost all dying. They were defeated by the detestable Vanquish and his allies. Lambda had indeed recognized Carrion. Carrion thought that this bastard's memory was really good, but realized that this was going too far and could jeopardize the entire plan. So he looked directly at the one they called the paper bag, in this case Ginga, and said that they would create only one opening for him, making it clear that he could not, under any circumstances, miss the attack. At that moment, Subaru, already equipped with Ignis, quickly teleported behind Lambda, who was surprised, wondering if Subaru was really that fast, or if he had used some teleportation technique. Lambda thought that was ridiculous, thinking they were not running away but keeping melee combat against him. In his view, this was pure stupidity. It would be enough to use his heat mass again to end everything. The heat released was so extreme that it even exploded the blood armor protecting Carrion's body. But even with all his warrior instinct, Lambda made a mistake. Being completely surrounded, he tried to kill Carrion with a single blow. However, when he realized that neither Subaru nor Carrion could be killed with one attack, he found himself 2 steps behind in the situation. Subaru's attack had been calculated down to the millimeter, hitting Lambda squarely. And that was when he made another mistake. The presence of something that should never have set foot there. The existence of a formidable adversary who had even defeated him in the underworld. That adversary was precisely Carrion, who, at the same time as Subaru, activated Blood Mold. Both together used the cadaveric fist technique, hitting Lambda's chest directly. This strike activated the effects of Empty Burial, Curse, and Impact, which were the high-level killer abilities of superior assassins. Lambda, surprised, began to suspect that those two were from the dreaded Rainbow Nation. He realized that they had sacrificed their own bodies to land that blow on him. Now both were on fire, paying the price for the technique. Even so, it was truly impressive that they managed for a brief moment to restrain Lambda's movements. However, their power, unfortunately, was not enough. That level of attack would never be capable of defeating him. Now it was his turn to counterattack. He was determined. He would burn them until absolutely nothing was left. But at that exact moment, Ginga was already touching Lambda's chest. This was the opportunity for which everyone there had risked their lives, a chance that only appears once in a lifetime. So, without hesitation, Ginga activated Ice 9, placing the small ice sphere directly on Lambda's chest, even as his fingers burned in the process. For a few seconds, everyone believed that the plan had worked. Lambda, seeing that, wondered if this was their trump card. He thought it was useless since he had total immunity to any freezing effect. He believed he would never be defeated with a skill like that. In his mind, that plan was simply pathetic. But suddenly, something started going wrong. He realized that he was freezing. It was then explained that this kind of arrogance had already been the downfall of many before him. That was because Ice 9 was not technically a freezing ability. Half of Lambda's body had already been completely obliterated. He could not understand. He wondered how that was possible. Theoretically, a skill like that should not be able to affect him. He tried to regenerate the part of his body he lost, but as soon as he regenerated it, it froze again instantly. He truly had no idea what was happening. At the same time, Ginga's body was already at its limit, about to collapse. Saya did everything she could to keep him alive, fighting desperately to delay his death. And it was at that moment that Ginga realized the true nature of Ice 9. That was not simply a freezing technique. In practice, that ability transformed everything and anything into pure absolute ice. It was more like an advanced version of petrification. There are several ways to activate a petrification ability, whether through visual, physical, or even magical contact. But in the case of Ice 9, it simply transformed everything into solid ice, a definitive ability, a death sentence. In other words, even resistance against freezing was useless against it. It was impossible to defend. As soon as the part of Lambda's body that was transformed into ice came into contact with any warm part, it would simply melt. and he would turn into water. Lambda immediately realized that this was bad. He did not understand the principles behind that ability, and because of that, was slowly turning into ice and then into water. Even the flames he was emitting completely ceased. Everyone there had already moved away from Ice Nine's range to avoid ending up the same way, frozen and reduced to nothing. Ginga, determined, stated that it did not matter. He would chase Lambda to the end. He would pursue every particle, every tiny element that still remained of him until he was completely obliterated. He would never escape Ice Nine. And indeed, at that moment, Lambda saw no way out. His body was completely transformed into an ice statue, and suddenly everything fell silent. It was then that Ginga remembered again the conversation he had with the Arcane. That day, the Arcane told him that he was sealed inside that gate as punishment for having created that ability because it was too powerful. He said that although he had no attachment to the secular world, it was sad for him to see the fruits of his research, and even his descendants being forgotten and extinct like that. That is why he asked Ginga, his wielder, to show the world the true power of Ice Nine. Back to the present, Ginga felt relieved that the ability worked. He was sure that the Arcane must also be happy, watching that from somewhere. And satisfied, he said goodbye to Lambda, thinking that this would be his definitive end. But suddenly, something pierced through his stomach. It was Lambda himself, who had somehow managed to break free from the ice statue he had been turned into. Lambda, even severely injured, said that he finally understood the nature of that ability. He realized that as long as even the smallest part of his body still existed, he could resist and would not be completely turned into ice. He told them not to underestimate fiery Lambda and charged forward, determined to burn them all and reduce everything and everyone to ashes. But in the middle of his charge, he was once again caught by a current of ice. The moment this current of ice touched his body, he was instantly frozen again, collapsing to the ground, completely immobilized. At that moment, Ginga, already nearly out of strength, looked at him and warned that he should not underestimate Ice Nine. He stated that this ability was a masterpiece created by someone much smarter than him, and that there was no possible escape. Saya, seeing Ginga's condition, ordered him to stop talking immediately because if he kept going, he would die. She also told Subaru and Carrion that it was time to finish this once and for all. They needed to act fast. Without wasting any time, they seized the opportunity. Lambda was completely weakened, trapped in a constant cycle of regeneration and collapse, where his body reconstructed itself only to freeze again. Subaru, looking at him, thought that he could not let Ginga die, so he decided he would cut Lambda in half before that happened. Meanwhile, Lambda, gathering the last of his remaining strength, tried to launch a fatal attack. His intention was to kill Carrion, Subaru, and everyone inside that portal. He launched a devastating ability toward Carrion, but Carrion countered using Falling Skies together with Cadaveric Fist, while Subaru, without any fear, advanced wielding the Divine Chisel. He also used Cursed Blood, piercing straight through Lambda's body. Lambda tried to regenerate, but it was already almost impossible. His body was being destroyed from all sides, overwhelmed by curses, punctures, and freezing. In that opening, the two attacked at the same time. Carrion was fighting with a smile on his face, completely thrilled with the fight, while Subaru maintained all his focus. After almost being completely overtaken by Ice Nine, Lambda, in his final thoughts, wondered if this really was his end, if he would truly be defeated by those creatures who, in his view, had used his siblings to betray him. Subaru apologized for having used Keelan and Delta against Lambda, but he really did know where the two were. Subaru explained to Lambda that as soon as he was released from that portal, he should go straight to the Bright Sea, because that was where the two were. Lambda seemed a bit hesitant and asked whether he really believed that or not. Meanwhile, the system notified that they had defeated the boss. Carrion warned everyone not to let their guard down, since those enemies had the ability to resurrect. But Subaru replied that this time it was fine. Carrion was completely shocked to realize that the ability that allowed the enemy to resurrect had been cancelled. This happened thanks to the additional effect of Ice Nine, which not only freezes but also prevents any form of resurrection. Carrion understood that this was truly a killer technique, absolutely lethal, giving no chance for the target to survive. Ice Nine never left anything behind. Ginga's life was also saved, thanks to the accumulated experience that made him level up during the battle. Seeing all of this, Carcinos found it quite unexpected that the Flame Spirit had been defeated. At that moment, he was back in his second area, the Obelisk of the Fallen Hero. Carcinos commented that even a giant can die from the sting of a venomous insect, and that if he underestimated the humans who had defeated Lambda, his fate could be exactly the same. He then said that he hoped they would all return quickly because the moment they stepped into his area, he would annihilate them with the largest wave of light they had ever seen in their lives. Meanwhile, outside the portal, Shikishima asked asked what they were doing there. Everyone was sitting, waiting for the others to exit the portal. Kinokawa replied that they were obviously waiting for Subaru and the others. Du commented that they were worried and that the medics were getting ready to treat anyone coming out of there injured. Shikishima said it had only been 5 minutes since they entered, but everyone noted that even he was feeling restless. Shikishima admitted that he really had no idea how long it would take to clear that portal, so they might as well take a break and prepare for anything that could happen. Suddenly, everyone told him at the same time to look behind him. Subaru and his team were already back. They had cleared the first area, the garden of the 6-star Carnage Palace, in just 5 minutes and 17 seconds. Ariaki Subaru went from level 51 to 63. Tsunemori Ginga went from level 74 to 75. Shikishima was completely shocked and asked if they had already come back. Ginga was asking for a paper bag. Someone asked if anyone had one, but the healer said no. She offered him a cap, and Ginga said that it would do and thanked her. The healer commented that she did not think he should hide his face, but Ginga replied that if it were in Tokyo, it really would not make any difference whether he showed his face or not. Shikishima asked if everyone was okay because they looked completely fine. Carrion replied by asking if he was blind since he himself was missing an arm. At that moment, someone else appeared, catching Subaru's attention. It was Akira Naruse, who asked if they had already given up because they had run out of there in just 5 minutes. Arzi commented that, after everything, they had wasted a precious attempt because of them. Subaru then held Naruse's hands, remembering the memories of the future. He became emotional and said that Naruse did it, that he did exactly what he had asked him to do. Naruse was confused, not understanding why Subaru was crying out of nowhere. Subaru replied that Naruse's sacrifice had not been in vain. Naruse, still confused, asked what he meant by sacrifice since he was not even dead. Carrion told them to stop talking nonsense, reminding them that some there did not have the memories of the future. Subaru admitted that he had forgotten about that. Carrion commented that now everyone was scared of him, and Naruse, still confused, asked if he had really heard correctly, if Subaru had actually defeated the boss. Subaru, wiping his tears, confirmed that yes, they had indeed defeated the first boss. Everyone was completely shocked, and Naruse said that he had to be lying. A 6-star boss was 10 times stronger than a 5-star one. That was completely impossible. But at that moment, the system message appeared, informing them that one of the bosses had been defeated and that only 2 remained. Everyone realized that he was telling the truth. While the healer restored Carrion's arm, she asked who they were. Carrion replied that they were a team made up of the future kings. Still, someone else commented that they could not believe it. Everyone there knew very well the strength of a 5-star boss, and no matter how hard they tried to imagine it, they could not even fathom how it would be possible to defeat a 6-star boss in just 5 minutes. Subaru explained that the victory had been extremely close. In fact, they only succeeded thanks to Ginga's special ability. They asked if he really had such a powerful skill. Ginga replied that it was something like instant death, requiring only a single touch on the target. Someone commented that this was incredibly powerful and that they could defeat the next boss the same way. But Ginga replied that he did not think that would be possible. He explained that, as he had said, Ice 9 only worked if he could touch the enemy. The problem was that the second boss was a dragon that could fly and fire waves of light. It would be practically impossible to get close enough to apply that ability. In other words, to face the next boss, they had no choice but to form a team with extremely high long-range firepower. Odol agreed, saying that made sense. Kinokawa commented that in that case, they would have to rely on Shikishima, and asked if he could do it. Shikishima, irritated, replied that of course, he could not do it alone, calling them all idiots. Subaru realized that the biggest problem was not even Carcenos. There was an even greater threat beyond him. They needed an extremely effective method to defeat Iluk. It was then that Shikishima approached Subaru and asked if they had any chance of victory. Subaru replied that the chance was very small, but yes, they did. Shikishima accepted that and said that from that moment on, he would pass the authority and command to Subaru. He would be responsible for planning, ordering, and leading everyone. Whatever he said, everyone had to obey. Ryuji was surprised and wondered if Shikishima was being serious. They started questioning whether Subaru, who had only 1 month of experience as a player, was really going to take on all that responsibility. Subaru confirmed it. At that moment, he was officially taking command of Shikishima. Kinokawa was extremely impressed. She remembered that, since the first time they met, she felt there was something extraordinary about him, but she never expected to see this happening so soon. Kinokawa also commented that Shikishima even seemed a little happy. Shikishima replied that of course he was. After all, they had fought for 8 consecutive years just waiting for this moment, to see who would be the next to shine. Subaru then began preparing his first order. He explained that the 6-star portal had appeared the day before, on Wednesday, at 6 6:15 in the morning. It was now Thursday, 9:23 a.m. The end of the line would come in a few days. Therefore, until next Wednesday at 6 a.m., they would disband for a while. No one understood anything. Everyone fell silent, completely speechless. Later, Carrion was laughing in Subaru's face. Subaru commented that he was laughing way too much. Kiryu said it was because when Subaru said disband, everyone had a hilarious look on their faces, not understanding a thing. So Subaru explained that he wasn't telling everyone to go home, but for everyone to level up. Shikishima complained that he should have said that first. Subaru asked if he was really that bad at communication. Carrion answered yes, that he was terrible. Ginga agreed immediately. Saya, observing the situation, commented that everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Subaru thought he was so bad at this that they couldn't even say it directly to his face. But at that moment, Ginga caught his attention and asked why, if he told everyone to level up, they were now heading to prison. That was because, at that moment, they were on their way to the exclusive prison for players, the Panopticon. It was a facility designed and built by various players using their skills, filled with traps, anti-ability structures, and containment systems, serving as a penitentiary center. It currently housed around 300 prisoners, until, inside that prison, the one in charge called one of the inmates and informed him that he had a visitor. The rainbow player was there, waiting to speak with him, and it seemed like they had something very important to discuss. The one speaking at that moment was Q, the prison sentinel, who was addressing Kiryu Aisei. Later, already inside the prison, Subaru and his group arrived. They were received by Q himself, who informed them that he had been summoned directly by Shikishima. He introduced himself as the warden of that prison. He said his name might sound a bit strange, but that was due to the nature of his job. It was wise for him to keep his identity secret since the prisoners certainly held a lot of resentment against him. Q, presenting the prison, explained that the term panopticon means total surveillance. It was conceived and implemented by utilitarian thinkers in the 16th century, created to allow a small number of people to monitor a large number of inmates. And due to the lack of personnel capable of capturing players, this method, created so long ago, was still used today. Q was also using his special ability, capable of sealing Kiryu Aisei's power, which he would soon fully understand. His ability was called Violin Seal, capable of generating various effects by applying wax to the target. Each effect was distinguished by the color of the wax. Q explained that with this, he could easily subdue any prisoner who had a rage outbreak. At that moment, he was using a derivative of his ability, the Crimson Seal, which sealed the target's main ability and also drastically reduced their other abilities, making anyone practically a normal person. Subaru, surprised, asked if that ability wasn't too strong. Q replied that he thought so too, but unfortunately, his attributes didn't increase as he leveled up. That was because the owner of his gate was a very old man. His first trial was to give 10,000 massages to the great alchemist Zola, who was Q's gate owner, basically a senile grandpa. Subaru thought that there really were all kinds of gate owners. Q explained that he was terrible at clearing portals, but inside the prison, he was very useful. Then they proceeded to the visiting room. The time limit was 30 minutes with no permission to bring items. Subaru had no objections and authorized them to proceed. On the other side of the room, the one waiting was A, looking extremely worn out, with a completely exhausted look. A introduced himself, saying he was the half-brother of Ariaki Taiga, one of the players who should be focused on clearing the 6-star portal, but was now here, clearly with a selfish goal, just to ask about his brother. Subaru reflected on him, K, the vice leader of the Black Faction, who had been defeated by Hirasaka. He had definitely been treated with some recovery and healing ability because, at the time, he had been practically cut in half by Hirasaka. Using memories from the future, Subaru knew that the King of Dawn had met Kiryu Aisei during the 6th calamity. After the great earthquake that hit Japan, he couldn't bear seeing Kiryu Aisei in that state. Meanwhile, inside a 5-star portal, the ghost ship of madness was completely consumed by chaos. Shikishima, while fighting there, complained about that damn Subaru, who ordered him to level up to 90 before returning to the 6-star portal. Then Shikishima activated his first ability, Golden Bullets, destroying several creatures at once. But Captain Nima appeared to try to kill him. Shikishima, irritated, commented whether Subaru had any idea how hard it was to level up after level 80. Then he used his second ability, Ephemeral flame, completely finishing off Captain Nima. After that, he commented that the experience from those monsters was nothing to him. Udo explained that it was only possible to level up like that if they targeted the most powerful monsters. Even so, the difficulty increased absurdly. It was explained that within the stars, there was a ranking hierarchy. The highest was EX class, followed by high class, then middle class, and finally lower class. Lower class monsters were 2 to 3 times stronger than 4-star monsters. Middle class, 5 times stronger. High class, 10 times. And EX class, 10 to 15 times stronger. Shikishima, still fighting, asked what exactly they were doing now. Then he activated his third ability, Night Circus. At the same time, Kinokawa told him to stop with that nonsense and used her third ability, Assassinship. She said that Shikishima had no right to complain since he was the one who passed the command to Subaru. Shikishima's attack was so powerful that it triggered the derivation of his ability, Deep Charge, blowing up everything beneath that ghost ship. Udo warned that the boss was already coming. The boss was a giant level 90 merman, but as soon as it approached, it was completely confused by what was happening. Shikishima flew straight toward the boss's face, ready to kill it, but Kinokawa said she wouldn't allow it. Shikishima used his fourth ability, Penetrating Cannon, while Kinokawa activated her first derived ability, Anchor of Domination. The two attacked together, aiming at the boss's chest. The creature turned to dust instantly. It simply died as if it were nothing. Kinokawa celebrated, saying she was the one who won, but Shikishima retorted that of course it was him because his damage was higher. The two started arguing over who dealt more damage, but it really didn't matter because they both leveled up. Kinokawa went from level 81 to 82, and Shikishima from 82 to 83. They said they didn't care about anything else. Now they were heading straight to the next portal. Udo commented that this wasn't good at all. If Shikishima and Kinokawa stayed together, there would be nothing left for anyone else. And he was right. Yamada's group could barely gain any experience, and realized that it was better to split up for a while. Moreover, it was mentioned that there was a gold-ranked player, also clearing all the portals alone. That person was currently in the 5-star portal called Cabbage Field, and it was Akira Naruse, doing everything completely solo, currently at level 73. Then the boss of that portal appeared before him, a stork named Dryfas, also level 90. Naruse realized, just from its presence, that it was at least middle class, or even higher. At least it would be a good fight. He activated his fifth ability, Eaten Cairo, and thought he would never lose to Subaru again. He then asked for strength from the Hirasaka Renji keychain he carried. At that exact moment, when he kissed the keychain, Hirasaka, who was at the Shining Sea, suddenly sneezed. Saika asked if he had caught a cold. Hirasaka replied that it was not the time for that because their training was about to start. Only the two of them would be facing Delta, Killen, and Ludwig. Saika commented that she hoped Subaru would manage to persuade that guy. Hirasaka asked if she was talking about Kiryu Aisei, and remembered the words Kiryu said during their battle. Hirasaka commented that it would be very difficult for Subaru to convince him. At that moment, Kiryu Aisei was completely rejecting the proposal. He said he would not help with any portal. He informed them that the visitation was over and was already getting ready to leave. Kiryu said that ever since he lost his wife and son, since they were murdered, this world meant nothing to him anymore. He no longer saw any value in this world, nor did he have any desire to try to save or help anyone. Hearing this, Subaru thought that something was wrong. He believed that Kiryu did not truly mean those words. Deep down, he still had hope. Subaru thought he needed to find a way to make him realize that, even if it took a little more time. At that moment, Yatsurugi Kei was also in the prison and commented that he heard they were there to visit Kiryu. Himeno asked if that was true. Yatsurugi Kei replied that it probably was, so they could ask him to help with the 6-star portal. Himeno asked if he could really leave that prison. Yatsurugi Kei said that he would like to fight with them a little. Himeno answered that she would never allow that since he was weak. Yatsurugi Kei then asked if she did not want to leave for a while too, but Himeno, remembering her sister, replied no. She was not very interested in leaving. Later, already in the association's limousine, Ginga thought it had been 4 hours since they left Panopticon. The atmosphere inside the car was extremely heavy. Ginga commented that he should have just gone to sleep instead of coming to this mess. He did not imagine everyone would stay completely silent for 4 straight hours. But suddenly, Kiryu Aisei finally broke the silence by calling Subaru. He asked where they were taking him. He asked if it was not to the place where his family had been murdered. Subaru replied no, that was not it. But he wanted to know if Kiryu wanted revenge. Kiryu answered that the thought thought had crossed his mind before, but even if he got revenge, his family would not come back to life. Kiryu Aisei asked if Subaru really thought he could help clear that so-called 6-star portal. Subaru replied simply, just saying yes, not even bothering to explain why. Ginga, observing, wondered what Subaru was trying to do. He thought about how that man, Kiryu, had his family brutally murdered. Not even the law could help him, since the culprit was a minor. It was as if everything in the world was against him, and now he carried within himself a deep sense of absolute despair. Ginga wondered what kind of negotiation Subaru intended to make with a man like that. Subaru then told Kiryu that he also never had a family. Kiryu replied coldly, asking, so what? Subaru continued, saying that, even so, he loved many other people, and that he would protect them at all costs. Ginga realized that, as expected, this was not working very well. He thought that those words, coming from a man who did not carry a shred of vengeance in his heart, would not have much effect. Still, he was curious, trying to understand what kind of move Subaru was attempting. They crossed the entire country, returning to Tokyo. They stopped at a place where some children were playing soccer. Kiryu just stood there silently watching. Ginga, confused, asked what that place was. Kiryu answered that this was the Akazaka Football Club, the team where his son used to play. Ginga was completely shocked, while Subaru just remained watching. Kiryu started remembering the day when his son played there. He remembered the moment when his son, little Seitei, thanked him for the lunchbox and said that because of that, he would score a goal. Kiryu replied back then that of course he would, but also asked him to be careful not to get hurt. In the present, he ended up repeating, without even realizing, exactly the same phrase. He also remembered his wife, who was by his side that day, offering him a sip of tea while they watched their son play. He thanked her for always being there with him, always supporting him. Ginga, shocked, turned to Subaru and said he was an extremely cruel person. He asked why Subaru brought Kiryu to that place. Subaru simply replied, not yet. Ginga, not understanding, asked what he meant by not yet. At that exact moment, the children called out to Kiryu, shouting uncle. They remembered him. They knew he was Seitei's father. They all ran toward him as if he were someone very dear to them, because in fact he was. Kiryu, emotional, replied that it had been a long time since he last saw all of them. Since Seitei's funeral, he had not come back. Then one of the children, who seemed to be the oldest in the group, showed up holding a photo of Seitei. He said that Seitei had always been with them to this day. They always carried him in their hearts during every game. The whole team confirmed, saying that Seitei was their strength. The boy, who seemed to be the goalkeeper, announced that there would be a match next month and invited Kiryu to be there, cheering for them. He said they would win together with Seitei. Kiryu could not hold back his tears. He remembered the moment when his son excitedly told him that he had been accepted into the main team. Kiryu asked if he was having fun playing soccer, and Seitei replied yes, that it was really fun. He said that it was not like he was very strong or skilled, but that he had made great friends and asked his father to always cheer for him and his friends. At that moment, all he could do was cry. Subaru, watching all of this, commented that once again, the future had shifted a little. He remembered what had happened in the memories of the future. After the 6th calamity, during the great earthquake, Subaru found Kiryu, who had returned after the prison collapsed. Back then, Subaru asked if those shoes were his. Kiryu explained that he had gone to visit the soccer team where his son used to play, but when he arrived, everyone was dead. Even so, he noticed that the photo of Seitei was still there in the club room all that time. They had never forgotten him. But even realizing that, Kiryu asked himself what the hell he had been doing all that time, unable to protect them. Subaru realized that the tears Kiryu was shedding today were not the same as those in that future. He then said that he was happy for him right now. Ginga also recognized that yes, Subaru was right. The children then asked Kiryu to watch their practice. Subaru stepped forward and asked him, please, to lend his strength so that together they could protect this world. Kiryu, with tears in his eyes, replied that he wanted to leave behind a world where those children could play soccer in peace. He said that Subaru was truly a sly one because he knew exactly how to reach the depths of someone's heart. Kiryu then agreed to help, but imposed one condition. Subaru accepted immediately. The condition was that he could visit those children every month, whenever he wanted. Kiryu thanked him from the bottom of his heart. That night, the team was already prepared. Kiryu officially joined the group. Now, the final team to clear the second phase of the 6-star portal was complete. They decided that they would level up before entering the Great Portal. All the experience points that passed through Carrion and Saya would also go directly to Hirasaka and Sayaka, so it would not be a waste of time. Ginga and Kiryu still needed to open one more trial gate to obtain one more ability, since those abilities would be what decided the outcome of that battle. battle. From now on, they would have to put everything they had on the line to defeat the 6 star bosses. 6 days later, on October 31st, the day of the final battle finally arrived. At 12:07, Shikishima was already at the location. He thought there were only 6 hours left until the portal opened. He also thought that he had done everything he could. Now, all they could do was believe in Subaru and his plan. At that moment, the director was calling Shikishima, and he had a bad feeling about it. Kiryu asked if this was some TV drama, trying to understand why this was happening. Shikishima replied that there was not much he could do. The news about Hirasaka's death still had not been released, so he said he was going to send a car to pick up Carrion right now. In the very next second, there was already a car and a guy dragging Carrion by force. It was Shikishima himself who was there. Carrion asked if this was some kind of joke, saying they were kidnapping him. He said this guy with glasses could only be a kidnapper, and even as a demon, he wanted to have human rights too. At the same moment, the sushi he had left behind was already completely devoured. Ginga then asked about Subaru, and Saya replied that he was still inside that portal, leading the meeting between the gold players. Kiryu commented that after spending so much time with Subaru, he realized that he truly was an abnormal person. Ginga wanted to know if he was talking about his crazy behavior, and Saya replied, remembering the guy who walks around with a paper bag on his head. But Kiryu made it clear that he was not talking about that. He was referring to that guy's mental endurance. Kiryu then remembered the 5-star portal, the Forgotten Zone of Divine Beasts, where Subaru was ready to face the boss there, Mugen and Kwana. Kiryu explained that all players recover from physical injuries when they level up. However, this only applies to the physical body. Mental exhaustion remains. It does not matter who it is. If someone keeps fighting non-stop, there comes a time when there is no strength left to continue, making it impossible to escape death. At that moment, Subaru was knocked down and was almost completely consumed by the flowers of the forest. But Kiryu commented that this guy was different. Subaru simply stood up as if nothing had happened. Kiryu explained that over the last 6 days, while everyone else was focused on leveling up, Subaru participated in every portal, with each one of them, without taking a single day off, and he was still doing it. That is when Kiryu realized that this guy, who had barely become a player not long ago, was now on the same level as the most powerful players in this world. To him, Ariaki Subaru was a true monster. Subaru finally managed to defeat the creature. He leveled up to 90, breaking the world record as the fastest player to reach that level in human history. Subaru thought that he managed to do it just in time. Now all that was left was to pass through the final trial gate. When he got there, they told him he was late. Vanquish said he had been waiting for him, and that now it was time to finish everything. Later, they were meeting with Carrion, who was disguised as Hirasaka. Carrion warned that if anyone dared to make fun of him, he would simply kill everyone. Kiryu then noticed a man in chains there and asked who that guy was. Shikishima explained that it was Akira Nasuri, who had tried to kill Carrion as soon as he saw him copying Hirasaka's appearance. Since then, they had to tie him up, and he had been restrained until now. Kiryu commented that it made sense since everything was being recorded. Shikishima replied that there was not much they could do against the media. What they could do at that moment was simply try to explain themselves. Besides that, he reminded everyone that after the incident with the Black Faction, a 6-star portal had appeared, which was making the entire population even more desperate. Suddenly, a woman appeared, thanking both Hirasaka and Shikishima. She was a reporter who, after the commercials, would announce secrets and stories about the new leader of the Japanese player community, known as the Savior, Ariaki Subaru. Ginga was surprised and asked how come leader. Shikishima explained that after Subaru cleared the first phase of the 6-star portal, his fame exploded. Ginga agreed, remembering that without Subaru, they would not even have gotten past the Pharaoh. At that moment, Naruse informed everyone that 18 hours had already passed and it was time to meet up as Subaru had planned. But to make things worse, a creature from the underworld appeared in the city, unleashing itself among the people. Naruse commented that this happened at the worst possible time, while Carrion, completely calm, replied that no one there needed to do absolutely anything. They asked if he was sure, and Carrion confirmed, saying yes, because Subaru was already on his way. Subaru, actually arriving, thought he was a little late, but kept wondering why a creature from the underworld was there. And when the creature was about to attack the people, Subaru appeared and said that this was enough. Everyone looked and immediately recognized the savior, Ariaki Subaru. Subaru analyzed the creature, realized it was an X-Class 4-star boss, and commented that this would be perfect for a test. He grabbed his divine chisel, which now looked completely different, and, with his absurdly powerful cuts simply turned the dragon into grilled meat, killing it in the blink of an eye. The population was shocked, unable to believe that he had eliminated the monster with just one hit. And of course, they commented that, as always, this was expected from the savior, Ariaki Subaru. Right after that, he went up to meet the group. Saya commented that, as always, he did a great job, and that everyone was waiting for him. Shikishima joked that the savior was very popular, but Subaru did not like that fame and attention at all. Then Shikishima kicked him, asking why he was late and wanted to know if everything was ready. Subaru replied that of course everything was ready. Now they just needed to go in, kill everyone inside, and come back alive. Meanwhile, the press was watching, recording everything. They announced that it was starting. The group was about to enter the 6-star portal. No one had any idea what they would find in there, but everyone hoped they would return safely. There they were, standing in front of the gigantic 6-star portal. Shikishima confirmed that this was the Radiant Dragon, the one he always talked about. Subaru explained that, for now, that area was safe. The bosses of each area, like the one from the second area, could not pass to the first or third, and not even their attacks could cross the barriers. So, as long as they remained in the first area, they were safe. Suddenly, Carcinos appeared, catching their attention and saying that the humans had actually come. Subaru thought that he showed up way earlier than in his memory of the future. Carcinos asked what they were doing there, in his area, but completely out of any expectation, Ilak, who for some reason was in the second area, charged directly at Carcinos, activating his Albion ability and killed him with just one strike. In a matter of seconds, Ilak left Carcinos completely destroyed, with no strength even to stand. Carcinos, terrified, commented that this bastard had always been different. He said that he was not just the most powerful, but the one who ruled over everything. Then he asked where he was going, clearly not wanting to leave even a trace of the intruders. At that moment, Carcinos felt a very specific presence. He wondered if that thing was still alive, and so it was explained who that man was, the legendary demon beast slayer Ilak. The third boss of the Palace of Carnage appeared. At that moment, Subaru thanked Kiryu a lot for doing his job. Kiryu replied that it was okay after all. If his opponent was a swordsman, it was very easy for him to handle. He then placed several of his seals spread all over that area. Everyone already knew this ability well, the Crest of Interruption, which is capable of stopping anything that touches it for 1 second without fail. The crest is invisible until it is touched, but even so, Subaru thought that because Ilak's slashing attack was fast enough to disappear in a second, the defensive strategy could not rely only on the crests. Shikishima commented that he had high expectations but realized that this creature was really a monster. That was a 6-star boss who, with a single ability, turned everything into tiny pieces. If it were not for Kiryu, everyone would already be dead at that moment. Currently, Kiryu was level 83. He then asked Shikishima if Subaru already knew that the boss would be a knight. Shikishima asked what made him think that. Kiryu explained that his crest could not stop light or gas attacks, only physical ones, and the previous opponent, that Radiant Dragon, was completely annihilated by the other boss, Ilak. It almost seemed like Subaru knew the future. Kiryu wondered how he knew something like that, but Subaru simply replied that they would move according to the plan. Shikishima agreed and said that the support would stay with them. That is how the teams were formed. The first melee attack team was composed of Ariaki Subaru, level 90, Carrion, level 85, Saya, level 40, Ginga, level 86, and Fushigami, level 88. All of them were grabbed by Sushi, who swallowed them and dashed at full speed towards Ilak, who of course was already prepared with his sword. But from inside Sushi, someone activated anti-vision, making the team practically invisible. Ilak completely lost sight of them. Shikishima commented to Kiryu that they could discuss this matter about Subaru later, because for now, all they could do was trust him. Then it showed the long-range team, whose mission was to provide support in the fight against Ilak. It was composed of Kinokawa Sakura, level 91, Naru Akira, level 90, and Shikishima Ryo, level 92. Shikishima then activated his 7th ability, Imperial Control, which allowed him to simultaneously activate his 1st, 5th, and 6th abilities, all enhanced with golden power. All of this came crashing down on Ilak, like an entire army firing at him, relentlessly bombarding without stopping. Naruse wondered what the hell that ability was, and whether the Subarus would be okay in the middle of that. Imperial Control made it so that, in exchange for for continuous mana consumption, the power and accuracy of all abilities increased by 10%, as well as allowing the use of multiple abilities simultaneously. Ilak realized that this was exactly one of the abilities used by one of his former Golden Knights. This made him completely furious. With a powerful slash, he managed to dissipate all the shots around him and even shattered the entire ground. He used Furious Slash, capable of destroying everything in front of him, literally. Shikishima was in shock, thinking that this had to be a joke, even wondering if that boss could simply cut the entire portal itself if he wanted to. Meanwhile, Udu was holding everyone together using his protective walls, because there was barely any ground left in that place. Naruse, trembling, said that, honestly, he thought he was going to die at that moment. Kiryu said it would be even worse if they lost sight of Ilak, because they would not know exactly where the next attack would come from. Fortunately, Shikishima could still see him thanks to his clairvoyance ability. Even so, the situation was terrible, because Ilak's strike was coming directly at them and filled almost all the space around. Udu then said that now it was his and Kiryu's job to hold this guy back. They got ready, and Kiryu placed even more crests of interruption, while Udu activated his fourth ability, the Golden Wall. Ilak's Albion strike hit that wall directly. Mia asked if the stage was vertical now, and Ginga, terrified, questioned Subaru, trying to understand what the hell was happening. Meanwhile, Sushi was completely terrified, trembling with fear, clinging to the rock so as not to fall. Subaru thought that Ilak was much stronger and faster than in his memories of the future. Shikishima realized that Ilak's attack was clearly larger than before and warned everyone to be careful because some slashes could pierce the barrier. Right after that, a huge explosion happened. In the middle of the smoke, Ilak kept getting closer and closer. Shikishima noticed that the stage had returned to normal, but the situation was in complete chaos. He was protected by the seals and the wall, and Narusa managed to survive thanks to both of them. Shikishima asked if they were okay. They were badly injured but alive, protected by their own abilities. Kiryu then asked what Shikishima was doing standing there. He needed to continue his job. There was no time to worry about them. The focus was to make sure they defeated that boss. Kiryu said he trusted Subaru and was curious to know why Subaru had given him this opportunity, why he had given him a reason to keep living in this world. Shikishima replied that there was no need to worry because his eyes had already captured everything. He said that Subaru and the others had already reached Ilak and that Kiryu's job was done. This was just the beginning of the battle. Subaru mentally thanked Senriko because now the job was in their hands. First to take action were Saya and Carrion. Carrion then said he would leave the rest to him. The one who took over the body was Hirasaka Renji, while Saya's body was taken over by Amamiya Sayaka, who used her ability Pranavarpas. Mia and Ginga were extremely shocked by this. When Ilak charged at them, Hirasaka retaliated using his golden blade, activating Dragon's flying slash. Ilak was extremely shocked by this, and Hirasaka said it was a pleasure to meet him, calling him his dear senior. He then introduced himself as Hirasaka Renji, wielder of the essence of the Golden Knight, Commander Lodwig. Ilak became even more furious when he heard that name, Lodwig. Without wasting any time, Sayaka cast Kirin's lightning, creating a catastrophic explosion. It was explained that they received Saya and Carrion's experience points thanks to the Pranavarpas ability. Sayaka apologized, asking if she had hurt Hirasaka. He replied that he thought he was going to die, and she apologized again, explaining that she had forgotten she had increased the skill level because of the earrings she was wearing. Even so, they got a very useful piece of information. It seemed that long-range attacks could slow Ilak down a bit, but they did not deal much damage. This happened because he had an ability called Bel Hirak, which blocked 95% of all projectile damage. Sayaka then stated that this time she would give full support. She was currently level 86. Hirasaka replied that he was counting on her, and he was currently level 97. Subaru then told Mia and Ginga that now it was their time to join the fight too. Ginga asked if Subaru really wanted to get into that fight because everything was simply catastrophic. Hirasaka and Ilak were exchanging blows so powerful that it was hard to see anything. Ilak's attacks were not only extremely fast, but also heavy. Hirasaka was already expecting that kind of strength from the former commander of the Golden Knights. Ilak's sword was simply majestic. Even using two strengthening abilities at the same time, it still was not enough to block all of Ilak's strikes. This would be a problem if he were alone, but luckily that was not the case. Then it was explained what happened 6 days ago at the Shining Sea of the Underworld. Subaru said it was a long story, but explained that in the world of the King of Dawn, in the memories of the future, they had failed to complete the 6-star portal. Killin replied that he already expected that, since it was not like that was something easily possible. Subaru continued, saying that their defeat against Lambda was simply merciless. They suffered heavy damage, spent a long time recovering and leveling up. As a result, Ilak ended up killing Carcinos, but he managed to escape the portal battle thanks to the time limit expiring. As soon as he left, Ilak simply wiped out almost the entire population of Tokyo. In his memories, Udu and Kinokawa sacrificed themselves to protect the city. Hirasaka was completely shocked by that. Then Delta asked where he was going. Hirasaka replied that he would go make his request to Ludwig again, no matter what he had to do, because she would train him. But before he even arrived, Vanquish was already approaching with Ludwig. She agreed to help him and warned that Hirasaka's next opponent would be Ilak himself, the demon beast slayer. Ludwig made it clear that she would train him exclusively to destroy that guy, even if it meant betraying her own country. She said she would not hold back, that the training could even break his body, but she would not care about that. Hirasaka replied that this was exactly what he wanted. In the present, Hirasaka knew that even after everything, his strength still was not comparable to Ilak's, so he needed his companions. Mia then used her third ability, Lick My Shoe, hitting Ilak right in the face with a high heel, creating an opening. Taking advantage of this, Hirasaka delivered a strike called Stonebreaker Oil, which greatly disrupted Ilak's combat posture. This opened space for Ginga to approach using his fifth ability, Iceberg Grip. The moment Ilak was about to be crushed by the iceberg, he activated Albion, shattering the iceberg into several pieces. But Hirasaka was already on his tail, using Twin-Headed Slash. Ilak managed to block with his sword, but that made him retreat a bit, and Subaru took the chance to land a necrotic punch combined with the Divine Chisel Strike. To dodge, Ilak used Fulgor, teleporting far away. At that instant, Hirasaka, who was already prepared, realized that this was the perfect opening. He charged at Ilak and unleashed the 3 consecutive techniques of Ludwig, which were Phoenix Fall, Draconic Impalement, and Bunny Demon Strike. Even after all that, Ilak was still standing, but Hirasaka kept pressing, repeatedly striking his golden armor until he finally made him spit blood for the first time. Ilak not only spat blood but was also sent flying. Ginga, completely impressed, commented that this was truly incredible. He was watching the most powerful player in the world fighting right in front of him, and even asked if he had already won. Sayaka replied that actually he was just trying to trick them, pretending to be weak so they would get closer. But she also commented that, even so, this was a good opportunity. Then she told Subaru that this time she would go to the front line. Subaru agreed, saying he would cover her. Sayaka then announced to everyone that now was the time to shine. She activated her ability, Summon of the 8 Gods of Thunder, causing several mini versions of Keelan to appear around her, all colorful and cute. And as expected, Ilak, even after spitting blood, was still standing and looked almost completely intact. At that moment, Naruz was completely amazed. He wondered if that light was his light and felt deeply moved just by seeing Hirasaka's power. Shikishima, looking at him, asked why he was standing there since they had to leave. It was time to meet their leader. The boy was practically crying from how emotional he was. Hirasaka then remembered his training with Ludwig. She had explained that to defeat Ilak, the first thing they needed to do was destroy his armor. Only the armor could reduce all received damage by half, and it had a passive effect that allowed him to recover health gradually just by wearing it. It was an extremely rare item, practically a treasure. Sayaka commented that an item like that was extremely unfair. Ludwig explained that it was not just that. Out of all the Golden Knights that had ever existed, Ilak was the most resistant, the one with the highest health, which made him incredibly powerful in prolonged battles. That was why the best strategy against him was to focus on a very intense short-term assault, based on extremely fierce attacks. Ludwig then explained to Hirasaka that right after destroying the armor, he would have to use his most powerful ability, which consisted of combining Dimensional Slash with Imperial Radiance to execute his strongest strike. But she warned that he needed to be very careful with how much mana he had left, since Dimensional Slash consumed 80% of his mana. Sayaka then stood up and said that after a few hits to the armor, someone would surely take a really nasty blow. For now, she would provide basic support to everyone, but if she could, she would also try to break the armor. After all, she was really good at hitting hard. Ludwig agreed, saying that made perfect sense. After all, Sayaka was a disciple of the God of Thunder, and no one could surpass her in terms of speed. In the current moment, Sayaka was motivating her little thunder gods, ordering all of them to go. They then transformed into electricity, fully merging with her body. Ilak himself realized that he was being surrounded by her and Hirasaka, and he was a bit impressed by Sayaka's ability. Then it was explained about the transformation of the 8 colors of the God of Thunder. In this state, she could command the 8 thunder gods at the same time. Every attack of hers now dealt massive thunder damage. Her speed increased by 1000%, and she received a 60% reduction in all physical and thermal damage. The downside was that this transformation consumed an absurd amount of mana and could not be deactivated. In other words, it would only end when all her mana was consumed. With the amount of mana Sayaka had, the time limit for this transformation was approximately 10 seconds. The countdown began. At 400ths of a second, she had already closed in on Ilak. The first strike completely cracked his armor. At 1100ths, she landed a hit right on his face. At 1800ths, she was already landing punches all over his body, and this was all before even a single second had passed. When 1 second was finally completed, she had already completely beaten him down. Mia, watching everything, was completely stunned. She was using her ability, Eagle Eyes, which allowed her to zoom in up to 100 times, a standard ability among all Golden Knights. Observing everything, Mia said that this girl was capable of fighting head-on against a 6-star boss. She was absolutely shocked, declaring that Sayaka was absurdly powerful, and asked Subaru who she was. Subaru then replied, without hesitation, that she was Amamiya Sayaka, the first companion he ever made in his entire life. Sayaka then remembered a moment she spent with Keelan, where they were testing her electricity current. Keelan confirmed that she seemed to have excellent compatibility with him. Carrion, Delta, and Vanquish called him an idiot, and Keelan replied that he would fry all of them if they kept talking. Sayaka then asked Carrion who that guy was, and he introduced himself as Thunder Keelan, explaining that according to his pact with Vanquish, he would be responsible for her training. In the current moment, Delta was watching Keelan and wondered what he was doing there, watching Sayaka's fight. Delta realized that it had been a long time since he had seen Keelan like that, smiling so much. It was explained that Sayaka's growth impressed Keelan so much that it left him completely stunned. However, her enemy was still Ilak, one of the most powerful Golden Knights, which naturally made everything even harder. At that moment, she took a deep slash right to the chest and thought that if her transformation had not been active, she would have died from that attack. Even with 60% damage reduction, that strike was extremely powerful against her body. There were still 2 seconds left on her transformation. She remembered what Vanquish had said, that Subaru's trump card should only be used for the next calamity. So, she knew she could not rely on that now. Meanwhile, Hirasaka was waiting for the perfect opening. He had Imperial Radiance activated, and at that moment, he had 83% mana. Hirasaka thought that he was counting on her and believed they could win with the next strike. With just 1 second and a few hundredths remaining on her transformation, she used all the power she still had and responded with an attack called Albion Slash. The enemy's armor was already completely cracking. She struck Ilak directly, piercing his body. At that exact moment, her transformation ended. Her mana dropped to 0, but she not only managed to destroy his chest plate, but also revealed part of the face beneath his helmet. Sayaka then said that from here on, the rest was up to Hirasaka. He thanked her a lot because they made it in time and immediately used his Dimensional Slash, now at level 10, cutting Ilak's body in half. Everyone who witnessed this scene, both inside the portal and in the underworld, was stunned to see the plan working. The destruction of the armor by Amamiya Sayaka and the most powerful strike of Hirasaka Renji left everyone certain that victory was finally within reach. However, Ilak was nowhere near accepting death. He remembered a moment from the past when he was standing before all the Golden Knights, tied up and being questioned about the meaning of his actions. At the time, he was the current commander, and Ludwig, who was the vice commander, explained that this was a royal order. She said that the aggression he committed was completely abnormal, and that if it were up to Ilak himself, he would have completely wiped out the entire nation of the Silver King. But the king's wish was peace. Ilak questioned how they could even speak of peace, saying that it did not matter if they were soldiers or civilians, all should be killed until they were completely extinct. Ludwig realized that it would be useless to try reasoning with him, and then ordered that the punishment be carried out. Ilak asked if it was her who was suggesting the execution, and Ludwig confirmed, saying that her older brother had committed countless murders, not only of enemies, but also of allies who opposed the massacre he was committing. Ilak replied saying that killing those who disobey was something natural, and did not understand why he would be executed for that. Ludwig, filled with rage, remembered that her best friend was among the people Ilak had killed. She said that he could not dare to say that was natural, and that she could no longer accept this, coming from her own brother. Ludwig declared that she would execute the Beast Slayer, and at that moment, she cut off his head, while he felt the purest hatred. Back in the present, Ilak was alive, but extremely weakened. Saya then then told Hirasaka to finish him off quickly. But this time, the one who activated Imperial Radiance was Ilak himself, and just the pressure of his power was enough to leave everyone there terrified. Everyone wondered what the hell that power was. His Imperial Radiance was also at level 10, increasing all his abilities by 160%. Ilak said that now he understood. He had been betrayed by his own country and thrown into a portal. Hirasaka wondered if he had regained his own consciousness. Ilak asked if Hirasaka was saying he was Ludwig's successor. Ilak then said that the gate plan that his master once mentioned really happened. Even so, he did not expect Ludwig to send her own possessor. He said this was so pathetic of his little sister that her plans had become increasingly deceitful. After laughing, he said that all those bastards around him had no idea what was about to happen. Ilak asked if they knew how the sealed ones in the gate could return to the underworld. He explained that first, they needed to kill their possessors. At that very moment, he landed a strike directly into Sayaka's abdomen without her even realizing the attack was coming. Ilak said that this was not something good to do. After doing this, their souls become damaged and their ranks fall, forcing them to return to the underworld. Hirasaka immediately rushed to help Sayaka, obviously, but Ilak was so fast that he disappeared in the blink of an eye. He explained that the second way to return to the underworld was by killing a possessor who had a high level of power. Right after that, he stepped on Hirasaka, smashing him against the ground. Ilak explained that by killing a possessor, it was possible to absorb their soul, which forced them to return to the underworld. The principles for leveling up were basically the same. He said that if he had to choose someone, it would definitely be Hirasaka, who was level 97. Hirasaka tried to kick him away and activated the Crimson Mantle, an equipment that increased attack power by 100%, but drastically reduced defense. This made him powerful, but fragile. Combined with Imperial Radiance and the Crimson Mantle, Hirasaka's attack power was currently at 360%. On top of that, he was about to use his 12th ability, the Slayer of All Creatures, which could reach an incredible 10,000% attack power in a single blow. This was an exclusive ability of Ilak. Hirasaka and Sayaka were completely terrified because even from a relatively safe distance, they could feel all that pressure. Ginga warned Ariake that this was not going to end well, while Subaru told everyone to get out of there and run far away because if they were hit by that technique, there would probably be absolutely nothing left. Subaru thought that he did not expect Ilak to regain his consciousness. He understood that this operation had failed. They needed to retreat immediately. Ginga asked what he planned to do, and Ilak said that humans had his gratitude, because thanks to them, he had become even more powerful. Now he would return to the underworld, where he could finally tear his sister apart. And, as a thank you gift, he decided that he would kill all of them, using his final technique, his 18th ability, the True Dragon Slayer Sword. At the exact moment he was preparing his abilities, Subaru was talking to his relatives through their souls. Subaru said that they needed to abort this operation because they had no choice but to change the strategy. They needed to get out of there immediately. Subaru then said that he himself was going to defeat Ilak. Everyone was confused, wondering what he meant by that. Sayaka asked if he intended to use his trump card. Hirasaka asked if he was sure he could defeat the Silver King by using that trump card now. Subaru replied that honestly, he did not know, but even so, it was better than losing his friends. Saika realized that Subaru was prioritizing their lives above all else in that moment and wondered what she herself should do, until suddenly, she literally saw a light at the end of the tunnel and asked Subaru to wait. She asked if he could feel that too, because it seemed there was something beyond his secret technique that they could use. Back to the present, when Ilak was ready to kill everyone, a mysterious energy took over his sword. Not even he knew what it was. His arms were completely paralyzed. At that moment, Kiryu appeared, saying that he had arrived just in time and commented that it had been a long time since he saw Hirasaka. Kiryu used the Crest of Interruption to completely paralyze Ilak's movements, and the one carrying him and meowing was Sushi. Hirasaka felt relieved and said that he was okay, thank goodness. Kiryu told them not to come and hug him, called them idiots, and stopped the enemy using the Crest of Interruption. Kiryu said that it was a pleasure to meet the Beast Slayer, but that they would not be seeing each other for long because he was going to die soon, since he was completely surrounded by his ability. He apologized because unfortunately, he could not shut him up as well. Ilak asked if it was him who stopped his Albion strike. Kiryu was a bit worried, his mana was almost gone, and he knew that this bluff would not last long. He thought that Subaru needed to do something, and fast. At that moment, Shikishima's team also approached. Shikishima said that the enemy was paralyzed by Kiryu, so Subaru could now put his new strategy into practice. Subaru thought that there was really something he could use besides his trump card, something only he could do. At that moment, his mind was completely filled, thinking about all the possibilities to defeat Ilak while still keeping his trump card. reserved for the Silver King. Subaru spoke to Shikishima and Naruse, asking them for a favor. He asked them to become his relatives right there, at that exact moment. They accepted without hesitation, and Subaru prepared to use his ultimate ability, one he had never used before, the Blood Usurper. Then it was explained about the ability Rakta Tsunana, the last one he unlocked at level 50, directly related to the Blood Usurper, which allowed him to turn a living being into one of his relatives. Unlike Paravana, which required a bond, a deep connection through the soul, this ability allowed someone to become his relative with just the person's consent. Subaru asked if they were really okay with this. Naruse asked if Subaru would be okay becoming his subordinate. Subaru replied that, technically speaking, yes. Naruse thought that he would never lose to him, but replied that he did not care, just to get it over with. Naruse remembered when he was hospitalized, weak, and asked his mother to turn on the TV because he had heard that Mr. Hirasaka would appear. He was there watching him every day. Naruse said that Subaru might be the savior, but his only hero had always been Hirasaka Renji, and if it was to save Hirasaka, he would do anything. At that moment, they were still trying to hold Ilak back using freezes and crests of interruption. Ilak realized that this was a type of invisible immobilization. He understood that he was completely surrounded by it now, and thought that no one was attacking during this opening, which meant they were all waiting for something. Ilak said that all of this was useless, and easily disabled all the seals by kicking rocks at them. He explained that he was right because the seals did not interrupt specific targets, but rather anything that moved indiscriminately, which meant even rocks could trigger the seals. Kiryu was surprised, wondering how he figured out his ability so quickly. Ilak then used his 15th ability, Dimensional Slip, which worked like Hirasaka's Dimensional Slash. With that, he sliced Sushi in half and tore off Kiryu's leg. Right after that, he used his 16th ability, Dimensional Polishing, breaking absolutely everything in his path. Kiryu tried to protect himself with his mobility seals, but Ilak said that he knew this paralyzing ability lasted at least 1 second, but this ability he just created now lasted for 20 seconds. Kiryu and Sushi were hit head-on. Ilak said that was one less to worry about, and quickly dodged the next strike from Hirasaka, who asked how he dared to do that. Ilak told Hirasaka not to try so hard, that he knew his mana was already depleted, and told him to just die already. Then he used his Dimensional Slash again, but this time his strike was interrupted. Ilak asked what the hell that was. It was then that Shikishima shot him from very far away, saying that the target was back in his sights. Shikishima commented that, just as Subaru had said, projectile abilities really worked well against him. Now he was using his second ability, Golden Rifle, combined with Subaru's Cursed Blood. He fired another blood bullet that Ilak was forced to defend against. Ilak wondered what kind of curse that was because it felt like it was not piercing his body, but rather his soul. Hirasaka could hear Naruse's voice in his mind, who apologized for invading like that without permission, but asked if he was out of mana, right? And explained that he could use his weapons together with his first ability, Golden Arsenal, combined with the Cursed Blood attribute. It was explained that one of the characteristics of becoming one of Subaru's relatives is that the person can use his Cursed Blood in their abilities. In other words, all the weapons Naruse was equipping now could directly hit the enemy's soul, and everyone started arming themselves heavily. Sayaka realized that he had really turned everyone into his relatives, and Subaru was feeling a bit shaken because transforming living beings into his relatives was a very difficult decision. The problem was that once they became his relatives while alive, they could no longer be revived by Paravana if anything happened to them, even if they died in the future. But Shikishima told Subaru not to worry about that because everyone there knew the risks. Subaru did the right thing. He did it for victory. Shikishima also said that Subaru could share the memories of the future with them and apologize for leaving all that burden on Subaru's shoulders for so long. Now he said they could leave the rest to them. He then prepared his next shot while everyone was armed and ready for combat. They charged forward using Naruse's Golden Arsenal, while Shikishima provided cover, shooting directly at Ilak, so he would not notice that Hirasaka and Sayaka were already on his tail. Ilak was being hit from all sides with attacks that directly targeted his soul, and he wondered how they had so much synergy, how they managed to coordinate attacks without any signals or discussion beforehand. It was as if they were all one single living being. It was explained that this was one of the greatest benefits of combat, carried out entirely by the relatives of a single being. What mattered most in situations like this was soul communication. They were all now connected by their souls, communicating mentally. Ilak tried to attack, but again his arm was hit by the sniper, in this case Shikishima, who was preventing him from attacking every time. Shikishima commented that their way of thinking was quite similar, that it was much better to crush the enemy's attack than to try to defend, and asked if that was not true for Kiryu. Kiryu managed to completely immobilize Ilak Ilak, who could not believe what was happening. He thought he had already hit Kiryu directly with the dimensional slash, so there was no reason for him to be alive. But Kiryu had been saved by Sushi, who managed to expand his body so much that he completely protected him from the strike. Kiryu said that he could not die there because, unfortunately for Ilak, he had an appointment he did not intend to miss. Then Sayaka and Hirasaka appeared, ready to crush Ilak's head. His body was hit with such force that it started gushing blood. Ilak asked who the hell they were, those bastards, and they all responded at the same time that they were Subaru's relatives. The boss was completely defeated. Ilak still tried to save his soul so he could return to the underworld, but Hirasaka said no, that he would never return. Hirasaka then drove a small dagger directly into Ilak's chest, and his body was completely fragmented. His soul was being dragged into the galaxy of the unconscious universe, the final destination of all destroyed souls. This was the last thing Ludwig had given Hirasaka after the training, and it was meant to be used for the final blow. He wondered what exactly that weapon was. Ludwig explained that the name of that dagger was Amnesia. A soul destroyed inside a portal could still return to the underworld, but Amnesia completely broke that cycle. It buries any soul in the unconscious universe, the final destination of all souls, with no possibility of return. Hirasaka then thought that it was exactly there where Subaru met the King of Dawn. Ludwig asked him to please do this for her dignity, for the death of her friend, and for all the other hundreds of souls that he himself had already purged from this world. She begged him to completely annihilate her older brother, Ilak, the Beast Slayer. Ilak wondered what was happening to his body. Amnesia was stabbed deep into his chest. That treasure dagger, one of the rarest items kept in the treasury of the Golden Country, had the power to send a soul directly to the unconscious universe, completely breaking the cycle of reincarnation. Ilak felt his soul collapsing entirely. He could feel nothing but absolute cold inside himself. He wondered if this was really the end, and the last scream he managed to let out was all he could do before disappearing completely. His soul was dragged far, far away from there. Ludwig said that with this, all the souls were finally avenged. She remembered that in the past, she used to think her brother was amazing. He could kill dragons alone, and she always said that he was truly incredible, that one day she wanted to become like him. But in that moment, she said goodbye to her dear brother, knowing that one day she herself would also follow that same journey. She said that it was finally over. She was lying on the ground, completely out of strength, saying that she had used all her power. Naruse asked Hirasaka if it was really over. Hirasaka confirmed that yes, and said that it was also thanks to him. Hirasaka told him that he had become a real man, someone truly respectable. Naruse then remembered that he needed to talk to the owner of his gate. The owner asked if he wanted to use the success he had achieved to help Hirasaka Renji, and said that this was a very admirable mindset. That owner was the Golden Knight Magic Sword Delcane. Delcane said that, however, if he wished to become a human star, he should not walk the path of righteousness. He explained that he also trained a lot to be a swordsman, but, without success, eventually changed his class to Magic Swordsman. There were times when he felt ashamed of himself, but he never hesitated to use any means to become stronger. And with that, he became one of the 7 most powerful Golden Knights of all time. Delcane told Naruse that reaching the stars, no matter the method he used, what mattered was believing in himself and never giving up, because that is exactly what true aspiration is about. Naruse, emotional, started crying and thought that, hearing those words, today he felt very close to becoming a star. Shikishima asked if everyone was okay, and Hirasaka met up with him after a long time. Naruse was watching the two, who simply did a fist bump like great friends, and he thought that was super cool. Shikishima said that they were about to head back home. Naruse wondered if that was really it, if that was their reunion after so long. He thought that veterans were really awesome. Mia warned that everyone was already gathering to return. Subaru thought that somehow they managed to deal with the second calamity, but suddenly a system message popped up for Subaru, visible only to him. He could not share it with anyone. It was a direct message from the administrator. The message said that the intervention of his relatives in the system had been recognized. Since the boss's soul of this stage had completely disappeared, it would not be converted into experience points. It was also stated that intervening in this way was not recommended, and that players should play the proper way, asking if he understood. Subaru thought that this was a direct warning from the admin himself, and that it seemed the future was arriving much faster than he expected. The mission was officially completed. Later, the media was already fully focused on the event. At that moment, it was exactly 6:15 in the morning, and the team led by Ariaki Subaru had managed to clear the 6-star portal. A huge commotion was happening in the city. Many people gathered to see it up close, to witness the complete collapse of the portal. During an interview, Subaru said that this time he had only focused on commanding. The true victory was entirely thanks to his companion. Subaru stated that from now on, They, the players, would continue protecting everyone from the creatures of the underworld, even if it cost them their own lives. Shikishima noticed that neither Subaru nor Hirasaka got nervous in front of the camera, and thought that this was not the only thing they had in common. Hirasaka explained to Shikishima that he was going back to the Shining Sea now because he needed to become a little stronger, since his goal was to protect everyone's lives. Shikishima replied that they would see each other next time. Right after that, Carrion showed up, annoyed to realize that this bastard had returned right at that moment. Shikishima asked if Carrion was back already. Hirasaka confirmed that yes, he had just come back, calling him an idiot. Subaru tried to calm them down mentally, but Shikishima thought that next time he was going to punch him right in the face. Sayata commented that she was also going back to the Shining Sea, but before that she would spend some time visiting her relatives. She asked Narusa if everything was okay, and he replied that it felt like someone was missing. In fact, the one sneaking away without anyone noticing was Ginga. The healer asked if he was going home, and he confirmed that yes. He said his mission was complete, that he had fulfilled his role alongside Subaru, and even though he did not contribute much at the end, he did his best as a silver rank. Kiryu replied that they were in the same boat. Ginga thanked Kiryu a lot for the work he did there because he was sure that Subaru would keep the promise he made to him. Kiryu commented that it seemed Ginga trusted Ariake a lot, but Ginga replied that not really. Back in the city of Hitachi, Ginga was at home, relaxed after taking a shower, watching the news report about Subaru. He thought that this week had been very long, but it was an interesting experience, since he spent all that time with the savior, Ariake Subaru. Suddenly, a new gate appeared right in front of him, and he wondered why this was happening now. Ginga asked if the arcane was there, but the one who greeted him was someone else, who said they had been waiting for him. Ginga realized he could not move anymore, and then Ruin, the Silver King of the Nine Tails, appeared asking if they could have a little chat, because he needed Ginga's help with something. The next day, November 1st, early in the morning at the Foundation's headquarters, a celebration banquet was happening. Everyone was there drinking, eating, and toasting the success of the 6-star portal. Ginga declined to join the party, saying he was going home, which was a bit far from there. Kiryu was sent back to prison, but received permission to attend the boys' soccer match. The rest of the group kept enjoying themselves, drinking and eating. Subaru asked if Shikishima was drinking juice, and even Sayaka was surprised by that. Shikishima explained that even if he drank alcohol, it would dissipate quickly from his body because of his player abilities, so drinking made no sense. Subaru asked if Sayaka visited her parents yesterday, and she replied that yes, she spent the night there. She said that everyone cried. It was a bit overwhelming for her, but she was happy because everyone was celebrating her victory. Shikishima asked if Subaru still had time today, and he replied that yes, that he just had to meet with Ginga at 6 in the evening because there was something important to discuss with him. Then Shikishima commented that if he had time, he would take the chance to buy a house now. Subaru was surprised, but Shikishima explained that he had become way too famous, that the hotel lobby where he was staying was completely crowded, and the hotel bills were getting more and more expensive, so it was easier to buy a house or an apartment. He said that with the fame he had now, having a hidden house was no longer a luxury, but a necessity, because anywhere he stayed, the place would be swarmed with people. Subaru wondered if it was really possible to buy a house that quickly, but Shikishima said he would help him with that. Until then, he would stay at Hirasaka's house, and Subaru noticed that the place was quite spacious. Shikishima commented that he was being a little too honest, and Subaru asked how big the place was. Shikishima replied that he was not sure, but guessed it was about 70 square meters. Subaru then asked how long he would stay there, and Shikishima replied that it would be until he managed to get his own house. Carrion asked Hirasaka himself, swearing on his soul, if it was really okay to use that house, and Hirasaka said yes. But Subaru thought that Naruse would definitely be furious if he found out, probably saying something like, "How dare you live in Hirasaka's house?" and other hateful things. Subaru considered asking Naruse if he wanted to live there too, but immediately imagined the answer and was not wrong. Naruse said, "Are you an idiot or what?" And Subaru concluded that it would not be a good idea. Shikishima handed him the key, saying that he could leave, but Subaru remembered that there was still plenty of time until 6 in the afternoon. Shikishima suggested that it would be good for him to take a walk around the city after all. It was the city he had protected. While walking around, Subaru started remembering the memories of the future. Now everything was different. He could walk around peacefully, drinking his coffee, watching people happily strolling through the streets. Those terrible visions he had seen before were no longer real. All of that was gone. Subaru realized that this was the city they had managed to protect. The tragedy that happened in the future of the King of Dawn did not happen this time. Later, he took a train to meet with Ginga, arriving in Hitachi at night, right on time. Subaru thought that the train station was quite beautiful, and Ginga commented that he arrived just in time. Subaru thanked him for the great job he did. Ginga replied that after the 6-star portal, he thought he was finally done with all that work, but ended up being called again. He also said that he was not much of a party person, and asked what Subaru wanted to discuss with him. Subaru then asked if next week Ginga would like to go with him to the underworld. Ginga was shocked, asking how so. The underworld, that place which was humanity's enemy. Subaru replied that yes, you could put it that way, that he needed to resolve some things there and also participate in the meeting of the kings. Ginga, still not fully understanding, asked if he was serious, if those kings really existed, and what kind of meeting that was. Subaru confirmed that yes, they exist, they gather, and he was going to attend that meeting. Ginga commented that he knew this kind of information would be shocking to anyone on the planet since nobody had detailed information about the underworld, and now Subaru was simply inviting him. Subaru replied that yes, he thought they could go together, and asked why not. Ginga replied that the way Subaru talked made it sound like he was inviting him to a beach vacation. Ginga said he could not handle this conversation anymore, and asked how Subaru planned to go to the underworld. Subaru replied that it was just a matter of waiting for contact from the other side, as if it were the simplest thing in the world. Ginga said that in the past, he would have said this was absurd, but after spending so much time with Subaru, it no longer seemed that absurd. Even so, he wanted to know why Subaru was inviting him, a mere silver rank. He asked if Subaru did not have way more powerful companions. Subaru replied that eventually, yes, he would call the others too, but said that inevitably, there would come a moment when Ginga's power would be necessary again in the future. That was why he wanted to know if Ginga accepted becoming his official partner. Subaru explained that after returning from the underworld, he planned to form a team and wanted Ginga to be one of the members of that team. Even if the team did not have a name yet, its motto was simple. He said that he would never betray or abandon his friends, and asked what Ginga thought about that. Ginga replied that the first time he met Subaru, of course, he could not fully trust him. After all, out of nowhere, he was chosen to participate in that mission in the 6-star portal. However, now he realized that decision was the right one, and that thanks to Subaru's strategy, they managed to complete that crazy mission. Ginga said that he was sure Subaru possessed a very mysterious power, one that not even he fully understood. So Ginga extended his hand, saying that he would trust Subaru, just like Subaru had trusted him. Subaru analyzed for a second and shook his hand, thanking him. But at that moment, Ginga used Ice 9 directly on Subaru's hand, sealing that informal contract between them. Meanwhile, watching everything from a nearby bridge was Ruin, the Silver King, who simply waved goodbye to Subaru in silence. Ruin commented to himself that Subaru had become significantly stronger and much more dangerous in these last few days. He remembered that Subaru defeated Lambda in just a few minutes, and also managed, together with his relatives, to kill Illak, the Beast Slayer. Ruin said that both the Bronze King and the Gold Queen should be extremely cautious, but he, Ruin, was not. He reflected that there was a real possibility that Vanquish could fully return, and that would be a threat that needed to be eliminated as soon as possible. Ruin then concluded that even though Subaru's soul was extremely precious, unfortunately, he would have to die right there. To him, it was time to say goodbye to Subaru. Ruin was only able to do all of this thanks to his ability, the Soul Contaminator Spirit. In short, a part of Ruin's soul separates from him, called Bunrei, and enters the target's body, corrupting it. This way, Ruin can completely control that individual, and there is no mental resistance capable of withstanding this kind of control. Subaru commented that, just as he expected, in this timeline the one who was attacked was Ginga, which made perfect sense, since he was the closest silver rank to him at the moment. He wondered if the Silver King was there, but he was not visible. Ruin wondered if Subaru had noticed his presence. Subaru then explained that Ruin made 3 mistakes. First, Ginga always leaves his house with a paper bag on his head. Second, Ginga calls him Ariake, not Subaru. And third, Subaru remembered the memories of the future. At the moment of his death, Ginga said that he did not believe in Subaru, but that from the moment he said he believed in him, he would fight until the end. But in that future, Ginga said that it was fine if Subaru could not save the world, that it was fine if he wanted to run away, and that deep down, he just wanted Subaru to survive. Subaru then realized that Ginga would never say something like that. He would never say that he believed in him in that way. It was at that moment that Subaru revealed that the arm was fake, a mold made of blood blood. In other words, he was not caught by Ice Nine. Ruin was surprised, wondering if that was really a fake arm. He concluded that Subaru cut off his own arm to do this. He realized that Subaru had been expecting Ice Nine from the beginning. He knew that this kind of countermeasure could not be done by someone without conviction and determination. At that moment, Subaru directly touched Ginga's chest using cursed blood, and Ginga fell unconscious. Ruin realized that Subaru killed his Bunrei, so Ginga was no longer under his control. He thought that Subaru was handling that situation perfectly. Subaru told Ginga to wait there for a moment, that as soon as he finished that, they would continue their conversation. Ruin commented that Subaru could see the future. From inside Subaru's bag, his real arm appeared and quickly reconnected to his body. Ruin thought that besides having the power of Vanquish, he also had the power to foresee the future. He concluded that Subaru was extremely dangerous and did not care if the other kings noticed what he was doing, because he needed to kill Subaru here and now. Subaru replied that the present they had reached in this timeline was already a completely different world from the one he saw in the future. But even so, this world was still very uncertain at every moment. There was only one thing that was certain in every timeline and every world: the defeat of the Silver King. Ruin, known as the Third Calamity, decided that he would kill Subaru no matter what. The conditions were now simple. Subaru had to defeat him in direct combat. If he succeeded, he would gain a new relative, get even closer to the truth of this world, and expand the red table. The first failure, which would be falling into Ruin's plans, could no longer happen. However, the second failure would be being defeated by Ruin. If that happened, Subaru would die, Ginga would die, he would lose all his relatives, Vanquish would be extremely weakened, and the red table would be completely destroyed. Meanwhile, at Hirasaka's apartment, Shikishima, Sayaka, and Carrion were watching everything Subaru was doing through the connection of souls. They thought that it had finally begun. He was going to use the trump card he had been saving all this time for this moment. Carrion commented that that little fox had better prepare because today she was going to die. Ruin asked if Subaru really thought he was going to defeat him, if he thought he could compete with a king just because he killed a little commander. Ruin's footsteps were already so powerful that they were completely moving the tide. He rushed quickly towards Subaru, who was standing still without reacting. The moment he opened his eyes, he looked different. Subaru's first blow was so powerful that it practically split the oceans. Ruin was thrown far away and wondered where that power came from. Subaru was transformed. His hair was white, and his power had increased absurdly. With a simple raise of his hands, he created a large blood mold, forming countless giant hands, all ready to crush Ruin. Ruin managed to defend himself using his 9 tails, which cut all those blood arms. While fighting, he realized that Subaru was on a completely different level from just a few minutes ago. He was so focused on cutting the arms that he did not notice Subaru approaching again. When he realized it, he took another punch that sent him straight into the ocean. Of course, Subaru would not let that go. He forcibly pulled Ruin out of the ocean, using his blood bubble, realizing that even his soul, despite being a king, was being damaged by the blood curse created by Vanquish. Ruin, completely shocked, asked what the hell he was and what kind of power that was. Subaru then thought that this was the last of the 3 abilities he received from Vanquish after passing through his first door. The ability called the One Who Walks on the Sun allowed him to block sunlight, which is normally effective against vampires. But in return, this also caused his stats to be much lower. However, that form of his, activated during the night, completely removed those limiters. Now he was in his true vampire form as Ariaki Subaru. Ruin wondered if all this time, since becoming the holder of the Rainbow Gate, Subaru had been fighting with only 50% of his power. But he was not intimidated and asked if Subaru really thought he could defeat a king with that. He told him not to underestimate him. Ruin then activated the authority of the Silver King, revealing his 9 tails and using the power of the divine threads of the silver petals. He declared that he would destroy everything around and kill Subaru along with it. Subaru, however, replied that he did not plan to let him kill anyone in that battle. Then, he activated his Cleaver Uplift ability. A gigantic sphere of power was approaching, but Subaru remained calm. Meanwhile, the spectators Shikishima, Sayaka, and Carrion were not the only ones watching, since the souls sitting in the Shining Sea were also following everything. This included Killin, Delta, Lambda, Ludwig, and Hirasaka Renji. Killin commented that that ability was much stronger than Will's. Delta wondered if Ruin was already using his most powerful ability right at the start. Lambda, on the other hand, was completely lost. not understanding anything at all, and thought that his brothers were much better informed than him. Ludwig said that if Subaru failed to protect against that ability, everything around would be destroyed. Hirasaka became worried and asked if Subaru would be okay, questioning this directly to Vanquish. But at that very moment, someone told him to shut up. It was the Queen of Martyrdom, the sixth queen under Vanquish's command, the immortal best known as Saya, who replied that there was no need to worry because Subaru would meet all expectations. She was absolutely sure of it. Subaru then used the cleaver uplift. Just with his hand raised, he started cutting all the threads and petals of the Silver King. His rainbow attacks filled the dark sky, painting that night atmosphere with vibrant colors. His cleaver uplift not only completely held back Ruin's power, but also, together with the blood curse, totally destroyed the power sphere he had launched. Ruin could not believe his own eyes. Soon after, a huge explosion happened. The light spheres that had been undone collided with each other in the air, causing a chain explosion. That night, the seawater kept raining down for a long time over Ruin. The Silver King was completely stunned, shocked, even pausing to think clearly. He wondered if his divine threads had really been destroyed. He confirmed that yes, they had been dimensionally broken. Ruin then realized that this was Vanquish's secret ability. He asked Subaru if he had been hiding that vampire power all this time. Subaru replied that no, the one who really hid it was Vanquish himself, who instructed him not to tell anyone about it. Ruin, furious, said that he had even avoided using that power during the fight against Illak, using only what was necessary to stop him. Subaru replied that it was true, and that Vanquish himself warned that if he showed his true power too soon, a coward like the Silver King would never set foot in the human world. Ruin became even angrier and declared that he would completely destroy him, to the point where he would never regenerate again. Then he activated the 9 stars of the Sacred Fire ability, but this time, Subaru went directly for him, easily dodging the attacks. While dodging, he thought that that beam of light was so hot that it instantly evaporated seawater. If he got hit, he would die instantly. But he also realized that it must be very difficult for Ruin to maintain such an absurd ability active for long. Subaru then reflected that currently, Ruin's soul was divided into 9 pieces. At that exact moment, everyone in the Shining Sea asked at the same time what it meant to divide the soul. Vanquish explained that the celestial clock strictly forbids the main body of the soul of creatures from the underworld from entering the human world. And that was the trick. That was exactly how Ruin managed to reach the human world. He divided his soul into 9 pieces. By doing this, he completely bypassed the system. Lambda, completely lost, said that he had no idea what that vampire was talking about. Killen replied that he did not need to worry because he also did not understand anything, and the two of them started laughing like a couple of idiots. Hirasaka asked what Ludwig was thinking about. She replied that honestly, she had no idea what that meant, and Hirasaka admitted that he also did not understand anything at all. Vanquish, frustrated, called all of them idiots and said that the only one who understood was Delta, who simply summarized that, basically, Ruin divided himself to illegally enter the human world. Instantly, Delta's brothers called him a genius, and even Vanquish got emotional, confirming that it was exactly that. He said he was happy that at least Delta understood, but Vanquish explained that it was not just that. Ruin could borrow power from his other soul fragments to strengthen his main body, which was currently in the human world. This meant he was not limited by the portal's rules, unlike the other creatures from the underworld. However, this also had a weakness. If someone managed to destroy those 9 soul fragments, including the one in the human world, Ruin's main soul would be completely annihilated. This would even destroy his body in the underworld. That was exactly why Subaru was using all his power. He thought it was for the sake of future negotiations. Ruin, irritated, asked how long Subaru was going to keep running and dodging his attacks. He said that Subaru was all brave not long ago, but now he looked like a little coward running away. But Subaru, smoothly sliding over the water, let his blood fall, creating a strategy he had been preparing for some time. Then he answered Ruin that he was being too hasty because the truth was that he was just carefully preparing for the defeat of the Silver King. Subaru activated his Preton ability, creating a massive blood barrier that completely surrounded even Ruin himself. It was a barrier that did not stay still. It constantly moved, closing in and pressing from all sides. Then it was explained about Preton, a trap ability that locks the target inside the cursed blood, instantly reducing 10% of all enemy attributes and abilities, while continuously draining and weakening all of their power as long as they remain inside the prison. Naturally, Ruin tried to fight back, attacking with everything he had, but Subaru easily dodged all the blows. At that moment, Ruin could already clearly see his own death approaching. Subaru moved forward without giving him any space, and right away landed a punch straight in his face, completely sinking Ruin into the water. Ruin could not even react. He was just coughing up blood, completely overwhelmed, while continuing to get beaten non-stop. Subaru thought that he would keep hitting him until he was completely destroyed, until absolutely nothing was left. Of course, the Silver King couldn't respond to all this. He was being completely beaten, while his body was weakened by the cursed blood. Subaru was simply finishing him off, without giving him any chance to respond. Ruin could hardly believe that there was such a huge difference between their power. That fragment of his soul could no longer fight, and he thought he should retreat through one of the portals. Subaru commented that Ruin wasn't so bad, he seemed to be holding up well, and said that if it had been Lambda or anyone else, they would have died at least 5 times by now. As expected, Ruin was strong, but Subaru still shot the cursed blood right into his chest, causing not only his soul, but his entire body to distort into a vortex. He came out with all his limbs broken, while Subaru was practically intact. Everyone in the underworld watching was completely speechless. Ludwig wondered if the Silver King was really being humiliated like that, because even with a broken soul, Ruin shouldn't be taking such a beating. Lambda asked Delta if that person was really the same person they knew, but both Hirasaka and Saya just had a smile on their faces. Vanquish said that Subaru had done very well, and that now it was time to use the negotiation to make the Silver King one of their allies. The guys didn't understand, asking, "What do you mean, the way he was now?" Subaru then remembered a conversation he'd had on November 1st, an hour before the battle against Ilak. At the time, he asked if Vanquish really wanted that, to turn Ruin into an ally. Vanquish explained that just attending the meeting of the kings wouldn't help Subaru at all. He needed to prepare the ground. He needed an advantage for him. He said that he could offer a contract, a negotiation, bringing Ruin to the side of the immortals, but before that, he needed to beat him almost to death. Subaru asked if this negotiation was going to be based on violence, and Vanquish said yes, because Subaru needed to demonstrate power. That was the only way to make someone more powerful than him listen, and he said that, especially in Ruin's case, it was even more necessary because he's the worst kind of person to negotiate with. Vanquish explained that Ruin is a very cautious, naughty, and cowardly fox. Vanquish then remembered the conversation he'd had a long time ago with Ruin's ancestor, the Silver Queen, Fade. That day, Venice asked if she would really make this boy the next king, because the Silver Country would go to Ruin that way. Fade asked if he had come there just to pick a fight and wanted to know what he was doing there before the meeting started. Ruin knew very well who this guy was, the King of the Rainbow, the immortal vampire Vanquish. Vanquish then told Ruin that he had seen him running away from the fight earlier and asked him if he wanted to know why. Fade told the undead bastard to shut up, but Ruin really wanted to know the answer. Vanquish then explained that he ran away from the fight because, for him, the fear of being there was greater than the happiness of winning a fight, and that he is exactly that kind of person. However, he said that this was fine, but that when taking on the duty of a king you can't be a coward, and that it would be good for him to change his ways and the way he is. Vanquish even patted him on the head and said that if he could change, he could become a good king. After that, he left with all 6 of his kings at his disposal. Fade remarked that Vanquish was getting a bit arrogant after he'd risen a few ranks, but she still admitted that he really was a good example of a king. Ruin also agreed, thinking about his duty as king. At that moment, Ruin woke up after his beating, because he had been knocked unconscious. He was on a small island made of blood, sitting on a throne of blood that Subaru had made just to negotiate. Of course, he tried to escape, but he couldn't. Subaru explained that there was no point in trying to escape, because his soul was trying to return to its original form, and that if he tried to leave this throne, things would be much worse. The battle was over, he had lost. Ruin asked why Subaru didn't just destroy him, and Subaru replied that he wanted to do business. He said he wanted to cooperate with the Silver King and make a request at the next meeting of the kings. But for that to happen, Ruin had to become his relative. Ruin didn't understand, asking what that meant. And at that very moment, everyone in the underworld asked the same question. Delta asked if that was right. Saya asked if he was trying to make a relative out of the Silver King. Hirasaka said he thought it would be very difficult. And Ludwig looked at Vanquish and asked what kind of thing that damn vampire had said to Subaru. Vanquish explained that he wasn't the one who came up with the idea of becoming related. It was Subaru's own doing, and they decided to just watch for now. He also commented that there was something much more shocking coming, which made everyone even more worried. Subaru then explained that his limit of relatives is currently 6, and that there is 1 spot available. He offered it to Ruin to fill. Ruin responded by asking if he was an idiot by any chance, saying that he would never accept shit like that. Subaru made it clear that he would keep him alive if he accepted, and explained that even with his soul split, that was still his main body. If it was destroyed there, the power and status of Ruin's main body would drop a lot, which would totally unbalance the scales between the three main kings. Subaru said it would be very bad for him, didn't he? Ruin replied that that wasn't enough for him to accept becoming a relative. He said that it didn't worry him so much. What really worried him and all the other kings was that Vanquish would regain the power he had at his peak, and anything that could give Vanquish an advantage was completely out of the question. Subaru replied that he already imagined that wouldn't be enough to convince him, but added that if Ruin became his relative, he could give him information about the future. Ruin said that this was just idle chatter, and that there was no proof that Subaru could really see the future. Only at that moment, he realized exactly what he had just said. Subaru asked if he had finally understood, because if he became his relative, he could directly access the memories of the future through the soul connection, because you can't lie using words from the soul. But Subaru regretted it, saying that unfortunately, the future had already been altered thanks to his companions. Ruin's response today was to be expected. While they were talking about the connection of souls, Shikishima commented that it was actually thanks to him. Sayaka replied that she didn't understand these complicated things. An said that he didn't care about complications either and that he could leave it to him. Subaru then politely asked everyone to keep quiet for the time being. Ruin asked exactly what he meant by that. He said that if the future had already been altered, then there was no point in becoming related to him, right? Subaru replied that he had the memories of the next 8 calamities to befall the human world. He listed them one by one. The 3 gates, the Palace of Carneficina, the Silver King himself, Emperor Fictus, reaching level 99, the Great Damnado Memoriae earthquake, and the Mist. And he revealed that the person responsible for causing all 8 of these calamities was none other than the administrator of the Celestial Clock, the supreme enemy of them all. This is the being who exerts enormous pressure on the heavens and observes everything they do at all times. Subaru then said that the administrator had appeared and that from then on, the real negotiation would begin. Just then, Ginga woke up on a beach, remembering everything that had happened. He looked up at the sky and asked what the hell that shit was, and realized that it was the 2 big eyes of the Celestial Clock watching everything. Subaru said that there was the administrator, and even Ruben was completely terrified. In other words, that being was the creator of the Celestial Clock, and none of the deities or kings knew of his existence. No one knew his true identity, or what he really was. He was the greatest mystery not only in that world, but in all the others. Subaru asked what he was doing there because they hadn't even started talking about the main part. They had only mentioned his name. He said he might as well sit in the corner and wait. And that's exactly what the administrator did. He simply closed his eyes and sat still. Ruin wondered if he had just left out of the blue. Subaru replied that it was their job to monitor all the worlds. Ruin asked if Subaru had ever fought him in the future. Subaru replied that yes, he had, but he also confessed that he lost that fight and that next time he would win. And for that to happen, he needs the Silver King's help. Ruin wondered if Subaru was really serious about turning him into a relative. Apparently, Subaru knew everything that was going to happen in the future, and the only way Ruin could also survive the administrator was if he used Subaru's soul connection, probably because the administrator will also be his enemy. Even so, it was a huge risk. If he let this chance slip away, he might never know all the information in this world again. He remembered Vanquish's words, calling him a coward, and thought that he couldn't be a king if he didn't make decisions. He understood that he shouldn't be afraid of losing something, because if he wanted his people to live well in the years to come, he needed to make a decision. So he looked at Ariaki Subaru and said that he had shown a lot of power. He recognized that he had targeted exactly the most vulnerable part of the Silver King and the Silver Country. He admitted that Subaru had clearly shown how beneficial it was to be his ally, and said that that was a great way to negotiate. Subaru replied that of course it was all thanks to Vanquish, and then Ruin asked if he was really okay with it. He's just tried to use one of Subaru's companions to try to kill him, but it's still okay for him to ally himself with such a person. Subaru asked if Ruin did it just to protect his own country, and he knows he did, not least because Ruin manifested his divided soul, something that would only appear when he was about to lose. Ruin did it for his country, so that the people there can live without regret. Vanquish was very proud of this decision. Vanquish himself said that Ruin has become a good king and that he has nothing to worry about, because if he becomes one of their allies, everyone else, and of course he too, will do everything to protect him, just as they do everyone else. Ruin wondered if this had been Vanquish's secret weapon all along. Ruben then said that it's fine, he'll become his relative, and so they shook hands, sealing the deal. After that, Subaru went back to talk to Ginga, who was just waking up. Ginga asked why he was all chummy with the Silver King, and and Subaru replied that they had become friends. Ginga said that it's okay, it's crazy, but it's okay, and Subaru said that he wasn't even that surprised. Ginga replied that if he was surprised by everything Subaru does, it wouldn't be healthy for him. Ruin then apologized for what he did to Ginga earlier and asked if they could put it behind them. Ginga said he didn't really care, but asked if the arcane was alright. Ruin replied that of course he's fine, after all, he's one of his people, and asked if he wanted to confirm it. Ginga said that he would confirm it later, but that now he had a more important question. He asked what the hell those eyes were that appeared next to the celestial clock. Subaru said that he would explain in detail later, but in short, it was the crisis, which would cause all the problems in all the worlds. Ginga wondered if this was the secret that Subaru kept in his mind, and asked how soon it would start. Subaru replied that it will start in 2.5 months, maybe even sooner, because the future has changed. Ginga thought that this was true because it's an extremely critical thing, and things always end up happening sooner than expected. At that moment, he remembered a moment from his past, when his sister, Tsunemori Hajiro, asked why he wasn't there yet. She said that the uncle from the copper door was there crying because he hadn't arrived yet, that he was feeling very lonely, and that Ginga was the main star of the family and of everything. Ginga asked if his sister had heard him, and Hajiro said yes, that he was always late. Ginga explained that he was making a portal together with his team, a 4-star portal, and that they believed in him, so he couldn't betray them or be late. That was 3 years ago when Tsunemori Ginga was 16. Ginga said he was probably going to move to Tokyo the following year, and asked his sister to help convince his parents that he needed to move. Hajiro told him to get there soon because everyone was already there, and warned that they were going to finish off the fries that Mom had made. Ginga got angry and said that he wouldn't accept that, so he assured her that he would be there in less than 30 minutes. Hajiro rushed over and told everyone that he would be there in less than 30 minutes, but in fact, no one was eating Mom's fries. They kept them strictly for Ginga. Just as he was passing through the bridge, a 4-star portal stopped time. This was a portal that nobody knew existed, right in the middle of the ocean. It broke, and the creatures that were trapped there were freed. The place where the monster appeared was right next to the Tsunemori family home. By the time Ginga arrived, it was too late. This was precisely because he was always late. Ginga wondered why this had happened, apologized desperately, and couldn't understand why he was always late. He wanted to apologize for being late for the meeting, but at that moment the creature appeared in front of him, and Ginga asked him why he had done it. After he had dealt with the situation, he was asked if he wanted the house to be rebuilt. Ginga said yes, but asked that, if possible, they keep the original parts intact so that everything would remain as it was. When the house was rebuilt, he offered his condolences and showed his respect to his family and everyone who was there. Ginga thought he didn't make it. He became a player, became more powerful to protect his family and protect everyone, but he wasn't there when they really needed him. For that, he apologized more than anyone else. He apologized sincerely. When he passed in the street, people recognized him as the child gambler, Tsunemori's son, who had his family completely destroyed. They said he wasn't there when they needed him most. That's why Ginga started wearing that paper bag on his head. At the time, he was part of Giulietta's group, which was the strongest silver rank group at the time. He was asked if Ginga really wasn't going to Tokyo. He replied that he was very disappointed. They believed him, but Ginga apologized and said he wouldn't go anywhere other than his homeland. He said goodbye and confirmed that his ability was working, because that day nothing appeared either. No portal above the sea. He did it every day. He didn't believe in anything other than himself because he knew that otherworldly creatures could appear at any moment. He never wanted to feel that pain again. He wanted to be prepared. He wanted to arrive on time. That's why every day he stood there over the ocean, watching to make sure that damn portal didn't appear again. In the present, he told Subaru to make him a relative too. He said that he's going to fight too, and that even if Subaru refuses, just because he's related to him, he'll keep fighting. This time, he's going to protect everything until the end. We are then shown a memory from the future, January 2024, when the 7th calamity took place, called the Damnatio Memoriae, an ability of mental destruction that affected the entire human kingdom. All of humanity except the players was exterminated. In that memory, Subaru was on Ritachi Beach, and a person came up and asked him what he was doing there. Subaru asked who he was. He introduced himself as Tsunemori Ginga, a silver rank. Subaru also introduced himself. Ginga was impressed by him. Subaru explained that he had defeated the creature that was there, but hadn't been able to stop the ability from activating. He said he was too late. Ginga asked if he hadn't made it in time either, realizing that they had that in common. At the present time in November 2023, Subaru was about to turn turn the Ginga into his relative. So he used the Rakta Snana, placing the mark of the immortal vampire on Ginga, officially turning him into his relative. The Ginga felt his senses expanding, perceived a new power growing inside him, and thought that this was what it felt like to become a kinsman. He has received the relative's favor, which gives a 45% increase in all statuses, and this increase grows even more based on Subaru's level. If it's a dead relative, he receives the blood mold skill. If it's a living relative, he receives cursed blood. He also gains access to the conversation of souls, and can now make contracts with beings from the underworld. The master's favor is also explained. Subaru can have up to 6 undead relatives and 6 living relatives. He receives 10% of the status of all his relatives, has absolute authority over them, can use the conversation of souls, prevent this conversation, and even consume a relative's soul to survive death. In addition, he can receive a treasure from each relative when certain conditions are met. Ginga said that he now belonged to Subaru. Sayada asked if they could hear them, and Ken asked, literally, "People of Brazil, can you hear me?" Yes, it was exactly like that in the original work, and at that moment, Ginga almost went deaf. Shikishima asked them, for God's sake, to cut it out. He explained to Ginga that it was the conversation of souls, like a voice chat between relatives. On this channel, only true thoughts can be transmitted, so everything you hear there is 100% honest and sincere. Ginga thought that was kind of nice. He asked if he could mutate other people, and Shikishima confirmed that yes, he could. Sayada asked him not to do that at the moment, because they needed to talk first. Then they asked if Ruin was ready, because now it was his turn. Ruin thought that it didn't look like Ginga had become so obedient out of the blue. In fact, it looked like he had turned into a puppy. Subaru said that it was fine. It was time to go. When he went to make the contract with Ruin, he felt an absurd power. His power increased every time he got a new relative, based on 10% of their status. But this was completely different. It was so much more power. His aura grew so much that it could even be seen on the horizon. Ruin realized that he now understood. He had also become a new relative of Subaru's, and his body in the underworld, his original body, had gained a lot more power. He probably received 45% of his master's power, and Subaru also received 10% of Ruin's own power. Subaru realized that the power he received didn't come from his split soul. It came directly from his main body, and that reminded him of how absurdly powerful kings are. Ruin confirmed that. He is the pinnacle of all demonic beasts. Turning other people into his kin or companions is a supreme vanquish ability, one that strengthens not only the master, but also all his kin. This is exactly why the Rainbow Country grew so much at the time when it was at its peak. Back then, they were simply untouchable until their last year. Ruin commented that at that point, he could even subdue the other 2 main kings, but told Subaru not to worry, because he had joined him for a good reason. Soon afterwards, he used the Silver Star, said that Subaru could go up, and asked if he wanted to see Vanquish, didn't he? Ginga asked if it was okay to go up in that cloud, and Ruin confirmed that yes, it was safe. So they had a very nice trip. In fact, it was very quick, the most efficient transportation possible. Later, they were already in Tokyo, at Hirasaka Renji's apartment. Everyone was there, all the living and dead relatives. Ginga thought that group was a really impressive team. Subaru asked Naruse something, but Naruse cut him off on the spot. He asked Subaru not to say a word. He was wearing a mask and blindfolded. He said that, as well as being a fan of Hirasaka, he still hadn't forgiven Subaru for them having acted secretly on their own. Subaru thought that the life of a fan like him must be very difficult, but he still said that they could start. Now he had the blood drop key, a unique item he had acquired after passing the trial against Sayaka. He opened a gate directly onto the Shining Sea, which remains in the human realm for 5 minutes. But as everyone was gathered there, the time was extended, and the gate would remain open for 50 minutes. Then he opened the Gate of Blood. Ruin wondered if this place really existed in the underworld, a shining sea like that. Subaru told him he could go in first. When Ruin entered, he was completely shocked. He said that this place was the Seat of Souls. Ruin asked if he really didn't know anything about it. Subaru explained that it was a skill that created a tiny space within the underworld, like a subspace. It was a very high-level skill. The location was completely hidden in the underworld. That's why no one could find Vanquish all that time. Vanquish himself said it wasn't just that. Not even the Watch Administrator could see them there. Vanquish explained that, before disappearing after his defeat by the administrators, he used what was left of his power to create that seat. Even though he was completely destroyed at the time, all screwed up, he was still alive. Today, he has recovered 30% of his power, and this is, of course, thanks to Subaru. Ruin got a little nervous, and Vanquish said that it had been a long time since he had seen the little fox. He asked how he had spent the last millennium without Vanquish. Vanquish. Ruin replied that it hadn't been too bad. Carrion commented that all the time Ruin kept saying that he was stronger than Vanquish. Ruin was a little put out and asked if they could change the subject. Shikishima told Vanquish that this was the second time he had seen him, but the first time he had spoken to him, and then introduced himself as Shikishima Ryo. Vanquish replied that he remembered him, that he was a very important ally for Subaru. By then, everyone was talking and exchanging ideas. It was a lively meeting. Carrion also took the opportunity to tell Ruin not to get too cocky just because he was now a relative. Ruin said it wasn't part of his personality. Sayaka asked if Saya had made new clothes for her. Saya said yes, now that she had recovered her memories of Judith. Narusi asked how Hirasaka had been all this time, and Hirasaka replied that he was fine, training hard. Subaru asked Ginga if the owner of his door was okay. Ginga confirmed that he was, as he had confirmed earlier. Vanquish and Shikishima were very irritated by the parallel talk and ordered everyone to sit down. Subaru said he was going to prepare some cushions, which were obviously made of blood, so everyone sat down on the blood cushions, as if it were a picnic. Vanquish said that Subaru and his companions were going to attend the meeting of the kings. Subaru confirmed that it was. Vanquish said that it was fine, because the Rainbow Country was also going to take part. Ruin wondered if he was serious, since the only new members of Rainbow Country were Lambda, Kylan, Delta, and Ludwig. Ludwig thought that Safina wouldn't be happy to see her there. Vanquish commented that Ruin was very lucky indeed, because he would have the opportunity to see the meeting of the 6 Immortal Kings again. Ruin asked if they were going to come themselves, because he never liked those guys. Vanquish asked Subaru to explain to everyone how the underworld operation worked. Subaru stood up and said he was going to explain exactly why he had brought them all together for the meeting of the kings. Saya commented that they had already managed to prevent many calamities, and Carrion said that the only thing left to do now was to make an ally of the Aurora King. Subaru replied that he had already had a conversation with Vanquish and that they now had more planned. The main reason they were holding that meeting was so that they could completely abolish all the Plutons, which are the paths that lead to the underworld. Sayaka asked if he was really going to do that in front of all the kings, and Ginga stood up, very angry, asking if that was even possible. Subaru replied that, taking into account that they are the ones being invaded and are taking part in this assembly, this is a reasonable demand. They will discuss the terms of negotiation with Ruin and the others soon, but before that, he wanted to explain what they would have to deal with in the future, all the other calamities that were yet to come. So far, they had repelled 3 calamities. There were 5 left, and what they most needed to focus on now were Calamity 5 and 6. Saya asked if the 4th calamity would happen the following month. Subaru explained that they couldn't prevent the 4th calamity, but they knew exactly where and when it would happen. This meant that they could defeat it, since they were much stronger than in the other future. He said that was why he was going to skip the explanation of the 4th calamity and go straight to the 5th. The 5th calamity is when someone reaches level 99, and this made Sayaka completely angry, saying that they had to stop it at all costs. Even Keelan was curious, wanting to know why she was so angry. Naruse asked what kind of calamity it was. Subaru explained that a player upon reaching level 99 would automatically be possessed by an ability. This ability would create a gap in time, using an ability manipulation very similar to Ruin's own. So the owner of the door could manifest completely in the human world using that player's body, and it would be a manifestation without any limit. The owner of a door is infinitely more powerful than a 6-star boss. Naruse said that it was really bad, and Subaru explained that the person who would be possessed was Amamiya Hazuki, Sayaka's older sister, and that's why she was so angry. It is explained that, in the other future, after Hazuki lost her little sister, she was seriously injured, and without waiting for reinforcements or anyone who could help her, she kept fighting. She stayed inside that portal almost forever until she finally reached level 99. Then she acquired an automatic skill called Regal Birth, where the player's soul would be completely consumed, along with all their experience points. At that moment, the demon Goel took over her body, being born in its pure form, without any restrictions. Carrion told Sayaka to calm down a bit, because she was going to end up destroying Puff, and asked what Subaru's plan was. Subaru explained that the owner of Hazuki's door is from the Silver Kingdom. Ruin then asked if Goel had done it. He said he could try to convince him not to do it, but he wasn't sure it would work. Sayaka said she could give him a bun, if he could, and Ruin replied that he appreciated the sentiment. Keelan seemed to know this Goel guy, but Subaru said they were going to focus on the main problem now, because the 6th calamity couldn't happen. The Great Earthquake, which was supposed to be caused by his brother, Ariaka Taiga. Then it's explained what happened in the fight against the Black Faction in the King of Dawn timeline. In that timeline, they were unable to defeat Taiga or Kokugaiji. After that, the taiga rapidly increased its power and accelerated the movement of Japan's tectonic plates, causing the Great Earthquake. Carrion commented that the sixth calamity won't happen because his brother is dead, so it's kind of already been prevented, right? Naruze asked what the problem was if it really wasn't going to happen. Subaru replied that the problem is that they defeated Taiga and Kokugaiji in this current timeline, and not in the other one. Sayaka commented that they were lucky on that one. Shikishima explained that basically the paths that connect this future have been divided into 3 timelines. The first is the present where they are, dodging all the events. The second is where everything went wrong, even before the King of Aurora could pass on the memories to Subaru. And the third is completely different. Shikishima said that the timeline should have split after Subaru obtained the Aurora King's memories. But even so, Taiga was already dead before that happened. This means that there was a divergence that happened before Subaru met the Aurora King. Sayaka asked him if he could explain it properly to those 2 monkeys who didn't understand anything. Naruse replied by asking her not to call Hirasaka a monkey. Shikishima summed it up for everyone, saying that there is an X factor that altered the future before Subaru himself could change it, which means that they don't know if this factor is for them, against them, or if it's yet to resurface. Subaru said that this X factor must be very close to them. Sayaka commented that unfortunately the meeting was over because the door appeared again and said that the meal was great. Then Sayaka went to Saya to do the soul swap. They connected. Saya became the vampire that everyone knows, and Sayaka took over Saya's body, which is that of Judith. Sayaka asked if her clothes had changed again, and Saya replied that she felt more comfortable that way. Sayaka said that next time she would be the one with the body, and Saya said she could count on her. Vanquish then asked Subaru to stay a little longer because he wanted to talk. Vanquish commented that they hadn't caught up and asked how things were going. Subaru replied by asking if he was a teenager's father now. Vanquish commented that the team Subaru formed was very lively and that the first time he met him, he never imagined that he would be able to form such a large family. Vanquish said that at first they were both very sad, weren't they? Subaru confirmed that yes, he was right. Stopping to think, he realized that he had come a long way in a short time. At first, he won the fame, money, and status that Taiga stole from him. But after what Vanquish said, teaching him to love himself and try to be truly happy, everything changed. Now he does everything the way he wants. He loves his friends, his companions, and he also loves this current version of him, which is capable of doing all this. He wants to keep following that same path of happiness. The whole strange adventure began there, with that rainbow door. Subaru said he wanted just a little bit more of that. He wanted to continue on this journey. Vanquish told him not to worry because he still had a long way to go, and that knowing Subaru the way he is, one day he'll be able to achieve what even Vanquish himself couldn't. Subaru then asked if everything was alright with Vanquish, because there was something about him that seemed strange. Vanquish replied that he could leave because they will meet again in the underworld. At that moment, in the Land of Gold, Safina was taking a shower and commented that that player had actually managed to beat the 6-star portal without any victims. She said that she had finally met an interesting person, that she wanted to know more about him, wanted more of him. She said that 7 days had passed in the human world and asked them to send that boy an invitation, allowing him to attend the meeting of the kings. Safina declared that Ariaki Subaru would be her special guest. On November 1st, at 11:35 in the evening, Subaru was sleeping on the floor for some reason when a bright light woke him up. It was a message from the Land of Gold. He came across a letter of invitation and commented that, at last, the letter of invitation to attend the meeting of the kings had arrived. 3 days later, in the park near Hirasaka's apartment, Subaru said it was almost time, as the Golden Queen had warned. Naruse told everyone to put on warm clothes, but he didn't know if that would be enough. Subaru replied that he honestly didn't know either. In the King of the Dawn's memoirs, there was nothing about the meeting of the kings. Apart from the Shining Sea, he had never been anywhere else in the underworld. Naruse commented that it made sense. In a timeline where he couldn't prevent any calamities, it really didn't make sense for someone to stop and chat. Subaru then asked where Carrion and Saya were. Saya replied that she had no idea either. Carrion explained that the doors themselves didn't exist until they were sealed, and that he also didn't know of any way to return from the underworld with an intact body. In the end, he didn't know anything either. Ginga asked why exactly they were there in the park, Couldn't they do this inside a room as usual? But just then, a golden door appeared right in front of them. Ginga looked at it and said that now he understood. It definitely wouldn't fit inside a room, because it wasn't just a door, it was a whole gigantic arch, similar to the Arc de Triomphe in Paris. Out of that arch came a golden knight, the messenger. She introduced herself as Ixis, saying that she had come to fetch Ariake Subaru to take him to the meeting of the kings. She also explained that she was the captain of the Golden Custody, an order under the direct command of Queen Safina. Naruse asked what this custody was. Shikishima replied that they were the queen's personal bodyguards. Subaru asked Carrion, but he didn't know who this person was either. He thought she was probably much younger than Ludwig, probably part of the new generation of Golden Knights. Subaru introduced himself, saying it was an honor to meet her, and thanked her for everything. Ixis replied that without further ado, he could enter the Golden Arch. The Great Door, unlike ordinary doors, had no limitations in terms of space or power. A single step would take them directly to the underworld. And so it was. They suddenly found themselves in a very cold place, full of snow. But looking up at the sky, it didn't look anything like the real world. There were several floating, disconnected islands with a huge star illuminating everything. Subaru commented that this was the underworld, and everyone was very surprised. Carrion and Saya found it very nostalgic. Naruse asked what exactly that place was. Ixis explained that, unlike the human world, there all the lands are around the core. Those broken fragments were all the countries. The climate got hotter and hotter as they got closer to the big sun in the center. She also explained that when a country closer to the sun overlapped another below it, it blocked out the light, making it nighttime there. Naruse commented that they actually had their own sun down there in the underworld. Shikishima noticed that it was very cold and commented that they were a long way from the center. Ixis confirmed this, saying that he was a fast learner and that it was no wonder he was the possessor of Mr. Barrage. She explained that they were currently on the outer rim, as the name implied, the area furthest from the center, and that territory was considered ultra-peripheral. Ginga wondered if it went any further than that. Naruse asked if that place wasn't the Land of Gold. Ixis replied that, of course not. The Land of Gold was on the largest continent, the one they could see up there. Carrion asked if the meeting was really going to take place down there in the cold. Then Ixis called Ariake Subaru directly, explaining that the underworld had around 200 countries, all varying in size and scale. However, with the exception of the third king, unfortunately all the other kings disapproved of Subaru's presence at the meeting. She explained that, for most kings, the possessors were nothing more than sacrifices needed to resurrect their own souls inside the gates. Some of these kings considered the possessors even lower than slaves. Ginga, indignant, asked if it was serious. Ixis confirmed it, saying that if they took Subaru and his allies directly to the Land of Gold, they could be surrounded and killed there in the underworld. Carrion asked what the hell she was trying to say. Ixis replied that she was trying to say that she couldn't even imagine how pathetic beings like them wanted to remain in a meeting between kings. Then she undid her golden wall, revealing that the entire island they were on was made of her own golden wall. Subaru wondered if she had done it all by herself. Ixis then used her 14th ability called Golden Repulsor, throwing them all away. She explained that as they were direct guests of her queen, she wasn't going to kill them, however. They needed to prove that they deserved to be at the meeting. The Golden Repulsor sent all the targets to a random location 1,000 kilometers away. Ixis said that everyone already knew where the meeting was, the Golden Country, and that they had exactly 72 hours to get there. She said she would meet them again, if they made it alive. Each of them was sent to a different place, 1,000 kilometers away. Subaru told Ixis that it was fine, they'd see each other in a bit. Then they all disappeared. Ixis commented that they could try as hard as they wanted. Subaru appeared in the middle of nowhere, in complete disaster, and thought that he had promised Ixis that they would see each other soon, but he hadn't expected everyone to be separated. He also realized that they were so far apart that even the communication between their souls didn't work. Despite this, he thought the place looked a little familiar. That's when he was suddenly attacked by a creature. He blocked the attack as if it were nothing, but was still almost knocked to the ground. He wondered if that enemy was really strong. The creature lunged at him again, but Subaru found it a bit strange because he didn't feel any hostility or desire to kill in its attacks. So he kicked the creature a long way away as if it were nothing more than a soccer ball. The creature, which flew away, responded by saying that it wasn't too bad for Ariake Subaru. Subaru was confused, wondering if he knew that creature, and asked who it was. The creature replied by asking if he had really forgotten, even after killing him in such a horrible way. Subaru asked if it was serious, if he had really killed that creature. The creature confirmed that it was, and explained that it couldn't blame him for forgetting. After all, its appearance had changed a lot. Then it introduced itself again, saying that it was the great kobold of the Karakau Canyon, known as Guax the Blue Wind. Subaru immediately remembered and asked if he was the first boss he had faced in that 2-star portal. When he was still at level 1, he realized that he really had changed a lot. Guax asked if he was surprised, and Subaru confirmed it, remembering the cruel way he had killed him back then. He then understood why that place seemed so nostalgic to him. He was in Bronze Country, in the Karakau Canyon. Later, Guax was carrying Subaru on his back, while he explained that basically, the gates are like a prison for the soul. All the people who have committed sins in the underworld end up trapped inside a door. Inside, you can regain your original power and appearance, but the place where you stand inside the door is always the same as where you lived before you died. And the lower the stars on the portal, the lower the difficulty, and also the lower the chance of all this happening. Subaru found this incredibly amusing, but Guax asked him if he was really listening to what he was saying. Guax explained that he had been placed inside a damn 2-star portal, so he had lost consciousness while he was inside. Subaru tried to make sense of it all, and realized that this possibility of existing again was like a memory on a cell phone. The stars and the difficulty of the portal were the capacity of this memory. Subaru thought that in the memories of the future, there was nothing about it. So he asked Guax where they were going. Guax replied that they were going to find the person who had personally told him that Subaru was arriving in the underworld. He asked if Subaru wanted to go to the Golden Country because if they found that person, he could help him. Subaru wanted to know why Guax was doing this for him. Guax then asked him if he knew what the condition was to get out of a portal. Subaru thought for a moment and remembered that Hukuk had talked about it. He said yes, the condition is to kill or be killed by a person who has a stronger owner than him. Guax confirmed this, saying that in another world, he had killed Subaru and had therefore been able to return to his original body. Now he was just returning the favor. Subaru asked about that goblin leader. Guax replied that he died again, then went back to another portal, saying that he's an idiot. Even so, Subaru commented that it was a very strange method of punishment. He wondered why they go to such lengths to throw souls into the doors. One person replied that this is because in the underworld, the soul can be exchanged for energy and vice versa. Subaru then realized that this person was the one who was waiting for him, sipping a very fine cup of tea. She explained that, to put it in a nutshell, the civilization of the underworld is a civilization based on skill. Therefore, every possible skill can be used as a catalyst thanks to soul energy. High-quality souls don't return to the world, offering the owner a great benefit. Subaru knew this very well, so much so that the Midnight Sun Resonance bracelet reacted to that person's presence. Guax said that it was he who had brought Subaru to her. The person thanked him, and Subaru was surprised, hardly believing that this person had been there all along. Then she introduced herself, saying that this was their first meeting in this timeline. He was the owner of the bracelet that was with Subaru, the one that gave power to another Ariake Subaru who couldn't save his own timeline. He is the king of Aurora, Sybil. Meanwhile, in another place near a volcano was Saya. She realized that Ixis's ability sent each of them to a random place, based on each person's luck. This happened to everyone else too. Perhaps those with a higher luck status were sent to more predestined places. However, in her case, it seemed that her luck had been absurd, because she was facing a volcano, and from within it would emerge a great creature. Saya recognized it immediately, and told her that it was Guel, the Dragon King responsible for causing the 5th calamity by killing Sayaka's sister. Saya said she would face him, even if he was granting an ability to his current possessor, Amamiya Hazuki. Guel asked who she was and how she knew so much about him and his possessor. Saya replied that she would introduce herself, but in a different way. So she changed her clothes, putting on a long dress, and introduced herself as one of the 6 Rainbow Kings, the Queen of Martyrdom, Judith. Meanwhile, Shikishima was in trouble, realizing that he had been sent to a very strange place. He wondered exactly what country he was in. When someone questioned how he was saying that place was weird, since that was her and Tobit's house. He said that if he had a problem with their house, he could leave. Shikishima was surprised, thinking it was a house, and realized that it was the first time he had met a creature from the underworld that actually looked like a person. So he apologized for the intrusion and explained that he was there due to strange circumstances. The two noticed that their eyebrows were exactly the same. She then asked Tobit what they should do, commenting that maybe he wasn't such a bad person. Shikishima asked who they were. She was surprised and asked if he didn't know who she was and what country he came from. Then Shikishima introduced himself as one of the 6 Rainbow Kings. Esther, the Ghost King, and Tobit introduced himself as the Revenant King. Esther commented that he could speak up, yes. Shikishima was surprised and asked if the 6 kings weren't Carrion's partners. Esther replied that this meeting had been awaited for a long time. Shikishima became even more confused, wondering if it was he who had kept them waiting until two other people appeared. One of them complained, asking why Alko hadn't arrived yet, and wondering who that kid in front of them was. She commented that she thought he looked pretty cute. The big guy introduced himself as the King of Wrath, Barnabas, and the woman who was smoking and asking about alcohol introduced herself as Maria, the zombie queen. She commented that that little boy could be the starter. Shikishima replied that he knew he had come to the underworld, but he hadn't expected to appear there. He realized that he was in the land of bronze, at the meeting place of the 6 Rainbow Kings. Later, while they were talking, Shikishima explained that he was related to the possessor of the vanquish. Maria then said that this meant that he was her freshman, her junior, and that she would be his sensei from now on. Maria said that this was very good, wasn't it? And asked Shikishima to be polite to her. Shikishima thought that honestly, he didn't know why, but he didn't feel like doing it. Meanwhile, he wondered what that drink was, because even a gambler like him could get drunk. Maria replied that that boozy was fine. She had brewed it herself. Esther then asked if Shikishima had become a relative even though he was alive. Shikishima was surprised and asked how he knew that. Esther explained that he doesn't smell a reversion. People like Judith and Carrion, who fight by converting their souls, have that smell, and it's called reversion. Esther said that since he was there, why not choose one of them? That way he could win a free reversal from one of the 6 Rainbow Kings, a chance he would never have again in his life. He asked if that wasn't true for Tobit, and Tobit replied that it probably was. Esther got annoyed, asking what they meant by probably. But before they could continue, they realized that Shikishima was asleep. Maria told them to leave him alone, that he had fainted because of the boozy she had made. She said that this could only mean that he was mentally and physically worn out, probably from anxiety, judging by the look on his face. Maria commented that it was getting too noisy in there, so he went to sleep at the right time. She also told Tobit not to get up, that this time she would take care of the guests. All around, various creatures from the underworld surrounded the meeting place, ready to attack them. Maria commented that she hated to interrupt the drinking, but there were some very annoying wyverns showing up. She said that half of them were going to become brewer's yeast, and the other half were going to become zombies. Meanwhile, Saya was in a direct exchange with Gwel, who spat several fiery meteors in her direction. She made no effort to dodge. She thought that Gwel was the king of the lava dragons, and normally he would be much stronger than her. And as the undead she was now, fire was still one of her weaknesses. Even so, she now had Sayaka's determination. She would never let it go. She couldn't leave Sayaka in that state. She then activated her queenly authority, creating a skeletal being. She summoned a poisonous dragon called Vizuki. It was explained that this ability, called Skeletal Specimen, is a unique ability of the authority of the Queen of Martyrdom, Judith, which transforms a target whose soul has been destroyed into an undead at her command. The target is able to use any ability they had before they died, although their power is reduced. Gwel immediately recognized the creature. Vizuki then used his pseudo-authority, spreading poison everywhere. Gwel realized that this was the king of the poison dragons, Vizuki, and wondered if he was under Judith's command. Judith replied, asking if he was an old friend of his, and said that if so, there was nothing to worry about, because soon Gwel himself would become one too. Gwel was furious, calling that necromancer repulsive. As soon as Vizuki came at him, a violent fight broke out. There was lava and poison everywhere, bites, thrusts, and fierce blows from both sides. Judith thought that provocation always worked against dragons, since they have extremely fragile pride, and she realized that perhaps she too was like that now. Now that she had recovered her memories, she understood the reason for all the action she had taken, the reason for her loyalty to Subaru, and why she had also lost her memories when she became Sayaka's reverse. Then it was explained what happened immediately after they completed that 2-star portal, where Judith herself was the head. She said that she had finally recovered her original soul, her intellect, and everything that she was. She realized that her intellect, her personality, and her consciousness had been completely taken over when she was trapped inside that 2-star portal. She was dragging herself around like a miserable being and would have stayed there for eternity. Only those who have been through it know what agony and humiliation it is. She then said that she could finally return to the underworld, but when she saw Sayaka's condition, she realized that her wounds were very serious. She wouldn't survive. Judith despaired and asked where the man who was with her was. Judith noticed the rainbow door, the door of her vanquished king, and realized at that moment that Subaru was Vanquish's possessor. That meant he had the power to make her a relative. She remembered the fight she had against him and realized that he seemed to be an extremely strong person. She then began to wonder if it was a good idea to become that man's relative. Now she understood perfectly why she had taken those actions in the past. Judith had gained a great admiration for Sayaka during that fight, precisely because of her innocence, her lack of responsibility, and the honest way she fought. That's exactly why, when Subaru made her his relative, she showed up. Judith became Sayaka's reverse, and the undying loyalty she came to have for Subaru was an expression of her deep gratitude for him, who had broken the spell that imprisoned her in that cursed 2-star portal. Now her loyalty was no longer only to Subaru, but also to the whole family he had built. In fact, Judith was glad to have lost her memories, because the arrogant Judith of the past would never have stood by him. She really loved those days in her new life. She learned many things from everyone, and was now understanding the true meaning of her memories. She wanted to help Subaru and all the friends she had made, from the bottom of her heart, so she sent Vazuki to kill that bastard once and for all. At this point, Guel was being squeezed, almost out of breath, and Vazuki was ready to rip his head off and devour it. However, Guel used his kingly authority, activating his volcanic eruption ability, which completely destroyed Vazuki's skeletal body. Guel said that, in the past, he would have defeated him easily, but commented that Judith's soul became much weaker after she was trapped in that portal. He said that now it was the end for her. Judith replied that yes, she had indeed lost a lot of power, and that she was borrowing Sayata's body, so maybe it really was the end for her. Even so, she said that she had bought herself time and was now going to leave the rest in his hands, Kylan's own. It was then that a bolt of lightning simply fell on Guel's head. The violence of the lightning was so absurd that it split him in half. Guel, completely at a loss to understand, asked why the Thunder King was there. Keelan replied by asking if it wasn't obvious, since that wretch had made his precious student cry. Then it was explained what had happened a few minutes before. Back in the Shining Sea, Keelan had gone straight to Vanquish and asked him to please open a portal for him. Vanquish replied that, of course, he couldn't allow it, because if he opened a door directly to the underworld, he would be caught by the administrator. Keelan replied that he would go back and forth at the speed of thunder. Vanquish asked if it was to save Sayata's little sister, and Keelan confirmed that it was, because it was too early for her to face a Dragon King alone. Vanquish asked why Keelan wanted to help her as a master, questioning why he would go to such lengths for a student. Keelan replied that every living being is always undergoing some kind of test, and that one must always have the intention of breaking new ground. He said that if anyone had to break that new level, it would be him, precisely because of his dedication. He said that he had endured the eternal darkness of that gate, but that perhaps he had made a mistake along the way. Keelan then told Vanquish about the expectations he had not only of Ariake Subaru, but also of that mission and that request, which, in the end, wouldn't be exactly what he expected. Vanquish, a little impatient, replied that Keelan talked too much, even though he was a warrior, and then opened a blood door for him. He said that, as a mere dragon king, the god of thunder could come and go in a matter of seconds. And that's exactly what he did. Keelan killed the lava dragon king Guel, and so the fifth calamity was prevented from happening. The next second, he was back and asked where Vanquish and Sayata were. When Keelan looked up, he saw that Sayaka was bowing to him, thanking him from the bottom of her heart and crying with emotion. Keelan told her to get up, calling her an idiot, and said that if she really was a disciple of the god of thunder, then she should always walk with dignity. Sayaka replied that it was fine, thanked her master, and also mentally thanked Saya for saving her sister. Saya was very happy about this. She even turned red and replied that she had no reason to thank her so much, because she had also benefited from everything that had happened. Saya explained that she had managed to create a new kind of skeleton, Guel himself, and said that he was now working for her. It was then that, right in front of them, a completely retarded person appeared, the Silver King Ruin, who commented that it looked like Guel had died before he could try to persuade him. Judith asked if it was all right to actually kill a resident of the Silver Country. Ruin replied that Guel had always been a difficult beast to deal with, and that many people had never liked him very much. He said he was just going to declare that his death was due to natural causes, and asked if that was all right. Saya replied that he was definitely a fox in disguise, but Judith reminded her that, according to Subaru's memory, it really should have happened then. Suddenly, a huge crack appeared in the sky. Carrion commented that apparently he was the only one who had arrived directly at the meeting point, because he was already exactly in the castle town, in the Golden Country. Carrion said that he didn't hate the hospitality they were giving him, but that, theoretically, it shouldn't be just for guests. This was because Carrion had already defeated all the soldiers who showed up when one of the Golden Knights appeared, saying that his soldiers had been rude, and introduced himself as one of the 7 Knights, the Flame of Death Barrage. Carrion immediately realized that he was the owner of Shikishima's door. Barrage Barrage then said he was going to guide Carrion to a place where he could rest until the meeting started. But suddenly, a soldier messenger came running up and warned him that something bad had happened. Barrage, a little annoyed, replied that he was in front of a guest and ordered the soldier to hold back. But the messenger insisted, saying that it was very serious indeed. He told him that Your Majesty's Safina was not in the castle. Barrage, surprised, asked what that meant. Khan was also indignant and asked if that damned old woman really wasn't in the castle. He said there was something very wrong there, or maybe it was really starting. Barrage then asked what exactly was starting, and at that very moment, a red crack also appeared in the sky, making it clear that something very serious was going on. Meanwhile, in the Carrion Valley, Subaru told Sybil that he knew he was there and had already sent a guide to fetch him. Subaru then asked the King of the Aurora how far into the future he could see. Sybil replied that his range wasn't that wide at the moment because everything was currently directly related to Subaru. This was because the future of humans was connected to the true thermal light that he had inherited from his mother, the former Aurora Queen. It was an ability that allowed him to see the future of everyone who was directly linked to her and her descendants. Subaru then wondered if he was somehow related to Sybil, but Sybil replied that no. His connection was not with Subaru, but with Vanquish, the owner of Subaru's door. He revealed that the King of the Rainbow, Vanquish, was Sybil's own father, the King of the Aurora. Subaru, completely surprised, asked what that meant, and Sybil explained that his father, Vanquish himself, had placed his expectations and his powers in the hands of a human rather than himself or his sister, which in itself was extremely interesting. He said that he wanted to see for himself if that soul machine really worked, and he would do it in his last moment of life. Meanwhile, that crack continued to spread and fill the skies of the underworld. At that very moment, on the throne of the Copper King, he too was wondering what the hell was going on there. Sybil looked at Subaru and said that he knew about this event, didn't he? Subaru replied that yes. That was the event that happened just before the meeting of the kings, the first invasion. Something was invading the underworld at that very moment with the aim of carrying out a huge massacre, destroying all the creatures of the underworld. And that's how it was explained why Ariaki Subaru knew about the meeting of the kings and exactly when it would take place. In fact, he didn't know exactly about the meeting because it never actually took place. Precisely because of the administrator's third invasion, the underworld was destroyed before it could take place. That, in fact, was the beginning of the end. But Subaru looked at Sybil and said that this wasn't going to be his last moment because he was going to make sure that that damn meeting of the kings happened. And that was exactly why they were all there. They were all those who walk on the sun. It was then explained about the event forced by the administrators, known as the First Invasion. The administrators' aim was to massacre everyone who lived in the bronze, silver, and gold countries. By doing this, they were going to drastically reduce the number of door owners and consequently reduce the number of players in the human world. In fact, the moment Guel was killed, Hazuki went back to being a normal human because she had completely lost her powers. This happened because the owner of her door died, and that's exactly the administrator's plan to kill all the door owners because then no players will be left and humanity will no longer have enough power to deal with the portals. This would lead directly to the extinction of humans. Subaru thought that the administrator's strategy was perfect for killing two birds with one stone. Sybil explained that they had sent a vanguard of 30,000 soldiers to each of the three countries. Only in that place, the Copper King himself was going to deal with many of these soldiers because his skills are perfect for this kind of combat. Even so, he wished Ariaki Subaru good luck, making it clear that his own skills were not very good for direct combat. Subaru wondered if he was just playing hard to get because he knew from the start that he was going to protect the King of the Dawn with everything he had. Then he asked where Guaches was, and he was already charging at the soldiers. Guaches knew that he could be easily defeated, but he still decided that he wouldn't let these bastards invade his homeland. He used the skill Morning Wind, a huge blow with his claw, but to his surprise, it didn't leave a scratch on the first soldier, who promptly hit him in the chest. Despite this, Subaru managed to save Guaches using his own blood and asked Sybil to take care of him. Sybil replied that he was already aware and would do so. Subaru then turned to the soldiers and, with a serious look on his face, said that he was very sorry, but that, unfortunately, he would have to destroy every single one of them. He then activated his Phlegethon ability, the river of lava from hell, which began to engulf everything around it. Meanwhile, in the Golden Country, in the castle where the queen was staying, the golden soldiers were being completely massacred. Barrage was shocked, saying that this army was absurdly powerful and wondered where so much power came from. It was at that moment that Carrion activated his kingly authority, using the King of the Ghouls ability. Carrion said that it wasn't very good to use that power for a long time inside a human body, but since that old witch wasn't there, he would have to do the job. Barrage, indignant, asked how he dared to call their queen an old hag. Then it was explained about the Ghoul King's transformation, an extreme strengthening ability of Hirasaka's, available when he is in the reversed state. This ability brings the user's body and soul close to the level of the Ghoul King himself, increasing all his abilities by an absurd 480%. The consequence, however, is that it consumes an immense amount of mana and also gradually corrodes the user's flesh. The first skill Carrion used was Shocking Rain, which completely filled the skies. Soon after, he also activated the Necrotic Fist, which, combined with the Earthquake of the Realms, completely destroyed everything around him. Barrage, in shock, asked if he was an idiot, because if he carried on like that, he would end up destroying the whole country. Carrion replied that he didn't have time to worry about his surroundings with so many enemies appearing. The angry Barrage said that all he had to do was get closer to the enemies, but Carrion replied that their armor is designed to resist close-range attacks, calling him an idiot. Barrage asked Carrion if he knew those guys. Carrion replied that he would explain later and asked if he wasn't the owner of Shikishima's door, saying that if so, he could finish off those soldiers. Barrage said he was a little reluctant to do that, but since close-range attacks didn't work, he had no other choice. So he activated his 7th skill, Imperial Control, and at that moment, it became clear that his name made perfect sense, because his barrage of attacks went out and destroyed everything, causing a huge explosion. Carrion, seeing this, said that the attack was really good, and that he could also help out. So he used the Earthquake of the Realms again, breaking the ground even more and devastating everything. It was at that moment that Ixis appeared, asking who those guys were. Meanwhile, in Silver Country, in Guel's old nest, Judith was using his body to exterminate the soldiers. She activated the Flaming Bite skill, burning them all, while thinking she could feel a power equivalent to 5 stars coming from each of those soldiers. It was a good thing she was under Guel's command now. It was then that she came across the Silver King's ability, Silver Petal Divine Threads, where he was simply disintegrating the soldiers as if they were absolutely nothing. Judith thought that this guy's strength was truly incomparable, and now she understood what the Silver King's real body was. Ruin then summoned his Imperial Dragon army and ordered them to open fire. All the dragons fired at once, destroying the soldiers in the sky completely. Ruin thought that an elite might be able to defend itself against those soldiers, but it was still strange that such strong enemies were invading the underworld. He reflected that with the new power he possessed, they were no longer a real threat to him. And in a way, he hadn't really expected that being a member of Subaru's family would bring so many advantages. He thought he would have to thank them for it later. Meanwhile, in the royal garden of the Bronze Country, Vordan was facing serious problems. He realized that, although he was extremely strong in hand-to-hand combat, that kind of attack wouldn't work properly against those soldiers. So he ordered all his subordinates to attack from a distance, saying that the spirits would have to deal with it. Vordan thought he wasn't prepared for such a deep attack on his territory, and even worse, a surprise attack. He began to wonder how the other regions were doing, especially those far from his kingdom. He knew he would have to prepare for considerable losses. Just as he was about to activate his king's authority, a gigantic wave of blood appeared. It was the Phlegathon, which swept across the field, taking all the soldiers with it. They were dragged away and drowned by the blood of the primordial vampire. Subaru appeared, simply disintegrating them all with the Phlegathon's firestorm, burning and melting each of them as if they were nothing. Subaru looked over and said he was glad to see that Vordan was okay. Meanwhile, in the Karakau Canyon, Sybil was now witnessing the true power of Subaru, who, at that moment, was using 10% of the Silver King's power. The scene was so terrifying that it looked like it had come straight out of hell. Vordan, looking on, asked what the hell Subaru was doing there. Subaru replied that he was going to deal with half the enemies and Vordan would take the other half. He also said that, most likely, the head of those soldiers would soon appear and that they would have to join forces to face him. And just as Subaru said that, he appeared. The head of the administrator's soldiers, the crimson-ranked player Hyodo Kotetsu, appeared before them. Subaru, looking at him, commented that he had arrived much earlier than he had expected. Hyodo asked Subaru if, by any chance, they had met before. Subaru admitted that they had. That was the man who had killed him in a previous timeline, back when he was still the king of Aurora. At that time, Hyodo had been sent to do all the dirty work, and yet, now he claimed not to know who Subaru was, only that he seemed very strong. For Hyodo, the other enemies could wait. His focus was on dealing with Subaru. However, before he could act, Hyodo was engulfed by Vordan's energy. Vordan had transformed one of the magical trees into a bow, ready to launch a fatal attack, but Subaru intervened and asked him to stop. Even so, Vordan stood his ground, declaring that he was there to protect his people. He would not allow another calamity to befall his Bronze Country, and promised to bring judgment as its true king. It was then that Vordan used the mistletoe arrow, a legendary and indestructible weapon that chased its target to the death. Aware of the danger, Hyudo prepared a countermeasure, a simple rank D paper doll. When he threw it, the arrow veered off course, as if it had been tricked. Vorden was confused, wondering if his arrow had missed. Hyudo explained that he had used a simple solution, since his own skill wasn't enough. So he invoked the power of Mars, the god of war of the Pantheon, and the resulting strike hit Vorden directly in the shoulder, causing great damage. Wounded, Vorden asked who that man was and what he was doing there. But Hyudo thought it wouldn't be so easy to defeat him. Still, he replied that he had no idea what Vorden was talking about. To him, they were simply attacking the event, nothing more. At that moment, he used another item, this time of rank A, the Chamber of Psalms, a magical seal that, when burned, placed immense pressure on Vorden's body. Hyudo explained that, according to rumors about the event, Vorden had absurd vitality, being a boss hard to kill and highly resistant. The recommended strategy was to use an item that weakened his physical strength. Knowing this, Hyudo resorted to the power of Vulcan, the god of fire, since fire was a natural weakness of nature. Moreover, he was sure that Vorden would stand in front to protect Cubana, confirming that the intel he received was accurate. The one guiding him in transmitting this information was his Crimson system. Suddenly, the flames surrounding Vorden were extinguished by a cascade of blood. Subaru had done it and made it clear that Vorden already understood the situation. Ryuta was a being from another world, prepared with every kind of countermeasure to face them. They needed to work together and abandon their arrogance. But Hyudo took advantage of the distraction and advanced towards Subaru, using the Fealty's giant fist. In response, Subaru drew Ignis, his black katana engulfed in dark flames, and shattered the giant's hand with a single strike. Surprised, Hyudo noticed the corrosive effect on the blade, and barely had time to react before having to dodge another attack. He acknowledged that Subaru was excellent at swordsmanship, and the two began to exchange blows at high speed. During the clash, Hyudo remarked that there was no information about Subaru in the attack plan. Suspicious, he searched for Subaru's name in the system. He finally found it, Subaru. During that event, the administrator had added a bonus character. Now it was clear that Subaru was the savior of the divine blood. The rest of the information no longer mattered to Hyudo. His only goal now was to defeat him. With no data on how to do that, he decided he would use whatever means necessary until he succeeded in killing him. Only 5 minutes remained until the attack ended, and Subaru would have to accompany him until then. However, Subaru countered by summoning the river Flegitonte, which flooded the area and allowed him to land a direct punch to Hyudo's face. Hyudo in turn, felt his body become heavier. Subaru calmly remarked that 5 minutes was far too little time to be defeated. He knew exactly what would happen if the future of that King of Aurora timeline came to pass. The entire Kanto region would be destroyed by a calamity. The number of players would drop to less than half. In the third calamity, Saya and Sayaka would disappear. When the fourth arrived, Shikishima and Carrion would sacrifice themselves. With the fifth, no one would be able to defeat Ghoul. The sixth would bring back Ariake Taiga, who would complete the destruction of Japan. The seventh would cause the extinction of humanity, leaving only the players. And in the end, not even Vanquish would be spared, leaving the fate of the entire world in Subaru's hands. At that moment, Subaru had lost all his powers as a player. That happened when Vanquish vanished, leaving him completely vulnerable. It was then that the Sibyl Gate appeared before him. From it came the King of Aurora, who granted him the power necessary to try to save the world. Without those powers, Subaru would have no chance. Ven was dead, but Subaru refused to believe it. He insisted that Vanquish would never die so easily. However, Sibyl explained that the administrator's true target was precisely Vanquish. That made Subaru question who this administrator was and what he truly represented. Sibyl then explained that the administrator was the creator of the Celestial Clock, a device designed to collect souls from different worlds simultaneously. He was a being who transcended all dimensions, and now sought to completely erase that world. Even so, CB believed there was still one last hope, and that's why he chose Subaru as his representative. That was how he became the King of Aurora. Shortly after, the skies broke, the clock shattered, the executors appeared. Among them were the Gladii, led by Hyudo. All remaining players tried to resist, but it was in vain. Even Taiga, though a player, wasn't spared. In the end, Subaru was one of the few survivors. That was only possible because Jinga sacrificed himself to ensure Subaru's survival. Despite that, Subaru had no hope left. He felt there was no future. That was when Hyudo appeared before him and declared that he was now the ruler of that world. He said Subaru's time was over and there was nowhere left to run. Subaru, confused, asked who exactly they were, where they came from, and why they were attacking that world. Hyudo replied that the answer was obvious. He came from Earth, and added that he didn't want to waste time. He preferred that Subaru Subaru just die already without resistance. But of course, Subaru fought to the very end until the moment his soul vanished from that world. In the present, Subaru declared that Hyudo was coming with him. This time, it would be the end. Hyudo simply laughed, saying that characters who fall and return through time always say incomprehensible things, and he had no interest in any of that. Hyudo attacked again using Vulcan's power, but Subaru defended himself with the blood mold. Immediately, Hyudo switched to Mercury's power, reaching such a high speed that even Subaru struggled to block. Still, he managed to do it. Hyudo realized that the blood ability was quite versatile. Subaru, on the other hand, thought that he didn't remember Hyudo using that power before. Hyudo's main ability was the Pantheon, which allowed him to materialize the concepts of gods from Greek and Roman mythology. This granted him access to a wide variety of attack. However, what made Hyudo even more dangerous was his sub-ability. That was the true reason Subaru had been defeated by him in the other timeline. This sub-ability was called Oxysia, originating from Hyudo Kotetsu. It recorded any skill the user had witnessed once, and, from that, deduced the best countermeasure. In other words, tricks never worked twice against him. Subaru knew that Hyudo's combat instincts, combined with Oxysia, made him an almost impossible enemy to defeat. But Subaru still had a weapon very different from his black katana. Even Hyudo could feel the enormous energy that surged when Subaru invoked the power of the rainbow. To face him, Subaru would need to use the divine chisel in its second form. Hyudo defended himself using the power of Mars, but was still cut in half by the dragon slash. Subaru also used the power of kin and bloodline, stealing a fraction of Hirasaka's technique. Hyudo immediately noticed that the quality of Subaru's abilities had suddenly increased. He admitted Subaru was indeed a powerful opponent. Meanwhile, in the Bronze Country, inside a hidden cave, Maria explained to Shikishima that this was an attack from another world. She said there were many worlds beyond the human one. The first was founded, then the second, the third, and so on. She spoke about a theory, the idea that the closer these worlds are, the easier it is for them to interact. But she also explained it wasn't that simple. There were many factors involved. Most likely, she said, too many administrators were gathered in the same world, controlling the inhabitants as if everything were part of a game. It even seemed like there was a kind of company responsible for creating and selling these games. Shikishima, impressed, commented that she knew a lot about this. Maria replied that she had once been human, so she understood these things well, but she said it no longer mattered. What was important was that the attack was coming, and the person fighting against them was following the same rules imposed by the administrator, the rules of players. At that moment, Hyudo remembered how it all started. One day, different portals began opening in his world. At the same time, the celestial clock appeared in the sky. That was the beginning of the game. People from Hyperion Online contacted him directly, informing him that he had been chosen as a player to protect the world. Hyudo Kotetsu was part of the Crimson Team, and his mission was to enter the portals with his allies to face enemies in different worlds. If they succeeded, they would receive rare items, but if they failed, they would be severely punished. They were called players, and from that point forward, they were responsible for defeating any threat that emerged to protect their own world. In Hyudo's world, sometimes the team was sent to invade other worlds, and other times they had to protect their own. And like any battle, there were victories and defeats. He lost many comrades along the way, but he continued living that life for 8 years until he became the most powerful player in all of Hyperion Online. However, the truth was that he didn't become the strongest through strength or skill, but because he was the last player left. Eventually, he was summoned to participate in a large-scale event, a war whose objective was to conquer the underworld. During that campaign, someone asked him why he kept fighting, since his world was practically destroyed. Hyudo replied ironically, asking if that person had created the game without ever playing it. Deep down, he knew he didn't fight for an ideal, but because he liked it, he was good in that world. It was where he felt whole. Back in the present, in the Bronze Country, Subaru was determined to finish Hyudo. He used Hirasaka's swordsmanship technique, preparing a lethal blow. The plan was simple. Use the power of kin to execute a completely new attack, something Hyudo had never seen before, a decisive strike to defeat him once and for all. Meanwhile, Hyudo remained fully focused on the fight. For him, that battle was Subaru's final conquest, and he had already analyzed everything. He knew which weapon Subaru wielded, understood the origin of his power, and had already identified his main weakness. Trusting his analysis, he used Mercury's speed again. The strike was so fast that it hit Subaru in the face before he could react. Even so, Subaru didn't counterattack. Hyudo noticed that his power was now balanced with Subaru's. His best chance at victory was to constantly adapt, so he activated Oxysia again, trying to deduce the best strategy. But this time, he was caught off guard. Subaru was using Hirasaka's techniques, and Hyudo was struck. Even so, he quickly adapted. He blocked the attacks and noticed that Subaru's swordsmanship was different from the one tied to the black katana. Even so, Hyudo remembered all the previous patterns. Subaru's strikes were heavier, and his endurance superior. He needed something more. Since Hyudo had already adapted to Hirasaka's style, Subaru drew his black katana again and adopted a dual-wielding style. Hyudo knew well what that katana was capable of. It carried the the power of corruption and decay. He couldn't allow a prolonged exchange of blows against it. That was when Subaru took advantage of an opening to use the flying strikes of the divine chisel. Hyudo felt threatened. The attacks were too fast. Perhaps that was Subaru's real trump card. Even so, he tried to adapt, using Oxysia to find a way out. And, indeed, his deduction was correct. When Subaru tried to strike him from behind, Hyudo was faster and landed a direct blow to Subaru's abdomen, cutting him in half. However, he paid a price for it. He had to sacrifice his right arm. Despite everything, Hyudo's strike had been stronger. Subaru fell, bleeding heavily. Then Hyudo ended the fight the same way he had in a past life, by driving his left arm through Subaru's chest. But Subaru, even on the brink of death, remembered the promise he made to the King of Aurora, the promise to change the future and protect humanity. That was when Hyudo began to sense that something was wrong. Why hadn't Oxysia detected Subaru's 12 sword style? The truth was that it had all been a trick. Subaru had used the black katana to lead Hyudo to expect attacks from it. But now he was still standing something only possible because he had activated an ability that could only be used in a vampire state. That is, when his life was below 50%. With the palm of his hand pressed against Hyudo's chest, Subaru finally activated his special move, the rending slash. The technique spread across Hyudo's entire body, cutting not only him but everything around him. Even Vorden, who was watching from a distance, was alarmed by what was happening. As he was sliced into pieces, Hyudo understood Subaru's plan from the very beginning. He admitted defeat and, with a smile, declared it had been a great battle before finally vanishing. Vorden, observing everything, was deeply impressed. Subaru had won without even using the power of the King of Bronze. Even more, the soldiers who had invaded his country had vanished. Most likely, they were extensions of the ability of the man Subaru had just killed. Shortly after, Subaru appeared, staggering and calling for a healer. He was dying, but Vorden refused his request. It was then that Ikuhana ran to his side to try to heal him. In that moment, Subaru looked at her and asked if they had met somewhere before. That was when the memory returned. He asked, in disbelief, how it was possible not to remember. He had cut off her head with the black katana in the past. She was that magnificent creature, the giant unicorn surrounded by flowers. Subaru, remorseful, apologized and, even in pain, thanked her for her help. Ikuhana then commented that she never imagined humans could be so powerful. Subaru explained that, in terms of raw stats, the third king was much stronger than he was. The difference was that he had prepared carefully for that battle. Hyudo Kotetsu, on the other hand, was a player who clearly wasn't from that world. Vorden then explained that players from other worlds were known as conquerors. From time to time, they appeared with skills and items completely unknown to that world. He himself admitted that he would have been defeated if Subaru hadn't been by his side. Subaru was relieved that Vorden was safe, because that meant his country was safe too, at least for now. They could finally rest. Then another voice appeared, agreeing with that. It said there would soon be another and better opportunity. The voice belonged to Hyudo Kotetsu, who stated that, for now, he would return to his own world. Subaru wondered if he had some kind of revival item, and Hyudo confirmed it. Since he played solo, he always carried a sort of life insurance. At that moment, Vorden tried to strike him directly, but even with all his power, the attack had no effect. Hyudo was completely unharmed. He explained that he was in what was known as the post-revival invincibility phase, a temporary effect that protected him from any damage. Subaru then understood that Hyudo was truly being pulled back. According to him, the administration of his world was already summoning him back there, and he would likely receive a penalty for having been defeated. This time, the victory belonged to Subaru, who then asked if Hyudo knew anything about the administrator. Hyudo answered no. He didn't care much about the story or the game's lore, but before leaving, he made it clear that he hoped to meet Subaru again one day. He remembered exactly the move that had killed him, and next time, he wouldn't lose. Subaru thought to himself that this guy really hated losing, and deep down, he hoped they would never meet again. Even so, Hyudo left with a slight smile on his face. As soon as he returned to his world, the administrator asked him if he had enjoyed the event. Hyudo replied that he did. He thought the challenge was interesting. But the administrator quickly reminded him that he had failed to defeat the target, and as a result, would receive a penalty. Before he could explain what that meant, Hyudo's operator appeared with a warning. He needed to escape immediately. A new portal was about to open, connecting his world to another, and suddenly the system began to corrupt. Hyudo then understood that a new invasion was beginning. The enemy seemed powerful, but that didn't faze him. He believed that no matter who the opponent was, he just needed to face them with everything he had. Before him, the great eye of the administrator emerged, signaling that the battle was only just beginning. Meanwhile, in the Bronze Country, Ikuhana expressed her desire to thank her savior, and asked for permission to escort him to the Golden Country. This greatly displeased Vorden, who made his dissatisfaction clear. Subaru, however, deeply thanked Ikuhana, but said he would be fine on his own. Ikuhana then asked if it was his first time there, and Subaru confirmed. Still, he mentioned that he had already received a great deal of help, especially through the information transmitted by the bracelet, coming from the King of Aurora. At that moment, a golden eagle appeared, soaring through the skies. Riding on it was Safina, Queen of the Country of Gold. She said she would take Subaru with her for the time being, as long as Vorden didn't object. When Sybil tried to explain why Safina was so determined to find Subaru, she couldn't hold back her laughter. She said that, in fact, the Queen was planning to marry him. With complete ease, Safina extended her hand to Subaru and said that if he took it, they could shape each other's future together. Vorden, irritated, asked what exactly Safina was doing there. She replied that, due to a mistake made by her assistant, she had been flying across the world in search of Subaru to apologize to him personally. Subaru thought she didn't seem very sorry, and she confirmed that she really wasn't, but would apologize anyway. Vorden muttered that she always did everything her own way, without thinking of the consequences. Safina replied by asking that Grump not to start with that, since they would soon be in an important meeting. She also said that killing someone as old as Vorden sounded extremely boring. It was clear the two despised each other. Even so, Safina insisted that Subaru climb onto her eagle, assuring him it would be a much more comfortable trip and that they could better discuss the future. Subaru tried to refuse, but she didn't give him much choice. Later, Safina apologized again for two things. The first was for the fact that Ixis had sent everyone into a disastrous situation, something that had apparently been done in secret, without the Queen's knowledge. Still, Safina was able to sense when a gold rank ability was used, and that alerted her. Subaru wondered whether Ixis had truly acted alone, without her Queen's knowledge. Safina explained that sometimes Ixis tries to take care of her too much, and ends up making decisions on her own. When Subaru asked whether the Queen had forgiven Ixis, she replied that, in the end, everything turned out well. Thanks to those actions, Subaru was able to protect Vorden, defeat the Conqueror, and prevent the attack on the country of Braun. In truth, Safina explained that everyone should thank Ixis. Even though she directly disobeyed the Queen's orders, she acted on instinct. Subaru commented that Ixis was being praised for ignoring the authority of her monarch, but Safina responded casually that in that world, everything was a form of entertainment. According to her, once Subaru became king, he would start to understand that line of thinking. For her, more important than following a set destiny was building alliance, and she wanted Subaru by her side. She said it didn't sound like a bad proposal after all. No one there could predict the future, except him. Looking back on recent events, it was clear that Subaru knew too much, as if he had seen what was coming. He then remembered the first great calamity. It was because she found him interesting that Safina allowed his participation in the royal meeting. That was the kind of queen she was. In fact, Vanquish was quite similar in that regard. Safina commented that she had located all of Subaru's companions, and that soon they would all be heading to the other continent. Many had been sent to extremely distant places, but she managed to gather information and track them down. Subaru was deeply grateful, but reminded her that there was still something else she wanted to apologize for. That was when Safina revealed it was about the Kokugaiji incident. As Subaru already knew, the three kings were responsible for the golden, silver, and bronze gates that appeared in the human world. Kokugaiji had been sent only as a spy to gather information under her direct orders. However, someone had incited him to start the revolution that ultimately took place. Subaru asked who exactly had done that, and began to suspect it might have been the same person, capable of altering the future before he could. That was the person Safina most wanted information about. Without hesitation, she approached Subaru and said they could exchange information. She knew he was still hiding a lot. She was certain he had received the prophecy from the King of Dawn. At that moment, Subaru thought Safina knew too much. She might even be reading his mind, and noticing his expression, she said it was written all over his face that he was thinking that. But she assured him it was just a guess. She didn't have any mind-reading ability. All her skills were focused on combat. All she had was excellent intuition. And according to that intuition, marrying Subaru would make the world much more interesting. But despite the boldness of the proposal, Subaru politely declined. Meanwhile, in the waters of the Brilliant Sea, Sayaka looked at Vanquish and asked what was wrong with him. Vanquish answered with a question. How would she react if she found out that a friend of hers was about to marry someone who had a gate? Sayaka replied that if there was love between them, she didn't see a problem. But Vanquish disagreed. To him, the situation was unacceptable. Later, already in the country of gold, Safina arrived with Subaru. As soon as she disembarked, she was scolded with a slap on the head for her impulsive action. Meanwhile, Subaru's companions finally reunited. The long-awaited meeting of the kings was about to begin, a grand event with representatives from around 200 countries to discuss crucial matters affecting the entire underworld. Among the topics were politics, economy, culture, society, education, and other issues of global importance. Each cycle, the meeting was held in one of the three main countries, gold, silver, or bronze. Its total duration was 10 days. Sayaka remarked that she thought 10 days was too long, but Shikishima explained that, in truth, it wasn't much time. Equivalent meetings at the UN in the human world could last 2 months or even longer. Subaru was there for a very very specific reason. His goal was to abolish all portals connecting the human world to the underworld. To do that, he would need authorization from the kings and approval from the other representatives. In the innermost sectors of the colossal palace of the Country of Gold stood the Tower of Eternity. Upon seeing it, Subaru remarked that the place reminded him of the battlefield where he had fought Illa. Ixis, who was accompanying him, confirmed that it was likely the same location. She was there as his guide, fulfilling a punishment that had been assigned to her. Along the way, Ixis explained that portals taking the form of dungeons were shaped from places where the enemy had spent the most time. That was why Subaru had encountered the Guachas in the same place where he had fought Illa. It was also clarified that only kings and their direct representatives were allowed to participate in the meeting of the king. Because of that, all of Subaru's companions had to wait outside. Shikishima commented that at least they still had soul communication, which allowed them to follow what was happening. Jinga agreed. He genuinely believed that, knowing Subaru's personality, it would be difficult for him to attend such a long and formal meeting without causing trouble. Subaru reflected silently, trying to understand why Akira had agreed to something so delicate. When he asked the reason, it was Sayaka who replied, explaining that Subaru wasn't exactly the best person for dealing with others. At the same time, Shikishima was conducting a detailed briefing on what was about to happen. According to the predictions obtained from Sybil's future vision, Subaru would only be allowed to speak on the 10th and final day of the meeting. The topic he was to address was the abolition of the portals connecting the underworld to the human world. There were strong chances that Ruin would support the proposal, since he was on Subaru's side. Safina, on the other hand, would likely abstain, while Vorden would strongly oppose it. As a result, the immediate decision would be to temporarily suspend the portals until everyone reached a consensus. However, Shikishima warned that there were two major problems with that strategy. The first was the risk that the administrators would notice the suspension of the portals, since that directly interfered with the rules of their game. The second was an uncertain variable, a possible internal conflict during the meeting, something that not even Sybil's future visions could clearly predict. Subaru then asked if, given those uncertainties, he would have the freedom to act as he wished until the 9th day. Shikishima, with some sarcasm, replied that the wisest move would be for him to start praying. Meanwhile, Subaru was already ascending the imposing Tower of Eternity. The environment was strange. Chairs floated around him. Those seats formed the space of the meeting, and their arrangement followed the hierarchy of the king's countries of origin. When Subaru tried to take his place, he ended up blocking another participant. That person, lacking patience, demanded that he move out of the way, and was soon identified as the king of vegetation. A woman witnessing the situation questioned whether he wasn't being too rude to the guest. Subaru was surprised to hear that rebuke come from none other than Ixis, who not long ago had told all the guests to go to hell. The king's name was simply Verde. Yes, Verde. He held the 19th position among the kings, and upon realizing Ixis was still speaking, he ordered her to shut her mouth. With a sarcastic tone, Ixis stepped aside, allowing him to pass, but Verde still criticized the woman's lack of discipline as he walked away. Once out of earshot, Ixis muttered a curse he couldn't hear. Soon after, three more kings arrived. The first was Rakan, the king of Scarlet, who held the 25th position in the hierarchy. He looked at Subaru with disdain, questioning whether that fragile human was truly a participant in the meeting. At his side was Kamina, the king of Sky Blue, ranked 3rd overall. The third was Lute, the queen of Mandarin. Her exact title was hard to confirm due to translation nuances, but her orange attire strongly indicated it. The three ascended in their floating elevators toward their respective seats, and then Ixis informed Subaru that he could go up to his seat as well. He did so, noticing that he attracted curious and even strange looks from the other exotic kings in the room. Some of them appeared downright absurd, like a dog applying lipstick. Even so, many seats were still vacant. Shortly after, Ruin contacted Subaru through telepathy. He explained that not all kings could physically enter the tower. The more dangerous or powerful ones, like Vorden, had restricted access and used remote communication devices to participate. Ruin, who was also in contact with Subaru, clarified that the kings seated below him represented small, less influential nations, all under the jurisdiction of the three great countries. The Country of Darkness, to which Kokugaiji belonged, was one of those subordinate nations. Its new king was Kokuhaishi, currently ranked 176th in the hierarchy. The King of Dawn, from Sybil's country, was also present and waved kindly at Subaru. He held the 42nd position overall. Ruin explained that those positioned above Subaru were the most powerful, and among them were the four kings Subaru had already met. Ruin then shared that at the very top of the structure were the three main kings, the kings of bronze, silver, and gold, and he himself was the king of bronze. Subaru thanked him for the explanations, and Ruin replied that he was the one who was grateful. The updates brought by Sybil, especially about the King of Dawn's timeline, had been very helpful to everyone. Even so, Subaru admitted to himself that he was still nervous. That was when Safina commented that Ruin seemed to be enjoying himself there. Ruin thought, a bit uneasy, that it would be bad if she found out he was secretly communicating with Subaru. Trying to play it off, he simply said that his horoscope was good that day. Safina, however, replied with a sharp comment, saying it looked more like a private conversation than anything else. Ruin, flustered, claimed that he was just looking at Subaru, since it had been a while since he last saw him. Nothing more than that. But deep down, he couldn't help but wonder, had that crazy woman also proposed marriage to Subaru, just like she had to others? That woman was truly unpredictable. No one could read Safina's thoughts or anticipate her actions. She was unpredictable, almost insane. And it was exactly at that moment that the long-awaited meeting finally began. Safina, wearing a calm smile, expressed her joy at seeing all those representatives gathered for the annual meeting of the king. As the main speaker, she announced that a total of 217 topics had been submitted by the countries and asked for everyone's cooperation so that the matters could be resolved within the meeting's time frame. However, before she could even finish her introduction, she was rudely interrupted by King Verde. Meanwhile, Subaru kept repeating his objective in his mind. He wanted to abolish the portals. That was what he focused on, trying to stay centered. But the interruption drew his attention. Safina, visibly frustrated, questioned the urgency. She wanted to know what was so important that it justified interrupting her opening speech. Then Verde spoke on behalf of 4 nations: the Verdant, Scarlet, Sky Blue, and Mandarin countries. All of them were requesting that the 3 great kings of Bronze, Silver, and Gold abolish the portals that connected the underworld to the human world. The declaration took Subaru by surprise. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Even the 3 main kings showed interest. The Sibyl system detected that things were about to escalate into a serious problem. Seeing Subaru's reaction, Verde mocked him, asking if he had a problem with the proposal. After all, wasn't that exactly what the humans wanted? Subaru's mind was overwhelmed with doubt. How did that king know his name and his goals? Soon, everything became clearer. Through the mental link, Jinga commented that events were taking a different path than what had been foreseen in the future they had studied. Akira also questioned how someone from the underworld could be advocating for the abolition of the portals. Meanwhile, Shikishima began to suspect that this was the unpredictable conflict mentioned earlier. Subaru confirmed it. This was indeed a clash between 2 people who could foresee the future. In his analysis, the one responsible was Kamina, the king of Sky Blue. Shikishima concluded that, fortunately, Subaru at least understood that much. Otherwise, they would all be in the dark. Probably, those kings were trying to use the humans to gain an advantage over other countries. Even so, he warned not to underestimate the humans. Sybil, on her end, watched everything with increasing interest, as if witnessing a silent battle between hidden forces. Shikishima felt that this was the beginning of a dangerous game. They were now all trapped in a cold war, a battle of logic and foresight against the emerging kings. Despite everything, Akira noticed something curious. The kings proposing the change seemed to want the same thing Subaru's group wanted, so why not cooperate? Shikishima, enigmatic, simply said that he would understand soon enough. Meanwhile, Verde addressed all the gathered kings, reminding them that although they knew of the gates and portals, they did not know how these structures actually work. He announced that he and his 3 allied kings would explain these details for the first time. The 3 main kings, for now, merely observed attentively. The first to speak was Lute, Queen of Mandarin. She explained that in the past, the countries of Gold, Silver, and Bronze were the only ones with real knowledge about the underworld. The other kings and creatures had been created with the purpose of protecting the souls of this hidden realm. Souls, she said, were the most precious resource that existed there. Naturally, no one wanted to lose them after death. That's why, when someone died, their soul was sealed inside a portal. It could only return to the underworld after fulfilling a specific condition. Next, Rakan, the king of Scarlet, explained about the gates. They were created exclusively for the human world. Their function was to attract the attention of potential players. As soon as a human signed a contract with the owner of one of these gates, they became able to face creatures from the underworld inside the portal. Verde completed the explanation by saying that at the moment of contact between players, creatures, and souls, a large amount of spiritual energy was released. However, that energy flowed directly back to the country that had created the gate used by the player. In other words, the other kings received none of that energy. That's when Verde made his central accusation. The 3 major kings were monopolizing the techniques, the portals, and the gates. They were absorbing all the energy from the dead that came from other countries. According to him, this was abuse of power, exploitation, and betrayal. The accusation caused a stir. Many kings murmured in agreement. A silent rebellion was beginning to rise against the 3 main kings. Then Verde presented 2 possible solutions. Either the gates and portals would be abolished entirely, or all kings and countries should be granted equal access to them. This declaration shocked everyone. Shikishima concluded that the king of Sky Blue had already seen the future in which Subaru would demand the abolition of the gates. He knew it would result in a temporary suspension, as there would be no consensus. Based on that, the 4 kings had united their knowledge to manipulate this new timeline to their own benefit. At that point, all the minor kings were turning against the 3 major ones. Verde, however, was smiling on the inside. side. He thought those lesser kings were naive to fall for his words so easily. He knew that lower-ranking kings wouldn't be able to keep the gates active. That meant that all human and creature souls would eventually fall into their hands, those of the 4 emerging nations. They also wanted to create a monopoly just for themselves. Shikishima recognized this as the worst-case scenario. If all kings had access to gates and portals, the human world would become oversaturated. Currently, around 1 portal appeared per day. With all kings involved, there would be more than 60 portals daily. It was unsustainable. Jinga exclaimed that such a situation could never be allowed, and Shikishima was sure that the 3 main kings knew that as well and would not accept it. That was when Vorden, irritated by the growing chaos, ordered everyone to shut up. The gates and portals existed for a greater purpose. They were what kept the underworld safe from the threat of the administrator. Thanks to these structures, everyone there was still alive. It was not about monopolizing the power of souls, but about using that energy to maintain the protection that prevented the total destruction of the underworld. Even so, Rakan accused the 3 main kings of placing that entire burden on the humans. In response, Lute explained that when it came to the matter of monopoly, if the other kings had access to their own gates, they would quickly understand what it really meant to deal with them. Ruin then intervened, saying that it wasn't a simple issue. The 4 insurgent kings spoke as if it were easy, but maintaining gates and portals was an immense responsibility. It wasn't that the other kings were incompetent. The truth was that sharing that burden was wrong to even propose. Ruin himself knew that most of them couldn't handle the weight. Upon hearing that, Kamina coldly stated that if it was really that difficult, then the portals should simply be abolished. To him, the talk from the 3 kings about protecting the underworld was just a pretty speech. It sounded more like a justification to continue exploiting the other countries. He said that if they truly cared about balance, they wouldn't be using humans as tools. Ruin, in turn, responded seriously. He explained that the entire underworld was formed from the energy of souls. If the gates disappeared, the administrator would take back everything they had accumulated, leaving them to rot in the void. He admitted he felt guilty for the human world, but reaffirmed that balance had to be maintained at any cost. Meanwhile, Jinga was seething with anger. He felt powerless in the face of everything, knowing he had to keep up appearances, pretend to be calm, when in truth he wanted to act immediately. The effort to remain composed was immense. Even so, his concern grew, and Shikishima recognized it was time for Subaru to take action. From that moment on, Subaru began repeating exactly the words Shikishima was transmitting to him mentally. Just as Verde was preparing to make another statement, Subaru interrupted him. He said the meeting was dragging on for too long, and that the solution was simple: abolish the gates and portals at once. His declaration caused a wave of astonishment. Verde considered him an idiot. He knew that such a drastic change would not happen just because a human said so. All the kings turned against Subaru, ordering him to be silent, reminding him that he was just a human. Akira then realized that maybe the plan was failing. Jinga commented that the other kings didn't really want to abolish the gates. They just wanted access to their own. The conflict was more political than ideological. Shikishima then explained that in heated debates like that, the best strategy was to further increase the tension until the enemy's mistakes emerged naturally. Meanwhile, Verde tried to regain control of the meeting. He asked everyone to calm down, belittling Subaru once again, saying that it was a discussion among kings and a mere human should not speak. But Subaru, still following Shikishima's instructions, responded firmly. He stated that if the gates were to be kept, those responsible would have to compensate the underworld for all its victims. They would have to repay all the soul energy used up to that point. The room erupted in outrage. Several kings shouted, calling him ridiculous. One of them even threatened to kill him on the spot. That was when Shikishima ordered Subaru to act, and he responded by activating his divine blood savior transformation. In an instant, the energy of his body spread throughout the meeting chamber, filling the space with such an overwhelming presence that even Verde was left speechless. No one expected a human to manifest so much power. Ruin, watching from afar, thought it made sense. After all, Subaru carried part of his own power. It was only natural for him to impress, and if he wanted to survive in the underworld, he had to show strength, just as he was doing now. Hakan quickly realized what was happening. Subaru had been pretending to be weak all along. Now, he was using the brutal difference in power to intimidate everyone present. The strategy was effective. The lower-ranked kings cowered, completely terrified before him. Verde, trying to stay calm, asked Kamina if that outcome was predicted in the timeline, but Kamina denied it. He was surprised. He couldn't understand why his foresight ability had failed. Subaru then declared with authority that, in addition to compensation for the souls, the abolition of the portals was a final decision. The human world refused to continue being exploited. If the kings wanted to keep the gates, they would have to be ready to pay the proper price. Still impressed, Hakan turned to Kamina and said their plan would no longer work. The other kings had already distanced themselves from the proposal. Kamina resigned, admitted that he knew. He had used his ability, the border chant, to visualize all possible future paths and choose the one he believed was most favorable. But now, his prediction was crumbling before his eyes. It was then that Sybil, watching everything, commented that Subaru was doing very well. He acknowledged acknowledged that Subaru had been blessed with formidable companions, and because of that, the enemy would likely try to secure a better future for themselves. At that moment, Sybil took action. Using his power, he broke Kamina's prediction. The explanation was simple. When two foresight abilities collide, the paths cancel each other out, pushing events toward the best possible outcome for the world. That's why Kamina's ability had been invalidated. Sybil concluded that Kamina was still too inexperienced to handle that kind of conflict. He ordered him to immediately step away from Subaru's future. Then, the timeline briefly returned to moments before the meeting. There, Verde asked Kamina if he was really sure they could secure the right to the gates and portals using that newly mastered ability. Kamina answered with conviction that the meeting would mark the end of the monopoly of the three main kings and also end the diversion of human soul energy. The more soul energy a country had, the more powerful it became. Therefore, if the four emerging kings managed to obtain abilities that allowed them to collect those souls, they would have the chance to expand their influence across the entire underworld. Lute added that this would bring them closer to achieving their greater goal. Rakan commented that soon they would be at the top of the underworld, finally surpassing the old kings. For him, the meeting was a battle of arguments, and if their opponents tried to turn the discussion around, some unexpected event could interfere with the original prediction. In that case, Kamina would give a new instruction, based on an updated foresight. Rakan saw it as a risky bet. If they won there, they would be greatly rewarded, but if they lost, they would become direct enemies of the three great kings, which could be fatal. He then asked Verde what he thought of it all. Verde responded with disdain, saying it was good that they were trying. They fully trusted Kamina, whose foresight had always proven reliable. However, back in the present, that confidence was starting to crumble. Kamina's predictions had been completely nullified. The future before him was a blank slate. The four remaining kings began to panic. Kamina tried to understand why he could no longer see what was coming. It was then explained that his ability had been overturned in a direct clash with Sybil's ability. The collision of two foresight powers had cancelled both visions, throwing the timeline onto an unpredictable path. Sybil stated that Kamina relied too heavily on his own visions of the future. And even worse, the four kings had stopped using their own logic long ago, growing complacent with the comfort of predictions. Now, without Kamina's vision, they were lost, unable to respond clearly or act strategically. Shikishima told Subaru that this was the end. The four kings had no more arguments. In truth, they had barely used logic since the beginning of the meeting. Safina, noticing the collapse on both sides, asked if they could finally move on to the final decision. But before anything could be decided, something unexpected appeared beside Verde. A small snake-like creature materialized, alerting that this was a violation. Soon, dozens of other snakes appeared before all the kings, accusing them of serious transgressions. Then, beneath the Tower of Eternity, a colossal figure revealed itself. A giant eye opened beneath the structure, and Shikishima could not contain his tension upon witnessing the phenomenon. Carrion shouted that Subaru had to get out of there immediately. He wouldn't be able to face it. Not even Sybil, with his powerful foresight ability, had been able to predict what was emerging. Then a grotesque mouth, with an eye at its center, presented itself as a messenger of the administrator. From within it, a monstrous creature emerged, identifying itself as the executor Abaddon. Even Safina couldn't fully grasp what that being represented. An executor directly appointed by the administrator was something unheard of. Ruin, perplexed, asked Subaru what was going on, since there had been no mention of such an enemy in any of the predictions. Subaru, just as confused, admitted he didn't know. The only explanation was that the executor was an anomaly, an intruder in the timeline. Ruin wanted to know if Abaddon was the one responsible for nullifying their predictions. The executor then revealed his purpose. He stated that the world was trying to get rid of the gate and portal system, which also fed the administrator with souls. According to him, the kings of the underworld had exploited a blind spot in the system to try to alter the game's rules. Kamina asked if it was their fault. Abaddon said yes, he had been sent to collect the debt in souls from each of them. Some more impulsive kings tried to attack him, but as they approached Abaddon, their bodies were disintegrated as if pulled into a black hole. Everyone who got near met the same fate. They turned into strands of flesh and vanished. When one of the queens tried to cut him with her blade, she realized he was intangible. Her weapon passed through nothing. A second later, she exploded in the air without leaving a trace. Abaddon, speaking through the snakes, declared that he doubted any of them could understand why he was there. He said no one would escape that place and that, even if they managed to leave the tower, it would be pointless. Outside, four other creatures as bizarre as him were already surrounding the Tower of Eternity. Kings began to die one after another. Heads exploded suddenly, spreading chaos throughout the room. Safina deduced that there was a barrier on the outside. Ruin confirmed it and explained that the ones killing the kings were those snakes attached to their shoulders. When Safina tried to kill one of them, she realized she couldn't. They were intangible inside that space, immune to physical attacks. It was a system that functioned specifically within that dimensional barrier. Worried, Safina warned Ruin that he was being attacked too. Just as he was about to be killed, Subaru took action. He climbed to the top of the tower and destroyed the snake using his cursed blood ability, which caused not physical but spiritual damage, striking the soul of the creature directly. Ruin watched the action and wondered if Subaru had really defeated the curse. Subaru came to the same conclusion. He realized that since the curse was killing kings with spiritual energy, only a more powerful curse could fight it. He then repeated the process on the snake that was attacking Safina. Even in the middle of the chaos, Safina couldn't resist a tease. With a smirk, she said that Subaru was a real heartbreaker. He, without patience, replied that it wasn't the time for that kind of comment. That was when Abaddon turned to him and asked if there was a curse user present. Ruin, with a somber expression, realized the danger. The Executor's curse was so powerful that it could extinguish any soul with a single touch, no matter how strong. Even though he was just a messenger of the Administrator, that power was absurdly concentrated in a single creature. Maybe Subaru wouldn't be enough to defeat the enemy, but even so, he decided to try. Suddenly, an update from the future was sent directly to his Midnight Sun bracelet. As expected, it was Sybil who did it. In the message, it said that Subaru's companions no longer needed to do anything, because he would handle the situation alone. Meanwhile, Ixis was watching everything happening at the tower. A bright light and a rainbow surrounded the area, creating a scene impossible to ignore. Then Carrion appeared, saying he was exhausted. He made it clear that he had only run there because of the future update. Someone asked him if he knew anything about that mysterious light. Carrion replied that, although it wasn't the first time he had seen something like that, it was important for everyone to remember that vision well. Right after, he mentioned that his king had taken a while to arrive, but was finally there, and then he appeared. Carrion was accompanied by all the other Rainbow Kings, ready to face the Administrator with all their strength. Before any action was taken, Esther was asked about the current situation. She reported that the kings inside the tower were being killed by the Executor's ability and were unable to escape. A dimensional barrier surrounded the structure, preventing any exit. Estero, or Estero, since no one knew exactly how to pronounce it, was using her sub-ability called Peeping Eye, which allowed her to see through walls. Meanwhile, Vanquish, observing from the outside, knew he could only act for 15 minutes before being located by the Administrator. Although not entirely confident, Vanquish decided to try. The first ability he used was the most powerful one Subaru possessed so far, the Slashing Rifts. However, the massive creatures easily dodged it, and the tower remained intact, as if nothing had happened. Determined, Vanquish climbed to the top of the tower and quickly sensed the presence of an invisible barrier. He then asked Killen to strike down a woman they considered a threat. The response came in the form of a gigantic lightning bolt that hit the woman's head, far larger than she was. Killen showed impatience and demanded that the immortal take care of it at once. Calmly, Vanquish replied that perfection couldn't be achieved in haste. Then, he activated his special ability, the Cursed Blood. Using the sub-ability Desecration, he bathed all the kings and the tower in blood, which began to cause cracks in the magical barrier. Gradually, the fractures spread throughout the Tower of Eternity. Ruin asked Subaru if this was the work of someone trying to destroy the barrier. Subaru confirmed it. Verde, confused, wanted to know what they were talking about. At first, he thought he had misheard, but he hadn't. The Cursed Blood was indeed destroying both the barrier and the tower. Then Vanquish entered, as if surfing on a wave of blood, casually waving at everyone. All were illuminated by the rainbow light, as Vanquish asked with a smile if he had arrived late. Verde was speechless, and Safina commented that he was just as flashy as ever. Subaru, surprised, questioned the reason for the delay. Sybil, upon seeing all that radiance, thought he was looking at his own father, so dazzling was Vanquish. Abaddon, witnessing it all, also appeared confused. Vanquish stated that the ones outside were not a problem, as Killen, Delta, and Lambda were handling the Executor. Along with the 6 Rainbow Kings, everyone else was there to resolve the situation. Still, he said he would personally take care of the Executor, and asked that no one interfere. Safina warned that he wouldn't be able to land a single blow on that being, but Vanquish said he would prove her wrong. Ruin was concerned, but Subaru asked him to trust Vanquish, affirming that he was capable. Verde, however, didn't believe in that strategy, and said they should all fight together to defeat the creature. Ruin, on the other hand, argued that no one there could even hit the Executor, so all the fuss made no sense. He thought Verde was being an idiot. Trying to grasp the seriousness of the situation, Verde asked what exactly an Executor was, and why that entity seemed impossible to defeat, even for the 3 kings. Safina replied that she didn't know many details, but explained that Executors were sent when someone violated the Administrator's rules. She said she had only seen one of them once in her life, when her father, the former king of the Land of Gold, decided to open the gates and portals to the other world. Back then, even with all the attacks he used, her father was killed without being able to fight back. The Executor simply eliminated him, along with the other kings, as if it were an invincible entity. Verde, even more frightened, asked if the 3 kings of that time had really been defeated by an Executor, and if so, how would they manage to defeat one now? That was when Safina revealed the only exception. At that time, the one who defeated the Executor was the Rainbow King, vanquished. Safina admitted that she honestly didn't know how it worked, but said everyone would soon find out. When Vanquish extended his finger and tried to use the slashing riffs on Abaddon's body, he realized it was completely immune to that type of attack. Even so, he said it was fine, since it gave him the chance to test other things. He tried cutting Abaddon's body in every possible way, with different types of abilities, but none had any effect. The Executor declared it was useless. No attack from a lower world would have any effect on him. Vanquish, curious, asked if there really was a world inferior to another, and Abaddon confirmed that yes, there was. Soon, small snakes began to appear all over Vanquish's body, and Verd recognized those creatures as the same ones that had exploded the kings earlier. Abaddon claimed Vanquish was responsible for destroying his barrier, but assured that he too would die shortly. When a colossal explosion occurred, smoke spread in all directions. The pressure of the detonation nearly pushed the kings away. However, Vanquish remained completely intact and standing. He commented that it was quite the coincidence. His slashes hadn't worked on Abaddon, but in return, Abaddon's curse also had no effect on him. Verde, astonished, asked how he was still standing. The Executor also appeared confused, but Vanquish simply responded, "Isn't that a good thing?" Then he charged forward with a direct punch. Before Abaddon could finish a single sentence, he was hit so hard in the face that he was driven into the ground like a piece of trash. Subaru had already suspected this would happen due to the future prediction, but seeing Vanquish in action was still terrifying. Vanquish himself, after the blow, apologized, saying he might have overdone it. Verde, stunned, asked how that man had managed to land a hit on the Executor. Abaddon was still stuck in a crater, and even with Vanquish's taunts, he refused to admit defeat. He soon stood up, claiming he would never lose and asking how Vanquish dared to underestimate someone from a higher world. But upon analyzing the attack he had taken, he realized something. Vanquish had infused his fist with his own curse. Curses strike directly at the soul, not the physical body, and therefore cannot be blocked. Ruin commented that the new generation of kings seemed to know nothing about curses, but he then explained that they were almost exclusive to the land of the rainbow. Safina added that Vanquish's body had always been strange, as he used curses, dimensional colors, and rifts abilities that usually only appear in Executor. Subaru, until that point, didn't know that. Abaddon charged forward, trying to hit Vanquish, but was repelled by cursed blood. The Executor hadn't expected such a high-level curse to exist in that world, let alone one capable of killing him. Vanquish said it truly was surprising, and then landed another heavy punch on the Executor's face, adding that he wasn't even trying that hard. Then he asked how many punches Abaddon could take. Meanwhile, Esther was worried. He knew they could only act outside the administrator's field of vision for 15 minutes, and Vanquish still hadn't left. Tobit commented that this was exactly what Vanquish wanted to show the possessor, how to truly fight. Esther called it stupidity, but Tobit replied that Vanquish was counting on him. When Esther asked if he had really said that, he eventually agreed to stay. When bizarre creatures approached, they were all thrown back by Esther's ability, the draconic roar. He commented that it was a shame for those giant and hideous monsters, because his abilities also carried curses just like Daddy Vanquish. Tobit and Barnabas prepared for their next combo attack. Tobit used the Tyrant's Hammer, launching the monsters into the air. While they were airborne, vulnerable, and unable to defend themselves, Barnabas activated the Blade Storm, forming a massive whirlwind of blades around the Executors. Maria, watching all of it, commented that at that rate, they wouldn't even need her healing. She also said that those Executors didn't even have the courage to fight, and mocked them, asking if they'd at least show their abilities before dying. Lambda, however, looked only bored. Unlike Delta and Killen, he was not related to Vanquish, and for that reason, he was irritated that he couldn't participate in the battle against the Executors. Delta replied that unfortunately, there was no space for him to become a relative of Vanquish, even if there was a small chance of being appointed in the future. Killen was also irritated, since even with the curses affecting the Executors, it still wasn't enough to kill them. Delta retorted that they just needed to get stronger, and asked if Killen wasn't excited about that. Both of them recalled the pact they had made with Vanquish. Since Judith and Carrion had become relatives of Subaru, 2 spots had opened. Vanquish proposed that Delta and Killen become his new relatives to help him in the fight against the Administrator. Killen thought he was still stuck on that crazy plan, and Delta asked what they would gain from it. After all, Vanquish explained that it wouldn't be a subordinate relationship, but a balanced pact. He knew exactly what both of them desired. Warriors like them only wanted difficult battles, powerful opponents they could face and defeat. In the present, Delta said he wasn't too fond of the idea of teaming up with an immortal, but admitted that part was actually pretty great. That's why they made the pact, so they could become stronger and stronger, their true goal. Killen agreed. He said that was exactly it, and now it was time to have fun. Without hesitation, he used Divine Thunder, incinerating the Executors in front front of him. Taking the opportunity, Delta created a storm that blocked the sunlight, strengthening the undead like Vanquish and Subaru. Now it was Vanquish's time to finish it all. And indeed, he was crushing the Executor with a series of violent blows. The enemy was being beaten so badly that he could barely move. Vanquish realized that the time for playing around was over. The Executor, completely broken, asked who exactly those people were. Vanquish answered that they weren't anyone special. He himself was just a weakling, delivering divine punishment to the Executor. Vanquish questioned whether the administrator truly believed they would be killed without resistance. The underworld wasn't just any place, and he should know that. The Land of the Rainbow already held the secrets to defeating Executors. They had developed curses, dimensional rifts, and other techniques that, individually, didn't work. But Vanquish had found the perfect combination, an absolute technique to kill any Executor. And then he asked Abaddon if he knew what it was. The Executor, witnessing that incomprehensible power, was terrified. Not even the kings watching from above could understand what they were seeing. Safina, perplexed, asked what that ability was, but Subaru answered that she already knew that power. The Executor himself, overcome with fear, wanted to know how Vanquish possessed that ability, since it was supposed to belong to only one person. Vanquish, with a slight smile, simply prepared for the next blow. In desperation, Abaddon roared loudly, sending a signal for all other Executors to hear. It was the retreat command. Trying to flee with everything he had left, Abaddon crawled like a wounded animal. Vanquish, seeing him in that state, remarked that he wasn't so arrogant anymore, and called all of them idiots, promising he wouldn't let a single one escape. He then activated the exact same technique Subaru possessed, those who walk beneath the sunday. That was why Delta had covered the sunlight earlier, to allow Vanquish to finally reach his final vampire form. Sunlight is a vampire's greatest weakness. Even the strongest ones suffer constant pain and loss of strength under it, until they eventually adapt. In Subaru's case, who isn't even a complete vampire, he still can't avoid the effects of sunlight. During his fight with Hudo, for example, if the sunlight had continued, Subaru would have lost. The ability Those Who Walk Beneath the Sun completely negates the harmful effects of sunlight, allowing the user to fight without weakening. However, there is a trade-off. While the ability is not active, the user's stats are severely reduced. For Vanquish, that penalty is extreme. His stats are reduced by 99% when the ability is deactivated. For Subaru, the loss is about 80%. In other words, when this power is activated, Vanquish becomes practically a god on the battlefield. In the next moment, all those watching the battle saw Abaddon's body disintegrate into dust. The kings could barely believe what they were witnessing. But before the Executor's body disappeared completely, Vanquish grabbed him by the neck. The Executor trembled in fear before his imminent death. Subaru then explained that the name of that ability was Amnesia, the same name as one of the treasures of the Land of Gold, capable of cutting the soul's cycle and sending it back to the sea of universal unconsciousness. Safina concluded that if that sword truly possessed such an ability, then it could only have been granted directly by the administrator. This led her to wonder how Vanquish had obtained such power and whether, somehow, he was connected to the administrators themselves. Meanwhile, Abaddon's body and soul began to unravel. Facing total oblivion, he experienced only one feeling: overwhelming loneliness. It was like an astronaut lost in space, drifting alone through the absolute void, awaiting the end. Trapped in that freezing silence, he began to despair. In that moment, Abaddon started to cry, not for himself, but so that at least the other Executors might escape such a terrible fate. His cry was so loud and painful that even the kings who had fled could hear it, and all of them, despite being far away, felt deep pity for Abaddon. But Vanquish was not there to offer compassion. He looked at the Executor and asked if he knew the sound of entire dimension planets being destroyed at once. He said he would never forgive any of them. Then, one by one, Vanquish proceeded to exterminate every Executor who crossed his path. But they did not simply die. The fates that awaited them were far worse than death. Vanquish stated that it was useless for Abaddon to cry. They were all dead now, and all that remained for the Executor was to keep crying. His final words were a plea for forgiveness, a desperate cry for mercy. He never imagined he would face such a cruel end. He was completely overcome by fear. As the kings watched in silence, Abaddon was disassembled, completely destroyed. He passed through oblivion and became nothing. At that moment, Vanquish turned to all the kings present. He wanted to know how long they would continue to underestimate him. In response, all the kings knelt, placed their foreheads to the ground, and paid homage to the Rainbow King, Vanquish. Vanquish expressed his indignation. He said that with so many kings gathered there, not even one of them had been able to defeat a single Executor. Then he called out to Ruim and Safina, questioning what they had done over the last millennium. If they could not fight, then they should die or simply disappear. Subaru, frightened, asked Vanquish to return to his normal form. He was scaring everyone. Verde, surprised, could not understand how Subaru had the courage to speak that way to such a dangerous being, and thought he would be killed too. But Vanquish, smiling, apologized to Subaru and returned to his original form. Subaru, with irony, complained that it was no time for joke. Vanquish also apologized, saying there was no need for so much drama, and commented that Subaru was annoying. That was when Verde began to deeply admire Subaru. He realized that, with just a few words, Subaru had managed to calm such a terrifying being. Vanquish remarked that, fortunately, he had defeated several executors that day, and also said that Subaru was growing well. He declared that soon everything would be ready for Lyris. Meanwhile, Subaru's kin were stunned by Vanquish's fighting style. Akira commented that his eyes could barely follow the movements. Jinga agreed, saying that his eyes also failed to keep up. Akira asked if there would ever be a chance for them to face executors of that level. He wanted to know if Shikishima saw that possibility in the future. But Shikishima, at that moment, was already completely focused on another matter. He had set aside the executors and the battle, returning to the thought of abolishing the portals and the gates. In truth, everything Shikishima did was always in the name of humanity and for his friends. Then, Subaru finally managed to come up with a valid argument to convince the others to end the gates and portals connecting the underworld to the human world. However, he knew that this proposal was a risky bet. It would be difficult to convince everyone, and more than ever, it was a matter of now or never. Later, Vanquish approached the group, trying to apologize. Noticing their exhaustion, he said he would offer each of them a cup of blood, assuming they were thirsty. But Safina suddenly appeared and slapped him on the head, telling him not to force the others to drink that. Then she told the others they didn't need to accept it. The kings, still wary, wondered if that man was really the same one who had fought the executor. Vanquish, irritated, called Safina a damned old hag and said he didn't approve of her marriage to Subaru, ordering her to stay away from him. Safina, mocking, said he was acting like an overprotective father and seemed stuck in values from the last century. She asked why he didn't respect the decision of the person involved. Subaru tried to end the discussion, reminding them that he had already rejected that marriage several times. But Safina corrected him, saying she was talking about herself and that Subaru would change his mind eventually. She assured him she had more than enough patience to wait. Soon after, Sybil approached her father, Vanquish, and asked if Subaru was truly his host. Vanquish confirmed it, saying that, just as Sybil had predicted, Subaru was a far better vessel than expected. He had been a great help, more than even Venko had imagined. Sybil, noting that the executors were immune to her predictions, warned Vanquish to stay on guard. She said she had already seen the outcome of the meeting, and therefore no longer needed to remain there. Before leaving, Vanquish asked one last question, wanting to know if the shadow of death hanging over him had already disappeared. Sybil, when visualizing the possible futures, saw that it was still present. Even so, Vanquish took it as a good sign. He figured he had overused his power during the battle against the executors, but from then on, he would be careful not to let the shadow grow. To him, the presence of that shadow meant there were still enemies capable of killing him, and it would not take long to find them. At that moment, Esther appeared and landed a knee strike on him. The other kings were left speechless, and Vanquish commented that it must have hurt. Esther, in a hurry, reminded him that she only had 15 minutes, and asked if he wanted to be noticed by the administrator. Vanquish said he was only a little late, but Esther ordered him to return to the throne immediately. It was then explained that only Esther's ghost ability was capable of keeping Vanquish invisible to the administrator while he was away from the throne. Verde, observing it all, wondered if Vanquish really had that many powerful allies, since everyone there seemed strong enough to defeat the three kings. With no other choice, everyone pushed Vanquish back through his door. Vanquish, still upset, sent a message to Safina, telling her to stay away from Subaru. He complained that she wasn't listening, and asked Subaru to repeat it, that she wasn't to touch him, and that he would never approve of their marriage. Esther, embarrassed by the whole situation, apologized. Then, the blood door closed. Ruin, watching everything, commented that the group had passed through like a storm. Shortly after, Shikishima contacted Ruin and Subaru, saying he was satisfied. The executors had left, but the issue of the gates and doors still needed to be resolved. Ruin reminded him that many kings had died, but some had returned remotely to conclude the meeting. Shikishima said he wanted to propose a conference with the three kings. Ruin questioned whether it was wise to do that right after such a disaster, but Shikishima stated there was nothing more to be done. Humans would follow the path laid out in their fate, and if his plan worked, they could immediately reduce the number of gates existing in the human world. After that interruption, Ruin organized a private conference with Vorden and Safina to finish the debate. El commented that they would have to start everything from scratch. The original plan was to gather soul energy, grow stronger, and reach the top of the underworld. However, in the end, they realized they were just ants inside a much larger anthill. Kamina apologized to everyone, while Raka said it wasn't her fault. The executors were an unexpected variable, and no matter how much effort they put in, there would always be someone stronger. Still, he wanted to keep growing. Meanwhile, Safina made it clear that she did not oppose the plan. She only asked that they clean everything up quickly, before something worse happened. She asked Vorden if he agreed, and he responded yes, as there wasn't much else to do. Ruin sincerely thanked them for the approval, but Safina remarked that the plan didn't even seem like something Ruin would come up with. Ruin, trying to hide the mental contact he maintained with Subaru's kin, responded that it was a plan that would benefit everyone. He said this with a smile, trying not to show anything. Then, he announced to the meeting that the three kings would make a declaration. The The first measure would be the temporary suspension of gates in the human realm, and since the gates would be interrupted, time would stop as well. Jinga was very happy but reminded them there was still another part. Shikishima explained that they would allow other kingdoms to send doors to the human world as well. Safina commented that despite the change, the number of gates would remain the same for a while, as the cleanup would be slow. The difference was that now all kings were authorized to collect soul energy, based on the players they chose. However, there was a condition. Success would depend entirely on the strength of the chosen players. Ruin summarized it by saying that if they wanted to achieve that goal, they would have to give it their all. Everyone would need to commit to eliminating the gates and collecting soul energy for the general benefit. Verde acknowledged that, in the end, they had succeeded. Deep down, he admitted to himself that he had been pathetic for not having thought of that solution earlier. Now that everything was resolved, he, Jinga, Akira, and Ruin could send multiple doors to the human realm. Jinga, surprised, realized that this had been Ruin's plan all along. Previously, the gates appeared constantly, based only on the number of kingdoms in the underworld. Doors, on the other hand, were an exclusive privilege of the three main kings. Now, with the new rule, the gates would be suspended for a while, and later would again reflect the number of kingdoms in the underworld. But in addition, doors would also be equally distributed among the kingdoms, giving everyone a chance to act. Akira commented that this would increase the number of players while progressively decreasing the number of gates. Shikishima explained that at first, he was completely focused on eliminating the gates, but he came to understand that the doors represented a more strategic and sustainable solution. In the long run, this plan was much better. Technically, with this change, the underworld was becoming a direct ally of the human world. Jinga thought that Shikishima was frighteningly intelligent, while Akira felt relieved that he was on their side. Meanwhile, Subaru made sure to thank Ruin, who replied that he would always help him as long as he remained his kin. However, Ruin warned that the underworld was now more vulnerable to the administrator. That was why it was time to put an end to that cursed being, and he asked Subaru if he could take care of that part. Subaru confirmed. He hadn't come to the underworld by chance. According to the prediction he saw after the last update, he already knew that Vanquish would appear and kill all the executors. Next, Subaru made a request to Ruin. He wanted to meet the three inventors responsible for creating the silver, bronze, and gold doors. It was explained that each of the three kings held a master key, and without hesitation, they allowed him to borrow each one for this mission. The goal was to find the inventors and, with their help, come up with a plan to act against the administrator. Carry-On was assigned to accompany Akira to the bronze door, although he wasn't very pleased with the company. Subaru went alone to the gold door. Meanwhile, Jinga, Shikishima, and Saya headed toward the silver door. The first group, composed of Subaru, Safina, and Ixis, entered the gold door in search of Terra, the inventor responsible for it. According to Safina, each inventor had their area of expertise. In Terra's case, he was the creator of the limited seats and also developed the door's dimensional transcendence system. Subaru called him a super genius, but Ixis thought he still hadn't understood the kind of person they were dealing with. Ixis reflected that, in the end, it didn't matter which part each of them had created. Every detail of the doors demanded an absurd level of skill and sophistication. The problem was that Terra was known as a mad inventor. When the group found Terra, he greeted them by asking if they had come to lick his shoes. Then he apologized, saying he had no tea or biscuits to offer, but reaffirmed that the shoe-licking part was real. He presented his newest invention, shoes designed specifically to train the act of begging for one's life. He explained that when someone pleads to live, they often end up kneeling and licking their enemy's shoes, so it was good to be prepared. Besides, he guaranteed the shoes were delicious. Ixis asked what kind of person in the world would want to lick shoes, but Subaru didn't hesitate. He said he didn't mind and would give it a try. After licking, he was surprised. He said the taste was genuinely delicious, and that he could do it all day. Ixis, shocked, questioned whether Safina still wanted to marry an idiot like him. But to her surprise, Safina was also licking the shoe. Even Terra himself was doing it. Faced with that absurd scene, Ixis wondered if she was the only sane one there. Safina commented that Terra had always been like that. Ixis replied that, so far, everything she knew about him was that he invented things to lick shoes. Safina corrected her, saying that most of his inventions were actually useless junk. Terra only murmured a hurt, ouch. But Safina added that once in a while, he created something truly incredible, a 1 in a million chance, but valuable. Terra said that every inventor had that burning fire inside that passion. Ixis replied that this shoe passion was kind of bizarre, but Terra explained that his king had given him an environment where he could create without limitation. Then he wanted to know what exactly they were doing there. Safina said they had matters involving her fiancé Subaru, but he introduced himself as Ariake Subaru and made it clear that he was not her fiancé. Terra then stated that Subaru was a guest of his queen and was therefore under his responsibility. Subaru said he wanted some kind of item or ability that could locate the administrator. Ixis, surprised, asked if that was really possible, but Terra replied that such a thing already existed. Both she and Safina were shocked. Terra, unfazed, offered another shoe, and Subaru immediately accepted. Ixis, on the other hand, firmly firmly refused. Meanwhile, the second group, composed of Jinga, Shikishima, Saya, and Ruin, was heading toward the Silver Door to meet Arcano, the inventor responsible for it, and also the creator of Jinga's personal door. When the group arrived at the Silver Door, Arcano appeared and immediately asked what they were doing there and how they had gotten in. Jinga explained that he had brought a special guest that day, the very King of Silver. Arcano was visibly surprised, while Ruin, hiding behind Shikishima, murmured to use anything but Ice 9, pleading silently. Jinga laughed and asked Arcano to forgive him. For now, Arcano said it was fine and asked the reason for the visit. Shikishima introduced himself, explaining that everyone there was a friend of Jinga's, and Arcano confirmed that he knew that, as he had already seen them in videos. He said that, like Jinga, they were all kin of Ariake Subaru, and then asked the purpose of the visit. That was when Shikishima asked directly if Arcano wasn't considered a terrorist. The prison where he had been held wasn't just because of Ice 9. According to him, Arcano's so-called Ice Wings were a living entity of the underworld, constantly seeking a way to unleash destructive power through abilities and crafted items. Jinga, suspicious, wanted to know if that was true. Ruin, embarrassed, confirmed that Arcano's record was extensive, with more than 70 crimes committed. Jinga, surprised, repeated the number aloud. Arcano, for his part, responded that he had never hidden it, he just never mentioned it, but that wasn't the topic now. He wanted to know if they had come all that way just to judge him, but Shikishima assured him they hadn't. In fact, they had a mission that only Arcano could fulfill. Until now, there were only 3 abilities that worked against executors: curses, dimensional slashes, and amnesia, all belonging to Vanquish. However, Vanquish himself believed there was a possibility that Ice 9 could also become lethal against the executors someday. That was why Shikishima explained that they wanted Arcano to develop a new ability, 4th one, capable of fighting them. Arcano, excited, was pleased with the proposal. He said that this was exactly the kind of challenge that kept him alive and interested. He accepted the task and promised to create something as powerful as 9. Once ready, that ability would be handed directly to Jinga. Meanwhile, the third group was trying to locate the inventor of the Bronze Gate, the one responsible for the gate, used by a certain prison guard known for manipulating seals. Akira, displeased, asked why he had to accompany someone who looked like a copy of Hirasaka. Carrion replied that they had no choice. They weren't the ones who decided the pairs. It quickly became clear that the two didn't get along. Carrion even asked if it would help to imitate him, and Akira said he would never forgive him if he tried. Carrion then explained that the inventor responsible for the Bronze Gate was Zora, the great alchemist. He was the one who created the technique of incorporating abilities through gates and doors. Carrion remarked that it seemed to work exactly like a special item or ability, and Ikuhana confirmed. She even revealed that Vorden's own staff had been crafted by Zora's hands. As they spoke, the old alchemist's cabin suddenly exploded. He was violently thrown outside, but luckily, Carrion managed to save him with a blood mold before he tumbled down the hill. Dazed, Zora asked why they were doing that to him. Carrion apologized, but said he needed him to die at that moment. Amid the confusion, Q recognized Carrion as the human prison guard, and shortly after, he saw Akira. He said it had been a while since they last met, but Akira responded that Q's appearance there was not foreseen in Subaru's prediction. That event had not been seen. He had canceled the prediction. Before he could finish his sentence, Carrion was attacked, revealing himself at that moment to be an enemy executor. For him, Q was the main target. Akira, resolute, declared it was his duty to face him. It was then explained that 6 months earlier, Akira had taken a criminal to Panopticon, the prison reserved for players. There, he had already used his seals. During that event, Q asked whether it had already been 3 years since Akira became a player. He said the question might sound strange, but he wanted to know if Akira still loved that world. In the present, Ikuhana appeared and asked if Q was truly an executor. Carrion quickly realized he was in trouble, as he couldn't use his curse at that moment. He was then struck by a powerful blow from Hekatonchir's arm, which sent both him and Carrion flying. Q, outraged, asked if they were trying to kill him. He stated that the body belonged to Hirasaka and that they couldn't just forget him. Akira replied that Hirasaka would never die from something like that. Carrion stood up, saying it was true that they could use curses just like Subaru, but Akira noticed that they had no effect on Q. He then remembered that Q had a protection seal that made him immune to attacks when the enemy got too close. That's why Akira knew that by keeping the proper distance, he had a chance to defeat him. With this strategy, he activated his golden arsenal, imbued with the curse attribute. Q, on the other hand, realized what Akira intended but warned that this was not his only power. As he prepared, Q remembered when he received his mission. He, who had conquered 4,672,321,119 worlds, had been chosen directly by the administrator to become an executor. His mission was to eliminate any element that posed a threat to the world's order. Someone then questioned whether they were truly sending a new executor on an assassination mission. Perhaps the administrator was using too much power to hire veterans, but Q stated he didn't care. Those who opposed the administrators had to fall. The order of that world needed to be protected. It was was revealed that Q was a conqueror from another world. Conquerors were players who invaded parallel realities, just like Hudo, who had also taken that path. Executors, in turn, were selected from these conquerors and began acting directly under the administrator's orders. At that moment, Akira remained firm, using his golden arsenal, now charged with a curse, ready to face one of the most dangerous executors of all. Unlike the players of that world, who could only use the power granted by the doors, Akira still retained the abilities he had when he was a conqueror. He activated the blue ribbon skill, causing a large ribbon to unfold around him. All the ribbons moved automatically and intercepted Carrion's attacks, who immediately realized it was a completely different ability from his own. Even so, Carrion continued the assault using the Titan's arm and surprised everyone with his second ability, which granted him extreme speed. Still, Akira thought that despite his speed, that was all he had. The attack was blocked as if it meant nothing. Carrion, observing the fight, commented that Akira's abilities were excessive and his energy usage was inefficient. According to him, abilities should be simple and versatile. He said this while destroying another of Carrion's attacks with a single blue ribbon. At the beginning of the battle, Akira wasn't sure about the enemy's powers, but he had now reached a conclusion. The blue ribbon technique could suppress anything it touched. It was extremely similar to the technique of Ariake Taiga. At that moment, Akira was caught and overpowered by Carrion's sword. If he wanted to kill him, he could have done so already. Carrion then asked if Hirasaka didn't want to intervene, but he remained silently watching. Carrion looked at Akira and asked if he remembered the question he had asked in the past. Akira said he did. The question was, did he love that world? Akira replied that he did, because Hirasaka was in it. But Carrion pressed further. If Hirasaka were no longer there, would he still love that world? Akira reflected and said yes, he thought so. In the beginning, he had an incurable disease, but by becoming a player, he was able to live normally. However, before that, there was a moment when he escaped from the hospital. He walked alone in the cold until he could see the sky vast, beautiful, and wide. In that moment, it was as if his mind had expanded. He thought that maybe the world wasn't so bad after all. In fact, the world was beautiful, and that was why he wanted to protect it, no matter what, even if Hirasaka was no longer in it. Akira said it wasn't just that day that he felt this way. Every day he looked at the sky, he felt the same. Carrion admitted he felt the same too. In the present, however, he stated that opposing the administrators was the same as condemning that world to death, and if Akira truly wanted to protect it, he should accept living under the absolute rule of the lords of the universe. But Akira couldn't accept that. For him, being bound like that and just waiting to die was not living. He remembered the other people who had been hospitalized with him, suffering from the same condition. He talked to all of them. They became friends, but of course, all of them left before he did. He was tired of that life, tired of the endless cycle of pain, until he finally developed love for that world, and that was when he understood what it meant to be alive. Then, Akira stood up, even with Carrion's blade resting on his neck, but the sword didn't cut him. It seemed to be held back by another force. Akira said that the feeling of being alive was continuous, eternal. That was what kept him moving forward, searching for new things that inspired him. Being treated like a mere pawn wasn't living. With that, he made Carrion's sword retreat on its own, and activated his sixth ability, the Imperial Vault. In truth, it was Akira who was controlling Carrion's weapon. The Imperial Vault was an ability he had acquired upon reaching level 90. With it, he could manipulate anything he touched that was considered a weapon, including those materialized through ability. Carrion tried to retaliate using the blue ribbons, but Akira explained it was useless. The ribbons counted as weapons, and the moment they touched him, they were already under his control. They turned against Carrion, and Akira revealed that he had already surrounded him completely. Carrion finally realized that what surrounded him were broken pieces of Akira's blades. He had purposely shattered his own weapons just to use the fragments as traps. Akira then stated that obeying a higher being could indeed be a way of living, but forcing that kind of life onto others meant death, and that he would not allow. Carrion admitted defeat. He couldn't advance nor retreat. He had failed to eliminate Akira, and because of that, he would now be eliminated. Suddenly, an energy began to envelop and consume his body. Akira thought that perhaps he was being destroyed for failing his mission, and it was at that moment that he realized what kind of entity Carrion served. Akira asked why he obeyed the administrator. Carrion replied that he had already explained it before. That world was beautiful, just like his own homeworld, which he hadn't been able to protect. That's why he wanted to protect this one, at least this time. Q, who had been watching everything, didn't want Carrion to disappear. The first time Carrion appeared to become the holder of his gate, Q had planned to challenge him, but he threw his back out in the process. Carrion gave him a massage and ended up passing the test. Now, Carrion was apologizing to him, but before he could be destroyed by the dark energy, Akira threw himself over him. He said that, just as he suspected, it was a curse. He called the administrators fools, and said that a curse could be destroyed by another. Carrion warned that Akira didn't have enough power and could die, but Akira replied that he didn't care. To him, a superior existence that treated the people of that world like pawns didn't deserve obedience. He wouldn't play that game. Akira declared that he would give it everything he had. He would not let Carrion die. Then he focused all the power he had received from Subaru, the cursed blood. After the massive explosion, even Carrion was amazed. He remarked that it was the first time he had seen someone break an executor's curse. Akira had really done it. Lying on the ground, wounded and exhausted, Akira was still alive, as was Carrion, who asked why he had gone so far for his sake. Akira replied that now that Carrion was no longer an executor, it meant they were no longer enemies. He said Carrion could finally live his own life because there were people who wanted to see him alive. At that moment, Q ran to Carrion, hugged him tightly. Akira then commented that everyone in that world had someone who wished for them to stay alive. Moved, Q continued the embrace and cried along with Carrion. The two were overwhelmed by the moment. As Carrion approached Akira, he praised what he had done, but Akira replied that a compliment from him didn't mean much. Even so, Carrion asked if that curse Akira carried wasn't stronger than all the others. Akira joked that maybe it was thanks to his amazing personality. Carrion laughed and agreed. Then he asked Hirasaka if he knew how Akira had turned out like that. Hirasaka replied that he had no idea. Carrion remarked that those players amazed him more and more every day. But Hirasaka said he had always trusted Akira. He wasn't that same boy anymore. Now, he was his friend and his equal. Carrion, in turn, said he had heard everything, and Akira thought to himself that he had to live up to that recognition. Soon after, Carrion asked Hirasaka how things were going at the end of the world. He wanted to know if his training was going well. Hirasaka replied that yes, it was going perfectly. He said Ludwig had already taught him everything he had to teach. Now, it was only a matter of time before he could fight executors too. He had been training techniques related to dimensional rift. Ludwig, watching, thought Hirasaka was attempting something completely impossible right before her eyes. When Vanquish had taught her the anti-executor technique, Hirasaka appeared and asked if he could learn it too. Vanquish answered that, honestly, he didn't care, but Hirasaka couldn't learn it directly from him. The structure of souls from humans, underworld creatures, and executors was different. However, if he came into contact with one of those beings through the gate, that energy could be translated. Therefore, Hirasaka could only learn that technique from Vanquish through Ludwig, and it would become his 8th ability. At that moment, he was close to completing it. He had already been accumulating a massive amount of rainbow energy. Ludwig recognized that both Hirasaka and Sayaka were incredibly powerful beings who had surpassed all their limits. In the case of Amamiya Sayaka, she showed enormous compatibility with Killen's power. As for Hirasaka, he always had a connection with Ludwig after all. He was the holder of her gate. That made him even stronger. But Vanquish's abilities were in a class of their own. Using something like his technique was completely beyond common understanding. Still, Hirasaka had done it. He had created a sword made from a dimensional rift. Ludwig was speechless. To her, Hirasaka was more than a genius. Meanwhile, back at Zora's house, Carrion remarked that he hated to interrupt the moment, but asked if they could talk about the matter that had brought them there. Still hugging Carrion and crying, Zora said that was fine. At that moment, Carrion told Akira that he'd also like to have a private conversation with him. As soon as the truth came to light, Akira urgently announced that he had received serious information from Carrion. It was an emergency. Subaru, who was present, declared that he needed to return immediately to the human realm. Safina asked about their meeting, but Subaru replied that he had never agreed to it. He said an executor had appeared on the Bronze Island. This executor was a player responsible for a prison in the human realm and had abilities that suppressed the powers of others. However, he had been defeated, and as a result, all the people who were imprisoned were set free. That was why Subaru needed to return to protect his world. Safina understood the urgency and said they would make the preparations right away. Terra, curious, asked if they were leaving so soon and jokingly asked if he could send a shoe pack to go. Subaru replied that it sounded delicious and accepted. Terra took the opportunity to give him something more, an engagement ring, but this was no ordinary ring. It was an item capable of detecting the location of the administrators within a radius of over 10 billion meters. At the moment, it could only sense their presence, but other functions would be activated later. Subaru thanked him. For him, that was already more than enough. Terra said he hoped everything would go well. Subaru said he would return later and asked everyone to take care. As soon as he left, Terra commented with a smile that he was a really amusing guy. Then he silently wondered if that ring could really lead someone to the world of the administrator. Perhaps, if it worked, he himself could create such an artifact. Later, everyone was already gathered. Only Subaru was missing for them, all to finally return to the human world. Before leaving, Safina gave him a special item. She explained that he should only use it when he wanted to return to the underworld. She knew that farewell was painful, but she was also certain that they would see each other again. Subaru thanked her sincerely, and then everyone passed through the large archway that served as the return portal. As she watched them leave, Ixis commented that they had gone too quickly, as always. She said those people were always in a hurry. Safina, on the other hand, thought it had all been a lot of fun fun and wished her beloved Subaru good luck, calling him her future husband. Meanwhile, in the Panopticon prison, one of the prisoners noticed that the seal keeping them locked up had vanished. They were finally free. However, Kiryu did not allow them to escape. He immediately sealed the first one who tried to flee, using his own power. Soon after, he was hit by a broom and also by a sharp claw. The prisoners, confused, asked who those crazy people were. Kiryu said he didn't like the name very much, but they were part of the former Black faction, himself, Yatsurugi, and Himeno. When the prisoners asked if they were allies of Ariake Taiga, Kiryu replied that there were plans in motion, and that if the prison collapsed at that moment, it would be a major problem. The Black faction didn't waste any time, and began knocking out the uncontrolled prisoners. Yatsurugi even apologized for the beating, but said that after that, he needed to reunite with old friends. Shingo was also there, though unwillingly. The friend they were looking for was Taiga. Kiryu, watching everything with sarcasm, remarked that those men were very dramatic, suffering so much over their little claws. But that was his ability, the painful claw, which increased inflicted pain by up to 3,000%. Yatsurugi said that, honestly, he thought Kiryu would be on the prisoner's side. Himeno explained that she only followed whoever was winning. It was a good strategy. She added that it didn't matter how many prisoners were there. They would never be able to defeat Kilo, who had already spread countless seals throughout the prison. Meanwhile, in the backyard of Hirasaka's apartment, Subaru said he needed to get to the prison as fast as possible before someone got hurt. Karien asked if Kiryu was there, and Jinga replied that yes, he probably could hold them off for a while. Subaru then told Shikishima that he needed to hurry, but he replied that Kiryu had already handled all the prisoners on his own. Kiryu himself had made it clear that he didn't need reinforcements. Hearing that, everyone was left speechless. Karien, thinking it over, commented that now that he thought about it, Kiryu was already above level 80. Akira added that most of the prisoners hadn't even reached level 30. Camera said that from the start, they hadn't even needed to worry. So, that meant they were all free now. Shikishima, taking advantage of a call from Sakura, said he would drop by headquarters. She really wanted to know how the mission in the underworld had gone. And of course, before the conference, there would be a brief report. Jinga asked what conference he was talking about. Shikishima explained that there would be a new announcement for the whole world. The gates would be suspended for a while. At that moment, Kinokawa became visibly emotional. Jinga acknowledged that this was something important. Shikishima then called Kira to go with him, as he still had more questions about what had happened. Subaru, before leaving, asked if anyone wanted a snack. Jinga said he would return to his homeland. Saya commented that she would look for sushi. Karien replied that he wanted to take a walk. In the end, Subaru was left alone, and thought that maybe he would just get a snack for himself. Upon returning to the apartment, Subaru felt lonely. He just wanted to share a meal with everyone, like in the old days. But when he walked in, he saw Hyudo casually eating cereal on his couch. The expression of surprise on Subaru's face was priceless. He wondered what Hyudo was doing there. Hyudo said that if that was Ariake Subaru's apartment, then he was in the right place. Subaru, already preparing his ability, demanded an explanation. Hyudo replied that he didn't know how he had ended up there either, but assured him that this time, they weren't on opposite sides. More importantly, he asked if Subaru wanted information. Hyudo revealed that he could provide numbers, locations, and even the names of the other conquerors currently in that world. Subaru immediately recognized one of the boys in the photo. It was Raj, the blonde who was with him. Raj, in turn, was watching the news about his former companion. What he saw was that Kiryu had single-handedly controlled the rebellion that had occurred in the prison. Impressed, Haji asked if they were all already there. At that moment, all the conquerors present in that world had gathered, and Rajamor was the king of them all. Subaru, shocked, asked if there were really that many conquerors there. Hyudo confirmed. He said the invasion of that world had already started a while ago, and he could say that with certainty, because he was also a conqueror. Faced with that revelation, Subaru thought that the future had been cancelled once again. It was clearly a direct interference from the administrator. Hyudo asked if Subaru wanted his help. After all, if he wanted more information, he would have to offer something in return. Subaru replied that, in that case, he would give him something as well. One of the conquerors summoned by Hajimori remarked that the world was surprisingly well preserved. The others agreed, noting that even the air seemed pure. Haji added that it was a unique world. The growth of players in that place had been possible thanks to cooperation with another world known as the Underworld. It was only because of this alliance that they had managed to survive the ruin until now. Another conqueror commented that this meant conquering them would be difficult, but a third replied that the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Liam then stated that this was exactly why they were there, and that the reward for the mission would be possession of that world. Haji explained that he had used almost all his energy to bring them there, especially because his plan to ally with one of the underworld creatures had failed. To ensure everyone could communicate during the operation, Liam distributed cell phones to the group. With that, Haji was preparing to reveal the entire plan. Meanwhile, the next morning, Subaru was in Shibuya. He observed the crowd around him and thought about how busy that place was. 2 days had already passed since Hyudo's arrival, who was now beside Subaru, still getting used to his new phone. Subaru asked where exactly they were going. Hyudo replied that they were going to buy shoes. He had found decent clothes in the apartment where they were staying, but the shoes didn't fit properly, and that bothered him. He revealed that he couldn't fight at full strength if his shoes weren't properly fitted to his feet. Subaru wanted to know if he intended to fight alongside them. Hyudo answered that it would be a form of repayment for everything Subaru had done for him. He also said that he had faced conquerors before in his original world, and that they were extremely powerful. He warned Subaru to be careful. Despite that, at the moment, he only cared about money and preferred to go buy his shoes alone. Subaru simply agreed, but couldn't help wondering if Hyudo was some kind of gigolo like his own father. Before parting ways, Hyudo informed him that he had already sent the last known location of the conquerors and would notify him when he finished shopping. Subaru sincerely thanked him for the help. Hyudo replied that it was good to hear that, as it had been a long time since he had anyone by his side. With that thought, he entered the store without looking back. Soon after, Subaru began contacting his allies. Since everyone already had the location that Hyudo had sent, they were ready to move. Jinga then asked if Hyudo could really be trusted, since the system windows only appeared to players. Maybe Hyudo was deceiving Subaru. After all, he was the same person who had killed them during the incident with the Bull of the King. But Subaru remembered the conversation he had with Hyudo. All he wanted was a bit of money, a place to sleep, and something to eat. Subaru said he didn't mind that, but asked if he had been sent to that world because of a penalty. Hyudo replied that, actually, it was a way to escape punishment. The true goal was to find a way back to his homeland. Even if it was in ruins, abandoning it would be the same as admitting defeat. Subaru concluded that he really hated losing, but decided to help him in that endeavor. He told Jinga that they could trust him for now. Despite the first impression, Hyudo wasn't such a bad person. He was just straightforward. But of course, if one day Hyudo turned against them, then Jinga should use an ice nine straight to his chest, ending it without mercy. The idea made Jinga uncomfortable, but he understood the plan. He even began to understand why Ariake deserved the title of king. At that moment, Akira was already watching his first target. Hirasaka Renji had also located his. Saya had no trouble finding her assigned enemy. Jinga was already face to face with his, in the middle of the crowd. Shikishima had also found his opponent. Subaru, in turn, stood before Liam. The first contact was made. Liam asked if he was the famous Subaru, and showed surprise to see a celebrity in that place. Subaru apologized, but made it clear that he would not allow them to take that world. Liam then asked if he really understood the situation, since it wasn't just one person trying to conquer the place. More than that, what intrigued him most was trying to understand if the guy in front of him was simply crazy. Liam was still standing in front of Subaru, looking around, and found it absurd that he was even considering fighting there, in the middle of the Shibuya library, surrounded by so many innocent civilians. Meanwhile, Hyudo was leaving the shoe store. He was satisfied with the pair he had chosen, and, when he looked up, came face to face with one of the conquerors, his next target. Without hesitation, he threw a punch straight at the enemy's face. That's how the Shibuya catastrophe began. It was always Shibuya. For some reason, everything bad happened there. Back to the moment between Subaru and Liam, the conqueror asked if Subaru really wanted to start a battle in that civilian-filled location. Subaru confirmed that he did, but guaranteed that no one would die. Soon, a golden barrier emerged around the two, and also surrounded Hyudo and his opponent. Hyudo's punch sent the enemy flying into the barrier. The conqueror, still surprised, asked if they were really going to fight in the middle of the city, risking innocent lives. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that the barrier had completely isolated the two from the real world, as if they were inside a parallel dimension. Hyudo simply thought that the only person dying that day would be the enemy in front of him. 2 days earlier, everyone had gathered in Hirasaka's apartment. During the conversation, Shikishima asked if it was true that a group of conquerors was invading Earth. Hyudo confirmed. He explained that the administrators hated those players and had drastically increased the rewards for conquering that world. Previously, the reward was just fame or power, but now, Earth itself was the final prize. All they had to do was eliminate all the natives. Jinga was outraged and asked if that was really what they wanted, to steal their world. Hyudo replied that it was exactly what was written. If the conquerors killed all the inhabitants, the world would be given to them as a reward, an unprecedented reward. He also commented that if he had the opportunity, he might even take part in the mission himself. That made Jinga furious, but it was Subaru who reacted most strongly. He wanted to understand exactly what the conditions of the conqueror's mission were. Hyudo explained that the first task was to take control of all the provinces of Japan, starting with the elimination of players in Tokyo. Someone asked if at least they had a numerical advantage. Hyudo replied that it didn't matter. One of the conquerors had an ability that could mentally control anyone below rank D. In other words, the natives would be forced to fight among themselves. Udo suggested that the best alternative was to defeat each conqueror individually. He then revealed that, since he had once been one of them, he could still see the others' locations in real time. If they cooperated, they could capture them efficiently. The problem, however, was that these battles would have to take place in urban areas full of civilians. Hyudo suggested evacuating the civilians, but Shikishima simply signaled to Udo, who said he could handle it. That was when he activated his ability, Craque des Chevaliers. This technique created special barriers that affected all non-players, completely paralyzing any ability user not directly involved in the fight. No one inside that area could move or be harmed. They were in total stasis. However, Udo himself would also be immobilized while maintaining the active spell. Udo explained that with this, they could fight without harming civilians, but his mana would only last about an hour. They needed to act quickly. Akira said he was already ready, and at that moment was standing in front of his opponent, the conqueror named Havgen. Havgen, confused, asked what was going on. Akira, focused, ignored the question, and simply declared that if the enemy was there and moving, then he was the target and would fall right then. Havgen realized he was probably dealing with some kind of defensive barrier, but didn't care. He declared that he would kill everyone and take that world for himself. He then used his deep freeze technique, covering his body with a thick layer of white ice. The first blow he delivered struck Akira directly in the abdomen, freezing him completely. Akira immediately noticed that the ice was different from what Jinga used. Havgen then explained that his ability was extreme cold. It had the power to shatter anything it touched into millions of fragments, making his technique nearly invincible. Akira felt his insides slowly freezing. Once the ice began to break apart, he would die of internal bleeding. He was irritated by the situation, thinking it was always like this, an enemy with a simple, straightforward power that was absurdly effective. On top of that, Havgen didn't even use weapons. It was a completely one-sided fight. The enemy taunted him, telling Akira to show his trick quickly, as the next blow would probably kill him. That was when Akira, with a determined look, decided it was time to change strategies. He remembered a conversation he had with Shikishima about reverse summoning. Shikishima had once said that he made a decision when he formed his contract, but Akira hadn't made one yet. Even so, he already had someone in mind. He didn't know if it was the best choice, but it was the only one he considered. He then chose that person as his reverse, and asked not to be disappointed. That was how Lambda awakened. In the next instant, the spirit of fire took over Akira's body. It was as if an entirely different entity had manifested, and Lambda asserted himself with arrogance, ordering the boy to stay quiet because now he would handle the enemy. He said he would burn that bastard until nothing was left. In response, Havgen asked if he had a split personality, finding it quite interesting. Lambda, with a blazing smile, introduced himself as Inferno Lambda, and demanded that Havgen state his name before being burned to death. Havgen simply replied that he was just Havgen, and noted that Lambda seemed to be enjoying it all. Lambda knew that the stats of a reversal depended on the host body, and because of that, if he started throwing fire everywhere as usual, he would quickly run out of mana. Even so, he decided he wouldn't hold back, because that wasn't his style. In just a few seconds, he transformed into a kind of flaming supernova, a storm of heat and energy. Havgen, in turn, said those flames would be useless, and that, if it was for fun, then they would dance together. He launched his offensive with powerful ice strikes. Lambda could still protect himself with his flames, but in a moment of carelessness, his left arm was frozen and ripped off. Surprised, Lambda realized his resistance had dropped. He commented to himself how fragile humans were, but within moments, his arm regrew in the middle of the flames. Havgen was impressed by the regeneration, and asked how long he would last before dying. Lambda, unconcerned, said he had no idea and didn't care either. He admitted, though, that it was all quite fun. Soon, Havgen's hand was burned, as Lambda's flames finally penetrated the opponent's extreme cold. The two began a brutal exchange of punches. One burned, the other froze. Still, they seemed to be enjoying the battle. Even with their bodies already injured, both continued trading blows with intensity. During the fight, Lambda remembered something that happened many years ago in the Land of Bronze. He had introduced himself as a spirit of fire, believing he was strong enough for that place. He asked for a duel, but ended up getting easily beaten. Killen called him weak, and Delta said he was just a spirit born from the King of Bronze. If he wanted to play at fighting, he should face spirits of the same element. Lambda, in turn, said the flames of those spirits weren't even that hot, as they only danced from side to side. He declared that he didn't want to be used as a simple tool, like a flame to heat bathwater. According to him, every spirit born from fire should aim to become hotter than the sun itself. Delta found that thought amusing. Keelan considered it stupid. Then, a figure imposed her presence in the place. She was their older sister. She scolded Keelan, saying he needed to fix his arrogance, and stated that Lambda had potential. Lambda, surprised, thanked her but wanted to know who she was. She introduced herself as Diamond, the most powerful spirit in the history of the underworld. Delta, curious, asked how her fight against Vanquish had gone. Diamond replied that it ended in a draw, unfortunately. She mentioned that Vanquish had stolen one of her abilities. Lambda, impulsive, challenged Diamond to an immediate battle, but was frozen and shattered in an instant. Diamond, unfazed, stated that this was the warrior known as Lambda, straightforward, passionate, and radiant. She said that if he really wanted to defeat her, he would have to become her apprentice. Delta and Keelan had also approached her with the same intent. Lambda asked if that meant they were siblings. Keelan replied absolutely not, as that would be disgusting. But Lambda insisted, claiming that yes, now they were siblings. He even got struck by lightning for saying that. In the present, Lambda declared himself the challenger. He said that with those fists, he would turn Havgan into ashes. He was known as the spirit hotter than the Sunday. Havgan, provoked by the statement, wondered if Lambda really wanted to end the fight in a single blow. Despite liking the system and rewards of the administrators, he respected straightforward men like Lambda. He accepted the challenge with enthusiasm. Lambda charged with his fist imbued with true flame, while Havgan activated his perfect white wall. The exchange of blows between the two was insane. Havgan was impressed by Lambda's sincerity. Every strike carried a clear emotion, an honest intention. At last, he understood. He was tired of that boring life, always obeying the administrators. That's why he wanted to find someone like Lambda, someone direct, so he could face him for real and be defeated without regrets. Havgan received such a powerful blow that part of his body was torn off and burned to ash. Before falling, he told Lambda that he had enjoyed it very much. He admitted he had been completely defeated. Lambda thanked him, saying he had put on a great show as well. The battle was over. Lambda had won. Havgan was dead. Meanwhile, another conqueror was face to face with Hirasaka Renji. He asked what Renji's rank was compared to Ariake Subaru's companions. Renji replied that, according to rumors, he was the most powerful of them all. The conqueror found that impressive. Lambda, on the other hand, remembered the moment Akira asked him to be his reverse. That had happened shortly after the meeting of the kings in the Shining Sea. Lambda said he honestly didn't care, but wanted to know why Akira had chosen him. After all, they barely knew each other. Akira replied that everyone there already had access to memories of the future. Lambda confirmed that was true, although he still didn't fully understand it, even after the explanations. Akira said that, in one of those futures, he and Lambda had fought to the death. It was an honorable duel, one-on-one, until the end. Akira had lost fairly. Even though that wasn't exactly the reason he asked Lambda to be his reverse, he felt a strange connection with him. Still, Lambda didn't seem to understand anything Akira was saying, as if he were incapable of grasping what was truly at stake. Patiently, Akira decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. He didn't have high expectations, but he was willing to take a chance. That was all. Lambda then asked why he hadn't just said that from the beginning, and said he would count on him from now on. With that, the two shook hands and formed the contract. From that moment on, Akira and Lambda were bound. Soon after, Akira started scolding Lambda, telling him not to spend so much mana like that. His energy was nearly depleted. Lambda, on the other hand, seemed satisfied with the last fight. He said that guy, Havgan, had been a good opponent and asked who he would fight next. But Akira answered no one. They were out of mana and needed to rest. Even so, Akira showed concern for Hirasaka. At that moment, the figure of Suchellos appeared, the conqueror about to face Hirasaka. He had an ability that allowed him to wield his sword at near light speed, and he was completely immune to slashing attacks. This made him practically invincible against swordsmen, or at least, it should have. On the ground, badly wounded, Suchellos could barely understand how he had been defeated. With effort, he asked what had happened. Hirasaka explained that Suchellos' immunity hadn't worked because of his rainbow cloak. This cloak reduced the enemy's resistance by 75% and had been a gift from Vanquish. Even so, Suchellos found it more impressive that Hirasaka had managed to draw his sword faster than he did. He called him a monster. Without giving much importance to the compliment, Hirasaka asked where that guy Haji was, someone mentioned by one of Suchellos' allies. According to him, Haji was the most powerful of them all, and for that very reason, he wanted to completely destroy her. However, Sucellos warned that it might already be too late. Haji was surely heading toward the origin of their defensive ability. Hajimori had indeed already moved. She was after Udu, but not recklessly. 3 other conquerors were already handling the situation, which gave her the freedom to act. According to her, Udu was interfering with her plan. Still, someone asked if she was sure about that. That was when Kinokawa appeared, immobilizing Haji with chains. Kinokawa, observing the scene, commented that Haji hadn't thought things through before acting. It was obvious that there would be guardians around Udu's body. Didn't she think so too? Soon after, Mei intervened, telling Haji not to move. If he tried, she would break his neck. Even so, Haji stared at the 3 of them and confirmed he was facing 3 gold-level opponents. There was no way to escape. He knew she wasn't an ordinary player. Her power had already surpassed the limits of a normal person. She wanted that world at any cost, and for that, she used the authority of the king and summoned the Great Earth troops, spreading catastrophic energy through Ud's ability. That energy ended up distracting Sayaka, who at that moment was also engaged in combat. 3 golden harpies appeared before her, claiming the fight wasn't unfair. They fought as a trio and wanted to know if Sayaka could defeat them all at once. Without hesitation, Sayaka struck them with a direct bolt of lightning. The harpies were fried like chickens, reduced to ashes. In a sarcastic tone, she asked if they could dodge lightning. She apologized for not being able to play with them, saying she had no time for games. She still thought Ud's ability was active. If it was, it meant he was still alive. As she approached, she realized both he and the other one were seriously injured. Udu, with difficulty, warned Sayaka to be careful. The enemy used a strange type of power. Sayaka then addressed Haji, saying she had heard of his strength. It was time to prove his worth, Haji replied, claiming to be the very embodiment of thunder. He had even defeated Himeno, and now he would get rid of Sayaka first. Meanwhile, Hajimori had transformed into Andraste, the queen of the conquerors. In the middle of another mission on a destroyed planet, she remembered the times with her old team. The conquerors were angry because the administrators had suddenly raised the difficulty. Havgan, in a grim tone, said they had always been just toys for the administrators. He asked if there was any new information about Quetos. Andraste replied there wasn't. Maybe he was already dead. Even so, she asked them to contact the King of the East. They needed a new world to inhabit. One of the group members asked if that was for coexistence or invasion. Andraste said that decision was up to the administrator. As queen, she would do whatever was necessary to save her homeland. Her ability, Great Earth Troops, was at maximum level, allowing her to summon and command legendary creatures in exchange for a massive amount of mana. Andraste had a sub-ability called Cruelty, also at maximum level. This ability allowed her to recover 1% of her total mana every second. When Sayaka tried to attack her directly with lightning, Andraste defended herself with a Thunderbird. Not only did it neutralize the lightning, it also absorbed it. Faced with this, Sayaka remembered her master's advice. Keelan had taught her that before facing any strong enemy, she should first test their resistances, starting with something she knew would work. So instead of attacking Andraste right away, Sayaka used her Thunder Fist to completely destroy one of the Kraken's tentacles. Andraste acknowledged the strength of that attack. She realized Sayaka's thunder was strong enough to eliminate part of a legendary summoning. She understood that this warrior had enough power to face her directly. Sayaka, in turn, told herself that her other master wasn't as compatible, but would do for that situation. She then channeled the power inherited from Delta, manipulating the air around her until it formed a giant hand. With it, she grabbed Andraste and violently hurled her against a building, using the technique Heaven Tremor. However, Andraste had already protected herself with a magical slug carapace. She emerged unscathed from the impact, and asked if that was all Sayaka had. Sayaka replied that she obviously wasn't done yet. She then trapped Andraste within the wind hands and increased the atmospheric pressure inside, forcing a gradual crushing. Even so, Andraste admitted Sayaka was powerful. She said that if she were fighting any other conqueror, she would have already won, but that wasn't the case. In response, she fired a beam of energy directly at Sayaka's chest, using one of her most destructive attacks. She remarked that if the Thunderbird could nullify most of Sayaka's powers, then Sayaka couldn't use her full potential. At the moment Sayaka let her guard down, Fushigami charged at Andraste. But it was all just a distraction, so Kinokawa could position her 68-pound cannon. The shot hit Andraste directly. Even so, she remained intact. Looking at Kinokawa, Fushigami, and Mei, she asked if they could still move. Kinokawa, frustrated, realized that not even that strike had left a scratch on Andraste. Angry, she said she didn't care if Andraste was a conqueror or anything else. They had finally managed to stop the portals, and she was there to ruin everything. Andraste questioned whether the portals were truly a threat. Then she used another one of her abilities and knocked down Mei and Kinokawa. Udo, observing the situation, wondered if he should deactivate his own ability to join the fight, but he concluded he couldn't allow civilians to die. That was unthinkable. Andraste, on the other hand, said that many of those civilians lived in peace. According to her, the game created by the administrators was too easy in that world. As a queen who had survived a real hell, she no longer accepted complacent worlds. Kinokawa, outraged, replied that didn't give her the right to claim the planet. But Andraste stated that kings and queens have a duty to subjugate other planets, demanding that all surrender before her. Then a blade cut through the lizard Andraste was riding. It was a blow from Mars, the god of war of the Pantheon, who struck her directly. Andraste immediately recognized that ability. She knew it was Hudo Kotetsu. He appeared asking if she was really Andraste. Surprised, she wanted to know why a conqueror from another world was turning against her, and if he had allied with that world. Hudo replied that he would never side with the weak, but there was someone far more powerful than all of them combined. At that moment, Hirasaka Renji appeared, cutting everything around him. He addressed Andraste, but Hudo interrupted him. He said that prey was his. Even so, Hirasaka Renji noticed that Andraste had resistance to slashing attacks. He explained he was using a suit that reduced that resistance. Hudo commented that maybe he was too far away to be effective. Hirasaka Renji agreed, saying that in that case, he would just cut from up close. He asked Hudo to leave it to him, but Hudo refused. That battle was his. At that moment, Hudo was finishing off another conqueror, an enemy who had been designated especially for him. The fallen opponent warned him to be careful with Andraste. Back in the present, Andraste counterattacked using Liume, a creature made of roots and plants. However, Hirasaka Renji's sword split the monster in half with a single strike. Now it was 2 against 1. Andraste, the queen of the conquerors, was facing attacks from Hudo and Hirasaka Renji at the same time, defending herself with the Hydra's regenerating heads. Hudo noticed that she was spending more mana than she could regenerate, because she kept summoning legendary creatures non-stop. Hirasaka Renji, in turn, knew the Hydra could regenerate its heads, and that he needed more power to overcome that. So the two joined forces. They prepared their attacks and launched them together. The clash between their powers caused a massive explosion. However, the one that outshone all others was Hirasaka Renji's true Dragon Slayer sword. The explanation for what happened at that moment came from something that had occurred about 10 minutes earlier. Shikishima was facing the conqueror Artio, an enemy capable of causing massive explosions just with his eyes. Even so, Shikishima was able to dodge them by a narrow margin. Analyzing the enemy, Shikishima realized that Artio's power approached the speed of light. Just being seen by him could be fatal. In addition, a protective field around Artio's body prevented any of Shikishima's bullets from reaching him. But it was at that exact moment that Udu's walls, part of the magical fortress system of Crack des Chevaliers, activated, briefly distracting Artio. It was then that a rain of sulfur fell directly on the enemy's head, eliminating the bald man for good. Shikishima knew that battle had been decided from the beginning. For him, the outcome depended on Udu, who now had to deal with the remaining enemies. However, before he could react, Shikishima felt the blow. One of the conquerors pierced his chest with a punch. She praised him for noticing her presence, saying he was too dangerous to remain alive. That's why he had to die right there. The woman remarked that Shikishima was almost a celebrity in that world. Even so, she found it strange that he would take such risks. She questioned why anyone would care so much about protecting the people of a planet like that. Weakening, Shikishima replied that he didn't like drawing attention and that the important thing was to stay active. The woman said he wasn't a politician, but dying like that almost made him look like one. Then she turned her back and left him to die. As Shikishima's life faded, he murmured something, handing over control to his reverse. Maria responded that he could rest now, as that fight was just a warm-up for her limbs. Through the reversal technique, Maria took over Shikishima's body, healing the wound and using the power of the ashes of the dead. His body transformed and now had a female form. With that, Shikishima had become Maria, the new entity reborn through reversal. The change was visible. One of the conquerors found the transformation strange and asked if it was some kind of body change. Maria calmly explained that it wasn't exactly a transformation. It was called reversal. She then blew her ruby smoke, which hit the enemy's face and began to melt it slowly. Meanwhile, Maria introduced herself as the zombie queen. The conqueror's body started to melt bit by bit, with no chance of defense. This ability belonged to the technique known as zombie dust. Maria produced a chemical compound in her body that could act either as a poison or a remedy, depending on her intention. This compound was released through the smoke from her cigarette. Shikishima, observing the brutality, commented that Maria had no mercy. She simply replied that this was war, and there was no room for compassion. She also made it clear that she didn't even have a heart. Maria then turned her attention to a massive tentacle in the distance. That seemed to be the main attraction, the real danger still to come. Only 3 battles remained to fully repel the Conqueror's invasion. Ariaki Subaru was fighting Liam. Hirasaka Renji and Hyudo were battling Andraste. Meanwhile, Jinga was locked in a fierce fight against the Conqueror Hogni. Hogni admitted that the Iceman wasn't bad. He introduced himself as the personal guard of the Queen of the Conquerors, and the strongest among them. His words were accompanied by deep cuts across Jinga's chest. He acknowledged the opponent's strength, but said it wasn't enough. Jinga, in turn, admitted he might be the weakest among Subaru's kin. He had an awakened reversal and had arrived in that world later. Even so, he stood up. He used ice to heal his own body. Hogni realized his cuts hadn't been deep enough. Jinga had probably protected his body with a layer of ice. Then snow began to fall within the battlefield. Even though he was considered the weakest, Jinga believed he could grow. He didn't care about the limits of silver-rank fighters or the expectations of the players. He remembered the words of the Arcane, who had told him that although he hadn't mastered his ability yet, this was a good opportunity to test it. Thus, Jinga activated his 6th ability. The snowflakes were contaminated by the perennial curse. This was a snow that froze everything it touched, even the soul. Hogni's body began to be consumed by that dark ice. Jinga recognized that with his current power, he couldn't defeat the Conquerors alone. He also didn't want to reveal all his cards to the administrator. That's why he used only his first ability, the Glacial Spear, now enhanced with the curse. Since he couldn't fight like a complete player, he would fight as Subaru's kin. Hogni tried to retreat, asking for calm, but it was too late. The spear pierced his chest. Jinga declared that it was his duty as a protector to make Hogni regret invading that world. Then he thought that now it was up to Hirasaka and the others to defeat Hajimori. However, he noticed that Subaru's battle was still not over. Subaru was still facing Liam, and the enemy's situation was critical. He struggled to keep his balance and not fall into the vast river of blood created by Subaru. Liam knew that Subaru had the ability to convert mana into blood and freely control that blood. By creating an entire battlefield made of it, Subaru had already secured victory with that technique. Moreover, there was a mist hovering above the water that caused damage just by being inhaled. Liam wondered how someone like Subaru, who had only become a player 2 months earlier, could fight with such courage and experience, as if he had faced death countless times. He thought he would be able to defeat him easily, but now realized he had completely underestimated his opponent. In his thoughts, Liam recalled his old world, where everything was ruled by 2 people. The first king was Queen Andraste, sovereign of the West, and the second was known as the Eternal, who was in fact Liam, the king of the East. During the battle, Liam used his scepter to absorb all of Subaru's blood and, through that, understood that it was his opponent's main ability. He wondered what was more powerful, his eternal cycle or Subaru's immortality. Long before that, when Subaru had obtained Terra's artifact, he handed it to Vanquish, since the object could track the location of the administrators. Subaru asked if he was ready to go after them, but Vanquish explained that he would leave when the right opportunity came, as he still needed to make some preparations. Subaru, intrigued, wanted to understand what truly defined a king. Vanquish was surprised by the late question, but understood why. Since participating in the king's meeting, Subaru had noticed that the concept of royalty in that world was very different from what was known in the human world. According to Vanquish, in the underworld, a king was not defined by duties or morals alone. What truly mattered was the strength and disposition of the soul. These dispositions were divided into 2 types, the wise king and the warrior king. An example of a wise king was Sybil, while Killen represented the archetype of the warrior king. Still, there was an exception to this rule. A king's soul possessed a kind of magnetic effect that caused others to follow them naturally. This phenomenon was called the authority of the king, and Subaru had already seen Ruin and Sybil using that power before. Vanquish warned Subaru to be careful during battles, because if he faced a true king, he could end up standing before one of those authorities, and that was exactly what was happening now. Standing before Subaru was the Eternal King. Liam, using the cursed blood he had absorbed, redirected the attack directly at Subaru's soul, causing deep damage. He explained that he hadn't just absorbed the blood, but also Subaru's ability, using his own authority. His power, the Eternal, was at maximum level and allowed him to absorb and store up to 3 different abilities from other people. Subaru recognized that Liam was the type who enjoyed explaining his powers, and Liam didn't care, because he believed he would kill Subaru either way. It was at that moment that all mercy in Subaru's heart vanished. The blood spread across the ground, infiltrated the entire surrounding structure through pipes, windows, and ducts blocking all sunlight. With that, Subaru activated his complete form. the divine blood savior. Using the ability of the one who walks under the Sunday, he muttered to himself that Liam would die there without even understanding how he was defeated. Meanwhile, in another battlefield, Hirasaka, Renji, and Hyudo were facing Andraste. The queen watched, surprised, as Renji's most powerful attack destroyed her strongest creature with a single blow. Even so, she realized that had likely been his last effective strike. Both Hirasaka's and Hyudo's bodies were being consumed by the Hydra's venom. Andraste said that, although Hyudo was a mystery, he would soon fall. To her, victory was already assured. But Hyudo realized that her most powerful creature had been used only as a distraction. He was poisoned and didn't know how to escape until a presence suddenly invaded the battlefield. Maria arrived unexpectedly, catching everyone's attention. She recognized Hirasaka Renji and warned him to be more careful, not for her own sake, but out of respect for the one who owned that body. After rescuing them both, Maria stated that if he was careless, all his friends could die. Hirasaka acknowledged that she was Shikishima's reverse and already knew she was on her way. That confirmed that he had decided to trust her, something Maria found extremely unsettling. Then, she blew her emerald smoke, which completely cured the venom in Renji and Hyudo's bodies. Seeing the situation turn, Andraste decided to kill Renji before he could fully recover. The decision seemed logical but ended up being fatal. She was surprised by Hyudo, who struck her with his attack called Mercury Trace. Surprised to see him moving, she asked how it was possible. Hyudo explained that his ability came from the Pantheon, allowing him to use the concepts of gods from Greco-Roman mythology, including the god of medicine. He revealed that he had already planned to kill her when she let her guard down, though he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Mortally wounded, Andraste reflected that life never went as one imagined. Seeing so many people gathered on that battlefield, she realized that if all those allies were still alive, then maybe the situation was more favorable than she had thought. Even so, she believed that the final victory still belonged to the conquerors. After all, the King of the East was still standing. At that moment, Liam was still using cursed blood against Subaru, which made Hyudo recognize the danger. To him, it could only be that man, the Eternal King. If Subaru was fighting him, perhaps it was already too late. Hirasaka agreed, saying that no matter the enemy, Subaru had never tasted defeat. Then Subaru, with renewed strength, struck Liam directly in the stomach with the cadaverous fist, now also enhanced with cursed blood. Liam realized that his opponent's strength had completely changed since the beginning of the battle. Subaru recalled that in that world, a king was defined by the soul's disposition, so he decided to crush Liam with all his power, calling him a little king from another world. Liam, though wounded, counterattacked using the power of freezing. He declared that he wasn't the type of king guided only by will or soul, but someone with a greater duty and responsibility. And as the battles continued, Subaru's allies began to understand the true extent of Liam's authority as king, the ability to absorb others' abilities and use them against them. At that moment, Liam used his kingly authority to borrow Havgan's ability. Subaru noticed that Liam's arm was completely frozen, suggesting he may have copied another ability as well. Faced with the freezing touch of his opponent, Subaru concluded that close combat was no longer viable. At the same time, his long-range blood attacks were being absorbed by Liam, leaving him with few offensive options. But there was one thing he absolutely could not allow. Liam could not gain access to the dimensional rifts. While Subaru searched for a strategy, Liam was buying time. He was still following a plan that involved Andestra. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Hyudo confronted the queen and told her that before killing her, he wanted to ask something. When the conquerors invaded his world, none of them were kings yet. Considering she had obtained that power along with the others, what had happened to the other kings? Andestra admitted she had defeated both of them. If she hadn't, she would never have risked everything and lost so many precious comrades. Maria, impatient, interrupted and told him to kill her already, as she was clearly stalling. Hyudo agreed and launched a direct attack, but Andestra had already recovered all her mana thanks to the cruelty skill. With it, she summoned the Great Earth troops once more, but now in the form of a flood of black water. The problem was that Udo had to remain motionless to maintain his technique. Due to the strength of the current, he was thrown from the top of a building, causing his ability to deactivate. Crack des Chevaliers vanished, and all the nearby civilians could clearly see the battle between Liam and Subaru. At that moment, Subaru used his black katana to attack Liam, surprising him with a strike that had not appeared in any report. Liam wondered how Subaru had grown so strong in such a short time. Even so, he stated that he had already achieved his goal. He had gained enough time. With that, the protective barrier was broken, and the civilians were now directly inside the combat zone. Subaru panicked, knowing the imminent danger. Liam, on the other hand, saw the perfect opportunity to execute his plan. His scepter could store up to 3 abilities. At the moment, it held Havgen's Deep Freeze, Subaru's Cursed Blood, and now he was about to activate the third, a technique that summoned players from other dimensions at the cost of the surrounding human souls. This was the inherited ability of the former Queen of the East, Bridget, a power known as Catastrophe. Liam reflected on Ariake Subaru's growth since Ariake Taiga's defeat. No one had imagined that boy would become so powerful. But now, Liam was certain he could use Catastrophe. This technique consumes the souls of all humans within a 1-kilometer radius to summon players from other dimensions. From the beginning, the Conqueror's plan had been this: to sacrifice humans to ensure the mission's success. To activate it, 3 conditions needed to be met. The first was having at least 10 allies within range, which had already been fulfilled. The second required 100% mana, and Liam had restored it by canceling the freezing ability. The third condition was to be under 5% health, and Subaru's attacks had brought him to that limit. With everything ready, Liam prepared to use the technique. Subaru, desperate, tried to decapitate him before activation, but at the last moment, he stopped his blade before it reached Liam's neck. He said it wasn't necessary to go that far. Confused, Liam asked what he meant. Subaru explained that during his fight with his brother Taiga, their hearts and emotions had deeply connected. He believed that when 2 highly sensitive people are truly linked, a soul exchange can occur. Liam understood what he was saying. Subaru continued, stating that the true reason Liam invaded that planet now resided within him. Moved, he began to feel Liam's emotions, sensing the pain and intentions that drove him. Subaru declared with certainty that he fully understood how the ability Liam wanted to use worked. If he activated it, there would be no turning back for either of them. That's why he urged him to stop. These words put Liam in an unexpected emotional state, leaving him vulnerable. That gave Udu just enough time to recover and reactivate his ability. With all the nearby humans entering a state of ecstasy, Liam lost the chance to use Catastrophe, and despair took over him. He realized, too late, that he had fallen into Subaru's plan. From the very beginning, he had been manipulated. The once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had been wasted. Asura had sacrificed herself to make it possible, and even so, he had failed. Disoriented, Liam questioned whether Subaru was even listening to what he was saying. Now, everything had been lost. Subaru, remaining calm, simply asked why he was crying. He reminded him that he had asked him to stop fighting, and urged Liam to remember the true reason he had invaded that world. The true common enemy of all of them was none other than the administrators. Liam replied that it was absurd, but Subaru firmly stated that was exactly what they were going to do: defeat the administrators. To Liam, it was impossible. An administrator was like a god, an existence that far exceeded comprehension. But Subaru said there was a chance. He explained that the soul connection they were sharing was only possible because they were linked. With it, Liam could also feel what he felt. And that was what Subaru wanted to convey: the plan. They had to defeat the administrators. At the same time, Ondastri, in her final moments, recalled a conversation she had with Havgan. In that dialogue, both reflected on the sacrifices they had to make for the sake of their worlds and their people. To them, destroying other worlds was a moral line that had been crossed. But Havgan questioned who exactly had crossed it. Andastra asked him not to say such things aloud, because if they turned everyone against the administrators, they would be in danger. They had to play by their rules. Havgan replied that, if necessary, he would support her after all. She was the queen of all, and her people would follow her to the death. Despite everything, Andastra was still alive. She had been healed by Maria because Hudo said he still had questions for her. But if she tried anything, she would be eliminated instantly by Hirasaka. Exhausted, Andastra said her life no longer held value. That was when Subaru appeared beside Liam. The queen was surprised to see them together and asked why he hadn't caused the catastrophe. Subaru replied that this was a ceasefire. Andastra couldn't accept it and accused Liam of betrayal, of abandoning his own world. But Liam denied it. He said he hadn't betrayed her. He had simply chosen to be part of Ariake Subaru's plan. As Maria approached Subaru to heal his arm, he asked everyone to stop talking about that topic. He said the administrators might be listening. It was time to move on to the heart of the plan. Then he raised the key to the Shining Sea and crossed the door with the others. Later, everyone was gathered before Vanquish, who welcomed them warmly, calling them kings from another world. The topic of the day was how to bring down the administrators. It was common to hear that defeating administrators was impossible, that they were beyond anyone's reach. But Vanquish was ready to reveal the full plan. Still suspicious, Andastra asked what place that was. Could the administrators really not see them there? As soon as she entered that space, she felt a massive power radiating from Vanquish. She knew that if he wanted, he could kill her easily. So she asked him directly if he had enough power to kill an administrator. Vanquish replied that of course he didn't. Then he tossed an engagement ring into the air, the same artifact that could locate administrators. He said they would use this item to find an old friend. Andestra was surprised and asked if he had an ally among the administrators. Vanquish smiled and commented that she figured it out much faster than Subaru. When Subaru tried to interrupt, Vanquish told him to shut up. Andestra then asked directly how much he knew. Vanquish revealed that there were 9 administrators in total. They had divided the 10 billion worlds into 8 controlled zones. Each of these zones fed their respective administrators with soul energy. This energy was harvested through a system called the Celestial Clock, which functioned as an efficient extraction machine. The game everyone was participating in had been created to accelerate this process, and whenever irregularities appeared, the administrators would send executors to eliminate the issue. There was so much information that Andestra had to interrupt. She said it was too much at once, and that she was still trying to process everything. But one detail caught her attention. Vanquish had said there were 9 administrators, but only 8 zones. So who was the 9th? She quickly realized that Vanquish's friend was the one without a zone, the one who didn't control any worlds. Subaru was also surprised by how quickly she understood that. Vanquish then clarified, he didn't call this figure an ally, he was simply an assistant, an essential piece in their plan. In truth, there was a 50% chance that man would help them. Andastra asked if there was any possibility that the administrator could become their ally. Vanquish said yes, and explained that he intended to use the administrator's power to eliminate the others. If everything went according to plan, they might be able to escape the game. Simple as that. But Andestra was confused by how simple it sounded. Now she understood why Liam had surrendered to Subaru. That was probably their only real chance of defeating the administrators. They couldn't waste it. She reflected on what it meant to surrender and serve those they once considered enemies, and asked what they should do from that moment on. Later, Andestra went to Lambda, who spoke about a warrior who had fallen. He said the warrior had been extremely powerful and that, as queen, she should feel proud. She then approached and, sorrowfully, apologized for having been such a weak queen. Even so, she said that the warrior's death had not been in vain. None of it had been in vain. Liam reported that Pwyll and Hogni had also died, but the survivors had been healed and were already able to communicate normally. Once fully recovered, they could return home. At that moment, Andestra asked if Liam would stay in that world to help them with his strength. She was impressed by the proposal made by Vanquish, but what surprised her the most was the presence of the one chosen by the Rainbow King, Ariaki Subaru. She wondered what kind of king he would be. Liam explained that during the battle, he felt a deep connection with Subaru. After touching his soul, he confirmed an unexpected discovery. Subaru's soul structure was not that of a king. Liam couldn't explain it clearly, but he had never seen anything like it in his life. The shape and alignment of that soul were those of a savior. Meanwhile, something strange was happening to Subaru. Even after Maria had healed all his injuries, his eye began to bleed again. It was a deep and silent bleeding, as if his body couldn't keep up with the internal transformation he was going through. After the entire incident, the players were forced to make a public statement. A major press conference was held, the day after what became known as the Shibuya incident, at the headquarters of the Japanese Players Federation. The director of the association appeared extremely pleased with the media attention, as it served her own interests. During the statement, Shikishima declared that the greatest achievement of that period was the contact established with the underworld, which enabled negotiations to alter the rules of the game and temporarily suspend the arrival of new portals. The media reacted intensely. Even so, Shikishima assured that they would compensate for all the damage caused, maintain diplomatic ties with the underworld, and extend cooperation to other countries. After the press conference, during the Q&A session, the topics became even more intense. Later, back at Hirosaka's apartment, Shikishima was completely exhausted. Jinga commented that she thought he was a professional when it came to dealing with the media. Shikishima replied that he had handled everything himself. Hirosaka confirmed, saying that Shikishima usually didn't talk much. Shikishima then asked about Subaru's condition, especially regarding the eye that had started bleeding again. Subaru assured him that since that day, there had been no further abnormalities. Even so, Shikishima asked to be informed if anything happened. The next issue they needed to face was the fourth calamity. However, Kawa pointed out that Shikishima still had many obligations to fulfill, including in-person meetings, virtual conferences, and negotiations with world leaders. She made it clear that she couldn't take his place. Given that, Shikishima was direct. He asked Subaru if he was sure that Jinga was the right person to handle the fourth calamity. Subaru replied yes, but added that he would bring someone else along. Hyudo, who at that moment was out shopping using Subaru's credit card. The fourth calamity was the one that, in the future foreseen by the King of the Dawn, would cause the deaths of both Shikishima and Carrion. This entity was known as the Emperor of Illusion. He had appeared in a remote region, isolated in the mountains, where he began absorbing energy from the surrounding souls. Little by little, he grew in secret, strengthening under everyone's inattentive eyes. Once the emperor completed the formation of his army, he would become nearly unstoppable. In the present, he was buried in the ground, absorbing energy like a plant soaks up sunlight, in a state of deep meditation. His current growth had reached 7%. If he continued absorbing souls at that rate, he would soon form the most powerful army in history. That was when Subaru calmly approached the Emperor of Illusion and directly asked if he was, by any chance, the fourth calamity. The question left him completely stunned, frozen for a moment. Jinga, noticing the opportunity, apologized and then used her ultimate ability, Ice 9, to end the threat of that calamity. After it was all over, they returned home. Andestrier, wearing her apron, had already prepared all the food. As the others approached the table, Hyudo joked that they looked like parasites living off Subaru, eating his food. But Subaru, joining the meal, replied that Hyudo was actually worse than all of them, and praised the food, saying everything was delicious. That was when Saya contacted Subaru. She didn't want to interrupt the mealtime, but she had to warn him about some unwanted visitors. Shikishima explained that players from other countries, after watching the press conference, decided to pay a visit, a more personal one. These players were planning to kidnap Subaru, hoping he could solve the problems in their own countries. When Subaru faced those gold-rank players, he showed no fear. He didn't need any outside reinforcements. He was already surrounded by extremely powerful people. In the next instant, all the invaders were eliminated in an explosive and brutal manner, without any chance to react. Later, the survivors complained to the president of their associations, saying they had been deceived. They believed they would only face Ariake Subaru, but instead, they encountered 4 actual monsters in that apartment. Meanwhile, Subaru remained calm, praising the soup he was drinking. He commented that it was really tasty, but Andestrier apologized, revealing that the soup had been bought at the market. At the same time, in the underworld, more precisely in the country of Silver, in the Betula forest, Esther informed Vanquish that he would have only 15 minutes. Confused, he asked why a meeting had been scheduled in a place like that. The one who had summoned him was Sybil, who mentioned hearing rumors that Ruin was serving Subaru. For that reason, he had arranged the urgent conversation. Sybil wanted to discuss the details of the 8th calamity. According to him, the records of the future had been rewritten. A fighter with blue eyes would appear in the human world. She was the same one responsible for killing the former King of Gold and the former Queen of Silver. The power of the blue eyes, according to him, was unmatched. If things continued on that path, they would need to take some countermeasure. Otherwise, Subaru would end up dying in that new timeline. Elsewhere, in a forgotten world, a figure with a blood-covered face answered the phone. The voice on the other end sounded like that of an administrator. He listened to the proposal and said he might accept the deal, but asked why he had been chosen. After hearing the explanation, he hung up, saying he would call back later. The one responsible for the call was the blue-eyed assistant, who was now contacting her president. Meanwhile, in Subaru's apartment, the atmosphere was calm. Andestra was at home. Hyudo only woke up around noon and asked where Subaru was. She replied that he had gone for a walk and had stopped at a cafe or something like that. She asked him to get off the couch and do something useful, as she wanted to clean the house as well. Hyudo, in turn, asked how long they thought that peace would last. He knew it wouldn't be forever. Meanwhile, Subaru was at a cafe, calmly drinking coffee and thinking to himself. Until the arrival of the 7th calamity, he intended to enjoy that world as much as possible. Then a man approached and asked if the seat beside him was taken. Subaru said it wasn't, but noted that the cafe was practically empty. Still, the man ignored that and commented on the weather, saying the sky was very blue, with white clouds, and that the view was beautiful. He started crying just by looking at the sky. Surprised, Subaru asked if he was all right. The man apologized, saying Subaru was a kind person. It was just that he became very emotional when facing such a beautiful sky. It was hard to think he would have to destroy a world like that. It was horrible. Subaru then asked what he meant by that. The man introduced himself as the president and representative director of the Blue Eyes Company from the World Collapse Agency. His name was Asmodeus, and he was also known as an executor. At that moment, Subaru immediately invoked his power, already preparing for what was to come. Asmodeus looked at Subaru with curiosity and said that, indeed, it was all very impressive. He mentioned hearing that Subaru had only become a warrior 2 months ago, so it wasn't surprising that even the administrator was paying attention to him. Subaru, suspicious, asked if that was some kind of joke, but Asmodeus firmly denied it. He said it wasn't his intention to offend him. On the contrary, but he explained that a fight at that moment wouldn't make sense. He revealed that he wasn't using his original body, only a spiritual projection, a sub-spirit. Defeating him in that form would bring no real result. Intrigued, Subaru then asked why he had come. He wanted to know if that was a declaration of war. Asmodeus replied that the Blue Eyes Company's policy wasn't that direct. According to him, the goal was to ensure the organization's target experienced total despair before the end. That's why they decided to notify him in advance. They believed that approach would be even more effective. Moreover, he made it clear that Subaru wasn't the only target. At that moment, his friends were also being visited by other executors from the company. When Subaru tried to contact them telepathically, he realized he couldn't depend. Asmodeus explained that he had blocked the connection. He wanted to make sure Subaru would watch everything with his hands tied. Subaru started to wonder who that man really was. He had never faced an enemy like that. The presence, the control, the speech, it was all different from any previous threat. And that was when Asmodeus said that, actually, it was already time. Meanwhile, at the apartment, Hudo commented with a serious look that everyone there knew. That place was already hell. Suddenly, the sky above shattered, as if space-time were being torn apart. Enormous cracks appeared in the sky, and the air became heavy. Asmodeus, remaining calm, asked Subaru to sit down and take a look at the documents he brought. He explained that those files contained important information. Hudo, elsewhere, reflected that it all made sense. What they called portals were actually dimensional cracks, wounds in the world. The cracks that were opening now were more direct versions of those portals' rifts, created by the administrator himself. Their world wasn't so different from others that had already been destroyed. The only reason they were still standing was the presence of the celestial clock. But that sacred artifact also meant a curse. Any world that possessed the clock was already a doomed one. Asmodeus repeated his request for Subaru to sit and read the documents. That day, dimensional rifts had spread across the entire planet. He announced that it marked the rise of the eighth calamity, the Blue Eyes Company. In the documents were the details of a desperate plan created by Ariake Subaru in another timeline. He asked once more that the boys simply sit down and read carefully. At the same time, in other places, Subaru's friends were also receiving visits. Each of them was confronted by a different executor, with the same goal to push them to the brink of despair. At Jinga's house, the executor named Frauros, from the Blue Company, was trying to explain something, but barely had time to finish her sentence before receiving a blast of ice to the face. Frauros, with a cold smile, remarked that Jinga really was a cold man. However, the attack had not left a single scratch. Jinga realized that with shock. Frauros resumed her explanation. She said that the first stage of the operation would be the opening of dimensional rifts by the administrator. After that, the world would be rewritten into a scene of pure terror, an unprecedented hell. Trying to stop it, Jinga sliced the air with his blade, attempting to cut the enemy in half, but failed. Frauros, with cruel patience, said that he was indeed persistent, and for good reason. Members of the Blue Company were the elite of the executors. Each of them had at least 10 times more power than Abaddon himself, who had previously devastated that world. People like Jinga didn't have the power to hurt them. The shock of that revelation brought to Jinga's mind a past moment of utter helplessness, the moment he failed to protect his family. Seeing it all repeating before his eyes made him declare something with conviction. He would never believe in anyone again. His former life had been ripped away from him, mercilessly. Frauros found his answer interesting. She enjoyed watching others sink into despair, but Jinga made it clear that he wasn't in despair. He said he would believe nothing, she said. When he became an ally of Subaru, he had promised to protect that world, and he would keep that promise until the end, no matter how strong they were or how well planned the scheme of the Blue Eyes Company was. In the end, they would fail. Meanwhile, in Shibuya, the one approaching Akira was the executor Brifrons, also a member of the company. He lightly commented on how beautiful the sky was that day, but Akira firmly replied that the sky was ugly, very ugly. He had never intended to talk with the enemy. He only came there to offer flowers, but now, he was determined to send Brifrons back to the hole he came from. In another location, the executor Krokle was talking to Carrion and Saya. The moment she presented the contracts, the two of them tore them up without hesitation. They said it was unacceptable. Krokle, surprised, asked the reason for their rejection. Saya replied that they had no idea what trials they had already overcome alongside Subaru. Krokle insisted, saying that this time they would have no chance. But Carrion replied that she could say whatever she wanted. The more they were underestimated, the more their enemies would have to cry later. He noticed that the executor was starting to lose emotional control and breaking protocol. Even so, the two of them were determined. They would crush the plans of that cursed company. Harayan asked if the others, like Sayaka and Hirasaka, didn't feel the same, and everyone agreed with conviction. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Players Alliance, another executor was explaining the full plan. The second stage would be to exterminate all of Subaru's relatives, making him witness the death of each one, immersed in agony and despair. The executor emphasized that the Blue Eyes Company had existed for over 1,000 years and was known for its unique and cruel method. But Shikishima, hearing that, cut the speech short with impatience. He said that when he received the prophecy of disaster, he also felt fear, but now he was grateful. It was no longer a threat, but a challenge for him and Subaru, and he swore he would never let him fight alone again. Subaru, still standing before Asmodeus, replied that even with telepathy blocked, even with the attempt to isolate them and provoke despair, Asmodeus had made a grave mistake underestimating his allies. Asmodeus asked if he really believed that his allies wouldn't fall into despair. He said it was a matter of responsibility. A true leader should protect his subordinates. But Subaru corrected him. He said he wasn't anyone's leader, and that he had no subordinates. His allies were his equals, and what he could do in that moment was trust them just as they were trusting him now. Then Subaru stood up. The sun above was covered by a mist of blood. His body began to transform. He awakened as the savior of divine blood. Even knowing he was facing only an avatar, he said he would not let Asmodeus escape. He would defeat him right there and then. Asmodeus smiled, visibly excited. He said his evaluation of Subaru had just risen. He was, without a doubt, an extremely interesting individual. At the same time, at the crimson throne of the Shining Sea, Vanquish had already noticed their approach. The enormous red door opened, and from it emerged Subaru, leading a tide of blood that dragged Asmodeus with it. Asmodeus, surprised, commented that he expected a fight in the human world, but Subaru had a direct key to the throne. Subaru explained that in that space, humans wouldn't be harmed. Asmodeus realized it was a micro-dimension created by Subaru's own king. That was fascinating. Not even the administrators knew of that place, but he asked if it was really safe. Since the avatar and the original body shared memories, his subordinates must already be tracking that location. Even so, in the next second, Asmodeus's avatar body was torn apart and undone. Vanquish, calmly, said that the executor didn't need to worry. That place was already destined to be abandoned. He could relax. Asmodeus, curious, asked if he was a primary ancestor. He wanted to know who was stronger, him or Asmodeus's real body. Vanquish, bored, replied that he didn't have time for that kind of comparison. He had no intention of fighting a weakling, whether it was the real one or not. After all, Subaru had just defeated him. Asmodeus, smiling, said that next time, he would invite them to his own throne. Vanquish replied that wasn't on the schedule either. Then, he activated the power of oblivion and dissolved Asmodeus's avatar, casting him back into the sea of infinite consciousness. At the moment, Asmodeus returned to base. He wasn't angry, on the contrary. He was delighted. His avatar had been defeated, but that hardly mattered. By his side now was Byleth, vice president of the Blue Eyes Company, and the true war was only beginning. Asmodeus declared that he had located the nest of the true ancestor, and that many clients would pay a high price for that information. He said the event that was about to happen would be even greater than he could have imagined. He then stated that he would immediately send a report to all the executors of the Blue Eyes Company. Mastima, beside him, commented with a smile that he was always so energetic. Meanwhile, in the Shining Sea, Vanquish observed the enemy's movements and spoke aloud. The executor, whose name had always been a mystery, had finally appeared. But to his surprise, it was not a single individual. It was an entire corporation of executors. Faced with that revelation, Subaru acknowledged that they needed a plan, but Vanquish calmly replied that part was already under his control. Within the ethereal and pulsating sea, the three kings were gathered. Subaru also recognized Sybil, watching from the background. Alongside them were the three inventors and Quietus, all gathered for an important discussion. Safina explained that they were debating the consequences of the dimensional rifts. If those rifts continued to appear frequently, they would directly undermine the purpose of abolishing the gates between worlds. Most of those present had already formed their opinions. Only Subaru had yet to express his. Before he could speak, Ruin apologized but said he needed to speak first. With conviction, he declared that he would no longer be a relative of Subaru. The news caught Subaru off guard, but there was no time for emotional reactions. Later, back in the human world, Shikishima was analyzing the newly received information. They were discussing the next steps against the Blue Eyes Company. Subaru explained that Vanquish had gone to meet an executor he was familiar with. He said it was something related to temporal cycles, a periodic and precise movement that even he did not fully understand. According to Vanquish, the location of that executor was now extremely close to the underworld. It was something similar to the Earth's orbit around the sun, a rare opportunity that only repeated once every several thousand years. When Subaru asked how he knew so much about the human world, Vanquish only replied that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He would leave, but might not return in time to stop the advance of the Blue Eyes Company. Therefore, it would fall to Subaru and his allies to face the threat and take responsibility. Concerned, Jinga asked if they would have to face enemies with power equivalent to 10 times that of Abaddon. Shikishima, reading the reports, said that according to the agreement and the documents obtained, the attack would officially begin on January 1st of the following year. He admitted that it was becoming an almost unwinnable game, but Hyudo disagreed. He said it was not entirely impossible, and suggested they could use the very rifts in space-time to their advantage. Subaru added that, besides that, the underworld would be willing to lend its power in the fight. Meanwhile, Kinokawa reflected on the new reality. Even with the gates being abolished, now there were the rifts, which functioned as substitutes. Then, suddenly, a golden door appeared before her. She thought it was plausible. Perhaps it was her door, connected to her own night. However, it was not. The one who appeared before her was the Queen of the Golden Continent herself, Safina, who introduced herself with elegance and solemnity. Looking directly at Sakura Kinokawa, she said that she should break her contract with the Golden Knight Lagna to accept a new destiny. Shikishima questioned how Safina herself could be the owner of the Kinokawa Gate. Subaru confirmed that it was true. That night, the three kings and the three inventors were making modifications to the gates to make that possible. Not only in that location, but the same procedure would be applied in all other countries. In the nations of silver, bronze, and gold, the gate owners would be the kings of each territory. Shikishima then remarked that, in this way, they were breaking the power limiter of the players. By having a more powerful master as the gate owner, they would naturally gain more power. It was a cunning plan, but a very effective one. Subaru went on to explain that Sybil had shared another vision of the future with them the night before. The executors were not absolute beings. They could die. Therefore, countermeasures were possible. However, while these plans were being discussed, the media had already mobilized around a new chaos. In the previous day's newspaper, at noon, the appearance of massive cracks in the sky across various parts of the world had been reported. The relationship between the gates and the celestial clock was still ambiguous. People interviewed on the streets reacted in panic. Some claimed they already knew something big was going to happen. Others, more skeptical or careless, didn't care. An older man even declared that all of it was divine judgment. Internationally, the situation was worsening. The president of the United States Players Association blamed Japan for the events. As a result, the Japanese Players Association was forced to prepare an official statement to address the criticism and explain the phenomena. Later on, Ondastra explained that these random appearances, the so-called cracks, were actually opportunities for creatures from other worlds to invade the human realm. She said that, in her world, the first crack had been followed by several others within a week. Creatures could cross through the rifts and arrive there, and people from that world could end up being sucked into other realities. What made the situation more alarming was that several cracks had formed at the same time, which was completely abnormal. Saya asked about the strength of the creatures that might emerge from these cracks. Indastre replied that it varied greatly, but the minimum strength of the threats was equivalent to a 4-star gate. Jinga and Akira reflected that if multiple 4-star or stronger creatures began appearing in cities, disaster would be inevitable. Indastre further added that, in a more extreme scenario, enemies with strength comparable to Hyudo, or even stronger, could appear. Akira pointed out that, in a way, the old gates helped protect the human world. He wondered how they could defend themselves without them. Liam concluded that there was no way to stop the events. The number of enemies would be too large, and human society would have to find a new plan. Subaru reflected that before, the problem had been the portals, and now the cracks were emerging. It was becoming increasingly difficult to think of a clear solution. Shikishima questioned how they had let things get to this point. He wondered where they had gone wrong. At that moment, someone entered the room to inform them that the press conference was about to begin. The reporters were already agitated outside, and the association could no longer hold them back. Carrion tried to defend those involved, stating that no one could have predicted what would happen with the disappearance of the portals. It wasn't anyone's fault, neither the inhabitants of this world nor of the others. They had made a decision thinking of humanity's well-being. They were heroes, not to be blamed. Hyudo, on the other hand, responded coldly, asking if that statement was supposed to be some kind of comfort. He knew something needed to be done, and fast. Shikishima stood up, accepting responsibility. Subaru said he wanted to go with him, but Shikishima refused, saying no one was better suited to handle that kind of situation. Somehow, they would show the world what the new future would be. Even without knowing exactly what lay ahead, he was willing to face it. Shikishima knew that many around him were emotionally hurt and psychologically shaken. Perhaps he was the only one strong enough to deal with the press at that moment. Even so, that press conference would be, symbolically, a way to confront the Corporation of Blue Eyes itself. Still intending to go alone, Shikishima was interrupted by another figure. The association director, Hizaki, appeared, saying that children should stay out of such responsibilities. She stated that she was there as an adult to handle the situation. In a light tone, she commented that Shikishima was loud, but she was there to ease the burden on them. She would handle the bureaucracy while the others planned the counterattack against the cracks. Shikishima asked if she was going to the press conference alone. The answer was still to come. Hizaki said she was there to take responsibility as the adult she was, but inside, she thought she was only there because her son had asked her. Even so, she reinforced that the others present weren't the only important adults in that situation. At that moment, Subaru felt something strange in his midnight sun bracelet. A collision of intentions struck him. Someone nearby had an ability similar to his own, someone who could also foresee the future. Right after Director Hizaki's official statement, her son, Hizaki Julieta, already known by many, commented that his mother had actually done quite well. At his side, Itoshima, accompanying him for some reason, asked if Julieta was really her son. Julieta reflected that maybe Itoshima was more confident now, even though still quite wounded. But the real problem, according to him, was predicting which crack would open first and when. The only one who might be able to answer was Kana, since she now had the ability inherited from the King of Azure, Kamina, known as the Supreme Sutra. With it, she might be able to detect the rifts before they even opened. Julieta then wondered if Kana was having another vision. She was the same Kana, Sawatari's sister. Meanwhile, in a hospital, a girl tried to escape from her room, even though she was not fully healed. She claimed that her power was needed to save the world. Her name was Himeno Mario, sister of Himeno Umeno, who had suffered such a violent attack that her face was disfigured. With the transition to the new chapter, Hizaki Julieta decided to introduce himself directly. He described himself as the most handsome and amazing silver player in the world, the famous Hizaki Julieta. For those who didn't remember him, his last appearance had been in chapter 46, alongside Itoshima and Kana, which had been quite a while ago, considering how far the story had progressed. He even admitted that it was good not to show up too often, since many found him insufferable. Still, Julieta had returned to explain the two main current threats to the world. The first was the Corporation of Blue Eyes, a group of extremely powerful executors hired by the administrators. They were so strong that they had eliminated the three former kings of the underworld. Defeating them under normal circumstances would be impossible, but Subaru seemed to have a plan. The second threat was the emergence of dungeons, or rather, the cracks that now covered the skies of the planet. From within them, only 4-star or stronger creatures would emerge, which made the situation critical. This scenario of despair was the perfect ground for the rise of new heroes. Shikishima interrupted, asking what kind of nonsense Julieta was talking about. And Julieta, honestly, didn't know either. Returning to the main narrative, after the second day of the conference at the Japanese players' headquarters, Julieta explained that there was a girl who could predict when the rifts would open. Shikishima asked how he could be so sure, and Subaru, looking at her, immediately recognized who it was: Kana. Itoshima was also there, by her side. Kana remarked that it had been a while since she had seen Subaru, and Julieta decided to skip the complicated details. He simply explained that Kana now had a very special premonition. She could see exactly when each crack would open. With that, disasters could be prevented. Julieta, in his usual tone, stated that he personally didn't care much about any of this, but Kana wanted to save people. Subaru suspected that she might have been the source of the collision of intentions he had felt earlier, since her ability was to foresee the future. Kana explained that everything had started 3 weeks earlier, during the incident involving the Black Faction. The house where she lived with Itoshima had been destroyed until Julieta showed up and killed the creature, attacking them, saving them. Since then, she had been living with Julieta and Itoshima. Subaru was stunned to see her calling Julieta teacher. Kana recounted that on the same night she moved into that new home, a sky blue gate appeared before her. The king who received her was Kamina, the king of Azure, whom Subaru and Shikishima immediately recognized. Kamina explained to her that her vision wasn't as deep as that of the king of the Aurora, but it was excellent for predicting the immediate future with precision. For Kana, this ability was perfect to determine which crack would open first. Subaru told Shikishima that this was great. Shikishima agreed, but emphasized that the goal was to prevent further damage, since there were tens of thousands of cracks scattered not only across Tokyo, but around the entire world. It would be impossible to block them all alone. Kana then said that she had already thought of that too. She had sent a message to her friend, who was on the way. At that moment, Himeno Mario entered the room, her face still covered in bandages. She hugged Kana in a heartfelt gesture of friendship. She introduced herself, saying she had become a player 3 weeks earlier, and that her master was Lut, the Tangerine Queen. Her ability was called Soul Watcher, which allowed her to monitor all spiritual movements in the world. The cracks in the sky, in addition to distorting space, also emitted unlimited spiritual energy, which meant she could sense the location of each one of them. Kana explained that apparently Kamina and Lut were working together, which made sense since they had appeared at the same time. Shikishima remembered that during the meeting of the kings, they had indeed seemed close. Maria commented that by coordinating their abilities, Kana and Mario were able to identify not only which dungeons were about to activate, but also in what order. With this, they could monitor all the cracks in the world. Shikishima didn't hesitate. He said the two of them were hired and would begin the next day. However, Kana had one last request. The scars on Mario's face had been caused by a hostile ability. She asked if they could try to heal her. Shikishima, without wasting time, called Maria, who healed Himeno Mario's face completely with just a breath of her special remedy. When Mario removed the bandages from her face, she could hardly believe how fast the recovery had been. In front of the mirror, she saw her beautiful face once again. However, her emotion wasn't because she felt pretty again, nor because she could return to being a model. The real reason was deeper. Now that she was healed, she could finally protect her sister. Kana, seeing that, was also moved. The two hugged and began to cry, both relieved and empowered. Hiroshima, even trying to stay composed, almost cried too. 3 days later, on the 12th of December, the group gathered in front of the next dungeon about to open. The crack was immense, big enough to swallow an entire building. Akira was impressed by the size and commented on it. Shikishima explained that it wasn't an ordinary crack, it was one they were going to invade, not the other way around. He asked Hyudo about the strategy of using the dungeon against the executor. He wanted proof that it would work. Hyudo, serious, said they would understand once they were inside, and if they let their guard down, they would die. It was that simple. Meanwhile, Subaru reported that the other group was at the Obsidian Sea, attending a meeting with the three kings of the underworld. Sayaka and Hirasaka Renji continued their training, preparing to face another major crack. There were exactly 31 days left until the invasion of the Corporation of Blue Eyes, and no one knew for sure what to do. Then, Hyudo simply walked into the crack, as if it were just a portal. The group wasn't shocked that he went in, they were shocked by what happened next. A free fall. Subaru was terrified by the sensation of falling. Hyudo, however, remained calm. He explained that the atmosphere of the place seemed compatible with Earth, which was good news. He remarked that when invading other worlds, it wasn't uncommon to find places where you couldn't even breathe. It was in such situations that he grew stronger. He said he had faced worlds so hostile that he couldn't even touch the ground. And in places like that, there was no point in praying God had been dead for a long time. The group soon realized they were falling into a vast ocean. Sea creatures emerged from the waters, ready to devour them. That's when Subaru activated his blood mold. Hyudo, with his power from the pantheon of gods, and Shikishima and Akira, using their fifth skill, massacred the monsters. When they cleared enough space, they saw Hyudo launching a meteor at the enemies. The impact was so devastating that barely any creatures remained, only scattered pieces, almost like sushi in the sea. After the attack, Hyudo pointed out two possibilities for the world they were in. The first was that this civilization believed blindly in the administrators, which would make any attempt at conquest much more difficult. The second possibility, which seemed more likely to him, was that this was a primitive world. Akira thought that would be an advantage, since there wouldn't be humans to fight against, but Hyudo disagreed. Precisely because there were no humans, the monsters had developed abnormally, without limits. This theory quickly proved correct. A massive dragon appeared before them. Shikishima asked who that creature was, and Hyudo confirmed it was the dungeon boss. The Thunder Dragon, Urano, level 239. Its first blast was so powerful that it tore off the arms of Shikishima, Hyudo, and Akira in a single strike. At that moment, Lambda was already preparing to take over Akira's body. Shikishima activated his reversal with Maria, and as soon as Lambda appeared, he was thrilled. He loved facing powerful enemies and declared it would be a pleasure to kill that dragon. But Hyudo, cautious, questioned whether the transmission of Shikishima's original body data was still accurate. Meanwhile, Maria did everything she could to heal the wounded. Hyudo began explaining the key difference between a regular portal and a dimensional rift. The enemies from these rifts dropped items upon death. Subaru confirmed this, recalling that Hyudo had used such items to invade the underworld. The stronger the enemy, the rarer the item they dropped, and the rarer the item, the more powerful its effect. Naturally, this also made the invasion more difficult. Still, there was a chance they could obtain a special item by defeating that boss, though it was an almost impossible challenge. Determined, Subaru said they would do whatever it took. He wouldn't wait any longer. Urano retaliated with another thunder blast, but Lambda had already gotten close, dodging and landing a punch with the true flame directly on the creature's face. The impact was brutal. Then, a ruby-colored smoke enveloped the dragon's body. corroding its flesh. Urano tried to fight back by attempting to devour his attacker, but Lambda mocked its predictability. Subaru took advantage of the opening and unleashed his dimensional slash. The technique was combined with Hudo's ability, the Immortal Assassin. Even so, the dragon did not fall. Its skin was extremely resistant. Even Hudo was surprised by the creature's defensive power. Subaru realized he should have used more mana in that strike. Then something strange happened. His eye began to bleed again. Not only that, something escaped from inside his head. In that moment of vulnerability, Urano saw the perfect opportunity and fired a thunderbolt directly at Subaru. At the last second, Hudo jumped in front of Subaru and kicked him away, saving him from Urano's attack. However, the cost was high. Half of Hudo's body was vaporized by the explosion. Maria, seeing him in that state, warned that this was not a good place to try healing him. Even so, Hudo remembered something. He recalled a similar conversation he once had with the administrators. According to them, there were worlds in which it wasn't worth fighting, because the outcome had already been decided. Despite that, he wasn't ready to give up. He opened his inventory and took out a rank B elixir. When he drank it, the effects manifested. For 3 seconds, his power would be amplified 60 times. With that boost, he responded to Urano's aggression with a devastating counterattack. The move he used was Zeus's Thunder, an ancient power that completely vaporized the dragon, reducing it to ash and bone. As he watched the destruction, Hudo reflected on how difficult it was to store items from other worlds, but admitted it was worth it. Still, he questioned whether this was truly a battle or just a game. With the dungeon boss defeated, Subaru and Hudo's group completed the mission. Everyone gained experience and leveled up. Subaru reached level 93, Akira level 90, and Shikishima level 97. Shikishima remarked that the system also seemed connected to the cracks and the gates. Akira said it had been a long time since he last leveled up, and the feeling was good. Shikishima agreed, since that dragon had granted an enormous amount of experience. Steel Hudo advanced from level 172 to 173, leaving everyone shocked. Subaru admitted that Hudo's stats were exactly the same as his when he was in his vampiric state, which meant Hudo was at least 5 times stronger than Shikishima and Akira. Shortly after, the system notified that the group had received an item. Hudo explained that it was common to find items up to rank B, while rank A or higher items were extremely rare. This time, however, they had obtained a rank A item, the Celestial Emperor's Rings. It was a thrown weapon that ignored the enemy's defense. Shikishima asked if that meant the hit was guaranteed. Akira commented that it seemed like a pretty powerful item. Hudo confirmed that yes, the hit was guaranteed, but the item wasn't as powerful as it appeared. Shikishima understood that it might not work against enemies with physical invulnerability, like the Executors. Akira agreed. Hudo added that, if used as a tool to break through an enemy's guard, it would be useful. Shikishima replied that everything depended on creativity. Hudo explained that this was the path to fast growth, using items obtained from the cracks to face even more dangerous ones, entering successive dungeons in sequence. They had only 1 month until the Corporation of Blue Eyes attacked, and their plan was to raise their levels as much as possible until then. Shikishima agreed with the strategy. Akira suggested sharing the information with the other players, and Subaru supported the idea too. However, he couldn't stop thinking about what had come out of his eye during the battle. Not even Maria knew what it meant. Still, for now, Subaru decided to focus on getting stronger. He also worried about the other group, hoping that they too were growing strong enough to face the looming threat. Meanwhile, in the underworld, specifically at the Obsidian Sea, white lightning and rainbow-colored energies clashed with fury. The true ancestor, Venquis, who had been revealed by Asmodeus after claiming a new throne, now marched directly toward the administrator. Ludwig asked if there was any way to contact Venquis, but Delta replied that there wasn't, at least not until he found a stable location. In the sky, the source of the intense glow was the devastating battle between Hirasaka and Sayaka. Ludwig reflected that, in times like these, without Venquis by their side, they could not allow their vessels to become fragile. They needed to be 4 or 5 times stronger than before. Even with this abnormal power growth, she didn't know if it would be enough. The impact of the battle was overwhelming, and Ludwig doubted they were even human anymore. Perhaps that was the result of spending too long existing as pure souls. At this rate, Sayaka and Hirasaka were at risk of completely collapsing within their own personalities. Ludwig was genuinely concerned. Killen, observing, asked if she didn't find all of this strange too. The transformations of the two were similar to what Subaru was experiencing. The rainbow glow, the white hair. Ludwig realized he was right. Keelan noticed that Sayaka seemed determined to break through her own limits. Sayaka, in turn, believed that Hirasaka's soul was far more powerful than her own. He was on another level. She recognized that her current body was also reaching its limit. Still, as long as her soul endured, she would fight for humanity, and face the Blue Eyes Corporation. Elsewhere, in the Verdant country, inside the tomb of King Ghoul, Verde was guiding Saya and Carrion. During the journey, an important revelation emerged. Carrion was actually Subaru's uncle. Verde was surprised to discover that a relative of Subaru was also his own uncle. Carrion, too, expressed surprise at the revelation. No one had imagined that the son of one of Carrion's brothers would be the one to revive his nation. Verde acknowledged that the journey had been challenging, but affirmed that if it would help in the fight against the executors, he would make that sacrifice. Both he and his father had worked hard to rebuild that place, and their efforts would not be in vain. Carrion remarked that the boy was surprisingly determined. Verde then turned to his uncle and announced that they had finally arrived. Before them was the entrance to the abandoned territory. Upon seeing it, Carrion recognized the place and sincerely thanked his nephew, saying he would later slip some money into his pocket. Verde blushed visibly at his uncle's affectionate gesture, but Saya questioned whether he was truly sure about what he was about to do. Carrion confirmed. He said he would return to his original body. Although he could still use the powers of that body, it was too much power for Hirasaka's body to handle. Since he was going to face the executors, he needed his curse back as well. That day would mark his farewell to Hirasaka's body. He confessed that he had actually liked it. It was a beautiful body and said he would leave it in Saya's care. She, in turn, wished him luck. Inside the abandoned territory, Carrion spotted his old body and commented, with some humor, that it had been a while since he'd seen it. He said he had returned to reclaim it. The body responded with a voice that sounded as if it had long awaited that moment. It declared that, as part of the contract, Carrion would have to prove his worth to reclaim the body of King Ghoul. Carrion accepted without hesitation. They would fight to determine whether he was truly worthy of taking it back. At that moment, the story flashed back several thousand years, revealing what had taken place in the royal palace of the Dark Green Country. Carrion, still young and wearing his old clothes, walked up to his father, still in his original body. Upon seeing his son, the father commented that he had skipped training again to go into the city, but then his eyes fixed on the child who accompanied him. Curious, he asked who it was. Carrion explained that he had found the boy in the city with nowhere to go and asked permission to take care of him there. The father was surprised, but before he could respond, he noticed something peculiar. He called the boy over, examined him closely, and realized he was the same height and had the same sharp senses as Carrion. The boy introduced himself as Campanella. The King Ghoul allowed him to live in the palace from that moment on. Although Carrion's brother was surprised, the king stated that his decision was not out of kindness. From that day forward, Campanella would live in service to Carrion. The boy accepted, bowing his head, swearing to live for his master. However, Carrion did not feel comfortable with that. At that time, Carrion had developed a powerful martial art called Cadaveric Fist. This technique created shockwaves that penetrated the enemy's body, destroying it from the inside out. It was an extremely versatile skill, effective against both resilient and fragile targets. Now, many years later, Carrion and Campanella faced off using that very technique. Both had become masters of it. As the shockwaves of one canceled out those of the other, the confrontation evolved into a pure fistfight. Carrion, excited, said it was wonderful. Even after so long asleep, his body was still sharp. He then called his opponent Campanella, who, confused, asked if that was really his name. Carrion realized he had forgotten. After all those years, Carrion explained everything. He revealed that Campanella had been created as his copy. He was a doppelganger, and the two had once been very close friends. Even so, Carrion confessed that he would never forgive him. On an ordinary day, while Campanella was training to resemble Carrion, a tragedy struck the Dark Green Country. A colossal creature, made of death and fear, appeared under the control of one of the executors of the Blue Eyes Corporation. It was the god of Rot, who devoured not only the people but the land itself. The entire country died, decomposing completely. In that aftermath, Vanquish took in Carrion and the other survivors. They were brought to the Rainbow Country, where they found a new home. There, Vanquish told Campanella that now that their original country no longer existed, he was free to do whatever he wanted. But Campanella refused. He said he had shaped his entire life around Carrion, serving as his substitute in emergencies. Because of this, Carrion agreed to personally teach him the Cadaveric Fist. Those were happy days. The Rainbow Country was a beautiful place. However, just when they were about to reach their peak, the administrators took notice. Then everything collapsed. They were killed one by one. They fought with all their strength, but it was impossible to defeat immortal beings. In the final moment, Carrion lay wounded, gravely injured. He apologized for forcing Campanella to take on that responsibility. From then on, Campanella would be Vanquish's right hand, but Campanella surprised him by saying he could not live up to his master's expectations. In fact, he had stolen a treasure from the country of gold. He then sealed Carrion's body, who asked in shock what he was doing. Campanella explained that if they halted all activity, perhaps they could deceive the administrators. He asked Carrion to remain there, asleep, healing his body and soul, so that in the future he could fulfill his mission alongside Vanquish. While saying this, Carrion spat blood and asked if, to keep him alive, Campanella had truly stolen a treasure from the House of Gold. The other confirmed. He said the knight there was formidable, a woman named Ludwig, who almost killed him. Carrion, finally, remarked that the seal was a good one. One day in the future, they would stand side by side again, fighting together, and Carrion would be there for him. Campanella said it would be a beautiful moment to witness. Even after revealing the truth about stealing the treasure, he still didn't know whether Carrion would forgive him for what he was about to do. He remembered that he had been an orphan taken in by Carrion, by his father, and by the whole family, treated like a brother. That was why, in that moment, Campanella did not seal Carrion's body as the others believed. In the present, Carrion explained that the item used by Campanella did not have the effect of sealing a soul. That item was actually the candlestick of the treasure's guardian, whose effect only activated if the target was dead. The item repaired the soul of the deceased in exchange for the body of the user, and the soul of the user would then occupy the target's body, protecting it until the original owner returned. Carrion revealed that he had lost his memory, his personality, everything, just so that Campanella could become the guardian of his body, and for that, he would never forgive him. He said that he should never have done it, and immediately delivered a cadaveric punch straight to Campanella's face. He said that Campanella should not have thrown away his own life for his sake, because they could have lived that life together. But Campanella did not react. He didn't even respond or fight back. He was simply accepting everything, while Carrion beat him in a storm of fury and pain. During that moment, Carrion remembered a conversation he had had with Vanquish, shortly before Subaru and the others faced the Black Faction. He said he was so shaken because he remembered Campanella, perhaps because Subaru's soul was growing, and Vanquish was becoming more influential again. That made him recall the old Golden Age, the time they lived in the Rainbow Country. Carrion wondered what Campanella had been thinking back then, why he had thrown away his life for him. But then Vanquish interrupted his thoughts, warning that a lightning bolt was incoming, and that Sayaka was falling with it. She hit face first into the sands of the shining sea, saying that the guy wasn't holding back, that Killen was pushing too hard. Even so, Vanquish continued speaking to Carrion, saying that everyone, upon being born, thinks only of themselves. In this world, everyone is alone. Each person is their own treasure. But if one day a person is lucky, they might find something more important than themselves. He said that when you find something like that, you give everything for it. Life, after all, is a journey to find something more precious than your own being. Those who find it are the truly happy ones. That was what Vanquish believed. Then he asked Carrion if he really thought Campanella had disappeared. Carrion replied that it wasn't quite like that. He felt they were still together. He felt that Campanella lived inside him. And back in the present, even while using his divine burial ability to crush the body of his former companion, Carrion was crying. He didn't know how to repay what Campanella had done for him, until finally, Campanella's soul began to leave that body. Before departing, he said he remembered everything guarding that body, the thousands of years he had spent there, and that he was proud of it. He had dedicated himself to the mission and had fulfilled it. He had no regrets. He said that this time, it looked like it had worked. Carrion had come back to reclaim his body, hadn't he? With a heavy heart, Carrion confirmed. For a long time, he had wandered as only a soul, until he finally found hope. And from that moment on, he promised to start a war against the administrators. Campanella was moved by those words. Carrion assured him they would win, and that now he could rest. He thanked him deeply for the friendship they had shared until that day. Campanella replied that he would wait for him in the Sea of Infinite Consciousness, awaiting the good news of his victory. He called him his first and only master, and thus, his soul faded away. The body became empty. It was at that moment that Carrion, the king of the ghouls, returned to his original body. Meanwhile, in the underworld, in the Sea of Obsidian, Sayaka reported that Hirasaka had vanished. Ludwig responded that it happened exactly as Ariake Taiga had predicted. Ghoul had recovered his body, and Hirasaka had returned to his original body. He had crossed back to the other side. Sayaka commented that everything had gone according to plan, but Keelan assured her that she didn't need to worry about the lack of a training partner. Even the final battle against the administrators would push her to her limits, and Sayaka reflected that, if she were to follow Carrion, she would need to be strong enough. She decided to leave that responsibility in her master's hands. When Carrion emerged from the cave, Saya asked why he looked that way. Carrion said that after spending so much time in Hirasaka's body, it was strange to see him for real now. The Besides, Carrion's own appearance had changed slightly, which bothered Sayaka, who was now beside him. With his original body restored, Carrion could finally unleash his true power. The curse that accompanied him had also returned. He then asked what Hirasaka thought of it all. Hirasaka replied that the incredible thing wasn't the curse, but the underworld itself. Carrion was confused by the answer until he remembered that, technically, this was Hirasaka's first direct contact with the underworld. Sayaka warned them that they needed to prepare. They would have to be part of her specimen collection. Before the great battle, her goal was to expand her archive of specimens as much as possible. Carrion acknowledged that Vanquish had done a good job with her, and with that resolved, it was time to meet the administrator. Meanwhile, far away, Vanquish found himself back in a place he knew well. He felt that this time, things were really working. He remembered the old life, without purpose or meaning. That's when a mysterious voice began speaking to him, mentioning something about the meaning of life. It spoke of a monster, a definition Mr. McD used to describe something that lives waiting for someone who never returns, who loves more than itself, and who, at some point, wants to destroy that thing so the pain will stop. That was the nature of the monster. Vanquish recognized the quote. It was from Ray Bradbury. The voice confirmed it and remarked that Vanquish had been reading human books. It said that novels are products of imagination, paper, and ink, but admitted that this one was a true work of art. The story, it said, matched well with the little vampire named Vanquish. Even so, Vanquish said he didn't remember belonging to anyone. He said he knew exactly why he was there. He wanted help. The voice suggested they make a deal. It then explained that the administrator was not a single being, but a collection of souls, just like the human body is made of cells. The administrator was made of over 1 trillion souls, forming one entity. Because of the imbalance among those souls, emotions and distinct wills emerged: order, chaos, rage, tragedy, and individuality. That's why those souls were divided into different humors. The administrator, known as Elpsis, was the manifestation of curiosity. Elpsis asked what Vanquish had used last time to seal the deal. He said he remembered clearly. Vanquish had stolen the deaths of all his allies, the little kings of the Rainbow Country. Now, Elpsis was tired. He said that, at first, he wanted Vanquish to die in suffering, but now that he and his allies were trying to defeat the administrators, that alone was entertaining enough. However, Elpsis also said that when he shared this with the other administrators, he was reprimanded. Even so, he didn't care. He said Vanquish was fun and always brought joy. Elpsis declared he would agree to help, but only if it remained interesting. If things became boring, he would kill Vanquish without hesitation. On the 24th of December, in the human world, at Jinga's house, the executors of the Blue Eyes Corporation suddenly appeared. They said they were there for a Christmas party. Jinga was shocked, unable to understand anything. Frauros, one of the executors, explained simply that they were there to celebrate. Even though they were enemies, they had an order to follow. Jinga protested, saying they were enemies and that this was absurd. He tried to stop them from entering, but it was no use. They had already entered the house. Frauros said they were just following orders and setting up the party. While they decorated, set the table, and prepared tea and snacks, Jinga tried to contact Subaru, but his communication was blocked. Frauros explained they had severed the connection with his soul. Even though he was being ignored, Jinga grew increasingly irritated by how casually the enemies were preparing the party. Frauros commented that it had already been 2 weeks since their last contact, and asked if Jinga had grown stronger. He replied that he would never reveal any useful information to the enemy. The executors laughed loudly. One of them remarked that, as Frauros had said, Jinga was a good person. Jinga then asked why they had chosen him specifically, and not Subaru or another relative. Frauros responded that, according to the corporation's records, Jinga was the most honest, which made him more vulnerable. That made him the best target to extract information from. She also said that since Jinga didn't have many loved ones nearby, there was no one they could threaten emotionally. He had no family, no one close to be killed. That made him ideal, someone who might end up talking too much, simply out of goodwill or desperation. Jinga admitted that, although it was true he had no family, that didn't mean he would betray his friends. He said that if necessary, he would defeat the executors right there. Meanwhile, the executors were clearing the table so Frauros could walk through. She remarked that it looked like Jinga had prepared a powerful trump card, since he remained calm even after 2 weeks. That was great. If humans had really become stronger, then the battle would be even more fun. Frauros said humans were adorable, especially Jinga, because everything they felt showed on their faces. She then asked the newcomer, Krokle, if she had learned the lesson. This was a way to extract information from the enemy. Krokle replied that she was still learning and had much more to learn from her. Jinga, confused by the whole situation, wondered what was wrong with those people. Frauros explained that it was simple. They were a company, and companies sometimes needed to visit their clients. Besides, they were training the intern, Crokle, and that's why she had been brought along. She added that within the corporation, there were different factions. Some supported the president, others opposed him. The vice president's faction, however, was not the kind to sit around and wait. Meanwhile, at Subaru's apartment, another Christmas party was taking place. Everyone was gathered, eating roast chicken, placing sweets on the table, and enjoying themselves. Linho said it had been a long time since he last celebrated Christmas. Andastre said it wasn't a bad idea to ease the tension for a while. Liam agreed, saying that after so many days of effort, there was no harm in celebrating a little. Hudo also supported the idea, saying he planned to rest that night. Subaru, excited, said they were still missing the cake. Andastre noted that he was very excited about the party, and Liam commented that it seemed like this was Subaru's first Christmas celebration. Suddenly, someone knocked at the door. Subaru rushed over to see who it was, excited, but sensed a strange presence outside. When he opened it, he quickly dodged dimensional cuts that tore through the space, slicing the entire house into pieces. The intruder introduced himself as the vice president of the Blue Eyes Corporation, Subnak. The group immediately realized he was an executor. Subaru remembered that the last executor who had visited had said the attack would happen in 2 weeks. Subnak, however, explained that the president was far too tolerant, so he had decided to act ahead of schedule. As soon as he tried to go down the stairs of the apartment, he was attacked simultaneously by Andastre and Hudo. But Subnak remarked that, even with their enhanced strength, ordinary attacks had no effect on him. Liam appeared next, delivering a direct kick to his face, but it also had no effect. Subnak stated that they still had much to learn. Liam realized that his attack had been completely nullified, confirming that they were indeed facing an executor. Hudo warned everyone to be careful, as there was no defense against dimensional slashes. Andastra replied that it was fine. Hudo then said that the entire group would serve as support for Subaru, who should use his curse to kill the enemy. Subaru, confident, loved the plan. He declared they would defeat Subnak right there, but the executor warned them not to underestimate him. The scene then flashed back to an earlier moment. In a certain world, the vice president's secretary, Zagan, was looking for Subnak and found him in the middle of a wild party. He was surrounded by drunk women in a jacuzzi. The image played in slow motion, as if the video editor wanted to prolong it for the audience. With all due respect, of course. When Subnak saw her, he asked if she wanted to join the party. Zagan replied that they would settle that in court, and Subnak said it was just a joke. She then explained that Vice President Bailey was calling for him. Subnak got up without protest, revealing his body to the women, who tried to persuade him to stay. But he said he would return after handling the matter. It was then explained that high-ranking members of the Blue Eyes Corporation were given their own worlds. Each could shape their world however they wanted, creating the ideal environment for themselves. Subnak, for example, created a world where all employees were women. Zagan found that repulsive. Soon after, Subnak met with Vice President Bailet, who gave him a simple mission: kill Ariake Subaru. If he and all his relatives were killed, they would lose all hope of victory. Bailet explained that this was his mission: simple, direct, and final. Subnak commented that it was indeed a very rational mission. Bailet responded that from that point on, everything would become rational, especially if he became the next president. In the present, Subnak was quite excited about the fight. He admitted that the group was fairly strong, but even so, he was defeating them with ease. Hudo was able to block some of his strikes but couldn't counterattack. He thought that perhaps their physical levels were equal, but Subnak's skills were clearly superior. Taking advantage of an opening, Andastre summoned the goddess of darkness and submerged Subnak in the waters of shadow. He mocked her, saying it looked like an attempt to drown him, and stated that she would need to be more efficient if she wanted to face someone from a corporation. He then used his power of blue flames to free himself effortlessly. Even so, Andastra tried again, summoning a poisonous creature to pressure him. Subnak, however, explained that they still didn't seem to understand what an executor was. Only curses worked against them, and to prove it, he used his dimensional laceration to destroy the summoned creature. While he was distracted, Hudo seized the opportunity. He attacked from behind, grabbed Subnak, and began punching him repeatedly in the face. Subnak noticed that he was faster than before, recognizing it as the absolute growth of Hudo Kotetsu, whose ability was to adapt to any kind of combat. Hudo said that even if he couldn't defeat him, just buying time would be enough. At that moment, the true threat appeared: Ariake Subaru, wielding the power of his cursed blood. Both he and Hudo had to dodge new dimensional slashes launched by Subnak, who mocked their slowness. Hudo's role was to be the shield, the absolute adapter. Hajimori was the strategist, with various methods for attack and defense. Both served as support, so that Ariake Subaru, the only one with a curse capable of killing an executor, would have a chance to finish the fight. Subnak commented that the only one not contributing was the blonde guy Liam, and asked if they really thought he would let his guard down. In fact, he knew Liam's tired expression was an act. He had watched previous recordings and was well aware of the powers of the Eternal King. He knew the group was trying to distract him with Subaru, when in reality Liam was the true threat. Liam could absorb the dimensional rupture ability and use it against the executor himself. Subnak's plan was therefore clear. Avoid the attacks and eliminate Ariake Subaru. He thought to himself that Billet was right. All he needed to do was act rationally and satisfy his own irrational desires. That's how he operated. In the next second, he landed a brutal blow to Hudo's chest, knocking him down. But he knew the attack had been intentionally received. It was exactly what Liam needed to advance. However, at the last moment, Subnak dodged the cursed blood launched by Liam, stating that he had been expecting that. He also noticed Subaru approaching from behind and decided to use the opening to decapitate Liam. He called it checkmate. What he didn't know was that Liam, while turning his back, had already channeled the dimensional cuts through Subnak's own body. Liam said Subnak's research was shallow. He could absorb abilities infinitely. Subnak then wondered if Liam had absorbed his dimensional laceration. Liam confirmed. He said his absorption was complete when there was direct contact with the enemy, even if the opponent hadn't activated the ability at the time, and Subnak had no idea. Liam explained that no one knew, only he, his group, and the former Queen of Eternity. Subnak realized that Liam had possessed that ability from the beginning. The moment he kicked him the first time, he had already absorbed the dimensional laceration. Subnak even tried to strike back, but was finished on the spot. Liam's cursed blood merged with Subaru's, and together they completely destroyed Subnak. Later, Subnak lay sprawled out, his body destroyed, mouth open, unrecognizable. Hajimori asked if they had finally managed to kill him. Liam said he thought so and asked if Hudo was okay. He replied yes, saying he had healed himself using the power of the god of medicine. He explained that he had taken the blow on purpose just to create an opening for Liam, and it worked better than expected. Subaru, in turn, remarked that he had done almost nothing. Liam replied that this was also part of the strategy. But Hudo noted that even with 4 of them fighting together, the effort to defeat a single executor had been immense. It was inconceivable. They concluded they needed to conquer the next dimensional rift soon to grow stronger. However, Hajimori warned that Subnak was still alive. Although completely destroyed, he was still twitching on the ground. Liam, unfazed, said it was no problem. The cursed blood took some time to fully take effect. Agonizing, Subnak thought he had made a grave mistake. He wouldn't receive the vice president's reward, and he remembered that when he accepted the mission, he had already been aware of everything. Subaru knew that to complete that mission, he would have to kill all his own relatives. For him, that wasn't difficult. The only requirement was that the reward had to be extraordinary. Bailey assured him it would be. He explained that Asmodeus, the president of the Blue Eyes Corporation, planned to retire after that mission, but before that, intended to distribute all the accumulated souls directly to the administrators and not to the executors. For Bylot, that was a grave betrayal against his own subordinates. He told Subnak that they had to stop this at all costs. If the president's faction acted first, then the vice president's faction needed to ensure that Arike Subaru's head was brought back. Given that, Subnak demanded 300 more women for his country as a reward. Bailey asked if he still wasn't satisfied, but Subnak replied that vengeance was something one never tired of. And even on the verge of death, facing Andastre, Subnak made it clear he would not accept being mocked. He remembered his past, when he was still the short and chubby boy, always the target of jokes, always underestimated. Meanwhile, the tall and handsome men got all the fame and all the women. For a long time, he wished those men would all die. And when he became an executor, he finally got to fulfill that wish. Despite all his power, Subnak wondered why no one loved him, and it was with that thought that his soul was taken to the ocean of infinite unconsciousness. Subaru, witnessing everything, saw the soul of an executor returning to the Sea of Souls. Liam, beside him, commented that that man had been incomprehensible to the very end. Hudo, however, said no one cared about him. He was dead. What mattered now was what they would do from that point on. Subaru then commented that Hirasaka's apartment had been completely destroyed. Hajimori said that even the food had been lost. Meanwhile, Zagan was already preparing a report for Vice President Bylot, confirming that Subnak had died trying to complete his mission. Bailey lamented the loss, but said it was time to consider who the successor would be. Zagan asked if he should send the next assassin, and Bailey approved. However, before he could finish the conversation, Vice President Mistema entered the room without warning. Bylot complained about the lack of ceremony, but Mistema simply apologized and mocked, asking if she was interrupting some evil plan. She said she didn't care about any of that, because if the president gave the order, she would carry it out even if it meant killing Bet. Violet replied that he would be careful but asked if Mistema knew anything about the main mission. He asked if she knew who the client's executor was. She said no. She only said the president had met with the client personally, but she didn't know who he was. Violet said he also had no evidence about the executor's identity. Meanwhile, at Jinga's house, the Christmas party was coming to an end. Frau Rose said goodbye, saying they would return later and that the next time they met, it would be for a fight to the death. Jinga replied that he was ready. Frau Rose, jokingly, said he was a bore and asked if he hadn't found anything fun. When the Blue Eyes Corporation portal closed, Jinga sighed that he was exhausted and now had to clean everything up. At least he thought the key hadn't been found. Later, when he opened the door, he realized that something terrible was happening in the Sea of Obsidian. There was a conflict involving Safina, Vorden, and many others. He apologized for the delay, saying he would explain later what had happened. Then, he transformed his hand into a claw and told himself he needed to get used to his new ability. Elsewhere, Haji Mori was demonstrating great combat skill. Liam commented that maybe it was time to start using the consumable items they had accumulated in the last dungeons, since they had so many. Subaru, while shaking a rattle, agreed. He said they had really stored a lot of items in their inventory. From that moment on, he decided they would only enter dungeons where they could use all those resources. The inventory, after all, was a special system function. It was available only to players who had conquered a rift, allowing them to store the items they had acquired in those places. Now, they knew they would need to use everything they had accumulated, as even greater challenges were coming. On the 20th of December, 2023, they were inside one of the dungeons formed by dimensional cracks, called Guardian of the Moon. The boss of that dungeon was precisely the Guardian of the Moon himself, an enemy at level 184. Facing him was Subaru, who was at level 133 at that time. The entire team was present to witness the battle. Shikishima asked Hyudo if he was sure he could handle it alone. Hyudo replied that he was, as it was a personal challenge. If he couldn't face an enemy of that level alone, he would never be able to fight the Blue Eyes Corporation. Right on the Guardian of the Moon's first strike, Subaru's neck was cut, and he fell to his knees. Akira asked if that wasn't too dangerous for him, but Hyudo and Shikishima both replied that it wasn't. When it came to Ariake Subaru, that was only the beginning. Bleeding didn't mean weakness to him. On the contrary, the more blood there was on the battlefield, whether his or the enemy's, the stronger he became. It was then that Subaru began to use the special items stored in his inventory. He used the Tear of the Eastern Wind, which increased his speed by 30% for 10 seconds. Next, he activated the Strength of Neo, which boosted his strength by 30% for 5 seconds, and also the Cheerleader Bear, which increased his focus by 50% for 10 seconds. Finally, Subaru activated the Rainbow Gaze. When that power emerged, he seemed to have surpassed his own limits, taking on a presence far beyond what was expected of a normal player. With such strength and speed, he completely overwhelmed the Guardian of the Moon, who could no longer block the strikes from Subaru's sword technique. Without much difficulty, Subaru defeated him with a thrust to the chest. In the end, he sincerely thanked his opponent, acknowledging his strength. Akira was impressed by the victory and commented on it. Hyudo explained that in recent days, he had been training Subaru in this combat style, using items up to a certain strategic point. Subaru, excited, celebrated, saying he had defeated the Lunar Guardian without using his vampirism or his dimensional rift ability. Hyudo agreed but said Subaru's first sword strikes had been lazy. Next time, he would have to fix that. Subaru accepted the criticism naturally. That was when Shikishima called everyone's attention. With Subaru's relatives gathered there that day, he said there was something important to announce. The union had reached a conclusion. From that moment on, all of Subaru's relatives were officially marked as targets by the executors. Later, Shikishima welcomed his father at home. He arrived with so many suitcases it seemed he would stay for a year. As he helped him with the luggage, his father commented on how strong he looked, and Shikishima replied that after all, he was a player. When he asked about the rest of the family, his father said they were all in Europe, busy with musical performances, and that they planned to meet remotely for New Year's Lud. He added that since he was free that year, he could finally visit his son. He also said he had heard that Shikishima had something important to tell him. At the same time, Sayaka had also returned home. Her sister, Mizuho, was already there, but Hazuki was still inside a rift. Sayaka was surprised because she thought Hazuki had stopped being a player after losing her gate. Mizuho explained that Hazuki had lived as a normal person for only a week, but then she received another gate. When Hazuki finally appeared to reunite with the family, she revealed her new power, the Crimson Gate, also known as the Gate of King Rak. Meanwhile, Akira was also reuniting with his mother. She commented that if Hirasaka was visiting their home, he should have cleaned the place better. Akira explained that he had been busy that day, and she replied that visits come after cleaning. She then asked how Hirasaka was doing, and Akira said he was doing great, promising to bring her a gift as well. Shortly after, Hirasaka's parents also came to visit him. His mother said he looked great and asked if he was still going to the gym. His father said he looked stronger and asked what had happened, since Hirasaka didn't seem to have been in Japan recently. Hirasaka answered that technically he was, but also wasn't illegalist. Before the conversation went further, his parents said they knew he had something important to say and would wait for him to speak up. Later, Shikishima met with Subaru to wish him a happy new year. It was exactly the 1st of January, 2024. Subaru celebrated with the friends he had met in other worlds like Liam, Hajimori, and Hyudo since he no longer had family, as they had all died. During the conversation, Subaru asked how Shikishima's family meeting had gone, and if he had told them the truth. Shikishima confirmed that he had, and said he also planned to talk to his sisters when they returned from Europe. Subaru recalled that they were musicians, right? Shikishima said his father was a conductor, his mother a pianist, and his 2 sisters were violinists. Although he admired the family's artistic dedication, he felt guilty seeing them working during such a difficult time for Earth. Still, he thought it was safer for them to continue with music, rather than becoming players and risking their lives every day. During the talk he had with his father, he explained the situation, and because of that, his father canceled all the family's concerts. Shikishima apologized for that, but his father replied there was no need to apologize. After all, without the players, the world would have ceased to exist long ago, and there would be no place left to hold concerts. In fact, his father felt bad for the weight that fell on his son's shoulders, as he understood how hard it was. Canceling a concert or two was nothing compared to the risks Shikishima faced daily. He said he was grateful and very proud of his son. Hearing that, Shikishima was so moved he couldn't even say his usual catchphrase. He commented to Subaru that this same situation seemed to have happened with Hirasaka and Akira. Subaru confirmed it, saying that Sayaka also said it happened to her too. Subaru promised to do everything he could to protect everyone, his family and his companions. Shikishima said it seemed like everyone was finally gathered, and there they were, Hyudo, Hajimori, Liam, Jinga, Akira, and Subaru, ready to proceed with the next mission. The first objective was to deal with the 7th calamity, an entity that destroyed the minds of all spiritual manifestations. There were exactly 10 days left until the attack announced by the Blue Eyes Corporation, and the group decided to move ahead, going directly to the Genkai Sea, where they expected to find the 7th calamity. This calamity had a name, Kohaku Hirakata, the holder and conqueror of the erosions, also known for possessing the ability Solitary Scene. However, when they arrived there, they discovered that this calamity had already been defeated by the corporation's vice president, Belay, who now occupied the entity's place, only to hold a meeting directly with Subaru. The meeting had already been scheduled, but before that, what had occurred was revealed through the future memories of the King of the Dawn. The 7th calamity, also known as the reflection of corruption and loneliness, had caused a mental collapse in all of humanity, with the exception of the players. The entity grew even stronger after using an S-rank item. In that timeline, Subaru made a mistake. He believed that the aberrations summoned by the calamity were merely creatures from another realm. Although he managed to destroy them, Kohaku Hirakata, the true wielder of the ability, managed to escape. Subaru only understood the true nature of the threat after speaking with Hajimori. With the help of the information provided by Haji, and using the abilities of Kana and Himeno Mario, they were able to pinpoint the exact location where the 7th calamity should be. Upon arriving, Subaru said that this was the right location. However, all they found was the residue of a blue portal. Hajimori noted that at least it wasn't something created by Kohaku's ability, and Jinga recognized the type of portal. He said he had seen one like it during Christmas when he was visited by the corporation. That portal led directly to the seats of the Blue Eyes Corporation. It was a portal maintained by Bailey and his secretary, Zagan, who were on the other side listening to everything Subaru and his group were saying. Shikishima remarked that they would leave, since the 7th calamity wasn't there. Akira agreed, saying that the date of the attack hadn't even arrived yet. Subaru then asked what was famous in Fuku, and Hyudo replied that there was something called motsunabe, a local dish. The group thought it would be a good idea to try it. At that moment, Belay stepped out of the portal. He introduced himself as the vice president of the Blue Eyes Corporation and asked if this was Subaru's group. He also requested that they stay a little longer. Subaru said he wanted to eat the motsunabe now, and Belay replied that he would pay. Later, everyone was inside Belay's office, eating the dish. It was the same one they had wanted to try earlier. Shikishima asked why they were eating, standing up, and commented that there wasn't even a chair there. Violet explained that his office didn't have that kind of luxury, and revealed that the motsunabe hadn't been bought from a restaurant, but had been prepared by Zagan herself. Hajimori then asked about the 7th calamity. Violet responded that he had killed it, as it was in the way of the meeting. While everyone ate, Belay summarized the conversation they were about to have. He revealed his plan to lure the current president and stage a coup. He intended to become the new president of the corporation. Everyone was surprised, and Shikishima asked the reason for such a drastic decision. Violet replied that, in short, Asmodeus, the current president, was trying to sell the entire corporation to the administrators in order to monopolize all profits. For Violet, this was unforgivable. Since Asmodeus had started with betrayal, Violet planned to respond with betrayal of his own. Hudo asked if the last assassin recently sent had been Bailei's doing. He confirmed that it was, and explained that he had tried to eliminate Ariaki Subaru before even taking the presidency, offering him directly to the administrators. Upon hearing this, Jinga recalled the conversation he had had with Frauros, when she mentioned the internal factions within the Blue Eyes Corporation. Shikishima wanted to know what benefit there would be in joining Bailey. In response, Bailey asked if they really believed they could defeat the Blue Eyes Corporation without help. As he spoke, he pressured them all with his presence and power. He made it clear that this was not a negotiation between equals. The proposal was simple. Either they followed him or they didn't. Hudo, observing, recognized that Belay was on a much higher level. The executor they had defeated earlier didn't even come close. Even if everyone present joined forces against Belay, they probably wouldn't be able to defeat him. If President Asmodeus was even stronger than Belay, then the situation would become even more concerning. However, Violet stated that rewards had been prepared. If they joined him against Asmodeus, the Blue Eyes Corporation would stop pursuing Ariake Subaru. Jinga, skeptical, asked how they could believe such a promise. Bailey assured them that he didn't make empty promises. He said he could even prepare a contract, as his secretary, Zagan, had a special ability. She could create mutual contracts, whose penalties in case of breach were severe. Shikishima understood the gravity of that. It was an ability that turned commitments into absolute obligations. Bailey confirmed this, saying that he would bet his own life on the contract. When asked about the penalty, he replied that yes, it would be death. And when they asked why he was going that far, he simply said he wanted to prove he was different from the current president. For that reason, he sincerely asked Ariake Subaru to join him. Subaru, however, said he was having trouble chewing his food at that moment. Violet, irritated, asked if he was paying attention. Subaru explained that he was, but hadn't responded earlier because speaking with a full mouth was impolite. Then he declared that he rejected the contract. He would not cooperate with Bailey. The group was surprised. Shikishima asked if he truly understood the seriousness of the situation. Subaru confirmed that he did. If they signed the contract, Bailey and his subordinates would become allies. But when Bailey asked if his life wasn't guarantee enough, Subaru responded with another memory. He turned to Jinga and asked if he remembered what had happened when he was controlled by the Silver King. Jinga confirmed, remembering that once he returned from the other side, they would form a team. Shikishima didn't understand what they were talking about. Subaru then explained that their team was the Country of the Rainbow and that he had Vanquish's permission to speak for them. In the Country of the Rainbow, they would never betray or abandon an ally. Everyone there was impressed by the firmness of his words. Jinga also confirmed that it was true. Even if they were massacred at that moment, they would not ally with traitors. Subaru politely thanked Bailet for the offer and apologized for refusing it. The next second, Belay allowed them all to leave without interference. Zagan, surprised, asked if that was really okay, since Belay could have eliminated all of them at that moment. But he replied no. If he had done anything inside his own office, the administrators, Asus and Mastema, would have punished him severely. The moment Ariake Subaru refused the contract marked the end of his plan. Even so, he would not give up on trying to overthrow Asmodeus. Zagan said she would follow him to the end. Bailey, thoughtful, commented that it was a great dilemma to never betray or abandon allies. If only Asmodeus thought like Subaru. Then, the day of the Blue Eyes Corporation's attack finally arrived. According to the strategic materials delivered to Subaru and his allies, the executors had a clear mission: eliminate Subaru, all his companions, friends, and relatives. Each family member, therefore, remained at home, ready to defend their family. The silence of that day was not broken by the invasion itself, but by the sudden fall of Zagan, who emerged from one of the portals almost dead. Subaru ran to her, trying to understand what had happened. Zagan, with difficulty, said they had been ambushed. The President Asmodeus's team was not heading for the human world. The real invasion was being carried out in the underworld. Meanwhile, in the underworld itself, Asmodeus revealed that Belay had been naive. He would never share his true strategy with a traitor. The invasion had never been planned for the human world. The real target was the underworld, and the offensive was already underway. On the 11th of January, 2024, the invasion began. Wounded, Zagan explained to Subaru that Asmodeus's plan had been a farce from the beginning. He had always intended to annihilate the underworld first. This would give him the advantage of neutralizing the players before they could react. Upon hearing all of that, Subaru understood it was time to act. In the underworld, Frauros asked what the political motivation behind all of it was. Asmodeus answered that he had received a direct request from his client to massacre everyone, nothing more. The first country to be attacked was the country of gold. Frauros activated her divine ability, the god of corruption, and began to devastate the massive golden army. The front line was immediately wiped out, and the other executors also demonstrated so much power that the soldiers could barely face them. Krokl used his ability to generate a chain of explosions that devastated the remaining enemy army. Seeing that, Mestima was impressed and said it was time to stop being lazy and act as well. But before that, she looked for her superior and realized he had disappeared. Asmodeus, the president of the Blue Eyes Corporation, had already left the front line and was heading alone toward the country of bronze. He appeared directly in front of Vorden, who, surprised, asked who the hell that man was. But before he could react, his body was completely destroyed with a single strike. Asmodeus introduced himself as the CEO of the Blue Eyes Corporation and stated he was there to kill him. Even though Vorden was one of the three kings of the underworld, he realized that Asmodeus's attacks were so unpredictable and powerful that he could barely respond. His strength was such that even a king like him couldn't move before that overwhelming power. Meanwhile, in the country of gold, Ixis, in despair, apologized, as he could no longer contain the executors. The army was being completely massacred, and the enemies advanced with ease. Safina confirmed that it was indeed the work of the Blue Eyes Corporation. Observing the destruction, Ruin said he could use his curse if necessary, realizing that a presence was approaching quickly, as if teleporting directly to his throne. Mastema appeared before him and asked if he was the current Silver King. She said he looked a lot like the previous one. Maybe they were related. Then, she revealed that she was actually the one who killed the former Silver Queen. Coldly, she declared that the little fox should die quickly and launched an attack with her scythe directly at Ruin. However, her strike was stopped by an unknown force. At the same time, Frauros sensed another attack approaching in the country of gold, and Asmodeus was also prevented from eliminating Vordan by a sudden freeze. While all this was happening, Subaru was communicating telepathically with Shikishima, informing him of the situation in the underworld. Shikishima calmly replied that he had already anticipated that plan from Asmodeus. Hirasaka and Sayaka, hearing that, were surprised and asked if it had really been foreseen. Shikishima said yes, and asked Subaru if the situation there was still under control. Subaru replied firmly that it was. He explained that the enemies invading the underworld would be completely eliminated by the country of the rainbow. Killen, Delta, and Ludwig were in charge of holding the offensive in the country of gold, facing directly Frauros, the other unidentified executor, and Krokl. The nation of silver was being defended by Carrion and Saya, while the country of bronze now had help from Subaru's new relatives. Among them was a surprising figure, the most powerful spirit in the entire underworld, known as Diamond. She appeared to protect the throne, and upon seeing her father's condition, coldly commented that he was too weak to be hit by such an insignificant attack. Vorden, annoyed by the rudeness, asked his daughter to stop talking like that. In reality, he was merely distracting the enemy so that their plan could succeed. Asmodeus, for his part, was genuinely impressed by that cursed freezing. It hadn't appeared in any of the corporation's intelligence reports. He wondered who exactly that entity was. Diamond replied that she wasn't anyone special, just an ordinary spirit, but she could be considered one of Subaru's new relatives. At this point, the story moved back in time, to a moment before the opening of the first rift. On that occasion, the three kings of the underworld, Vanquish, and all of Subaru's relatives had gathered for an extremely important meeting. The general conclusion was clear. The Blue Eyes Corporation would split its force between the human world and the underworld. The location of the attack would be decided shortly before the offensive, as a distraction strategy. Knowing this, all of Subaru's relatives would be in danger. And although many were protecting the human world, there was a strong chance that the underworld was the real target. The solution found was to prioritize defending the human world, because if it seemed well protected, the corporation would be more likely to attack the other side. Vanquish commented that it seemed fair. Ruin said that was natural in wars, to strike the side with the least defense. But Shikishima warned that if the underworld had even a 1% chance of being attacked and no one was there, Subaru's relatives would be doomed. Safina reminded them that the six kings could still use their curses. Among them were Vanquish, the true ancestor, and the other kings of the country of the rainbow. In other words, there were few people capable of truly protecting the underworld. The three original kings could not face the Blue Eyes Corporation directly. Keelan and Delta were strong, but still not enough. That was when Carrion spoke. He said he would return to his original body. Vanquish, surprised, recognized the soul before him. It was the soul of Campanella. Carrion commented that, sooner or later, he would have to deal with that. At the time, during the 24th of December celebration, there had been a party at Jinga's house. When the Blue Eyes Corporation appeared with a supposed birthday surprise, the group immediately sensed that something was wrong. Thanks to Jinga, who managed to alert them in time, they understood the true intention behind that visit. After the incident, Vanquish suggested that Hirasaka, Sayaka, and Ludwig join the meeting and the plan. Sayaka, however, mentioned that she had been feeling very tired in recent days. Vanquish, impatient, said they were all idiots. Shikishima asked them to drop the subject, as there was a more urgent problem to solve. The issue was how to fill the void left by Ruin, who had left Subaru's family group. The biggest problem wasn't just losing an ally, but the impact it had on Subaru's ability, which had been cut almost in half. Jinga acknowledged that it was hard to find someone with a power comparable to the three kings, but Vanquish said he knew the perfect person. It wasn't a card he wanted to play, but if necessary, he was willing to put her in the field. She was a former combat partner, as strong as the three kings. Delta suspected who he was talking about. Killen thought it was a joke, but Vanquish confirmed he was referring to Diamante. He intended to make her one of Subaru's relatives, so they could defeat the Blue Eyes Corporation. Lambda, Killen, and Delta were deeply shocked. Jinga revealed that he had already met Diamante in the underworld. She had many spiritual disciples, including Killen, Delta, and Lambda themselves. He explained that she was considered the most powerful spirit in the history of the underworld. On the battlefield, Diamante was already standing before Asmodeus. As he analyzed her information, he realized she was an extraordinary spirit. Among the billions of planets administered by the administrators, it was extremely rare for a spirit to be classified as the most powerful. Spiritual species, by nature, could only grow stronger within the limits of natural phenomena, and the Oriental crystal, from which Diamante originated, was usually considered one of the weakest, as it only manifested in absolute zero environments. However, in this case, everything was different. Diamante stated that she had lived a very long life, but this would be the first time she fought an executor to the death. Asmodeus noticed that she was extremely confident, and in the next moment, she punched so hard that she broke both his glasses and his neck, saying she wasn't there to go easy. Asmodeus replied that her behavior was rude, even by his standards. When Vorden noticed that Asmodeus was preparing for another attack, he warned Diamante to dodge, but she took the blow head-on, and it felt like nothing more than a tickle. Vorden, confused, questioned how the enemy's body could have disintegrated completely. Asmodeus, surprised, began to doubt his own strength and used his ultimate ability, the sovereignty of blue flames. The flames engulfed Diamante's body, causing such an intense burn that it could be seen from the horizon of the Bronze Country. The ground was destroyed, lava erupted from the depths, and a true sea of fire was formed. Even so, Diamante remained almost intact, feeling only a slight warmth. Asmodeus admitted he was losing confidence, as that had been one of his most powerful attacks. Diamante simply commented that it felt cozy. Asmodeus asked if she wasn't going to dodge. She replied that there was no reason to, but he was welcome to try. The next move came from her, a direct kick to his chest, imbued with the power of the Abyssal White, a deep freeze that started from the inside out, completely ignoring Asmodeus's resistance. He was hurled far away, and a massive glacier formed in the fields of the Bronze Country. Asmodeus, stunned, had not expected a spirit to withstand so much. He assumed it was only possible because she was receiving a status boost for being Subaru's relative. But Diamante explained that although she had agreed to become a relative, she had refused the status buffs. She wanted to fight using only her own strength. At that moment, she remembered how she accepted becoming Subaru's relative, on the condition that all bonuses be removed. For her, fighting was something that should be done with one's own power. Her three disciples, Killen, Delta, and Lambda, shared that philosophy. Killen, reflecting, realized that was why they were all such idiots. They had been trained by her. Diamante then faced the enemy, and thought that this confrontation was the true meaning of a fight, soul against soul. She then used her ultimate ability, the perfect white wall, completely crushing Asmodeus's body. Upon seeing the enemy defeated, Diamante asked if that was all. Was that the only curse she needed to use to defeat an executor? Compared to the true ancestor, Asmodeus was nothing but trash. Diamante remembered the moment when Vanquish came to her with an unusual request. He wanted her to become Subaru's relative. To her, it sounded ridiculous. After so long without seeing each other, the only thing she wanted upon meeting him again was to fight, and that's exactly what she made clear when they reunited. But Vanquish, acknowledging his current state, said he didn't have enough strength to defeat her. Even so, she told him to recover his power quickly and fight properly. Vanquish agreed. He said that if she accepted the request, he would fight. Then Diamante proposed that he take her to his throne. It had been a while since she had seen her disciples, and now she wanted to see how they would deal with the executors. In the present, Diamante's disciples were in the Golden Country, facing a large army of executors. Delta noted that since their master had entered the battle, it was likely that Asmodeus was already dead. He remembered what Diamante always said: they should fight with all their strength and soul, without wasting time. With conviction, he declared that those failures would soon be destroyed. At this point in the battle, both Delta and Keelan had already reached their final forms. The combination of their powers, storm and thunder, was enough to easily incinerate the executors. Croakle, upon witnessing that, was terrified. She couldn't understand what kind of power that was. She thought she had to eliminate the spirits there as quickly as possible before her entire army was wiped out. However, in the next second, she was cut in half. The one responsible wasn't the storm, but Ludwig's blade, who used his special technique, the dimensional slash with the stellar blade. Before dying, Croakle realized that with that body, she couldn't win. Right after, a new attack was launched against Ludwig. It was the god of corruption, summoned by Frauros. Ludwig, still composed, said that the ability was actually kind of interesting. Meanwhile, Keelan commented that there were even some strong people there. Delta, looking around, asked his brother to help the Golden Girl, since it was too much for one person alone. Keelan agreed, but wanted to know what his brother would do. Delta replied that he would deal with another opponent, the insane executor, the one who smiled like a psychopath. When that executor and Delta began their clash, Belay observed and remarked that everyone there was full of energy. He hadn't imagined that such powerful opponents would show up to fight them, and wondered if the others were doing well too. Meanwhile, in another corner of the battlefield, a duel of blades was taking place. Carrion was facing Mastema, crossing his twin blades against the enemy's scythe. From above, Ruin watched and jokingly commented for them not to destroy the palace too much. Mastema, in turn, had to admit that Carrion was excellent. He introduced himself as one of the subordinates of the true ancestor, the King of Ghouls. Mastema found it curious. Carrion was very different from the description she had received, but that didn't matter. What mattered was whether he could entertain her in battle. She said she could even reveal who would destroy his country, but Carrion replied that he no longer cared about that. He remembered Campanella, who had already said goodbye to the past, and affirmed that now he would only look toward the future. Using the cursed blood, he summoned a skeletal-type weapon, the dragon, fish spear, Soldinos. Not even Mastema had expected that attack. Carrion commented that, as expected, Lady Saya's specimens were truly impressive. Since Saya couldn't use curses, she had entrusted her creatures to Carrion while she remained in the obsidian home, serving as a source of mana. Carrion stated that he would use those specimens to stop Mastema and then kill her with his cadaverous fist. Mastema, mocking him, asked if he was really depending on someone else to defeat her. She said that almost hurt her little heart and declared that Kenan should be good enough to face her alone. She refused to accept any other possibility. While all of this was happening, in the human world, Maria was tending to Zagan's healing. Irritated, she remarked that they always used her only when it was convenient. Shikishima tried to justify it, saying it wasn't really like that, and soon returned to his body. Zagan, grateful for the healing, said she couldn't stay there much longer. She needed to rescue the president. Subaru, surprised, asked what she meant by rescue. After all, he thought Belay had been killed. Zagan then explained that Bailat was not dead, but imprisoned by Asmodeus and Mastema, being punished and tortured for what he had done. In fact, Bailat had sacrificed himself so Zagan could escape. Subaru, resolute, declared that he would rescue Bailat with her, whether she wanted it or not. Bailat had been captured for warning them about the danger and, even if unintentionally, had helped Subaru. That was why he wanted to repay him. Zagan revealed that Bailat was in the internal prison of the Blue Eyes Corporation. Shikishima, concerned, stated that this meant he was in the heart of enemy territory, which made everything extremely dangerous. Even so, Subaru decided to go alone, asking Shikishima to stay in the human world to protect it. Shikishima immediately refused. He said he would never allow Subaru to embark on such a dangerous mission. However, Jinga intervened. He said he could go. He no longer had a family and, besides, was the most qualified relative for that mission. He stated there was no more time to lose and that he would go with Zagan. Faced with this, Subaru smiled and agreed. Zagan then opened the portal. Jinga said they could leave that mission to him. He would do his best to complete it. Meanwhile, Violet was imprisoned in the deepest wing of the internal prison of the Blue Eyes Corporation. Zagan, Subaru, and Jinga had already arrived at the location. Upon observing it, Subaru remarked that the place looked more like an ordinary office from the human world. Zagan explained that this type of structure was Asmodeus's preference. No one knew exactly why, but he had always been fascinated by human corporations. She added that most of the executors had probably left the headquarters to attack the underworld, but there might still be someone there acting as a guard. Subaru, curious, asked how long Zagan had known Baile. Zagan replied that it had been several hundred years since her world had been completely destroyed. At the time, she was about to die in a miserable, hopeless existence, but it was Violet who saved her. He gave her shelter, food, affection, and a new life almost like that of an ordinary human. For Zagan, he wasn't just someone important, he was essential, and she couldn't let him die like that. On the 7th basement floor of the corporation was the so-called Seal Prison. Jinga found it strange that the place was completely empty, without a single guard. Zagan also found it odd, but reasoned that maybe Asmodeus had really sent everyone to the attack on the underworld. As soon as they arrived, the three were faced with a shocking scene. At the top of the prison, chained, was the Vice President Baile. Upon seeing Zagan, he smiled and thanked her for being safe. Zagan immediately activated a lever that released the chains. Seeing him so wounded, she was moved. She said she was happy he was alive. Baile, still weak, asked why Subaru was there. Subaru replied that he had come at Zagan's request. In truth, he had simply followed her. He then took a sunflower out of his inventory, a healing item, and used it to fully restore Baile's body. Even with his body healed, Baile thanked them, but quickly warned that an even bigger problem lay ahead. At that moment, his expression changed. Another voice began speaking through his body. It said the best course of action would be to kill everyone there and return to the original body. Baile tried to resist, but he was no longer the one speaking. Something strange was flowing from inside his body outward. At the same time, in King Vorden's garden, in the Bronze Country, everything was frozen and nearly destroyed. Vorden asked what exactly Diamante was doing there. She replied that she was looking for the enemy's body. She suspected that, even crushed, something might still be alive. And indeed, she found a piece that still pulsed with energy. Diamante asked whether what remained could still be considered alive, whether it was a fragmented spirit or something similar. Asmodeus, with his weakened presence, replied that one could say yes or no. Those exact words echoed from Baile's mouth, now possessed by something else. He recalled that the first time he met an administrator, the only thought he had was, what did he need to do to become a being as powerful as that? Maybe, at last, he had found out. Subaru realized that the power flowing inside Baile's body had completely changed. The atmosphere around them had shifted too. Without understanding, he asked who he really was. The answer was the same. One could say he was Baile, and at the same time, not. The explanation followed. An administrator was not a single person. It was a colony of consciousnesses, composed of dozens, hundreds, or even trillions of souls fused into a single being. That was what made such an existence so powerful and incomprehensible. Meanwhile, Krokel's body, lying in another battlefield, repeated the same words. Then Asmodeus, now speaking through Frauros's body, explained his discovery. To become an administrator, it was necessary to split the soul into multiple fragments, give each one a distinct personality, and thus form an entire organization. When the precision and control over that organization reached their peak, one would become similar to an administrator, a collective entity functioning as one. Based on that logic, Asmodeus divided his soul into 5 parts. Himself, the coordinator; Baile, the primary assistant; Mastema, the one with the greatest combat power; Frauros, the war strategist; and Krokel, the newcomer. Diamante, hearing all of that, admitted she had no idea what he was talking about. But Vorden explained more clearly. The entire corporation was, in fact, just a single person trying to imitate an administrator. Asmodeus, weakened, said that the eternal freezing had been so powerful that he might not be able to complete the plan as intended. Still, his reward would be becoming part of a true administrator. That was all he desired. And then, for the first time in centuries, he began to return to his original body, reuniting all parts of his soul into a single existence. This revelation and sudden change in behavior left everyone alarmed. The conclusion was inevitable. In the next moment, the 3 who were with Baile in the prison were completely destroyed by his dimensional slashes. The one who had once been Baile had become something beyond an executor in its full form. In the Silver Country, Ruin also sensed that something had changed in the executor. Asmodeus, now in his unified form, said he no longer needed to fight any of them. He also said that while Carrion was strong, he would now bid farewell to Mastema's body. In an instant, like a comet, her body was absorbed back into its original soul. Ruin received a report. Ariaki, Subaru, and Jinga were dead. Carrion was shocked by the news. In the Golden Country, the same thing happened to the bodies of Krokul and Frauros. Both souls returned to Asmodeus, who was now completely reassembled in the Bronze Country, in front of Diamante. In the next second, the energy released by that unified soul was so immense that its spiritual pressure spread across all the countries of the underworld. Every being who felt it instinctively sensed the approach of death. The transformation was like the brilliance of a star in the sky. Diamante, excited, said things had finally become interesting and asked the new creature to introduce itself. Standing before her in the Bronze Country was the final entity. The blue flame radiated like a divine presence. Its name was Gotia. Vorden, sensing that aura, realized it was as powerful as Vanquish and Diamante. Diamante, in turn, said she remembered that name, Goetia. Even so, she stated that she would continue the fight as before. However, Goetia replied that there was nothing more to be done there. The original plan to destroy the underworld, to cause the collapse of the human world, had failed. Fighting in that place no longer made sense. Now, she would head directly to the human world, as planned, to annihilate Ariaki Subaru, all his relatives, and continue with the plan. Diamante, outraged, ran toward the portal. She said Goetia could whine all she wanted, but she would still die all the same. To protect herself, Goetia summoned the true goddess of corruption, an entity so gigantic that even Diamante had to retreat. The creature emerged, towering and imposing, while Goetia, sarcastically, asked whether the warriors of the underworld had never thought about the true meaning of life. But Diamante ignored the provocation, knowing that that monster wasn't there to philosophize, it was there to entertain Goetia. The goddess of corruption, considered the most powerful among the beings under Goetia's command, promised to satisfy Diamante's wish, to fight for all eternity. From within that monstrous body, other creatures began to emerge, forming an army. Taking advantage of the distraction, Goetia escaped the place, leaving Diamante occupied with the threat. Even so, Diamante, furious, swore she would kill that wretch the moment she had the chance. She couldn't stand being underestimated any longer. She then turned to Vorden and asked how to reach the human world. Vorden replied that there was currently no way to get there. He explained that the function of the celestial clock prevented creatures from the underworld from crossing over to the other world freely. Diamante was shaken and asked if that meant the end of humanity. Vorden admitted that maybe it did, because they could not intervene at that moment. The human world was in danger. Meanwhile, in the human world itself, Shikishima wondered if things were going well in the underworld. When he saw the portal open, he thought it was Subaru returning, but it was actually Goetia. Without hesitation, she attacked and killed Shikishima at the first opportunity. Maria tried to take control of the body to heal him, but Goetia, merciless, reduced everything to ashes with her blue flames. She then stated that one was already eliminated, and asked where Subaru's other relatives were. Back in the Blue Eyes Corporation's prison, the three Subaru, Jinga, and Zagan were being torn apart by the attacks. Zagan, amid the pain, asked what had happened to the real Baile. Goetia, now fully awakened, revealed that Baile never truly existed. He was just a fabricated persona, created from memory fragments, a hologram, an experiment log. Now that she no longer needed him, she had discarded him. It had always been Goetia from the very beginning. Zagan, devastated, began to cry. In the next moment, she was burned alive by the blue flames. Goetia declared it was time to return to her original form. But as she stepped through the pool of blood from Jinga and Subaru's bodies, she realized they were getting up. Jinga's first reaction was to grab Goetia's leg and activate his Ice 9 ability, freezing everything around. Meanwhile, in the human world, Goetia continued her search for the other relatives. That's when Hudo appeared. He commented that Shikishima had died faster than expected, but admitted that given the power difference, it was inevitable. Goetia identified him as a new challenger and launched an attack with blue flames. However, the attack was deflected. It had been drawn away by a rank D item, the effigy of the feather, which automatically redirected attacks. Hudo had many of those effigies and made it clear that he had no intention of fighting at that moment. His goal was only to buy time. The first thing he did was use the Phoenix Eye, an S-rank item that allowed full resurrection, to bring Shikishima back. He explained that Subaru had 2 of those eyes, and that each family member had 1. When Shikishima revived, still dazed, he asked if he had really died. Now he knew what it felt like. Hudo warned him. Next time, it could be for real. Goetia, annoyed, asked if they planned to just keep reviving and luring her attacks endlessly. She said that wouldn't be enough to stop her. She wanted to know what their plan was from that point on. Hyudo, with a sarcastic smile, replied that it was funny to see Goichi so calm, considering her main plan had failed and now she was resorting to Plan B, a plan that shouldn't even have been used. As he spoke, Goichi accessed her database to search for information on Hyudo Kotetsu. She discovered that he was the best fighter in his world and also one of the most experienced players in item usage. But Hyudo had another question prepared. He wanted to know if Goichi was really sure she should keep looking forward. When Goichi turned around, she saw Subaru, already ready to strike her with a dimensional rift aimed directly at her chest. Goichi was shocked and wondered how Subaru had survived. She also wanted to know what had happened to Baile. Then Subaru, along with Zagan and Jinga, emerged from the portal and answered that he had been defeated. He explained that when Jinga used Ice 9 directly on Baile's foot, the strike froze his structure all the way to the soul. Subaru, having revived with the Phoenix Eye, took the opportunity to transform into his vampiric form and attack with full force. Baile, now vulnerable, realized he couldn't react under that freezing effect. His body and soul were being destroyed. Jinga, in turn, used the Apple of Knowledge, an A-rank item that fully restored his mana. It was explained that Jinga's greatest weakness had always been the extreme energy consumption of his abilities. Techniques like Ice 9 consumed 100% of his available mana. Ever since he started fighting against the rifts, he began using strategic items to compensate for this limitation. In the end, Jinga's greatest weakness ended up becoming his greatest offensive power. However, he found a way to overcome that limitation. He underwent a deep transformation. He ceased to be the wielder of the Gate of Arcano and became the owner of the Gate of the Silver King. This change gave him full freedom to convert his gate and no longer use the power of Arcano, but instead the power of Ruin, the Silver King. He clearly remembered a moment that occurred a month earlier, in the Obsidian Sea. At that time, Arcano had explained to him the concept of gate exchange. He said that Jinga would receive a gate made exclusively for him, one that would even be mass-produced in the future. Since Jinga didn't fully understand, Arcano even created an ice chair for him to sit and calmly attend the lesson. He explained that a player's performance depended on 3 multiplicative factors: soul quality, master quality, and gate performance. Subaru and Hyudo also attended that lesson. Subaru confessed he had no idea it worked that way and finally began to understand. Hyudo found it all very interesting. Jinga, curious, asked what the two of them were doing there. Subaru said he just found it interesting and decided to show up, while Hyudo asked why the gates had different performance levels. Arcano praised the question and explained that the differences came from the strategies adopted by each nation. The Golden Country prioritized quality, creating only 7 very high-performing gates. The Bronze Country opted for quantity, distributing over 10,000 simple gates. The Silver Country was in between, with around 500 gates in circulation. Arcano, with irony, said it was obvious that the Silver King would make such a poor decision. Ruin, the king in question, dryly asked if Arcano was really insulting him like that to his face. Subaru took the opportunity to ask about the legendary Rainbow Gate. Arcano confirmed it was the best gate in existence. He explained that this model was custom-made, with performance superior even to the Golden Country's gates. It was the result of a collaboration between the King of Revenants and the King of Ghosts. The level of perfection was so high that even Arcano was frustrated at not being able to replicate it. Hyudo concluded that, in the end, the biggest difference between the 3 countries truly lay in the performance of their gates. Jinga asked if that was why he needed to change his gate for a more efficient one. Arcano explained that Jinga's new gate would have 2 main changes. First, its production would reach the level of Golden Gates. Second, he would gain an additional master. This revelation shocked everyone. The new master would be Ruin, the Silver King, long considered a coward and despicable by many. Ruin, with a smile, said that they already had a certain bond since he once tried to invade Jinga's body long ago. He claimed to be the best possible choice to enhance Jinga's power efficiency and encouraged him to make good use of the Silver King's power. In the present, it was exactly that power that Jinga was using against Rubelais, who couldn't even move under the overwhelming force. Jinga activated the 3rd ability of the Silver King's Gate, the Divine Fire of the 9 Tails. Goetia, still present, was shocked to realize that she was about to lose one of her 5 parts right there. She was instantly pulverized, completely annihilated. Jinga had found the perfect strategy. He used Ice 9 to drain his mana, and then restored it all through the Silver Gate. He asked Subaru if that Phoenix Eye was the last one remaining. Subaru confirmed and said he needed it so that Zagan could open an exit portal. He then handed her his last Phoenix Eye. Meanwhile, Subaru recalled that Goeitia's original body had killed Bailet and betrayed the one who had loved him the most. Jinga, for his part, thought he had never seen Ariake Subaru as angry as he was at that moment. The aura surrounding him was dense and incandescent, like magma about to erupt. Subaru, determined, asked to be taken there. He said he would personally defeat Goichia's true form, who couldn't believe Bailey had been defeated and wondered what kind of power they had used. In the present, Subaru faced Goichia and ordered him to prepare himself, for he would never be forgiven for what he had done. At his side were Sayaka and Hirasaka. Goichia, irritated, muttered that some trash always appeared in his way. At the same time, he detected the presence of several other players approaching. The mere loss of Billet's fragment had made him so furious that he completely ignored the administrator's commands. He then opted for the simplest and most devastating technique, complete annihilation. He intended to use the same authority that had turned the Bronze Kingdom into a massive volcano, a technique with a 5-kilometer radius, incineration of the blue flames. But the moment he tried to activate it, his power was cancelled by Liam, the Eternal King. Liam had absorbed and completely neutralized the technique. It was then that Goichia realized it would be impossible to eliminate all his enemies without first getting rid of Liam. However, that wouldn't be easy either. Suddenly, a new player appeared, Kuisei. Using his special seals, he completely paralyzed Goichia's body. Faced with that, Subaru stepped forward and said the time had come. The ability Those Who Walk Beneath the Sun was activated, and the transformation didn't affect just Subaru, but also Sayaka and Hirasaka. The three were united with a single purpose: to destroy Goetia. It was revealed that those who become servants of a vampire, over time, begin to resemble their master. They assimilate the vampiric power, and among all, Subaru's oldest relatives were precisely Sayaka and Hirasaka, who had already reached the second stage of vampirism. This power, which burned intensely within their souls, brought with it the fatal weakness to sunlight. To overcome this limitation, it was necessary to block sunlight, thereby unlocking their true combat potential. Outside their vampiric form, their stats were reduced by 90%, but by walking under the sun using that ability, they could each reach 100% of their combat power. With the power activated, before Goichia could react, the three struck him simultaneously with dimensional rupture slashes. Sealed in that moment by Kuisei's seal, Goichia was completely immobilized for 1 second. It was in that instant that Jinga played his part, activating his special eyes. Quickly, Subaru and Hirasaka hurled Goichia into the distance, while Sayaka combined the Emperor of Thunder's power with the dimensional slash. The impact was so devastating that Goichia was sent crashing through an entire building. Hyudo, already anticipating the next moves, called out to Shikishima, who responded immediately, aware of his role, to prevent the enemy's first movements as much as possible. Jinga, meanwhile, reflected that if he had been just a little stronger in the past, perhaps he could have defeated Goichia, using only his Ice 9 technique. His sense of powerlessness was understandable, if a bit exaggerated. Had he failed to defeat Bailey and Goichia fully regenerated, they would already have been annihilated. Hyudo acknowledged that up to that point, everyone had done well. Jinga had fulfilled his role by eliminating 1/5 of Goichia's power, while Liam had absorbed his most powerful ability. Kuisei remained steady in containment, keeping his seals active. Shikishima aimed with his long-range rifle, and Hyudo provided support with his special items. Still, Hyudo knew the situation was unstable. There was one shared certainty among them all. If Goichia adapted to this new scenario, everything would be lost. In this context, the key to both offense and defense lay in Sayaka's hands, through her spiritual and electric power. She was using the 8 Thunder Gods technique, even though it was exceeding the limits of her soul vessel, which was beginning to crack and threaten to disappear from that world. The spirits understood what she was doing for her companions. Everyone knew this would be Sayaka's final battle. With the power of the 8 gods, she struck Goichia with such force that he couldn't respond. Every punch was merciless, and even Goichia acknowledged the magnitude of her power. For a brief moment, he realized her speed surpassed even that of Diamante. Goichia had not underestimated Subaru's allies, but he had not expected anything like Sayaka's power. He tried to retaliate with his blue flames, aware that a direct clash was dangerous. He attempted to incinerate her with an area attack, but Sayaka was faster and struck him first. At that point, her power was so overwhelming that she could literally become lightning, moving faster than explosions that occurred in milliseconds. In the face of that, Goichia questioned whether that girl was truly human. The 8 Thunder Gods technique consumed absurd amounts of mana in exchange for speed, and Sayaka was using everything she had. Meanwhile, the two strongest fighters in terms of curses, Ariake Subaru and Hirasaka Renji, were preparing the final strike. However, Sayaka's body could not endure. After the final lightning strike, she collapsed. It was her last breath. She silently apologized to her master for not meeting his expectations. Elsewhere, in the underworld of the Golden Country, Killen was defeating a god of corruption. He considered it a good fight, even without knowing exactly who his opponent was. He suspected it was a divine entity born from some collective consciousness. Before completely destroying it, he acknowledged they might meet again in the future. Noticing that Ludwig seemed too pensive, he approached and asked what she was seeing. Ludwig then told him to prepare himself, for soon they would have to say goodbye. The soul vessel of Amamiya Sayaka had been shattered. Her death was confirmed as irreversible. Subaru didn't know that. Sayaka had hidden her condition. He never imagined something like that would happen. He felt the impulse to turn around, to run to her, and try to save her. But Goetia recovered too quickly. In her final moment, Sayaka noticed the conflict within Subaru, the hesitation in his soul. Even so, she encouraged him to move forward and destroy that monster. With that, Hirasaka Renji and Ariake Subaru resumed the attack. Subaru used his most powerful dimensional slash and severed one of Goetia's legs and an arm, but Goetia still managed to regenerate. Subaru wondered if he could have saved Sayaka. Maybe there was an item in his inventory. Maybe there had been a chance, but now it was too late. He was determined. He would kill that creature. That was when Goetia noticed a rainbow-toned distortion. His instincts screamed that it was extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, Sayaka, on the brink of death, wished only for a bit more time to live. She wanted to see her friends win. She wanted just a few more minutes of life. But at that moment, Hirasaka noticed that Subaru had been struck directly in the stomach. Even so, he used the blood mold technique to heal himself. This made Goetia realize that physical slashes were no longer effective, so he disintegrated parts of Subaru's body, knocking him to the ground. Hirasaka was still standing. Ever since hearing about dimensional rupture slashes, he had often gazed at the sky, as if sending silent thoughts to a world where no one could answer. During the direct confrontation with Goetia, the enemy wondered what kind of person that man was. With each exchange of blows, Hirasaka's attacks became harder to block, heavier, as if carrying something beyond physical strength. Hirasaka's soul, in harmony with that of his master Subaru, revealed the clarity of a true warrior. Ever since he became a vampire relative of Subaru, his soul had undergone a slow, continuous transformation. Leaving behind the essence of a simple fighter, he had become someone who listened to the pleas of all those seeking salvation. He had become a hero, but Goetia, at the cost of giving up his title as executor, restored his inventory. He used every possible treasure of reinforcement and regeneration, temporarily surpassing even Hirasaka Renji's heroic form. When Goetia finally landed a direct hit on Hirasaka, he noticed the opponent's reflexes had drastically weakened. That was because the cloud of thunder that had been summoned by Sayaka dissipated before a massive pillar of blue flames, reducing Hirasaka's power to only a fraction of its full capacity. Thrown like an insect, Hirasaka was hurled through a building and crashed to the ground. Goetia pursued him, crushing him mercilessly until he spat blood. He mocked the situation, saying it was a pity. Sayaka, Hirasaka, all of them were just people with brute strength, nothing more. By abandoning his minor title of executor to become part of the administrator caste, Goetia had forsaken contracts, curses, and dimensional trades. All the points he had accumulated over thousands of years were left behind. For that reason, he burned Hirasaka from the inside out with blue flames, declaring he would never forgive him. As Hirasaka burned, Goetia mentioned that, according to Hudo, the boy carried a resurrection item. He then ordered him to just die and use that item, because next time, his death would be slow and agonizing. When Hirasaka's completely charred body collapsed, Goetia came face to face with his pure and youthful form, as if he were looking directly at his soul. He asked if he still intended to keep fighting. Shikishima was deeply shaken by the sight. Hudo thought that this was checkmate. All of them had already used their greatest abilities, and the enemy remained unchanged. There was no real chance of victory left. But Hudo also believed that as long as Hirasaka bought them time, that scenario could still be considered a draw. Shikishima, however, would not give up. He called out to Udu, Kinokawa, Fushigami, and Akira. Even knowing there was no longer any chance of winning, he would never abandon his friend Hirasaka Renji. Meanwhile, between life and death, Hirasaka floated in an endless subconscious sea. His younger self appeared before him, carrying a question. Young Hirasaka asked his future self why he kept fighting, even without arms or legs, mutilated, burned, split in half, having died such a cruel death. He asked if it was because he had no other talent besides fighting, or if it was for status, money, or honor. The older Hirasaka replied that it wasn't. Then the younger asked if it was for his friends, for protecting those he loved. Hirasaka said yes, probably. But the younger one couldn't understand why. Then, he had left his true friend behind to save another world. He asked if Hirasaka planned to move on to yet another world afterward. If he fought for family and friends, why save a place full of strangers with whom he had no ties? The older Hirasaka understood that doubt. He answered that it had been 8 years since he started fighting in that world. He had saved countless lives and also failed many times. He spent sleepless nights, consumed by guilt over his own powerlessness. He remembered a conversation he once had with Shikishima. He had asked him why he kept fighting, if it still made sense, if it was still worth it. And Shikishima had replied that it wasn't possible to eliminate all the sadness and suffering in the world. But even so, they could reduce that pain a little. And if they spent their blood and sweat in battle, some tears might no longer fall. Perhaps tears of sorrow could become tears of joy. Perhaps they could become words of gratitude for life. Back then, Hirasaka thought that was a noble way of seeing the world, and so he made a decision. Even if all the gates in that world vanished, even if everything around him crumbled, he would keep fighting. He would fight for the people's tears. In this world, Hirasaka had found something he never had in the previous one. True friends, those with whom he had always dreamed of sharing his journey. That was why he could live there with them. No matter how far apart they would always be connected by their hearts. Upon hearing this from his older self, young Hirasaka felt deeply happy. He asked if Hirasaka Renji was already leaving, and the answer was yes. He was sure his companions were coming to rescue him, and that was the truth. His precious friends were sincerely worried about him. It was explained that, after a deep conversation with themselves, beings of this rare species known as heroes awakened something within. With Hirasaka Renji, it was no different. He had forgotten a unique but essential ability, the companions he gathered during his journey. And when all of his friends finally came together, Gotia was still there, imposing. However, Hirasaka Renji came back to life. His companions were by his side, and even if they looked like mere ants before Goetia, he would not allow them to die there, even if it cost him his own life. The young Hirasaka had left behind something forgotten inside, a spark, the memory that his soul had become that of a true hero. And like every hero, he had found inseparable companions along the way. At that moment of despair, a second trait was activated, the hero's unique ability based on the companions gathered during the journey. As long as they were together, all of his allies would have their powers amplified. It was the pure manifestation of heroic determination. Kinokawa was the first to act, using the fourth ability inherited from Lady Safina, the Titan's Blade. A gigantic golden statue was summoned to attack Goetia, wielding a colossal sword made to slay giants. The impact destroyed everything around the enemy. Hirasaka prepared to move forward, but his companions held him back. They knew he could not win alone, and that each of them had a role to play. Shima explained that this was not a fair battle. Akira moved to the front line, and Shikishima took charge of the strategy. He told Hirasaka he had a plan, and asked if he was willing to bet everything on it. Upon hearing this, Hirasaka remembered the old tactics that had brought them so many victories in the past. He agreed immediately. While Kinokawa's Titan fought alongside Udrira against Goetia, the enemy realized that something was being orchestrated. He knew that even with Hirasaka's power level, alone he would not be able to defeat him. And as he reflected on that, it was revealed that Fushigami Mei had also undergone a door conversion. She did not choose any of the doors of the three kings. Instead, she changed her door to IKU, the faithful assistant of Vorden, the Bronze King. Her wish was not for power, but for speed. The ability she now inherited from Ikuhana was instant teleportation, limited to locations where her allies were present. It was the step of divine speed. Mei then approached Subaru and noticed that more than half of his heart was missing. It was a miracle he was still alive. She knew they needed him awake and silently pleaded for him to wake up, for he was the key to ending that battle. Meanwhile, Hyudo watched from afar, atop a quiet terrace. He recognized that something had changed, that a kind of chain strengthening had occurred. But he also knew that as long as Goetia kept using items with infinite regeneration, it would be impossible to defeat him. The only hope was Ariake Subaru. Sayaka had already passed. Her sacrifice was complete. Hyudo then asked Liam and Hajimori what they would do from that point on. Liam responded that he would stay behind to prevent any area attacks. Hajimori also decided to remain, as he had an alliance with the true ancestor. He asked Hyudo about his decision, and he replied that he would leave. He saw no way to win that battle. But before leaving, he declared that the fight would end in a few minutes, and encouraged the others to survive, so they could witness the new world that would emerge. In the next moment, a massive explosion happened on the horizon. Goetia had counterattacked, destroying half of Kinokawa's Titan's body and seriously wounding her. Even injured, she ordered Hirasaka to focus on the enemy, as she knew all he needed was a single opening to use his dimensional slash. She assured him that she would not let Goetia escape so easily. With a final effort, she infused extra mana into her ability and fully regenerated the Golden Giant, which immediately struck Goetia with a colossal slap that knocked him down once again. Kinokawa looked at Hirasaka and said that among them all, he was the strongest. He was the one who needed to stay focused. Then Shikishima's plan was revealed. It was simple: one attack, one kill. As soon as the signal was given, Hirasaka would use his most powerful strike against the enemy. He hesitated, believing it would never work, but Shikishima assured him it would. Only 1 minute remained until the decisive moment in the battle against Goetia. Goetia. Ariake Subaru was on the edge between life and death. Floating in that thin boundary, he remembered everything that had happened so far. His hatred for Goetia burned intensely within him, a deep resentment for what that enemy had done to his companions, to everything they had built. However, Goetia was not the only one who filled his heart with bitterness. There was another name that caused similar pain, his own father's Lubervan Ri. Subaru could not understand how someone could betray so cruelly. His father had abandoned his mother for money, vanity, and pleasure. She believed in him until the end, trusted him with all her heart, but was betrayed until her last breath. And it was in that moment, consumed by pure rage, that Subaru finally stood up. Mei, near him, noticed and commented that the healing had worked. In the next instant, Subaru already understood the entire situation around him, and, as he faced Goetia, he felt the deepest hatred he had ever known. Soon, he also received the power of the hero's journey, passed on by Hirasaka. This power manifested instantly in all those who were conscious, and whom Hirasaka Renji considered true companions. To him, Subaru was one of those friends. Shikishima, attentive to the moment, had asked Hirasaka if he truly liked Subaru, and now it was clear that he did. Subaru had always admired him as a hero, as someone he deeply respected. He silently thanked all those who had sacrificed themselves for that battle. Now it was his turn. As the savior of the divine blood, he would face Goetia. Exactly 60 seconds remained until the end of that battle. Subaru's first move was to cover the entire battlefield with a dense mist of blood. Those who still held on to hope immediately recognized what that meant. The sun was completely blocked, and both Subaru and Hirasaka regained the power of the ability those who walk under the Sunday. Combined with the power of the hero's journey, their combat strength was multiplied 100-fold. Goetia realized everything had been prepared for that exact moment. Beside him, Shikishima murmured that he had finally understood. He then activated the 7th ability of Imperial Control, Command of the Seraphim, launching multiple light-based attacks, but all of them were blocked by Goetia's blue flames. Shikishima knew his attacks would not cause real damage. His objective was merely to distract. This allowed Subaru to approach and land a direct punch to the enemy's face before he could react. Though ineffective in power, Shikishima's attack created the perfect opening for Subaru to strike decisively. That punch was immediately followed by the activation of the ability Phlegathon, the River of Blood. Subaru compressed 540 tons of cursed blood to crush Goetia, binding all of his movements. Desperate, Goetia unleashed the full power of his blue flames to try and break free. But before he could, he was caught by the many Kyusei crest seals. Seals capable of stopping anything and everything for 1 second. These seals did not apply directly to living beings, but to substances like Subaru's cursed blood mist, which meant Goetia was completely paralyzed. It was the perfect moment for the final trump card. Jinga Tsunemori appeared and launched Ice 9 directly at Goetia. However, the enemy still had one hidden resource, an S-rank item called Reverse Dragon Scale, which activated automatically upon detecting a fatal strike. The protection was triggered. Even so, Goetia questioned whether that attack truly had enough power to activate his most valuable item. It was clear that it did. He remembered Jinga, recognizing that he had likely been the one who defeated Bailey earlier. He was astonished by the force of the attack, and admitted he hadn't expected them to be able to kill him with a single blow. But he reassured himself that he was prepared. Everything had been blocked. Shikishima, on the other hand, confirmed the first shield had been broken, and that had always been the plan. Subaru and Jinga had fulfilled their roles. Now it was time to finish Goetia. There was one detail no one knew about Fushigami Mei's ability. It was known that she could teleport to where her allies were, but what hadn't been revealed was that she could also bring an ally with her. The true strategy devised by Shikishima was precisely that, to make Goetia lose all of his defenses, so the most powerful among them, the true hero, could unleash his ultimate ability, the legendary sword, the true dragon-slaying sword. If you enjoyed this story, make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell so you don't miss the next videos, and leave a like to further strengthen this journey. That really helps me keep bringing more content like this, and keeps the community united as we wait for the upcoming chapters. Thank you for watching, for following along, and for being part of this journey. See you in the next video.